Chapter 1. The Annihilation of Worlds. Su-Imo stood expressionless in a microcosm, clutching a handful of soil that cascaded from above. In an instant, it transformed into an unending torrent of meteorites, hurtling towards the azure planet below. Each speck of dust resembled a colossal meteor, engulfed in boundless might, blazing with fierce flames as it descended upon the world. Like terrifying mushroom clouds detonating simultaneously, the earth trembled, and smoke billowed skyward, obscuring the sun. On the cerulean sphere, countless ordinary souls gazed at the horrifying meteor shower, their faces drained of color. They either knelt in fervent supplication or vented their ire, lamenting the injustice of the cosmos. The earth fractured, mountains crumbled, and seas surged, extinguishing innumerable lives in an instant. A civilization was obliterated within the mere flick of his wrist. Su-Imo quietly observed, ensuring the planet had been thoroughly ravaged before snapping his fingers. In the next moment, time accelerated as if someone had pressed the fast-forward button. The receding waters flowed back into the ocean, and the craters forged by the meteor strikes were once again shrouded by the clouds of dust. They either filled with water, becoming vast lakes, or clusters of lakes, yet all life upon them had vanished. An energy surged into Su-Mo's being, prompting him to glance at the rudimentary system panel crafted with the essence of the creator. Gender: male. Rank: 3.49. Current world rank: 3.14. Creation level: 1. My rank has reached 3.49. If I annihilate another world, I shall surpass 3.5. With a rank of 3.5, I should possess some extraordinary abilities even in this mundane world devoid of magic. After a moment of contemplation, Su-Imo returned his focus and activated the system's simplified creation template. Exiting the microcosm, he found himself in a quaint farmhouse where he reclined in a chaise lounge, once again lost in thought. It had been 10 days since he acquired this divine essence, and during this time, aside from the initial 3 days spent deciphering its use, he had annihilated worlds 7 times, maintaining a frequency of nearly once a day. Under normal circumstances, the creation system should continuously forge worlds to gain strength, which was initially Su-Mo's intention. However, after perusing the previous host notes, he opted to elevate his rank instead. The higher the rank, the more advanced the worlds one could traverse. Indeed, comparing two creators, one entwined with a world of maternal essence and another with the primordial realms, was utterly incomparable. As for the rationale behind enhancing his rank before elevating the creator level, it was straightforward. The higher the divine level, the more challenging it became to increase rank. The previous host of the divine essence had escalated its level to 9, only to be slain by an ordinary individual from a higher realm, a consequence of their inadequate rank. Elevating one's rank was a simple matter. By annihilating worlds and assimilating the ranks of entire civilizations, one could elevate their own. This was a daunting task for others, yet for Su-Imo, endowed with the creation system, it was a trivial endeavor. Thus, he had been caught in a relentless cycle of creation and annihilation. Aside from the intervals of destruction and the subsequent creation, Su-Imo set the passage of time at a rate of 1 day, equating to 1,000 years. In the initial phases of world creation, he deemed it necessary to obliterate past traces, thus establishing a ratio of 1 day to 100,000 years. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 years had elapsed. At this juncture, the rudimentary system he fashioned with the divine essence would randomly dispense seeds of ordinary civilizations, all while controlling time at the rate of 1 day to 1,000 years. It was not that Su-Imo was unwilling to wait longer. Rather, a millennium was deemed the optimal time frame. In a span of 1,000 years, even the most rudimentary civilization, provided it possessed intelligence, could ascend to a level 0.5 civilization, akin to Earth's ancient societies. Yet, even if he continued to wait, these civilizations seldom had the opportunity to reach level 1. Thus, it was far swifter to obliterate them at the 1,000-year mark. Reclining in a lounge, Su-Imo perused short videos until he gradually succumbed to slumber. The seasonal lethargy swept over him, and before he knew it, afternoon had arrived. Within the microcosm, not only had a new civilization emerged, but 300 years had also passed. This latest civilization comprised beings with red and white skin, adorned with horns and possessing 3 eyes. Their third eye facilitated communication, leading to a society devoid of lies and deception, where all could swiftly collaborate to advance their civilization. In just 3 centuries, they had attained the steam Aegea remarkable rate of development, unprecedented by any civilization. Yet, upon reflection, their immediate possession of complete intelligence upon emergence had expedited their evolution, making such rapid advancement plausible. In the microcosm, 3-eyed beings dashed through the streets, clutching newspapers while exclaiming, "Breaking news! Breaking news!" Another archaeology professor has committed suicide after studying the ominous tablet. Don't miss out. The surrounding crowd halted their tasks, engaging in conversation as they approached. This marks the 7th archaeology professor to have taken their own life after examining that cursed tablet. I wonder what drives these scholars. Is it truly necessary to study such a foreboding artifact? Indeed, if the tablet is so ominous, why persist in its study? Actually, King Alter previously declared that the tablet should be sealed away, yet these archaeology professors have obstinately resisted. They insist on their research, leaving even King Alter powerless. Do you recall 2 months ago when Professor Bei Chi fervently addressed the king, claiming that only cowards shy away from confronting history, vowing to uncover the truth behind the tablet? Alas, look where we are now. In the capital, within the residence of Professor Bei Chi, a newcomer lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his third eye at the center of his forehead. The madness and disbelief in his remaining 2 eyes were palpable, yet he had succumbed to death. Around him, a swarm of guards combed the room, interrogating those responsible for the professor's safety, demanding to know what transpired the previous night. It's undoubtedly a suicide. Based on the evidence at the scene, Professor Bei Chi extracted his own soul's eye at 3 in the morning and chose to end his life. We discovered numerous notes he left behind like the others. He penned extensively, only for it all to be destroyed. From the evidence, it appears he obliterated everything himself. Therefore, we can conclude that Professor Bei Chi, like other archaeology professors, successfully translated the tablet, but ultimately chose death to conceal the truth. King Alter, after absorbing this information, turned to his guards and inquired, "Do you truly believe there exists such a thing as a cursed tablet in this world?" Chapter 2. The Tablet of Destiny. The guard bowed his head, murmuring, "Your Majesty, I do not know." King Alter had not expected any profound insights from him. He simply closed his 3 eyes and spoke softly. "The tablet is merely a vessel. The significance lies in the words inscribed upon it. The purpose of language is to convey information." At this point, his 3 eyes snapped open, radiating a terrifying brilliance. What sort of information could compel 7 esteemed archaeology experts to translate it, only to choose death thereafter? What secrets lie inscribed upon it? I had always believed our lives to be more precious than the ancient information that endures, hence my desire to seal the tablet. Yet, it appears I may have erred. Immediately issue a decree summoning all archaeology experts and ancient script researchers worldwide to convene in the capital. A single individual may find it unbearable to shoulder the weight of such information, yet I cannot fathom how so many others would struggle with it. With the decree of the great king resounding, archaeological experts from around the globe hastened to the capital to commence their studies on this ominous slab. The slab was meticulously transcribed and distributed to each expert, who were accompanied by guardians at all hours to ensure their safety. Daily, they convened in the largest research facility to share their findings and insights. Under the collective efforts of all archaeological scholars, the information inscribed on the slab was deciphered in merely 3 days. However, upon revealing the contents they had unraveled, a profound silence enveloped the room. In the year 730 of the solar calendar, we unearthed numerous relics from the ocean. My sovereign, deeply aware of the fragility of civilization, commissioned the creation of a record stone slab, so that even if our civilization were to vanish in the future, this slab could attest to our existence. Although the previous civilization has perished, my sovereign benevolently documented the knowledge we acquired. The prior civilization, tentatively named the Cave Dwellers, ultimately succumbed to a millennium-long meteor shower. It endured for a millennium. 5th civilization revision, 6th civilization revision, 7th civilization transcription, and revision below are the original records of the 2nd civilization's lifestyle, civilization, and culture. In the year 670 of the Earth calendar, Upon observing this slab, my sovereign inscribed words of lament for the solar civilization, which faced an unprecedented deluge. It lasted for a millennium, our Earth lineage. Fifth civilization revision, sixth civilization revision, seventh civilization transcription, and revision below are the original records of the third civilization's lifestyle, civilization, and culture. In the year 1002 of the Age of Yama, my Prometheus lineage received this fateful slab. In the year 103 of the Great Calendar, however, my sovereign deemed it ominous and sealed it away, preserving it for 9 centuries. Today, a great flood descends, shattering all. In this life and death moment, I reflect on the first 3 civilizations inscribed on the slab and the striking similarities they share. The first civilization faced a millennium-long meteor shower. The second civilization encountered a deluge unseen for a millennium. The third civilization fell to meteors, and now our Yama civilization faces yet another flood. In a future 5th civilization revision, 6th civilization revision, 7th civilization transcription, and revision, there are no further records below. In the year 902 of the 5th civilization's new solar calendar, we discovered this slab. 2 late 9th centuries had already passed. After translating the inscriptions, we spent an additional 60 years verifying a singular conclusion. Civilizations undergo a cycle every millennium. Naturally, if a millennium hence we still possess records, it would indicate our error. Should there be no further information, may this serve as a warning to posterity. Civilizations cycle every millennium. Meteors, floods, meteors, floods, meteors. In the year 190 of the 6th civilization's Firestone calendar, the 5th civilization left behind a multitude of slabs, and despite the devastating blows of meteor showers, we managed to recover many. Upon viewing the information inscribed on this slab, our civilization was thrown into disarray. Countless individuals could not accept the reality of civilizations perishing every millennium, leading many ordinary folk to choose suicide. In the year 389 of the Firestone calendar, after enduring 2 centuries of chaos, our civilization began to stabilize once more. My sovereign diligently governed, and the populace united in purpose, believing that as long as we remained steadfast, even the flood of 700 years hence could not obliterate us. In the year 509 of the Firestone calendar, we recognized the impending deluge and altered our way of life, relocating from the basin to the plateau. We excavated rivers and constructed countless reservoirs. Such endeavors will continue, and we shall prevail against the great flood 5 centuries hence. In the year 802 of the Firestone calendar, we repurposed the excavated earth to further enhance our plateau, even constructing our homes within caves to withstand the impending deluge. In the year 970 of the Firestone calendar, we, the Firestone people, remained united, with just 30 years until the great flood would arrive. While we believed in our success, we yearned to leave behind a record of our history. This may be the final testament of our civilization. 7th civilization repairs, transcriptions, replicas. In the year 460 of the Blazing Sun calendar, the flood's erosion led us to discover these slabs with great difficulty. After verification, it became evident that 6 civilizations had preceded us, all of which had perished. Following 3 decades of debate, we resolved to etch our mark upon this slab. Due to the chaos that ensued in the 6th civilization after the discovery of the slab, we refrained from publicizing it, leaving the masses in ignorance. In the year 609 of the Blazing Sun calendar, the slab's information was disclosed, plunging the populace into turmoil. Some fervently proclaimed that the prior civilization's demise was due to their disrespect towards the deities. Even upon receiving this revelation, we were engulfed in profound skepticism. Every millennium, a civilization meets its end, and every 2 millennia, this cycle repeats. Could it truly be that a deity gazes down upon us? In the year 703 of the Blazing Sun calendar, we began relocating underground, as a significant portion of the populace started to embrace the teachings of the divine. In the year 709 of the Blazing Sun calendar, after years of research, we finally arrived at a crucial realization. Our civilization is distorted, manipulated by unseen forces. The natural evolution of a civilization requires tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of years to gradually develop intellect and culture. Yet, the information gleaned from this fateful slab indicates that each civilization's demise occurs within a millennium, succeeded by the rise of a different race with distinct genes, all within the same time frame. Although the previous 6 civilizations followed this pattern, we remain incredulous could it be that an omnipotent deity watches over us? In the year 6 of the new blazing sun calendar, the irreverent blazing sun people have been eradicated. We are now disciples of the divine. As long as we maintain our faith, meteors shall not fall. O great deity of creation and destruction, we are your most devout followers. Irreverence towards the divine shall ultimately lead to annihilation. After perusing the translated information inscribed upon the slab, a heavy silence enveloped the assembly. One could almost hear a pin drop. Though they had long discerned that they were not the sole civilization upon this planet, they had never anticipated that 7 distinct civilizations, each with its own culture, ideology, and even races, had existed and thrived for a millennium. Chapter 3. Discovery of the Traveler. In the dead of night, Su-Imo slowly opened his eyes. After a brief moment of discomfort in his stomach, which produced a low growl, he rose and made his way to the kitchen. He held little concern for the events transpiring within the microcosm. Or rather, it could be said that he was indifferent at this moment. Initially, when he first acquired this newfound ability, Su-Imo was deeply invested in the lives of those within the microcosm. In the preceding days, he had even devoted himself to constant observation. However, as time passed, with a day in the heavens equating to a millennium on earth, the myriad tales of life and death, joy and sorrow, began to lose their allure. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that the majority of these beings were not of the human race, which rendered him devoid of any sense of empathy. After preparing a modest dinner that was merely passable, he finished eating by 8 o'clock in the evening. Following the washing of his dishes, he reclined on his bed, casting a glance at the remaining balance of over 3,000 yuan in his bank account. His thoughts drifted to the impending apocalypse. Once he elevated his status to level 3. 5. He could conjure small marvels in the real world, cash, gold, diamonds, and the like. However, upon reflection, he concluded that it would be wiser not to create cash, as even the most convincing counterfeit would be deemed worthless without state recognition. The excessive use of such currency would inevitably attract governmental scrutiny. Thus, he resolved to procure gold instead, allowing himself to lead a life that, albeit barely, resembled that of a creator deity. At the very least, he wished to be a creator who did not have to wash dishes or prepare meals. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Su-Imo gradually succumbed to slumber once more. In the microcosm, 500 years had elapsed, marking the halfway point to the millennium of impending doom. During this interval, information regarding the Stone of Destiny had been leaked. Humanity had bifurcated into 2 distinct factions. One, under the leadership of the Fifth Order, was industrious and proactive, tirelessly constructing their underwater fortresses. They believed that the primary reason for the failure of the 6th civilization lay in the nature of the cataclysmic floods, which were no ordinary deluge. While conventional floods could be managed with appropriate measures, these were apocalyptic torrents descending from the heavens. The higher one dwelled, the greater the impact of the flood. They could scarcely fathom the sheer force of the cosmic deluge. Even the 6th civilization, having sought refuge in caves, had calculated that the impact of such a cataclysm would be akin to that of a meteor strike. The high-altitude peaks and the mounds of earth they had assembled could not withstand such overwhelming pressure. This was a unanimous conclusion among them. Yet there remained an unspoken truth. These floods were artificially created. They could be as vast as desired, and if there was a genuine intent to obliterate them, all efforts would be in vain. Such thoughts were not uttered aloud, for they feared that to voice them would align them with those who had chosen to surrender. The Third-Eyed Clan possessed the ability to communicate swiftly, sharing information instantaneously. Over the years, they had evolved their capabilities, enabling them to connect with and utilize the cognitive power of others, thus forming a primitive biological computer. The more minds they gathered, the greater their computational strength. Conversely, the second faction indulged in hedonism, engaging in reckless driving, excessive drinking, and brawls. Ironically, this indulgence was not purely for pleasure. They relinquished a significant portion of their cognitive capacity to civilization. In a mere 2 centuries, they had harnessed controllable technological explosions, propelling themselves from a steam-driven society into an era of advanced technology. These two opposing factions contributed to a world steeped in cyberpunk aesthetics, with towering fortresses emerging amidst a landscape of vibrant, flamboyantly dressed individuals indulging in debauchery. Within the Otter Palace, a new conference commenced, attended by the leaders of the current radical factions. The fifth Otter, seated at the head of the assembly, addressed the gathering, stating, "Today marks our decade-long summit. Feel free to express your thoughts. By the way, the construction of the initial underwater fortresses has reached a significant milestone." A nondescript man from the vice seat rose to speak. "The first 2 fortresses have been completed, and I am confident that the remaining 79 will be finished within the next 3 centuries. The fifth Otter nodded and gestured for him to continue. "Understood. If there are any issues regarding the various projects, please bring them forth today so we may resolve them collectively." After a brief silence, a man with a strikingly red complexion stood up. "I propose we initiate the Eye of Otter and the Light Giant plans." The room fell silent. They had anticipated this outcome prior to their arrival. Upon hearing the proposal, their hearts stirred with a mix of fear and exhilaration. Indeed, it was excitement that coursed through them. The Eye of Otter, in essence, was a satellite intended for cosmic observation. However, its true purpose was to document the existence of the divine. The Light Giant was ostensibly developed to mitigate the destructive impact of the apocalyptic deluge by shattering it before it could strike the fortresses, thus lessening the force of the impact. Yet, the underlying goal was to capture the divine. Their presence in this assembly signified that they were among the most intelligent, wise, and indeed, the most deranged individuals of their civilization. The madness encompassed not only the ruffians racing and brawling on the streets, but also those who occupied the pinnacle of civilization. Zophi's proposal received unanimous support, and the plans for the Light Giant and Eye of Otter were set into motion. A crowing rooster abruptly roused Su-Mo from his dreams. He turned over, noticed the time was not yet 8:30, and fell back into slumber. Not far from his home, an accident on a main road left the young man in a state of unconsciousness. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself in a world infused with cyberpunk aesthetics. As he remained in a state of bewilderment, a multitude of third-eyed beings swiftly surrounded him. Just moments before, this individual's biological brain had been forcibly commandeered. Their rapid awareness stemmed from their interconnected minds. The moment he had lost consciousness, it triggered a collective realization among the third-eyed. The divine had emerged. Simultaneously, Su-Mo, who had just begun to drift back into sleep, was jolted awake once more by a cacophony of urgent warnings in his mind. "Warning! Warning! Traveler detected! Warning! Warning! Traveler detected!" Sumo? Chapter 4. Entering the small universe, the astonished Su-Mo. To be honest, Su-Mo was utterly bewildered at this moment. What was happening? A traveler from another world? Where did this traveler come from? Wait, what does this traveler have to do with me? Why is this absurd system issuing a warning? The multitude of questions and confusion stemmed from just waking from slumber. Although his body was awake, his mind had yet to fully catch up. After a brief moment, still lying in bed and in a state of daze, Su-Mo abruptly sat up with an exclamation. "What on earth? A traveler? What's going on? Why is there a traveler? Where is this traveler?" His initial shock was soon followed by a barrage of questions, revealing his astonishment. However, the rudimentary system he had constructed seemed akin to an artificial fool, providing no answers, merely reiterating the emergence of a traveler. Furrowing his brow, Su-Mo finally shook off the remnants of sleep and regained his composure. Moments later, he found himself within the small universe, staring in awe at a distant azure planet, roughly the size of a basketball. In merely 800 years, this civilization, birthed from nothing, had remarkably achieved the status of a Type 1 civilization, possessing the capability to withstand over 90% of the natural disasters from its home planet. How could Su-Mo not be astonished? It is worth noting that the previous 7 civilizations had not even approached the fringes of Type 1 civilization in 800 years. Some were so far behind that they hadn't even reached 0. 5. Moreover, from their current state, It appeared they were beginning to develop their aviation sector and were on the verge of exploring the threshold of Type 2 civilization. If they continued on this trajectory, they would transcend their home planet and emerge as a genuine Type 2 civilization within 500 years, if not sooner. This was utterly absurd. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Su-Imo reminded himself of the true purpose of his entry into the small universe. The traveler was of paramount importance. Everything else was mere trifles. Even if this civilization were to ascend to Type 2, Su-Imo could still obliterate it in an instant if he chose to. With a frown, he scrutinized the planet, yet found no anomalies. But then again, during the brief period from when he awoke to when he entered the small universe, more than half a month had passed within it. Even if a traveler did exist, they would certainly have hidden away unless they were a fool. With a wave of his hand, a scene began to unfold before him, resembling a colossal movie screen. Yet the imagery was rapidly rewinding. After 2 seconds, the playback halted, for he had located the traveler. In all honesty, had it not been for the appearance of this traveler, Su-Imo would have wished to rewind time to witness the very inception of this civilization, to understand how it had ascended to the status of Type 1 civilization in such a short span. But this was merely curiosity. There are myriad ways for a civilization to rise swiftly, be it through discovering alien technology, excavating remnants of a previous civilization, or experiencing a technological explosion. However, within Su-Mo's small universe, only the latter 2 possibilities held true, for it currently housed but this single civilization. Thus, the notion of aliens was utterly implausible. They must have unearthed remnants of a prior civilization, leading to a subsequent technological explosion, allowing for such a rapid ascent. While this phenomenon would typically captivate Su-Imo's interest, the presence of the traveler diminished its significance. He was solely focused on understanding the nature of this traveler. The evolution of civilization allowed for countless possibilities, but the traveler fell outside the realm of his acceptance. Having perused numerous web novels, Su-Imo was acutely aware that typical travelers often came equipped with extraordinary advantages. If it were a mere ordinary advantage, he could easily obliterate them, and they would perish alongside the civilization. However, he feared that this individual might be accompanied by an immensely powerful and indestructible system, which could jeopardize the very existence of his small universe. If that were the case, even the creator of this universe could potentially meet their demise at the hands of such a being. Hence, this was an absolute impossibility. Yet Su-Imo needed to ascertain the capabilities of this individual. If they were easy to deal with, he would annihilate them. If they proved formidable, he would consider eradicating this entire universe, and if necessary, invest time in creating a new one. 20 days prior in the small universe, afternoon, Liu Dajuan had just arrived in this cyberpunk-styled world and was instantly taken aback, pinching his thigh to confirm he wasn't dreaming. However, if memory served, he had been driving just moments ago. Had he perished? The sharp pain in his thigh assured him he was indeed awake. But if this wasn't a dream, what was happening? Was the underworld adopting a cyberpunk aesthetic? A flurry of questions erupted in his mind as he glanced at his crimson hands. Initially, he assumed the redness was blood from a car crash, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was his own skin. After thoroughly examining himself, he confirmed one undeniable truth: he had traversed to another world. Yet, before he could fully comprehend his new reality, he found himself surrounded by a group of peculiar beings with 3 eyes and red and white skin. These creatures, rather than attacking him, encircled him and began speaking in a language he could not comprehend. At that moment, within the research chamber of the Ultra Empire, Ultra 5, Zophie, in first generation surveyed the images transmitted through the Ultra Eye, intently observing the expressions of the individual whose brain had been overtaken. Ultra 5, Zophie, what is your assessment? Zophie, based on his actions and demeanor, I suspect he is not the god we anticipated. He may be a being from another civilization, and I even entertain the possibility that he is experiencing a mental breakdown, which seems more plausible than him being a deity. First generation, indeed. If this is the god we have long feared as the harbinger of destruction, then the concept of a god is rather ludicrous. He appears to be oblivious to our language. Let us attempt to connect with his biological brain and engage him in dialogue, regardless of his identity. The message was swiftly relayed, and moments later, Lu Dajuan, still encircled, sensed a strange consciousness infiltrating his mind. Outsider, who are you? And why have you occupied the brain of a citizen of the Ultra Empire? Chapter 5. Conversations of Civilization. In a moment of bewilderment, Lu Dajuan's mind faltered once more. Having perused countless novels, he found himself grappling with the reality of his transmigration. Although initially alarmed, he managed to come to terms with his new circumstances. Surrounded by a throng of individuals, he sought solace in the notion that their apprehension was perhaps a consequence of the former occupant of this body. After all, in the myriad of tales he had encountered, none depicted a protagonist being discovered immediately upon arrival in a new world. Even when faced with peril, such characters often relied on their wit and knowledge from their original realm to navigate their trials. Yet here he was, ensnared by a multitude, besieged with inquiries regarding his presumed invasion of their citizens' consciousness. What a bizarre predicament. Within mere moments of his arrival, he felt the weight of attention upon him. Would they dissect him like some specimen? Just as these thoughts raced through his mind, a voice echoed once more. Rest assured, we have no intention of dissection. We simply wish to ascertain your origins. Lu Dajuan was taken aback, a cold sweat beading on his forehead as his mind raced. How could they possibly know his thoughts? Was this the fabled phenomenon of telepathy? No, this was not a world governed by magic. Such abilities should not exist here. Our brains are interconnected within the Ultram Empire. Thus, comprehending your thoughts is not a formidable task. However, if you continue to exert such mental strain, you risk immediate cerebral failure, prompting us to take necessary precautions. Hence, we request your cooperation. Upon hearing this, Lu Dajuan finally regained some composure. However, given the present circumstances, remaining calm was hardly feasible. Since his every thought was laid bare before them, he realized that engaging in dialogue might be more prudent than futile resistance. After all, he had already faced death once. What more could he fear? Thus, as he contemplated these matters, he was escorted to a towering edifice exceeding 30 stories, only to descend over 20 floors. The labyrinthine journey left Lu Dajuan disoriented, unable to decipher the alien script adorning the walls. In a room brimming with technological marvels, 3 individuals with crimson skin and 3 eyes sat opposite him, interfacing directly with his consciousness. Greetings, outsider. I am Mengbiu, the architect of the Ultram Empire's mind network. Our sovereign is quite intrigued by your existence. Would you be so kind as to introduce yourself? Though it was phrased as a question, Lu Dajuan understood he had no right to refuse. He internally replied, I am Lu Dajuan, hailing from Earth, age 26. His words traversed the neural network to the Ultram Empire's highest laboratory. Ask him what Earth is and how he arrived here, commanded the 5th Ultram. Mengbiu nodded gently, a warm smile gracing his lips as he addressed Lu Dajuan once more. Hello, Lu Dajuan. It is a pleasure to meet you. However, we are eager to learn how you came to be here and why you have invaded the minds of our citizens. I don't know. I was driving. Then a car accident occurred, and I awakened here. What is a car? A mode of transportation from my world. What is your purpose for being here? I don't know. I woke up here after the accident. I have no idea how I arrived. Thus, a dialogue unfolded between the 2 parties, eventually descending into shock and silence. Initially, Lu Dajuan sought to conceal his knowledge, even attempting to mislead them. For they were extraterrestrial beings, creatures capable of capturing him upon his very arrival. If they could apprehend him, did that imply they possessed the means to traverse to his world? The thought of revealing too much loomed ominously, as he could become a pariah on Earth. Yet, confronted by entities capable of directly accessing his thoughts, he found himself powerless. The queries posed were deceptively simple, and answers appeared in his mind instantaneously, requiring no verbal articulation. This connection unveiled a wealth of information about their civilization, devoid of deceit. Lu Dajuan was astounded to learn that this society had ascended from nothingness to such heights in merely 8 centuries. A staggering contrast to the 5 millennia it took for his own civilization to achieve comparable advancements. He surmised that if they continued on this trajectory, They might surpass Earth within a mere 500 years, leaving it far behind, unseen in its rear view. Moreover, he learned of a god within this realm, a deity that annihilates worlds every 1,000 years. Alarmingly, less than 2 centuries remained until the next cataclysmic event. While 200 years may seem a lengthy span on Earth, it was a fleeting moment in the Ultram Empire which actively encouraged procreation to augment their biological computing resources. In a bid to prolong the life of their biological computers, they had extended the lifespan of their citizens to 500 years. Thus, even if this world accepted him, he would ultimately face the impending deluge of destruction. Within the highest laboratory of the Ultram Empire, all present were enveloped in silence as they processed the information transmitted. Despite the disparate nomenclature, they grasped the implications. The planet named Earth, home to over 200 nations and a population exceeding 10 billion, possessed weapons capable of obliterating its surface, a force akin to an apocalyptic meteor. The satellites launched into orbit bore similarity to their own Ultramai, numbering in the hundreds. In terms of population, combat capability, and technology, the Ultram Empire found itself at a stark disadvantage. Upon realizing their counterparts were not divine, but rather denizens of another civilization, their initial instinct was to seize control of the foreign world. After all, a planet doomed to cyclical annihilation every 1,000 years could hardly sustain fruitful development. The most astonishing revelation was that the longest surviving civilization in this realm boasted a history of 5 millennia. If only they could claim such a legacy, they would not be compelled to race against time, nor would they need to subject their civilization to such extreme measures. Their progress could have unfolded gradually, leading them down a path of perfection. Yet, with the impending cataclysm looming less than 2 centuries away, they found themselves forced into a frenzied pursuit of advancement. Chapter 6. Behold the Divine. In the ensuing fortnight, both parties endeavored to understand one another. Lu Dajuan, after several futile attempts to return to Earth, ultimately chose to relinquish his efforts and sought to assimilate into this new realm. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the cosmos, Su Imo, having perused all information regarding this traveler, turned to gaze at the diminutive azure planet that resembled a basketball, extending his hand hesitantly. Should this traveler possess any extraordinary abilities or systems, Su Imo would unhesitatingly opt for annihilation, perhaps even forsaking this universe altogether. However, upon discovering that this individual was merely an ordinary person, one who had traversed from this world, his resolve wavered. According to the information he had just acquired through his cosmic privileges, Lu Dajuan had been transported due to an accident occurring within a mere 2 kilometers of his village. His weakened soul had been drawn into this realm, yet in reality, he had not perished, for this was an ordinary world devoid of magic or martial energies. Had his corporeal form truly succumbed, the notion of traversal would be moot. Thus, Su Imo found himself in a quandary, contemplating whether to proceed with the obliteration of existence. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided against it. After all, the end of the world was merely hours away, and this was but an ordinary traveler devoid of any remarkable advantages. He would permit this individual to linger a while longer within his cosmic domain. Moreover, having confirmed that this traveler posed no threat, Sumo's curiosity was piqued regarding what contributions he might bring to this world. Simultaneously, he was intrigued by how this civilization had advanced to its current state within a mere 8 centuries. With these thoughts in mind, Su Imo pivoted and exited his small universe, intending to recline outside and observe. Since he had no intention of commencing annihilation prematurely, he likewise had no desire to remain within the confines of his cosmic realm. The outside world experienced the passage of a millennium in a single day, and merely stepping out for a brief period would suffice before he returned to reap the rewards. Watching endlessly seemed rather tedious. Unbeknownst to Su Imo, within the confines of the supreme laboratory of the Ultra Empire, all personnel were intensely focused on the immense screen before them. The display revealed an enormous pillar, seemingly without end, adorned with countless irregular folds reminiscent of fabric creases. They endeavored to adjust the perspective of the Ultra Eye to discern what it truly was. Yet even the Ultra Eye could not unveil its full form. This was partly due to the proximity of the object to the Ultra Eye, and partly because of its sheer magnitude. From the moment this entity manifested, their hearts were filled with trepidation, yet no one dared to vocalize their suspicions. After a prolonged silence, Zoffy finally spoke, his voice trembling. "Is this a god? No, I believe it may be the hand of a god." Upon uttering this, silence enveloped the room once more. The first generation pressed a button ahead, causing a colossal model of a light giant with red and white skin to materialize. Alongside a plethora of numerical data. Light giant, height, 908 meters, weight, 1070,000 tons. Abilities, ultra light beam, ultra kick, light leap flight. Simultaneously, the fifth Ultra waved a hand, activating the biological computers of all three-eyed beings worldwide to calculate the parameters and life forms of the entity they had just witnessed. Name, Hand of God. Existence form, composed material, fiber, hair. Estimated height, light years. Estimated weight, estimated abilities, control floods, control meteorites. The juxtaposition of these two sets of data plunged everyone into another silence. After a lengthy pause, Lu Dajuan finally spoke. "This is what you call a god?" The crowd remained mute. Why would such a creature, such an existence, target the civilizations of this planet? If the data gleaned earlier were accurate, our world would pale in comparison to mere dust before it. With a mere wave of its hand, it could reduce this planet to ash. Are you certain that controlling floods and obliterating meteorites are its capabilities? No one dare respond, save for Lu Dajuan, who continued to voice his inner turmoil. Eventually, he ceased speaking, for upon witnessing the underwater fortress prepared by the Ultra Empire and the Light Giant, he had initially thought they would be adequate to confront any flood. However, after glimpsing that terrifying presence, he increasingly sensed a disquieting discrepancy. Just as he had previously mused, why would such a fearsome entity annihilate worlds every millennium? Had some civilization on this planet once offended it? According to the fifth Ultra, 7 civilizations had risen before theirs, making them the 8th. Thus, the possibility of offending such a magnificent being was not out of the question. Yet, something still felt amiss. Such a formidable existence, even if provoked, should not act in such a manner. Would one crush an ant for mocking them, or for merely biting them? They could easily extinguish it, perhaps even obliterate its entire nest. But would they routinely return to eradicate all ants? Such a notion is patently absurd. With this thought in mind, Lu Dajuan again addressed the assembly. "Esteemed colleagues, I have a notion, though I wonder if you will entertain it." All eyes turned towards the interloper from another world, eager to discern his thoughts. Our world is steeped in history and legend, particularly regarding cataclysmic events like meteorite impacts and great floods. The latter, especially, is a prevalent theme in our myths. Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in every gaze, and the fifth Ultra's face bore an expression of urgency. Once, a powerful race emerged upon our planet, reigning supreme yet devoid of intellect. They were born at the apex of the food chain and were known to later generations as dinosaurs. Their reign ended with an unprecedented meteorite impact, leading to their extinction. Subsequently, our civilization faced a cataclysmic flood, a tale woven into the myths of all nations. Yet universally, they triumphed over the deluge, paving the way for our existence today. Upon hearing this, the fifth Ultra's eyes widened, and his nostrils flared with anticipation, mirroring the reactions of his peers. Initially, they had nearly forgotten this account, and even upon recollection, it had seemed coincidental. After all, with the vastness of the universe, the probability of a meteorite colliding with their world, while slim, was not impossible. The dinosaurs were merely unfortunate victims of fate. As for the Great Flood, many dismissed it as mere fabrication, given the exaggerated and horrific depictions. In the most absurd of myths, it was stated that all but 2 individuals perished in the flood, and all current people are but descendants of those 2. Thus, contemporary society deemed such records implausible, contending that even if a flood had indeed occurred, it could not have been as catastrophic as portrayed. Chapter 7. Diga at this juncture, Lu Dajuan cast a glance at the assembly, where every individual was now breathing rapidly, their thoughts converging yet unspoken, merely awaiting Lu Dajuan to elaborate further. After a moment of silence, Lu Dajuan resumed. However, in light of your circumstances, I have conceived an alternative notion. The fundamental purpose of the apocalypse is not annihilation, but rather a test. If you can endure this trial, you shall survive. The multitude of civilizations that have emerged in your world primarily failed this test. My own civilization has thrived for over 5 millennia because it persevered through the deluge. In the corporeal realm, Su Mo observed Lu Dajuan, who resembled a cult leader fervently rallying his followers, and shook his head. You speculate astutely, but refrain from further conjecture. I have never suggested that survival from the flood guarantees your safety. Escaping the deluge is merely a fleeting thought, and the potential for extinction via meteorites hinges equally on one's mindset. The historical pattern of civilization's demise, floods and meteorites, has become somewhat monotonous to me. If I truly wished, I could obliterate existence with a mere gesture. Yet, such an act would lack a sense of ritual, hence my choice of floods and meteorites. Were it another civilization, Su Mo might have entertained the idea of granting them a millennium to develop post-deluge, but this particular civilization was distinctly different. Their rapid advancement within a mere 8 centuries was alarming. Granting them a millennium could potentially elevate them to a Type 2 civilization capable of traversing the cosmos. At that point, exterminating them would require extensive effort. It is far swifter to obliterate them here and now. In truth, this was not a significant dilemma. The entirety of this microcosm was crafted by Su Mo, and traversing it was merely a matter of thought. The crux of the matter was that he had just reviewed the entire developmental history of this civilization, and these beings he had created had the audacity to attempt to ensnare him. Had he been oblivious, it would have sufficed, but now that he was aware, he could not simply let them go. Although these individuals posed no tangible threat to him, Su Mo would not dismiss their actions lightly. He resolved that should they survive the flood, he would unleash a meteorite catastrophe upon them. If they could endure both calamities, he would concede. If fate itself does not wish for your extinction, then I shall grant you another millennium to evolve. However, all of this was contingent upon their ability to withstand the impending apocalypse. Casting a glance at the time, it was now 8:40, and less than 4 hours remained until the millennium's end. It would soon reveal how they navigated this crisis. Having awakened, Su Mo had no intention of returning to slumber. He rose to prepare breakfast and to organize the means for the impending apocalypse, planning to deliver a more formidable blow. Upon hearing Lu Dajuan's words, Aot, filled with excitement, inquired, "Are you certain?" Lu Dajuan shook his head. "Not certain, but does uncertainty preclude action? What if the inability of others to survive the apocalypse stemmed from their lack of unity and strength? Yet, you have achieved remarkable technological advancements in a mere 8 centuries. I refuse to believe you cannot succeed." Under Lu Dajuan's motivating words, the previously disheartened individuals regained their spirits. Nonetheless, this discourse buried their prior doubts deep within. After all, the colossal light giant they had developed appeared laughable against that deity. With 200 years remaining, our current creation of 81 underwater fortresses is sufficient to accommodate our populace. However, should the flood prove excessively formidable, our light giants may still fall short. Therefore, I propose we mobilize more biological brains to develop additional light giants. Aot countered, "That is still insufficient. I urge you to integrate the Ultraman Eye into the light giants as well. In 200 years, I expect the creation of 7 light giants infused with the Ultraman Eye." After finishing breakfast and preparing a bucket of water along with a large scoop of soil, Su Mo returned to his chamber. Intrigued by the forthcoming events, he refrained from indulging in video calls and instead directed his attention to his microcosm. Eager to see what surprises this civilization, having attained Type 1 status in 8 centuries, would unveil. As he gazed upon the microcosm, Su Mo was utterly astounded, exclaiming, "What on earth? This is Diga." Initially, he had surmised that Lu Dajuan, a traveler from Earth, might conjure something remarkable, Yet he never anticipated that this individual would manifest Diga. Behold, on that azure planet, 5 colossal statues towered, each nearing 1,000 meters in height, strategically positioned at the cardinal directions. Yet, what truly astonished Sumo was that these giants were crafted in the likeness of Diga. These light giants were tall and well-proportioned, their muscular contours exuding an aura of strength. Their heads were sharply defined, adorned with a blue diamond crystal embedded in their foreheads, their eyes radiating with a silvery glow, and their crowns extending backward, appearing both sharp and divine. This was the Ultraman eye they had incorporated. Originally, the plan was to install only one, but Lu Dajuan insisted on adding another to the chest. Moreover, the colors of these 5 light giants were designed to mirror Diga-S forms: red, blue, ordinary form, dark form, and the central radiant form. Lu Dajuan had effectively cast himself in the role of a monster. Very well, you wish to play this game. Diga, is it? If you regard me as a monster, how could I possibly deny you a monster of your own? With that thought, Sumo promptly exited, heading to the garden to catch a caterpillar. Observing the large green caterpillar in his hand, he felt it lacked something. He then collected a few ants from the ground and fortuitously caught a dragonfly at the entrance as well. Chapter 8. The Beginning of Annihilation. Chapter 8. Young man, are you stirring up trouble? The giant of light, Diga, right? Have you paid the copyright fee? If you haven't, messing around like this could lead to serious consequences. Do you know that wherever Diga appears, monsters will inevitably follow? Since you enjoy playing so much, today I shall indulge you. Let's see if your Diga is truly the real Diga. Had it been before, Sumo would have dismissed such antics, but glancing at the time, it was already past 10. Converted to the time of the small universe, it had already been 900 years. In 2 hours, the annihilation would commence. Thus, tossing these items in now would pose no issue. Just as he was about to throw everything from the plastic bag into the mix, Sumo paused. After all, these objects were too recognizable. If they were merely the indigenous creatures of the small universe, it would not matter. But there was now a time traveler who had even managed to summon Diga among them. Ants, caterpillars, dragonflies, and the like would likely be identified the moment they were introduced. Even if their sizes varied, discerning them wouldn't be overly difficult, so he needed to modify them. As for how to alter them, Sumo swiftly turned and entered the small universe. This time, however, he did not appear near the azure planet, for he was aware that these beings could deploy satellites. Proximity could lead to detection, although even if discovered, they could do nothing to him. As a god and a creator deity, maintaining a semblance of dignity was essential. The ordinary caterpillar from reality transformed into a colossal creature over 3,000 meters upon entering the small universe. With a mere wave of his hand, a layer of rigid armor enveloped the caterpillar's green skin. Its massive mandibles sprouted a row of fearsome fangs. The ants morphed into terrifying beasts stretching a kilometer long, shifting from 6-legged crawlers to bipedal walkers, with their remaining 4 limbs becoming enormous weapons. The already large dragonflies reached a staggering 10,000 meters, and for this ultimate boss, Sumo adorned it with armor, enhancing its 6 abdominal legs to be sturdier and more agile. The 4 transparent wings behind it transformed into muscular wings akin to those of birds, while its tail became more flexible, resembling that of a serpent. With the added armor, this dragonfly appeared to evolve into a fearsome 4-winged dragon. Such feats were unattainable in the outside world, yet within his small universe, they were effortlessly accomplished. Satisfied with his creations, Sumo nodded. Diga is ready, and my monsters are prepared as well. Now let me see how your counterfeit Diga withstands the onslaught. With that, Sumo waved his hand, and in an instant, the small creatures appeared at the wound of the 3-eyed clan. Sumo turned and once again found himself on his bed. Watching the spectacle was far more comfortable while reclining. The sudden emergence of the monstrous beings in the sky plunged all the 3-eyed people into chaos. Lu Dajuan was also left utterly stunned upon witnessing these creatures. Initially, he felt indifferent when the 5th Ultraman spoke of summoning the Giant of Light, but when he heard about integrating the Ultraman eye into its body, The image of Digga inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Coupled with the current scene and the presence of the fifth Ultraman, Zophie, and the first generation, whether by coincidence or otherwise, their names resonated. With the Giant of Light, it seemed necessary to conjure a Digga, or he would feel an unsettling void. Although he recalled seeing online discussions stating that wherever Digga appeared, monsters would inevitably follow. Well, it seemed more like wherever there are monsters, Digga will manifest. Regardless, it wasn't as if this were a novel. Such absurdities did not occur in reality. If he were to summon Digga and a monster appeared, he would be left to consume that very beast. Thus, driven by his own initiative, he finally secured the task of designing the Giant of Light. When the fifth Ultraman assigned this responsibility to Lu Dajuan, he cautioned Zophie to provide ample guidance, as Lu Dajuan hailed from another civilization, and their aesthetic sensibilities could vastly differ. A design deemed unacceptable by all would be an awkward situation. However, upon viewing the design titled Digga Ultraman, the fifth Ultraman was instantly captivated by its likeness. The name also resonated well with him. The royal lineage of the Three-Eyed clan had always been Ultraman, as evidenced by their previous satellite named Ultraman I, indicating that the fifth Ultraman was somewhat image-conscious. Though he did not understand why the term man was appended to Ultraman, it was, after all, a creation of another civilization, and thus a lack of comprehension was somewhat forgivable. Given that the design was so aligned with his preferences, he decided to overlook this minor flaw. Consequently, after over a century, 5 Digga Ultramen were finally brought to fruition. Due to the design's exceptional appeal, even the original Giant of Light was compelled to alter its appearance at the behest of the 5th Ultraman. As for the initial plan to create 7 Giants of Light, the speed of producing 4 in 100 years was entirely sufficient. They had even devised a plan to manufacture the final 2 Giants of Light within 50 years, followed by a 30-year period for testing the underwater fortress. In the last 20 years, all three-eyed people would enter the fortress in advance and activate it, awaiting the impending deluge of annihilation. However, while imagination is beautiful, reality is harsh. On this day, 5 monsters descended from the heavens. Their colossal forms cast shadows over a significant portion of the planet. The ordinary three-eyed people were terrified, while the upper echelons, including the 5th Ultraman, exchanged bewildered inquiries about the nature of these creatures, their sudden appearance, and the reason for their existence. Only Lu Dajuan found himself in a state of shock. Monsters? How could there be monsters? Why was this happening? Could it be true what those online claimed, that wherever Digga appeared, monsters would follow? But why now? With 100 years until the cataclysm, if anything went awry with these Digga, would he not become the scapegoat for the entire civilization? He had resided in this world for over a century, longer than his time on Earth, and he had even married and had children here. If this world were to face destruction, he would undoubtedly perish. Even if he survived and returned to his original world, he was uncertain whether he could readjust to such a life. While he was considered middle class on Earth, with considerable assets, he had spent over a century in this world. In the highest laboratory of the Ultraman Empire, under normal circumstances, Lu Dajuan should not have been present. After all, he was a being from another civilization, and others feared he might cause trouble. Yet, because he hailed from a different civilization, the 5th Ultraman and his peers had consistently kept him close. Nevertheless, Lu Dajuan had conducted himself with utmost propriety, even sharing stories of Earth's civilization and offering motivational words of encouragement. Coupled with the widespread admiration for his design of Digga Ultraman, he naturally found himself within the inner circles of the Ultraman Empire's elite. At this moment, everyone was deliberating on how to handle the situation, yet Lu Dajuan remained motionless, his behavior drawing the attention of others. Zophie approached Lu Dajuan. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Lu Dajuan, "What is the matter with you?" Lu Dajuan shook his head. Over the course of a century, he had mastered the language of this place, rendering the need for a mental connection for communication obsolete. Thus, his innermost thoughts remained undiscovered by others. Lu Dajuan chose silence. The others quickly gathered around, the first generation observing Lu Dajuan's expression with a sense of unease, prompting one of them to inquire directly, "What is going on, Lu Dajuan? Are you acquainted with these creatures?" Lu Dajuan responded with a shake of his head, not quite acquainted, but I have a general familiarity. Upon hearing this, the fifth Ultraman pressed for clarification. What do you mean by not quite acquainted, yet having a general familiarity? Chapter 9. Lu Dajuan's regret in this chapter. Lu Dajuan once again fell into a profound silence. However, the people around him grew increasingly anxious, as 5 terrifying colossal beasts had already descended upon Blue Star. The mere impact of their landing stirred up immense clouds of dust, unleashing a massive sandstorm upon the ground. The tremors felt akin to a cataclysmic earthquake of magnitude 10, resulting in numerous fortresses cracking under the strain. It is crucial to remember that these fortresses were the culmination of 900 years of civilization, constructed to withstand the apocalyptic deluge expected a century from now. Yet the impending catastrophe had not yet arrived, and such issues had already surfaced, leaving them in disbelief. Within the highest laboratory of the Ultraman Empire, alarms blared incessantly, with cries for help resonating from all corners. Ultraman V, gritting his teeth, issued a direct command. Activate the Giant of Light. We must halt those creatures from damaging the fortresses. If possible, eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Lu Dajuan opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent. After all, was it not routine for Ultraman to confront monsters? What more could he possibly say? His hesitation did not escape the notice of others. After issuing his orders, Ultraman V turned his gaze to Lu Dajuan once more. Speak. Reveal everything you know. With Diga already deployed and events unfolding, Lu Dajuan realized that even if he remained silent, it would make little difference. Thus, he reluctantly began to explain. I know these creatures collectively as monsters, yet I am unfamiliar with them individually, as they hail from different galaxies, civilizations, and races, each possessing distinct names. Upon hearing his words, everyone furrowed their brows, except for Zoffy, who immediately grasped the crux of the issue. How do you possess this knowledge? In my civilization, we have accounts of such beings, Lu Dajuan responded. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Your civilization has monsters like these? Lu Dajuan shook his head. No. In our world, these monsters exist solely in stories, and they share a common foe, the Giant of Light, Ultraman Diga. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into an oppressive silence, as if their hearts had ceased beating. Even the incessant flow of information from their third eye came to a standstill. With a resounding thud, the original Ultraman struck Lu Dajuan squarely in the face, sending him tumbling. You fool, he shouted, ready to deliver another kick, only to be restrained by Zoffy and others. Ultraman V demanded, tell me, was this intentional? What is your true purpose? Speak. Disclose everything you know. Lu Dajuan, sprawled on the ground, was filled with remorse. I did not mean to. I truly did not intend for this to happen. You can link to my mind. I swear. I had no intention of causing harm. These monsters are merely characters in our stories, and even Ultraman was a well-known figure in my world. When the Ultraman King spoke of creating the Giant of Light, I merely envisioned this character from our folklore. I had no idea these monsters were real. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, and he pounded his fists against his cheeks, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. At that moment, Ultraman V and the others connected to Lu Dajuan's mind, confirming the truth of his words. They all realized that this was merely a misunderstanding. However, in the current circumstances, even an unintentional blunder could not be easily forgiven. After absorbing the entire situation, the original Ultraman clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the tense silence. He longed to strike Lu Dajuan again, but ultimately snorted disdainfully and turned away. Zoffy sighed heavily, offering no words as he too departed. Ultraman approached Lu Dajuan, helping him to his feet, but ultimately remained silent. Left alone, Lu Dajuan stood in a daze, feeling as though the world had played a cruel joke on him, burying his life, his world, and everything he held dear in that moment. Outside, the battle raged fiercely. The resplendent Diga, the first and strongest of his kind, faced off against the colossal dragonfly demon. Dark Diga confronted a terrifying worm over 3,000 meters long, clad in a hardened exoskeleton. The remaining 3 fought against 3 monstrous ants, their sizes seemingly comparable. While the one-on-one encounters appeared fair, in reality, they were anything but. The dragonfly demon and the ant monsters, despite their similar sizes, were far from equal opponents. This was not solely due to the oppressive atmosphere of their homeland, where they struggled to unleash their full potential. It was also because the primary purpose of these Ultramen was not combat. Although during the initial crafting of the resplendent Digga's primitive form, there had been thoughts of using the Giant of Light to capture deities. The sight of a single divine arm had led them to abandon that notion entirely. Thus, apart from the resplendent Digga, the others were devoid of combat systems. Even with their astonishing speed and formidable strength, their capabilities were not designed for battle. Their speed was intended for swift arrival to protect the fortresses, while their immense strength was meant for handling emergencies, such as landslides or shifting fortresses when necessary. Their defensive capabilities aimed to ensure Digga's resilience against the impending apocalyptic deluge. Consequently, except for the initial surprise attack on the monsters, the Ultramen were soon overwhelmed. Even within their home, amidst boundless energy resources, they struggled against the monstrous onslaught. Moments after the battle commenced, all Ultramen found themselves at the mercy of the creatures, particularly the resplendent Digga against the formidable dragonfly demon. Despite possessing a combat system, his attributes were not significantly different from those of the other Ultramen. Confronted with a terrifying foe 10 times his size, he found himself utterly powerless, especially as the opponent soared gracefully through the air with remarkable agility. Dark Digga faced a similar fate, contending with a massive adversary 3 times his height, devoid of any combat systems. Watching the harrowing scenes relayed through the monitors, Ultraman V and the others wore expressions of deep concern. Meanwhile, Lu Dajuan finally emerged from his despondence, approaching the screens to assess the dire situation, filled with regret. After a brief moment, he spoke up. Actually, when designing Ultraman Digga, I whimsically included a cockpit. While these Ultramen lack combat systems, perhaps if we placed a more capable warrior inside, it could. The original Ultraman turned sharply to Lu Dajuan. How do we operate it? Lu Dajuan quickly input a series of commands into the biological computer before responding. Select an Ultraman, and simply transmit your consciousness into it. Without hesitation, the original Ultraman transferred his consciousness into the resplendent Digga, just as the latter was on the brink of being dismantled by the colossal beast. As the mightiest warrior of this empire, he believed that no one else, apart from himself, possessed the qualifications to wield the resplendent Dark Tiga. Without a moment's hesitation, Zafi beside him directly transmitted his consciousness into the body of the Dark Tiga. The remaining 3 ordinary low-level beings were accompanied by Ultraman 5, who brought along 3 guards, thus commencing a battle between Ultraman and the diminutive monsters. Su-Mo reclined on his bed, thoroughly engrossed, contemplating that this traveler certainly knew how to stir things up. The narrative of Ultraman battling tiny monsters was indeed unfolding. Had he known it would be this entertaining, he would have refrained from pursuing other distractions. Perhaps next time he might even introduce a couple more travelers for added amusement. Chapter 10. Intentions. As long as, after this cataclysm, it is confirmed that those who traverse from Earth do not possess any terrifying advantages, allowing a few time travelers is not entirely unreasonable. Not only could they bring forth more intriguing events, but perhaps they could also expedite the civilization's return to its rightful path. The benefits of annihilating a level 0.5 civilization versus a level 1 civilization are as disparate as heaven and earth. At present, Su-Mo has yet to ascertain the extent of what can be gained from this endeavor, nor whether there might be lasting repercussions. He also needs to apply several patches to his microcosm to prevent similar issues from arising in the future. Henceforth, any appearance of time travelers will only be permitted with his consent. The reason for not allowing those civilizations additional time to develop is simple. Even granting them a mere day, or even 3 days, would not guarantee their ascension to a level 1 civilization. Should these individuals truly survive this impending apocalypse, Su-Mo is indeed considering granting them a day's reprieve. After all, as long as the opposing force lacks the star-destroying power to become a level 3 civilization, his own status as a creator god will remain unchanged. Elevating his status as a creator god is, in fact, rather straightforward at least in the preliminary stages. He merely needs to nurture 2 level 2 civilizations or 1 level 3 civilization to attain the rank of a level 2 creator god. At this level, he would genuinely wield the formidable power of a creator god, even in the real world. However, Sumo is not in a hurry to elevate his status. If he so desired, he could cultivate 2 level 2 civilizations within this 10-day span. Yet, he has consistently chosen to cleanse those civilizations instead. Ascending in rank is far more challenging than merely increasing one's creator level. Countless great beings have sought to elevate their status, yet have been unable to achieve it. He certainly does not wish to follow in the footsteps of the previous individual, who reigned as a tyrant in a lower world only to be vanquished by those from above with 2 swift strikes. Given this opportunity and ability, he must strive to reach the pinnacle and become the strongest. However, he cannot solely focus on elevating his rank in a lower world without enhancing his power. He has resolved that once his rank reaches 4.0, he will elevate his creator god level to 2.0. Otherwise, possessing rank without strength could easily draw him into the higher realms, akin to an ascension. Thus, he must also possess sufficient strength to resist this force. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Sumo shook his head, casting aside these distant concerns and continuing to observe the events unfolding within his microcosm. The narrative of Ultraman battling the monsters unfolds rapidly. The ants exhibit astonishing strength. A moment's neglect from Digga could see him sent flying. Every strike Digga lands upon the ant's hard exoskeleton ignites terrifying sparks, with the sounds of their collisions resonating like thunder across the sky. However, once the seasoned and battle-hardened Ultraman 5 enters the fray, the tide of battle begins to shift. Though the ants possess immense strength and formidable defenses, they are ultimately mindless insects. After consistently being outmaneuvered by the Ultraman, the ants are swiftly dismantled, their joints rendered useless before being obliterated into a mist of blood by the Ultraman's light. The so-called Ultraman light is merely a name concocted by Lu Dajuan. At its essence, it is a high-energy ray requiring prolonged charging and precise aim. The rationale for not employing this technique from the outset is threefold. It requires considerable charging time, its power is immense, and a misfire could potentially breach the fortress. Additionally, the cooldown period is lengthy. If the first attempt fails, one must wait a significant time before attempting again. Originally intended for dismantling the structure of the apocalyptic flood, it has now found application in combat. Observing the ants being dispatched with ease, Sumo mused, "I hastily crafted these monsters. Otherwise, I would have devised a more formidable entity to contend with you. Ultraman battling monsters must involve a fair exchange. Next time, I shall improve upon it." Once the 3 ants are defeated, the remaining 3 Diggas join the fray against the worm and the dragon. Despite their colossal size, even with the assistance of these 3, the battle remains dire. However, these monsters are ultimately nothing more than a horde of mindless beasts. Through a concerted effort, 3 fortresses are utterly annihilated, and 11 suffer damage, finally bringing these 2 titans to their end. Yet, the defeat of the monsters does not elicit the jubilant cheers of the Ultraman Empire citizens as seen on television. Instead, a heavy silence descends. The 5 damaged Digga Ultramen stand resolute in the distance. After a prolonged silence, accompanied by a distant wail, the entire Ultraman Empire is enveloped in a somber atmosphere. The total destruction of 3 fortresses and the damage to 11 has resulted in casualties exceeding 100 million. They have a century to replenish their numbers, but the fortresses, which took over 400 years to construct, are now in ruins. According to the original estimates, each fortress housed 100 million citizens of the Ultraman Empire, meaning the loss of 3 fortresses equates to 300 million citizens losing their sanctuary when the flood arrives. Had those 11 fortresses remained intact, they could have rapidly constructed 3 new ones within the century. However, as it stands, the fortresses require repairs. The Giants of Light need maintenance, and subsequent testing phases render the next 100 years insufficient. Ultraman 5 struck the laboratory table with a fist, producing a resounding thud. Zoffy and the others finally withdrew their consciousness from the Giant of Light, gazing silently at Ultraman 5. After a lengthy pause, Ultraman 5 appeared to resolve himself and spoke. Retrieve the Stone of Destiny. Your Majesty, this is unthinkable. We still have opportunities. Yes, we. Ultraman 5 shook his head. Opportunities certainly exist. With our advanced technology, I believe that the apocalyptic flood is insufficient to annihilate us. Even in the face of today, as unforeseen events, as long as a glimmer of hope remains, we shall not surrender. However, should we fail, we must leave a warning for future generations. The original Ultraman departed silently, followed closely by Zoffy, who had much work to assign. Ultraman 5 cast one last glance at the situation before stepping outside, with the other high-ranking officials following suit. Left behind, Lu Dajuan stood in a daze, until Ultraman 5 was nearly at the laboratory door. When he finally spoke, Ultraman King I. Ultraman 5 halted, not turning but calmly addressing him. I know what you wish to convey. We have linked our consciousness with yours and understand that this incident was merely an accident. We know you did not intend for it to happen, so I do not hold it against you. However, for the 200 million citizens who perished in this disaster, for the 3 destroyed fortresses, and for those who will lack shelter when the flood arrives, I cannot forgive you. With that, Ultraman 5 departed the laboratory without a backward glance. Lu Dajuan remained rooted in place, the weight of Ultraman 5's words reverberating in his mind. I do not blame you, but I cannot forgive you. The empty laboratory felt cold and desolate under the stark lights. In a moment of reverie, he seemingly envisioned himself seated upon a stool, regaling the surrounding researchers with tales from Earth that had begun to feel rather distant. Although the first generation often wore a stern expression, he was, in fact, the most avid listener to these stories, particularly when they revolved around heroic figures. Zoffy, known for his penchant for precision, frequently engaged in debates during storytelling, eager to point out inconsistencies and challenge the narrator. Despite their frequent disputes, they shared one of the closest bonds among the group. He even introduced his sister to Lu Dajuan, whom she would eventually marry, a testament to their camaraderie. Lu Dajuan wandered aimlessly through the desolate laboratory, lost and uncertain of what he should do or could do. He meandered through the familiar space that usually provided him solace. His gaze shifted, and he caught sight of the newly developed laser gun, a product of his own proposal. If the inhabitants of this world were not capable of connecting through brainwaves, given the actions I have undertaken, I would likely have met my demise long ago. No, perhaps I have been dead since my arrival, having already perished in a car accident in my original world. Hence, I should not even exist here. If I had not created Ultraman, if I had never come here, perhaps they could have weathered the cataclysmic flood. With their talents and abilities, they might have evolved into a formidable race within the cosmos. Lu Dajuan muttered to himself, unconsciously grasping the laser gun and pressing it against his forehead. Bang! Zoffy, returning to retrieve something, did not hesitate to deliver a swift kick, sending Lu Dajuan and the laser gun flying. It was not until Lu Dajuan's body collided forcefully with the wall that he regained his senses. Yet, in the next moment, a figure lunged at him, forcefully pinning him to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. As dozens of punches left Lu Dajuan's head spinning, Zoffy seized him by the collar, glaring fiercely into his eyes. What do you intend to do? Tell me, what are your intentions? Lu Dajuan remained silent. Suicide? Do you not think you've already caused enough trouble for everyone, stirring chaos within our Ultraman empire? Bang! With that, Zoffy struck Lu Dajuan again. Your life was granted by our Ultraman empire, yet you choose to end it like a coward. Do you hold no regard for us? For me? For your family? For those ordinary lives lost due to this incident? Bang! In a fit of frustration, Zoffy landed another punch on Lu Dajuan. Let me make myself clear. You are now a sinner in the eyes of our entire Ultraman empire. Do you think that death will absolve you of your transgressions? From this moment forth, your life belongs to our empire. Without our permission, you shall not even die. You should be contemplating how to make amends, how to rectify this situation, rather than cowardly choosing to take your own life. Bang! With that, Zoffy forcefully threw Lu Dajuan to the ground. His eyes locked onto Lu Dajuan's with an intense fire, mixed with disappointment and a sense of anger at his failure. I do not wish to witness such behavior again. Following this, Zophi promptly notified the guards outside to keep Lu Dajuan under watch. However, instead of imprisoning him, they brought him to Zophi's home, where his sister was instructed to keep a vigilant eye on him to prevent any further rash actions. In truth, Zophi had always held a favorable view of his brother-in-law. Otherwise, he would not have introduced his sister to him. Yet, he never anticipated that Lu Dajuan would engage in such actions today, which left him feeling quite disheartened. The events had transpired beyond his control and could not be undone. Instead of seeking ways to remedy the situation, Lu Dajuan appeared to be evading it, a behavior Zophi found utterly contemptible. Such actions bore no distinction from those who wasted their lives on the streets of the fortress, indulging in reckless driving, drinking, and brawling. In the real world, Sumo lay in bed, observing this melodramatic and absurd narrative unfold, a slight smile creeping across his face. How intriguing. Should I continue to conjure more monsters for him to battle? What a dilemma. Chapter 11. A new storm has emerged. In this chapter, it is posited that if Ultraman refrains from battling small monsters, his very existence would lose its significance. However, Sumo, feeling rather lethargic about venturing out to capture insects, was contemplating allowing the matter to fade into oblivion when a mosquito happened to fly by. At that moment, an idea sparked in his mind. A single mosquito could proliferate into countless offspring. He could simply cast them into the periphery of Blue Star and let them fend for themselves in search of sustenance. It is crucial to note that within Sumo's miniature universe, there exists but one civilization, implying that these mosquitoes would need to invade Blue Star to survive. As for transformation, one cannot expect much from mosquitoes. Even magnified, they would merely become monstrous. However, an acceleration of their hatching process was essential. As the saying goes, a female mosquito does not call upon its male counterpart, and coincidentally, the one before him was a blood-sucking female mosquito. Without a moment's hesitation, Sumo captured it and tossed it into his miniature universe. For an ordinary person, capturing a mosquito barehanded might present a challenge without proper training. But Sumo was no ordinary individual. Although he lacked formal training, having faced annihilation numerous times, and with his rank rising, his physical prowess had steadily improved. Grasping a mosquito was a trivial task for him. Once the mosquito was introduced into the miniature universe, time accelerated, and within an instant, the female mosquito hatched over 300 offspring. Each mosquito measured over 300 meters in length, with the largest female exceeding 600 meters. Typically, the growth of these mosquitoes would require sustenance and energy. However, Sumo provided for them this time. Yet, they would need to find food independently thereafter. As for their survival in this universe, that would be their concern. After all, these creatures lacked intelligence, rendering the emergence of a mosquito civilization impossible. At best, they could be deemed monsters within this universe. Let us call them celestial beasts. While Sumo opted not to alter them, he did grant them the ability to survive in a vacuum to prevent their untimely demise in this environment. Having completed these tasks, Sumo reclined once more in his chair. During the period of accelerated mosquito hatching, 30 years had elapsed on Blue Star. Within these 3 decades, all damaged fortifications were repaired. The 5 light giants were equipped with enhanced combat systems and weaponry. Even the previously devastated fortresses underwent significant reinforcement. Moreover, the 3 completely destroyed fortresses were reconstructed halfway through the tireless efforts of the Three-Eyed people. They believed that, with united determination, they could complete the remaining half within another 2 decades. It appeared that everything had returned to a semblance of normalcy. Meanwhile, in the real world, Lu Dajuan lay in a hospital operating room, gravely unconscious due to a vehicular accident, undergoing desperate attempts at resuscitation. Within the miniature universe, Lu Dajuan experienced a persistent sense of unease, as if something were incessantly tugging at his very soul. He often fell into prolonged stupors, feeling as though time itself had slowed, akin to adjusting a temporal disparity, sometimes remaining in a daze for the better part of a day. Despite the incident remaining undisclosed to the public, all citizens of the Ultraman Empire believed the monsters to be mere coincidences. However, the higher echelons of the Empire and his family were aware of the truth. so when Lu Dajuan frequently lapsed into stupors, no one intervened, assuming he was merely burdened by guilt over past events. One day, Zoffy visited Lu Dajuan as usual, and upon seeing him lost in thought on the sofa, he shook his head and chose to leave. In truth, Lu Dajuan had spent over a century in this world, during which he not only designed the light giant, Giga Ultraman, but also introduced numerous advancements in public welfare, such as chairs, sofas, and buses, items previously non-existent in this realm. The inhabitants of this world were primarily focused on confronting the cataclysmic events that transpired once every millennium, rendering such matters trivial to the upper class, while the lower strata indulged without concern. However, Lu Dajuan's presence catalyzed significant changes. The numerous amenities he introduced not only provided a semblance of warmth to the desolate lower class, but also allowed him to deliver speeches that enlightened them about the actions and motivations of their superiors, fostering a newfound unity among those who had previously been indifferent to upper-class affairs. Thus, Lu Dajuan found himself standing alongside Ultraman 5 and others in the highest echelons of the Ultraman Empire's research facility, having taken charge of designing the light giant, Giga Ultraman. His voice resonated even more profoundly among the lower classes than that of Ultraman 5, while Lu Dajuan remained in a daze. Zoffy cast a glance at him before departing. What initially seemed to be an ordinary day soon revealed itself to be the harbinger of a new storm. Dozens of terrifying behemoths, each exceeding 300 meters in length, descended upon the skies of Blue Star. The moment they appeared, they were detected by the satellite, Ultraman I. The 5 light giants were immediately activated, and formidable cannons rose within the fortresses. These defenses were implemented following the previous incident. The 5 light giants soared into space, engaging in battle with the monsters. Yet even a mightiest fist struggled against sheer numbers, especially when pitted against over 30 mosquitoes. Although the size of these mosquitoes paled in comparison to the light giants, measuring only 1/3 of their stature, their overwhelming numbers proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Initially, the light giants encountered only a handful of mosquitoes, approximately 10 in total, and they believed that no reinforcements would arrive. This realization momentarily eased their minds. However, they soon recognized the grave error in their assumptions. Rather than assisting their beleaguered comrades, the monsters were heading straight for Blue Star. Their purpose was to prevent the incursion of these creatures into Blue Star, yet now they were advancing towards it. Consequently, the light giants were compelled to engage these monsters in battle, and as the conflict raged on, the number of adversaries continued to swell, characterized by their remarkable speed and agility. Although their defenses were weak, and a direct hit could easily incapacitate or annihilate them, the sheer volume of foes rendered victory elusive. The original Ultraman furrowed his brow at the unfolding scene and ultimately commanded, "Lead them towards the oceanic zone. We will provide artillery support." Under the guidance of the original Ultraman and Zoffy, over 60 mosquitoes were eradicated in the depths of the ocean. Faced with the reemergence of monsters, a profound silence enveloped the room. The words of Lu Dajuan echoed in their minds. Where there are Ultramen, monsters will inevitably appear. The weight of this statement grew increasingly significant. After a prolonged silence in the laboratory, Zoffy finally spoke. Although the current monsters are numerous, they are not particularly formidable. Moreover, we are not the same as before. All fortifications have been fortified with powerful weaponry. Even without deploying the light giants, we could eliminate such creatures using only our fortress firepower. Just assist your brother-in-law. It is not as if Lu Dajuan acted with malice. Ultraman 5 interjected sharply. Enough. Lu Dajuan did not intend for this to happen. Let us refrain from discussing this matter any further. Someone summon Lu Dajuan and ascertain his knowledge of these monsters. After a brief moment, Lu Dajuan arrived at the laboratory, gazing at the enormous mosquito depicted in the image, feeling somewhat dazed. It seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not recall it at that moment. Memories surged within his mind, and after a short while, he finally realized that this was indeed a picture of a mosquito. However, he pondered where this image had come from. Did this world also have mosquitoes? Fortunately, he was merely looking at a picture. Had he encountered such a gargantuan creature, over 300 meters in length, in reality? He might not have even recognized it as a mosquito. The recent monster invasion had not directly manifested within the boundaries of the Empire, leading many, including Lu Dajuan, who had been isolated at home, to remain unaware of the occurrences. Just as he was about to voice his recognition of the creature, he suddenly felt his consciousness being drawn away, as if distancing itself from both his body and this world. To others, it appeared as though Lu Dajuan was once again lost in thought. In the realm of reality, within the emergency room, two doctors were tirelessly using a defibrillator to administer shocks to Lu Dajuan's chest, while numerous wires connected to his forehead displayed his heartbeat, brainwaves, and all vital signs. There was a flicker of activity. His brainwaves began to stabilize, signaling that he was on the verge of awakening. One doctor exclaimed with delight, acknowledging that they had never encountered such an absurd situation before. Despite Lu Dajuan's injuries not being particularly severe, merely a blow to the head without any internal bleeding or wounds, he remained in a state of unconsciousness. They had almost given up hope and intended to notify the family, believing he had become a vegetable, yet every time such thoughts crossed their minds, his brainwaves would exhibit a notable fluctuation. Whenever they resumed their efforts, the waves would return to tranquility. Such occurrences were unprecedented in their experience. They wished he would either awaken promptly or remain still, as his current state was utterly perplexing. Zafi furrowed her brow and approached Lu Dajuan, shaking him vigorously while admonishing. Lu Dajuan, what is wrong with you? The king is asking you a question. Do you recognize this creature or not? Lu Dajuan abruptly snapped back to reality. I know this creature. In our world, it is called a mosquito, but it appears to be rather large. The largest mosquitoes in our world are just over 3 centimeters, yet this one. He recalled that they had previously mentioned that the monsters were mutations of certain organisms. Indeed, it seems this creature has mutated into a monster, which explains its size. Since you are familiar with it, please document its information and habits. I suspect these creatures may appear again in the future. Lu Dajuan nodded and began to record the information. In the reality outside, a sense of disbelief washed over Lu Dajuan as he noted the absence of brainwave data once more. What was truly happening? Meanwhile, in a small courtyard, Su Mo lay on a recliner, deep in thought, contemplating the peculiar situation before him. Should he allow Lu Dajuan to return to Earth? Even if he did return, would he be able to adapt to life on Earth? Moreover, would he inadvertently reveal something significant? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Su Mo chuckled. Considering the events that had transpired, it would require someone to believe him for any such revelations to hold weight. Chapter 12, 990 Years. In the end, Su Mo decided not to impede the return of the other party to their original world. Of course, this was contingent upon Lu Dajuan's genuine desire to return. Should he be unwilling, Su Mo would refrain from excessive interference. The rationale behind this decision was also to test the integrity of his own microcosm, identifying any potential flaws to rectify. He believed that after his repairs, his microcosm would no longer encounter unexpected travelers like Lu Dajuan. If any such occurrences were to arise again, they would need to be sanctioned by him. Otherwise, his universe would become akin to a sieve, allowing anyone who fainted at his doorstep to traverse into his realm. Was this not absurd? This was not some time travel novel where one could whimsically traverse to other worlds. However, all of this could wait until after the impending cataclysm, which was merely an hour away. Thus time was not of the essence. Su Mo found it hard to believe that within such a brief interval, another traveler could emerge in his microcosm. If that were the case, it could hardly be deemed a universe. It would be a more fitting description. In the tertiary-grade hospital, despite a series of resuscitation efforts and awakening techniques, Lu Dajuan remained unresponsive, yet the staff sensed that he could awaken at any moment. They resolved to continue their attempts. Should there be no progress, they would announce to the world that Lu Dajuan had irrevocably become a vegetable. In the microcosm, 50 years swiftly passed, and now less than 20 years remained until the Millennium Catastrophe. During these 5 decades, terrifying giant mosquitoes sporadically invaded Blue Star, launching assaults on ordinary citizens. Although these colossal beasts, measuring 300 to 400 meters, posed no real threat to the fortresses, capable of being dispatched by the fortress's artillery, An ordinary three-eyed citizen would be devoured in an instant upon encountering such a creature. Suemo found it absurd that these mosquitoes consumed humans rather than merely sucking their blood. However, it took him little time to comprehend the situation. In the real world, mosquitoes feed on blood due to their biological limitations, but in the microcosm, their size rendered ordinary humans mere morsels. Life was already arduous. The mosquitoes fled from the cosmos to blue stars seeking sustenance, only to be thwarted by the light giants or the fortress's overwhelming firepower. Capturing a human outside the fortresses was an arduous task. Even if they managed to seize one, it would hardly provide enough nourishment, and they would quickly regurgitate the bones, for the scant blood was insufficient to fuel their flight. Moreover, after consuming one, they had to flee immediately, as the light giants would swiftly pursue them. A moment's delay could spell death. Though the mosquitoes had not attained sentience, they were not devoid of instinct. Having survived for 80 years in this world, they had witnessed countless iterations of civilization. Were it not for their astounding reproductive capabilities, they would have long been extinct. Given the challenges they faced in finding food and the periodic onslaughts from the Otter Empire, who wielded immense firepower against them, their survival was also attributed to Suemo, who had secretly intervened to preserve them. After all, he intended for them to serve as wild creatures within his microcosm. One civilization could potentially be utilized by the next. Finding themselves in such dire straits, Suemo ultimately chose to safeguard the mosquitoes, providing them with resources to ensure their survival and propagation. Perhaps due to mutations within the microcosm or prolonged hunger, many mosquitoes had begun to subsist on soil. However, this diet did not guarantee their survival. An excessive consumption could hasten their demise. The Otter Empire was formidable. Ordinary mosquitoes had no hope of returning once they ventured into Blue Star. They had attempted large-scale offensives. But after learning from Lu Dajuan about the mosquitoes' habits and their aversion to flames, even their grand attempts were thwarted by the Otter Empire. Following the annihilation of a significant number of mosquitoes, the Empire dispatched forces into the cosmos to locate their nests and eradicate them entirely. Had it not been for Suemo's intervention, the mosquito army would have faced total annihilation. Witnessing such a scene, Suemo could not help but shake his head. Truly, it was a pitiable fate for the mosquitoes. In the real world, they could be swatted, yet occasionally they managed to feed. Yet in the microcosm, they transformed into monsters reliant on consuming soil, nearly facing extinction multiple times, a disgrace in the realm of beasts. As 50 years unfolded, the Otter Empire felt an increasing sense of urgency, prompting a concerted effort that led to a series of technological breakthroughs. Today, the Otter Empire had not only fully restored its former glory, but had also replaced the ranks of those who had perished. The 81 fortresses stood intact, and their arsenal had expanded significantly due to the mosquito threat. Remarkably, even the light giants had opened their design blueprints in response to this challenge. According to the decree of Otter V, given their possession of Diga and the emergence of monsters, why not increase the number of light giants? Within the 81 fortresses, each was now equipped with a light giant, albeit in a simplified version, their sizes reduced to approximately 1/10 of their original. Nonetheless, they were still capable of dealing with mosquitoes. To differentiate them, each fortress light giant was bestowed with a unique name, such as Taro, Ace, Leo, Gaia. Most of these names were suggested by Lu Dajuan at the behest of Otter V. At this juncture, the technological prowess of Otter civilization had surpassed that of Earth. Each light giant functioned akin to an aerial battleship. Though capable of carrying only one individual, they could genuinely navigate the cosmos, an achievement beyond the current capabilities of Earth. Recently, Lu Dajuan had increasingly sensed something amiss with his mental state. While he had previously languished at home, lost in thought due to past events, the emergence of the mosquitoes had propelled him back to the forefront of the Otter Empire. Yet, for reasons unknown, he often felt mentally disoriented, frequently zoning out during tasks. Initially, he attributed this to the aging of his body. However, upon observing the ever-vibrant Otter V, who was nearing 500 years, he recognized the inconsistency. His own body was merely over 300 years old, utilizing the finest genetic technology, making such issues improbable. Thus, he began to suspect a deeper problem within himself. Others observed this decline. Otterv even arranged for a diagnosis, yet the results indicated no physical ailments. Ultimately, they attributed Lu Dajuan's condition to psychological factors. For the catastrophic event that claimed 200 million lives would undoubtedly leave a lasting psychological scar on anyone. After meticulously documenting the habits of mosquitoes and naming the light giants of other fortresses, he was assigned by Ultraman V to undertake the task of recording. Indeed, he was chronicling the Destiny tablets. As the final moments approached, Ultraman V's heart grew increasingly restless, leading him to resolve to inscribe the entirety of Ultraman civilization's history upon these tablets, much like other civilizations had done. Should the Ultraman civilization fall to this apocalyptic crisis, future generations would still bear witness to the splendor of their empire. Although, given the current technological prowess of the Ultraman Empire, even a mere flood, let alone the entire blue planet submerged, might not pose a threat. His heart could not find peace. Lu Dajuan stood before a machine, Ultraman V's words echoing in his mind. Lu Dajuan, you have been with our Ultraman Empire for over 160 years. While we have embraced you, you remain a being of another civilization. Therefore, I hope you will record our history in the manner of your people. For only the histories penned by others hold true authenticity. From this moment forth, you shall represent your earthly civilization in chronicling the history of our Ultraman civilization. Should we survive this cataclysm, it will become a testament of history. If we fail, then we shall remain the mightiest among the 7 preceding civilizations. We have not only reached the pinnacle of technology, but have also intersected with extraterrestrial civilizations. Thus, Lu Dajuan meticulously penned the history of Ultraman civilization in simplified characters, refining it through multiple revisions before ultimately imprinting it onto colossal, resilient meteorites. Gazing at the familiar yet foreign square characters before him, Lu Dajuan felt his consciousness begin to waver. Having dwelled in this world for over 190 years and factoring in his previous age on Earth, he realized he had lived for 2 centuries. 2 centuries, a notion he had never dared to contemplate before. Even the wealthiest individuals on Earth might not achieve such longevity. He pondered whether his elder brother had managed the company well in his absence, grateful that he had not married, lest he burdened a young woman for life. Lu Dajuan, you are daydreaming again. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Dajuan turned abruptly, only to find Ultraman V before him. Your Majesty, Lu Dajuan exclaimed. Ultraman V fell into silence, a conflicted expression adorning his face, seemingly grappling with whether to divulge certain information. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. After years of research, we have discovered the reason behind your frequent lapses into daydreaming. Lu Dajuan's face lit up with curiosity. Really? What is the issue? Previously, my episodes were brief, half an hour or an hour at most, but recently it feels increasingly peculiar. At times, I can daydream for an entire day. If someone doesn't seek me out, I'll lose track of time returning home. Without surveillance, I wouldn't even know what transpired. Ultraman V observed Lu Dajuan's animated countenance, as if he were relieved that the reason for his daydreaming was about to be addressed. Yet sensing Ultraman V's silence, Lu Dajuan inquired, Your Majesty, what is it? Is my mental condition severe? It's all right, just tell me. I can accept it. I've grown accustomed to it. Ultraman V chuckled softly, then shook his head. No, it is not serious. In fact, it is good news. Good news? Your Majesty, do not jest. Given the situation, what could possibly be good news? Just tell me. I can handle it. Based on your previous accounts, you arrived in this world due to an accident. In your own words, your consciousness unexpectedly traversed to this realm, correct? Lu Dajuan, perplexed, replied, Yes, Your Majesty, but why do you ask about that? It happened many years ago. Ultraman V refrained from answering directly, instead redirecting the conversation. Do you know why I tasked you with compiling the history of the Ultraman Empire and recording it using the civilization of your world? Lu Dajuan, bewildered, responded, Isn't it because you said that documenting it from the perspective of Earth would render it more objective and authentic? Ultraman V shook his head again. In truth, we had already identified the issues you were experiencing, which is why you were assigned this task. What do you mean? Lu Dajuan's unease grew, his brows furrowing as he sensed that Ultraman V was about to reveal something significant. Gently patting Lu Dajuan's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance, Ultraman V wore a kind smile. Do not worry, this is fortuitous for you. The reason for your condition is that your original body is calling for your consciousness. What you might describe as your soul is yearning to return to your original world. Chapter 13. The Dawn of Annihilation, the Monster Army. Chapter 13. No, it's impossible. I have existed in this world for nearly 2 centuries. In my previous realm, given my frail form, living to even the age of 80 would have been a challenge, let alone 200 years. My body could not possibly still be alive. This must be a mistake, Your Majesty. Lu Dajuan vehemently shook his head. Disbelief etched across his features. Yet inexplicably, a flicker of acceptance began to stir within him. In recent times, he had been chronicling the history of the Ultraman Empire using Chinese characters, yet visions of his elder brother would occasionally invade his thoughts. Initially, he attributed these memories to his use of simplified characters, which reminded him of his days on Earth. However, whenever these recollections surfaced, he could only chuckle in resignation. After all, he had already spent 2 centuries in this world. Even if he had not suffered the car accident, it was unlikely he would have lived this long. At times, he pondered where his brother had chosen to lay him to rest, whether he had been cremated or buried. Did his brother marry and have children? Would his offspring light incense in his memory? How tall had the grass grown on his grave over these 2 centuries? Had anyone tended to it? 200 years had elapsed. Surely, no one would neglect his final resting place. Yet, Ultraman V now revealed that his physical form might still endure. Not just possibly, but certainly, his essence remained, calling out to him. However, 200 years had passed. Why? Disbelief clouded his features, and even his heart was rife with denial. Yet, a voice deep within whispered that this was indeed the truth. Have you considered that the flow of time may differ between 2 worlds? Perhaps a day there equates to a year here, or a day there spans a decade here. Thus, your 200 years could be less than a year in that realm. It is not so strange after all. When I first received this news, I was equally astonished, even envious of you, envying your rich history, envying your prolonged lifespans. While centuries have passed in our world, perhaps only a year has elapsed in yours. Our civilization has perished, yet you have barely experienced a single lifetime. It is both tragic and absurd to think that our civilization's timeline pales in comparison to an individual's lifespan. However, upon reflection, I found solace. Though you appear to possess longevity, your passage of time is equally slow. In truth, it balances out. We are gifted with lifespans exceeding 500 years, while you remain limited to less than a century. As Lu Dajuan gazed upon Ultraman V, whose visage bore the marks of time, yet radiated a serene acceptance, he hastily interjected, Your Majesty, that is not what I meant. Ultraman V smiled, gently interrupting Lu Dajuan. No need for explanations. I'm already aware. Have you forgotten our ability to connect through thought waves? We trust that you have not deceived us, for our civilization knows no such concept as a lie. The events of that time have long passed. Without you, our civilization may never have experienced its technological renaissance. While there was destruction then, we have not only restored what was lost but have improved upon it. Thus, you need not bear guilt for the past. At this point, Ultraman V unexpectedly took a step back and bowed deeply toward Lu Dajuan. This gesture was not customary within the Ultraman civilization. It resembled a Western military salute, a fist placed over the heart in respect. But this time, Ultraman V bowed profoundly before Lu Dajuan. Having lived in this world for nearly 2 centuries, Lu Dajuan was momentarily taken aback by the gesture. After a prolonged moment of stillness, he hurriedly assisted Ultraman V back to his feet, repeatedly exclaiming, Your Majesty. What are you doing? Yet Ultraman V maintained his bowing posture, stating, I have a request of you. Your Majesty, please speak freely. There is no need for such formality. Lu Dajuan insisted, attempting to lift him up. I fear that our civilization may not survive this impending cataclysm. Therefore, before Ultraman V could finish, Lu Dajuan interrupted vehemently. That is impossible. With our Ultraman civilization-S technology, a mere deluge cannot possibly threaten us. We shall endure. Very well, let us assume your optimism is warranted. However, regardless of whether our civilization survives the deluge, I implore you to share our history with your world upon your return. If we endure the flood, let it serve as a testament to our cultural legacy. If we do not, then I hope at least our history will not fade into obscurity, that the existence of our Ultraman civilization will be remembered. Upon hearing these words, Lu Dajuan resolutely shook his head. No, I will not return. I wish to remain here. I have spent the majority of my life in this realm over the past 2 centuries. Even if I were to return to my previous world, I cannot possibly continue Ultraman V. Rose and looked Lu Dajuan in the eye. Precisely because of that, you must return. Why? I understand that your time here has exceeded that spent in your original realm. You have embraced our civilization, and for that, I am elated. We, in turn, recognize you as one of our own. However, if our civilization meets its demise in this calamity, you will be the last ember of hope for our Ultraman legacy. Thus, you must survive on our behalf, bearing the hopes of the Ultraman Empire. But there are no buts. This is an order. It is a request from me and all who inhabit the Ultraman Empire. Lu Dajuan hesitated, wanting to voice his thoughts, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Ultraman V seemed to sense Lu Dajuan's hesitation and continued, "Are you suggesting that our civilization is so robust that a mere flood cannot inflict significant damage? Perhaps even no damage at all?" Lu Dajuan nodded, remaining silent, instead awaiting Ultraman V's elaboration. "I once shared your belief, even holding it steadfast for 2 decades, especially during a time of renewed technological advancement that bolstered our confidence. We dispatched numerous light giants to assault the lair of the stellar mosquito. But do you know what we discovered? What? The stellar mosquito and those monsters that previously emerged are artificially created." Lu Dajuan gasped in shock. "What? That is impossible." "Nothing is impossible. Just as your arrival in our world occurred, it is no surprise that these monsters are the result of human creation. But, how could such powerful monsters be Ultraman?" V shook his head once more. "Initially, I too was reluctant to accept this revelation. However, the evidence compelled us to believe. Our findings indicate that the mosquito materialized near our star system without any prior trace in the cosmos. They could not have migrated from another system. As their intellect and speed would not permit such a feat," Lu Dajuan, intrigued, inquired, "but with just this evidence, can we truly conclude that those celestial mosquitoes are of artificial origin?" "Certainly, there is more to it," the other replied. "As I previously mentioned, these discoveries were made during our campaign to eradicate the celestial mosquitoes alongside a multitude of light giants. Initially, we succeeded in eliminating many of them, yet as we sought to vanquish more, it became evident that they were being shielded by unseen hands. Subsequently, they vanished entirely. At the time, we assumed that all celestial mosquitoes had been eradicated, but before long, they re-emerged, appearing as if from thin air. Do you grasp the implications of this? It signifies that someone wishes to prevent our extermination of these creatures. Indeed, Lu Dajuan mused, who in this world possesses such power? Not only to protect these celestial mosquitoes right under our noses, but even to conjure them into existence? The weight of the words "to conjure" into existence lingered heavily in the air. Lu Dajuan was suddenly reminded of the forbidden image from the supreme laboratory of the Ultraman Empire, a divine arm, appearing abruptly in the periphery of Blue Star mere weeks after their arrival, glancing at the planet before departing once more. At the time, they had given it little thought. Yet in light of Ultraman V's assertions and the myriad coincidences that had transpired, the realization dawned upon him. A deity had always been present, ever watchful over them. Even if these celestial mosquitoes were the creation of some god, why then assert that our civilization cannot withstand the deluge? This is clearly I too wish that I am merely overthinking, but the convergence of these events compels me to ponder deeply. Therefore, I hope their dialogue persisted for quite some time, with Su-Imo listening intently. Regarding Ultraman V's deductions, he could only concede that there was indeed substance to his reasoning. Yet at times, knowing too much can prove to be a double-edged sword. He also felt a sense of inadequacy, for as a god, both a creator and a destroyer. He had been uncovered by mere mortals. This was undeniably his failing. Yet some truths are better left unspoken. Merely possessing knowledge is permissible, but voicing it can lead to one's downfall. Moreover, in matters like these, one must not only refrain from speaking, but also feign ignorance. Perhaps this is the tragedy of a civilization devoid of deception. What a pity. Nevertheless, since you have expressed such sentiments, it would be remiss not to summon a monstrous army during the cataclysm. It appears that a visit to the garden is in order. With this thought, Suemo grasped a shovel and stepped outside, his objective set on an ant mound within the garden. Such a monstrous army could be summoned with a mere scoop of the shovel, yielding hundreds, if not thousands, of ants. Coupled with the soil, he envisioned tossing them down as meteorites, believing it would be quite an amusing spectacle. Thus, it seems, one ought not to be overly clever. As Suemo mused this, he plunged the shovel into the ant mound, collecting a mixture of ants and soil into a bucket. He subsequently sealed this bucket within his microcosm, ensuring the ants could not escape. By the time he completed these actions, a millennium had passed. Chapter 14. Two Choices. The previous incident of the monster invasion, while catalyzing a remarkable technological advancement for the Ultra Empire, also consumed an inordinate amount of time. Plans to test the fortress's capabilities and to facilitate the early relocation of all citizens into the fortress were only gradually completed over the past 2 years. As the millennium approached, a palpable tension enveloped the populace. Regardless of their prior confidence in the robustness of their civilization, they now faced an impending calamity that had obliterated 7 civilizations before them, despite having prepared for 7 centuries. It would be disingenuous to claim that anyone was unafraid or unconcerned. This anxiety permeated all layers of society, from the ordinary citizens to the elite ruling class. As the fateful hour drew nearer, the Ultra Empire found itself polarized into 2 extremes. The common citizens had all entered the fortress, choosing to confine themselves within sleep chambers to alleviate any potential burden on the nation and to contribute further towards its efforts. These sleep chambers, a recent innovation, were essentially large iron boxes capable of automatically supplying nourishment. While this may sound simple, equipping 80 billion citizens with such chambers was no trivial matter. Unlike Earthlings, who would simply await their demise upon entering a sleep pod, these individuals had the option to contribute their biological consciousness to the state for greater good. Thus, despite the daunting task, Ultra V announced that anyone willing could receive a sleep chamber. Consequently, the once boisterous youths, known for their brawls, reckless driving, and heavy drinking, vanished entirely. The 81 fortresses of the Ultra Empire were enveloped in an unusual silence. Previously, even the nights had never been this tranquil. Yet, this tranquility only served to amplify the unease within. It felt like the calm before an impending storm. Within the highest research chamber of the Ultra Empire, the scene of the entire empire was projected through the eye of Ultra, revealing the 81 fortresses resembling large inverted bowls resting upon the blue planet. This eerie stillness made the empire appear as if it had succumbed to death. Ultra V, gazing at the fortresses, repeatedly inquired whether any issues might arise. Had all safety measures been activated? Above the blue planet, the technologically advanced fortresses were now enveloped in an energy barrier. Beneath this barrier lay a protective layer of transparent glass crafted from meteorite material. This formidable protection comprised 3 distinct layers, and should all layers be breached, the fortress would be submerged in devastation. Originally, they had not intended to create a transparent design, but once the fortresses were sealed, the loss of contact with the outside world raised concerns about what might transpire within. Zoffy, standing nearby, urged, "Your Majesty, you have not slept for 7 days. Perhaps you should rest. We can arrange for others to conduct the inspections." Ultra V shook his head. "No, I have already made arrangements. How are your preparations progressing?" The first generation stepped forward. "We are ready. 5 initial Diga and the small light giants of the 81 fortresses are prepared to depart at a moment's notice." "Very well. Then let us proceed. This time you must clear our celestial domain thoroughly, ensuring the complete annihilation of all cosmic mosquitoes. If absolutely necessary, they must be expelled. Remember, you have but 1 month. Regardless of your progress, you must return within that time frame. Ensure the mission is accomplished. As the first generation prepared to link his consciousness with Diga, Ultra V intervened once more. This time, forego the mental linkage. Enter the light giant in your physical form. The first generation paused, trembling slightly, yet ultimately nodded vigorously, affirming, "I will ensure the mission is accomplished." After the first generation departed, Ultra V turned to Zoffy. "Zoffy, you should accompany them. The first generation can be rather obstinate. If something goes awry, do not return. Those accompanying you are the most promising youths of our Ultra Empire. However, due to their youth, they may lack experience, so you must oversee them closely. If our homeworld falls, you will be the last ember of the Ultra Empire. But, Your Majesty," Zoffy's words were cut short by Ultra V's raised hand. "I am the king of the Ultra Empire. Here, anyone may leave, but I cannot. Go now. Do not waste any more time. This is merely the worst-case scenario. Perhaps, just perhaps, our situation is not as dire as we envision." After speaking, Ultra V turned his gaze towards the vast screen behind him. Zoffy clenched his fist, resting it against his chest, nodding resolutely at Ultra V's back before turning to depart. Long after Zoffy had left, Ultra V finally raised his head, wishing to accomplish more, to perfect the circumstances. Yet, he realized that he had exhausted all avenues of action. After a moment of silence, he addressed his guards, summoned General Liu. Before long, the increasingly dazed General Liu was brought forth. He appeared akin to an elderly individual suffering from dementia, sluggish in all his actions, even as he struggled to respond. He resembled an antiquated computer, frequently freezing with the message that the current application was unresponsive. Observing Liu's current state, Ultra V placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Have you still not made your decision?" General Liu stammered. "I wish to remain here with you all to face. I have told you, you must return to your world. You have a more significant task ahead. But there are no buts. I present you with two choices. First, I bestow upon you the title of Duke, and you will promote the culture of the Ultra Empire on Earth. Second, I will publicly declare, in my capacity as the king of the Ultra Empire, that the emergence of monsters is entirely your fault. Consequently, you will not only be deemed a criminal across the Ultra Empire, but I will also strip you of all your positions and revoke your citizenship. Choose wisely." As Ultra V's words echoed, a row of guards approached, carrying 2 trays. One tray held a meticulously folded scarlet cloak. It is worth noting that in the Ultra Empire, donning a cloak was a privilege reserved for those of noble rank. The other tray bore an emblem signifying the title of Duke within the Ultra Empire, glimmering under the laboratory lights, captivating the gaze of the surrounding scientists and guards alike. Chapter 15. I am a sinner of civilization. Chapter 15. Liu Dajuan steadfastly shook his head at the 2 paths before him, declaring, "No, there's a third path." Initially, when Liu Dajuan made this gesture, the brow of Otto V furrowed, ready to rebuke him. However, upon hearing Liu's words, he paused, intrigued to hear what alternative Liu might propose. Otto V remained silent, merely observing Liu Dajuan. Liu Dajuan gradually shifted his gaze, as if contemplating deeply or having momentarily lost focus. After a brief moment, he spoke again. "I can return, but perhaps you can accompany me," he continued. "As long as you activate the biological computers of everyone worldwide when my consciousness returns to Earth, we may be able to open a pathway to my world." At first, Liu Dajuan's words were somewhat halting, but as he spoke, his pace became increasingly fluid. A glimmer of realization sparked in Otto V's mind, and he began to contemplate the feasibility of this route. However, after a moment, he shook his head. While the plan had some viability, it would effectively mean relinquishing the bodies of all citizens of the Otto Empire. Unless it came down to the final moment, he would not make such a choice. Seeing Otto V's silence, Liu Dajuan pressed on. "I understand your concerns, but I'm not suggesting that you abandon your physical forms outright. My intention is to take the first step and clear the way for you. As long as you record the coordinates, this may become the final retreat for the entire Otto civilization." After a long silence, Otto V finally nodded. "Very well. Regardless of whether this plan succeeds, you shall become a Duke of the Auto Empire. Subsequently, a team of researchers began swiftly calculating the feasibility of this endeavor and how to implement it. Meanwhile, in the real world, Sumo was far from calm. What is happening? I allowed you to traverse to the microcosm and offered you a chance to return, and yet you wish to abduct the inhabitants of my microcosm as well. Do you truly not comprehend the meaning of death? Do you think a level 1 creator god is not a deity? In truth, whether Lu Dajuan lived or returned was of little consequence to Sumo. Although he currently inhabited the body of an Auto Empire citizen, he remained fundamentally an Earthling. However, the emergence of those from the Auto Empire was an entirely different matter. Sumo's ambition for annihilation stemmed from a desire to elevate his own status. How does one elevate status? By obliterating an entire civilization and consolidating their essence within oneself. Understand this clearly. The goal is to annihilate all life of that civilization, leaving none behind. Only through such complete destruction can one amass the greatest status and maximize benefits. Otherwise, even if a single Auto citizen remains, the status would be equally divided between Sumo and that individual. At present, Sumo had permitted travelers to enter his microcosm and, out of camaraderie for fellow Earthlings, granted Lu Dajuan the opportunity to return. However, it was one thing for Lu to return alone. It was utterly unacceptable for him to attempt to take others from the microcosm with him. Casting a glance at the time, he noted it was 11:58. 2 minutes in the microcosm equated to nearly 40 days. Originally, Sumo had intended to grant them a full millennium, but since they sought to stir trouble, he would not hesitate to accelerate the annihilation. With this thought, Sumo rose from his reclined position, and with a single step, he vanished from the rustic courtyard. Alongside him, 2 small buckets also disappeared, one half filled with water, the other half filled with earth mixed with countless stones. During the brief interlude of Sumo's entry into the microcosm, several days had passed within. They had completed all preparations and had activated the biological brains of all citizens of the Auto Empire. Once Lu Dajuan returned to the real world, they would record the coordinates as the final retreat for the Auto Empire. Lu Dajuan sat cross-legged in a hall adorned with numerous high-tech instruments. Behind him draped a crimson cloak, symbolizing his status, and the Duke's medal on his chest shone resplendently. Outside the hall, everyone monitored the events through surveillance. As soon as Lu Dajuan's consciousness detached from his body, they would mark the coordinates. If feasible, they wished to maintain this pathway in an open state. Lu Dajuan closed his eyes, aligning himself with the deepest guidance of his heart. He felt his consciousness gradually blur, his body becoming weightless. In his ears, a voice echoed from the depths of his memory, familiar yet tinged with strangeness. "Brother Dajuan, how are you? Don't scare me." It was his brother's call. It seemed the Auto King had spoken truthfully. The flow of time differed on both sides. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have experienced 200 years while his brother remained alive. However, the term brother felt so foreign. It had been 200 years since they last met, and he wondered how much time had passed on Earth and what his brother was like now. As these thoughts swirled, everything around him began to fade into obscurity. His body felt as if it were soaring, and in that moment, Lu Dajuan's consciousness abruptly sharpened as he turned to take one last look at the world he had inhabited for 2 centuries. Yet the instant he turned, his mind went blank. Before him unfolded a world that seemed to be accelerated. He had long been prepared for the differing flow of time, so he was not particularly surprised. However, what truly astonished him was the sight of an enormous, terrifying creature observing him from the cosmos. In the moment their gazes met, he saw the creature raise a hand towards him. Yet he did not interpret this gesture as a greeting. Rather, in that instant of the wave, a revelation dawned upon him. Due to the Auto Empire's attempt to open a pathway to other worlds, the annihilation mode has been activated. This voice was authoritative, solemn, yet cold and merciless, as if spoken by a machine devoid of emotion. In the next moment, with a mere wave of that terrifying being's hand, countless meteors and monstrous entities hurtled towards the blue planet. Lu Dajuan's face drained of color as his soul trembled uncontrollably. Once again, he had led the Auto Empire down a path of no return. Chapter 16. Extraordinary Artifacts Tears of Despair. In this chapter, Suemo gazed at the increasingly distant soul of Lu Dajuan, whose face was etched with reluctance, regret, and agony, as a slight smile played upon his lips. It was evident that Lu Dajuan had acquired this information due to Suemo's voluntary disclosure. Initially, Suemo intended to grant them a millennium, and even a few additional years would have posed no issue. After all, it merely equated to a few extra minutes. He had done so in the past, such as the time he lost track of time while watching short videos featuring charming young women, resulting in a delay of several minutes during the apocalypse, a mere 5 years in the microcosm. Thus, Suemo maintained a nonchalant attitude regarding the timing of the world's end. However, this time was different. He had merely wished to observe how these individuals, armed with such knowledge and preparations, would act, especially in the presence of time travelers. He was curious about their ultimate capabilities, yet he was taken aback by their audacity to instigate chaos. Engaging in turmoil within the microcosm was one matter, but bringing it into the real world was absolutely intolerable for Suemo. Although he was indifferent about the premature apocalypse, he felt a twinge of guilt considering that these individuals had prepared for years. Given that they were aware of the cyclical nature of catastrophic events occurring every millennium, and with only 2 months remaining until the next, Suemo felt a pang of remorse. Yet what could he do? It was inconceivable to allow them to actually reach Earth. Therefore, Suemo resolved to attribute this incident to Lu Dajuan. After all, it was his actions that had prompted the early apocalypse, so it would not be entirely fair to blame him, as it was simply the truth. If the 5th generation of Ultraman were to learn of Suemo's thoughts, he would undoubtedly face their wrath. You seek to witness the pinnacle of our civilization, to explore what we might achieve. Yet now that we have conjured turmoil, you express discontent. Are you even human? I ask you, are you truly human? Lu Dajuan, observing the meteor shower and a monstrous army hurtling toward Blue Star, fell to his knees in despair, fervently bowing toward Suemo. Please, spare them. The idea of opening gateways to otherworld was mine. If you seek blame, direct it at me. I implore you, let them be. Sumoriman silent, accelerating the advance of the monstrous army. If he did not act swiftly, they would indeed lock onto their coordinates. While locking the passage was within his capabilities, he hesitated, believing he might require time travelers in the future. Thus, he aimed to patch the vulnerabilities in the microcosm, ensuring that only those he permitted could enter. Others, particularly those from the microcosm, would be strictly prohibited from venturing beyond. As the meteors and monstrous legions surged forward, Lu Dajuan, in utter despair, wept. Why? Why can you not spare this civilization? All the fault lies with me. If punishment is due, let it befall me. The immense, unfathomable entity remained silent, appearing as an emotionless automaton, unresponsive to his pleas for mercy. Turning back to the direction from whence he came, he found that, paradoxically, he perceived everything with greater clarity upon detaching from his physical form. He could see Zophi and the Ultraman army searching for the celestial giant mosquito above Blue Star. And within the laboratory, the 5th generation of Ultraman was excitedly attempting to breach doors to other worlds. He could even see his own body, which had served him for 2 centuries, with startling clarity. The sight of the crimson cloak and the glimmering Duke's insignia on his chest was painfully vivid. He longed to return to the laboratory and relay everything he had witnessed to the 5th generation of Ultraman. He wished he could travel back 3 days and deliver a resounding slap to his former self who had conceived this ill-fated plan. But now it was all too late. The meteor shower, engulfed in flames and accompanied by a terrifying legion of monsters, was on the brink of entering Blue Star's domain. Meanwhile, Zophi and his companions, searching for the celestial giant mosquito, stood as the last, most hopeful chance for Ultraman civilization to avert the impending doom. As Lu Dajuan knelt in the void, his eyes filled with anguish and fury, he pounded the emptiness with his fists, roaring in regret. Had I but heeded the words of the Ultraman King sooner, I could have returned to my original world. Had I done so, none of this would have transpired. Why was I so foolish? Why did I presume myself to be clever? Even if I had chosen not to return to my world, dying there would have been preferable to this. Had I never become Ultraman? Perhaps my arrival in this world was a grave error. I should never have come. I should have perished long ago. Forgive me, all of you. I am the one who has condemned you. I am the sinner of the entire Ultraman Empire. At that moment, in the realm of souls, Lu Dajuan was consumed by despair, rendered powerless to act, merely an observer of the unfolding tragedy. Two murky tears streamed down his desolate cheeks, cascading into the void before solidifying into tangible droplets. As these two tears materialized, the rudimentary system crafted by Su Mo emitted a series of alerts. Beep, beep. Extraordinary artifact detected. Beep, beep. Extraordinary artifact detected. Su Mo furrowed his brow at the system's notifications, perplexed by the unexpected emergence of extraordinary artifacts in his magic-less microcosm. Soon, he noticed the two crystalline droplets suspended in the void. With a mere glance, the formation and appearance of these droplets replayed vividly in his mind. Frowning slightly, Su Mo recognized that under normal circumstances, Lu Dajuan, in a state of soul, should not be capable of shedding tears. However, upon examining the system's report, he finally understood the phenomenon. Soul tears. Tears born from a soul in utter despair, regret, and unwillingness, with a mere 1 in a million chance of manifestation. Rank 3. 14. Level 3. Effect possesses a chance to enable low-level universes to give birth to the extraordinary. Observing these tears, emblematic of profound despair, Su Mo found it astonishing that such an item, with a quality equivalent to level 3, even in extraordinary realms, had emerged within this magic-less microcosm. As for the rank, Su Mo felt no surprise, considering Lu Dajuan hailed from a world of rank 3. 14, making the emergence of extraordinary items with that rank unsurprising. With a thought, Su Mo summoned the two droplets of soul tears into his palm. Their small size belied their significance, akin to a vast lake within this microcosm. After deliberation, he ultimately decided to secure these two droplets for future endeavors. With this extraordinary development, perhaps the future will not be confined solely to the relentless pursuit of technological advancement. Yet, the emergence of such extraordinary capabilities is not imminent, for this civilization stands at the brink of extinction, awaiting the dawn of a new era. After all, knowledge can be a double-edged sword, and the ambition to breach the threshold to another world may lead to dire consequences. Rest assured, once your civilization crumbles, I shall ensure that the next does not tread the same path you have. Let this be considered your contribution to the world. Nevertheless, I owe a debt of gratitude to Lu Dajuan. Without him, I would not have acquired this remarkable artifact. Indeed, traversers are invaluable. Lu Dajuan yearned to return and relay his experiences to Ultraman 5, urging Zoffy and the others to flee swiftly, for the farther they distanced themselves, the greater their chances of evading this unprecedented and perilous cataclysm. Yet, he found himself increasingly distanced from the lifeless body he had inhabited for 2 centuries. No matter how hard he tried to return, all he could do was watch helplessly as Ultraman 5 and the others strived to uncover the path back to Earth. In this moment of despair, he was filled with impotent rage, trapped in a passage leading back to his world. In the distance, a radiant light re-emerged, and he sensed that by passing through this luminous point, he could return to his original world, to his own body. Yet at that moment, he would rather embrace death than return alone to a world that felt foreign to him. He could not bear the weight of an entire civilization's fate, nor could he find solace in knowing he was the architect of its demise. He was a sinner, a transgressor against the civilization of the Ultraman Empire. Yet they still regarded themselves as heroes, adorning him with the title of Duke. The irony was not lost on him. However, no matter how Lu Dajuan struggled, roared, or bellowed, his efforts were ultimately futile. At that moment, everything he had known ceased to hold any significance. Suddenly, the radiant point erupted with a tremendous force, drawing him in. In the next instant, his soul vanished from the small universe he had inhabited for 2 centuries. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, a young man observed the distant flickering of starlight and, perplexed, inquired of his companion, "Zoffy, what is that?" Zoffy, initially believing it to be a colossal, starry mosquito, turned to look, his expression shifting dramatically. An apocalypse, a cataclysmic meteor shower. The first generation, upon hearing this, also turned to gaze, his superior vision revealing not only countless meteors, but also monstrous creatures with 6 legs and hard shells. These were the black-armored beasts they had encountered before. No, it cannot be. How is this possible? I thought we were facing a deluge of destruction, not meteors. This cannot be real, he exclaimed. Our fortress cannot withstand such a meteor onslaught. We must intercept them all. Before he could finish, Zoffy covered his mouth, disregarding the first-generation struggles, and commanded, "By the decree of Ultraman 5, I hereby assume the role of Supreme Commander of the Light Giants. All personnel, heed my orders. Abandon Blue Star at once." Chapter 17. The Last Stubbornness of Civilization. The Land of Light. Bang! As Zoffy finished speaking, the first generation abruptly pushed him aside, his face etched with fury. "Zoffy, do you even comprehend what you are saying? I am fully aware, so now, immediately, we must flee from Blue Star." Zoffy's tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. "No, I refuse to believe it. I am the supreme commander of this mission, and I have received no other orders from the king. Thus, I cannot trust your words." Zoffy provided no further explanation, simply brandishing a badge that signified his identity as Ultraman 5. This validated his earlier claims. Yet, the first generation remained steadfast. "I disagree with your assertion. Even if you are the supreme commander, I will not acquiesce to your order to retreat. Do you understand what it means to flee? It would mean abandoning the Ultraman Empire, our people, and the king. I shall never agree to retreat. Only cowards choose to evade." Zoffy, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming urge to strike the first generation. If it were not for the disparity in their abilities, he would have knocked him out and taken him away. However, given the current circumstances, neither his strength nor the time permitted such an action. Thus, he could only express his anger. "Do you even realize what you're saying or doing? Do you wish to defy orders? I, the first generation of Ultraman, am of royal blood. I heed no one but the king. This is the king's command. Will you heed it or not?" Zoffy was nearly driven to madness by this declaration, his speech faltering with fury. The first generation spoke the truth. He was of royal lineage, and Zoffy truly felt powerless against him. Even if he were to disregard the command, there was naught he could do. His own strength did not allow for such measures. In this moment, he truly wished to abandon the situation. The first generation was aware of Zoffy's obstinacy, having worked alongside him for 5 centuries. Who among them could claim ignorance of the other? Even before their departure, the king had specifically mentioned this matter. Although Zoffy had received orders, he did not place much significance on them. After all, they had eradicated the cosmic mosquitoes countless times without incident. Moreover, this time they had been granted a month of preparation. In his view, a month was excessive. If all went well, they could return within a week, rendering his authority unnecessary. Yet, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? In truth, he had attempted to contact Ultraman 5 upon discovering the meteors and monsters. For reasons unknown, Ultraman 5 had not responded. At that moment, he understood that perhaps other issues were unfolding within the Empire. With so many events converging at this critical juncture, Ultraman 5 had previously instructed that if problems arose, he could decisively lead others away from Blue Star. When the first generation fell silent upon hearing Zoffy's declaration of the King's command, he could hardly be unaware that this might indeed be the King's directive. Having worked alongside Zoffy for 5 centuries, he understood his character well. Thus, Zoffy's audacious claim was grounded in reason. Typically, even without the badge of Ultraman 5, he would unconditionally trust him. But he could not depart. As he had stated earlier, behind him lay Blue Star, the citizens of the Ultraman Empire. He did not know how many meteors he could withstand, but if he could bear even one more, it would grant the people of Blue Star Fraction more hope for survival. Seeing that the first generation remained unmoved, Zoffy implored again, "Quickly, leave with me. This is the King's order. I will not go." The first generation shook his head firmly. The 30 young pilots behind him echoed in unison, "We will not leave. You are defying the King's orders. You are being foolish, jeopardizing yourselves and the future of the entire Ultraman Empire. Zophi's voice rose in a roar. But the first generation and his young companions remained resolute. Both sides stood in tense opposition. The meteors and monsters descending upon Blue Star like a breathtaking meteor shower against the night sky. I understand this is the king's command, but I truly cannot leave. Zophi, you must go. Take these young ones with you. Do not utter such nonsense. Now, immediately, come with me. The first generation offered no response, but bellowed at the young pilots beside him. Form up. In an instant, the 30 young ones assumed a defensive formation. The remaining 50 exchanged glances before another 20 joined their ranks. Zophi was nearly beside himself with rage, disregarding everything as he charged forward, landing a left hook on the first generation. The latter did not resist, instead twisting to face the looming meteors and roaring. What do you see there? Tell me what that is. Meteors and monsters. Then tell me, after 7 centuries of preparation, what cataclysm are we about to face? A deluge. Do you truly believe our fortress can withstand these meteors? Or do you think your body can shield against them? If you wish to perish, do so alone. Do not drag these young ones with you. They are the future of our Ultraman Empire. Do you wish for our civilization to perish here today? Zophi's furious shouts caused the young pilots to glance at each other, momentarily uncertain of whom to follow. Used. Before the first generation could finish, Zophi suddenly received a projection communication from Ultraman 5. Without hesitation, he connected, revealing Ultraman 5 and a host of researchers diligently immersed in their work within a vast laboratory. They were oblivious to the imminent meteors, engrossed in pinpointing the coordinates of Lu Dajuan's world. They had summoned all available biological calculators and had just detected the complete disappearance of Lu Dajuan's consciousness. Concurrently, they sensed a unique spatial fluctuation, confident that with a little more time, they could research and identify this anomaly. This was why they had failed to notice the meteors. With the current technological prowess of the Ultraman Empire, they would have discovered them long ago, even without Zophi's warning. Ultraman 5 straightened his slightly crumpled cloak and inquired, Zophi, what has transpired? Your Majesty, the cataclysmic meteors have appeared. What? Ultraman 5 visibly staggered at this revelation, questioning if he had misheard. They had prepared for 7 centuries to face the Great Flood. Why had it morphed into meteors? Moreover, they were acutely aware that their civilization was still over a month away from a millennium. Why had this occurred prematurely? Not only meteors, but also monsters. Many monsters. They are already approaching the Blue Star star system and will enter its atmosphere in no more than 20 minutes. Ultraman 5 staggered once more, nearly collapsing without the support of his guards. At this moment, Ultraman 5, disregarding everything else, urgently turned to the researcher beside him and inquired, how much longer until we can lock onto that spatial coordinate and the peculiar spatial fluctuation? The researcher, having overheard the dialogue between Ultraman 5 and Zophi, promptly replied, Your Majesty, if we utilize all the biological calculators in the nation, we will still require 3 days to pinpoint that coordinate. Moreover, this does not account for. Ultraman 5, unable to bear the delay, waved his hand dismissively. 3 days was far too long, and time was of the essence. Moreover, this was merely to establish the spatial coordinate. Without having developed the means to navigate through that unique spatial fluctuation, they would be utterly incapable of reaching Lu Dajuan's world. Zophi, you must lead everyone away from Blue Star immediately, depart from the Blue Star star system, and never return. Yes, Your Majesty, but the first generation. Zophi's words were cut short by Ultraman 5. I am aware. I will speak with him and establish a communication link. Moments later, the image of the first generation appeared on the screen. Ultraman 5, with a grave expression, addressed him. Ultraman First Generation. From this point onward, you are to unconditionally obey Zophi's commands until you have vacated the Blue Star star system. Once you find a planet where our Ultraman Empire can thrive, you shall sever all ties with the Ultraman Empire and establish a new nation, the Land of Light. You will become the 6th king of the Ultraman Empire and the first king of the Land of Light. For now, you remain a citizen of the Ultraman Empire, so immediately, without delay, comply with orders. The first generation clenched his fist to his chest and shouted through the communication device, "I vow to fulfill the command." As he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks. The communication was swiftly terminated, and Zoffy led everyone rapidly toward the left. Their pace was swift, yet each member could not resist glancing back at the Azure planet, their homeland, where their families awaited. They understood that this departure might mean they would never set foot on this planet again. Meanwhile, after issuing the command, Ultraman 5, who had stood tall for 500 years, finally succumbed to despair. He realized that their civilization was bereft of hope. They had spent 7 centuries preparing for the cataclysmic flood, only to discover they had been mistaken. Generations had upheld a belief for 700 years, which now shattered the resolve of Ultraman 5, who had led the Ultraman civilization through reform and strength. "Your Majesty, we now." Ultraman 5 remained silent for a moment, straightened his back once more, and his third eye glimmered with a terrifying and captivating light. "Cease the spatial research project. Activate the highest defensive light wave and initiate the strongest protective form. The heavens have played a cruel joke on us, but even so, I shall convey to the heavens that our Ultraman Empire shall never concede defeat." Though he spoke with determination, deep down, he recognized the grim reality. The Ultraman Empire was finished. If it were merely the flood, he would face it with unwavering confidence, even if monsters emerged alongside it. However, a meteor shower was an unforeseen threat. Yet a flicker of hope remained within him, stemming from Zoffy and the others, as long as they survived. The Ultraman Empire retained a glimmer of possibility. Nevertheless, they would not surrender. Even if he understood the tenuousness of this hope, he would fight to the bitter end. With Ultraman 5's orders, beams of terrifying light surged from the 81 fortresses, converging and expanding into a colossal protective shield that enveloped them all. Its total area encompassed 1/10 of Blue Star. This immense shield resembled a vast bowl placed over Blue Star, firmly safeguarding the 81 fortresses, each of which resembled smaller bowls encased in individual protective shields. This represented the pinnacle of the Ultraman Empire's defense. If this could not protect its citizens, then, in the depths of the universe, observing Zoffy and the others attempting to flee, Su-Mo smirked slightly, thinking of escaping. "Not so fast. If you run, how will my status elevate? Mosquitoes, now is your time to prove your worth." Chapter 18, Su Motake's Action. Chapter 18, The Land of Light, the King of Ultra. You certainly know how to amuse yourselves. However, now that you intend to conjure the Land of Light, it seems quite reasonable for a horde of monstrous beasts to arrive and wreak havoc upon its establishment. Thus, the emergence of these monstrous legions cannot solely be attributed to me. It is merely a consequence of your initiation. Indeed, that is the case. As Su-Mo muttered to himself, shifting the blame onto Lu Dajuan and Zophie, he discarded all but a few female mosquitoes designated for propagation, casting the rest before Zophie and the others. In an instant, over 3,000 mosquitoes enveloped them. The colossal starry sky mosquitoes, coupled with their terrifying numbers, formed a dark, oppressive cloud. The buzzing sound generated by their flapping wings reverberated through the space, causing it to tremble in response. The sharp mandibles glinted ominously, making even the giant light warriors piloted by them cautious in their approach. Faced with this sudden and unforeseen swarm of mosquitoes that surrounded them, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Although their initial objective was to eradicate the mosquitoes surrounding Blue Star, that was before the meteor shower commenced. Now, their sole desire was to escape from Blue Star, escape from this star domain. Yet, these mosquitoes, which they had previously sought in vain, now materialized before them as if summoned by an unseen hand. It was evident to anyone of sound mind that this was a premeditated scheme by a hidden adversary, whose sole aim was to prevent their departure, indeed, even to annihilate them here. Zophie's face darkened at the sight before him. Over 3,000 starry sky mosquitoes, each no smaller than 300 meters, loomed ominously. In contrast, their smaller light warriors measured a mere 100 meters. Although these mosquitoes lacked intelligence, and possessed a singular mode of attack. They were matched against warriors equipped with formidable combat instincts and an array of specialized high-energy weaponry. Yet, the sheer numbers were overwhelming. Previously, they would not have feared such a multitude, for these mosquitoes were disorganized and would scatter upon confrontation. They could have coordinated to divide and conquer, systematically eliminating their foes. The original warrior turned to Zophie. "Zophie, what shall we do now?" Zophie clenched his fists tightly, ultimately commanding triangle formation, prepare the ultralight wave, and charge forward with me. As Zophie's command echoed, 3 colossal Diga warriors assumed a triangular formation at the forefront, while the remaining 81 smaller light warriors positioned themselves behind, mirroring the triangular arrangement. The last 2 large Diga warriors stood as rearguard. Simultaneously, all light warriors crossed their arms over their chests, channeling their formidable powers, ultimately unleashing 86 terrifying energy beams toward the oppressive mass of starry sky mosquitoes. Wherever the light waves passed, the starry sky mosquitoes either erupted in a violent explosion or were cleaved in two. In a single strike, over 300 starry sky mosquitoes fell, achieving a remarkable feat of decimating 1/10 of the enemy's strength in a matter of moments. However, Zophie's countenance remained grim, for their attack had failed to breach the formation of the mosquitoes, which in the past would have scattered at the slightest provocation. Though he had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it firsthand was disheartening. Moreover, the ultralight wave was not something to be unleashed at will. It demanded immense energy and time to gather. The inability to penetrate the mosquito formation signified that they would now need to force their way through. Under normal circumstances, he would not have feared such an endeavor. But their current objective was not to eliminate the starry sky mosquitoes, but rather to escape. As Zophie and his companions formed their ranks, the mosquitoes simultaneously launched their assault, a relentless tide surging toward them. Despite the ultralight wave's onslaught, the closest wave of mosquitoes had been eradicated, yet the remaining swarm still posed an overwhelming threat. When confronted with the starry sky mosquitoes, Zophie had contemplated reporting to Ultra 5, but ultimately dismissed the notion. They could not burden Ultra 5 with further pressures. Moreover, given the current circumstances, even if they transmitted information, Ultra 5 could offer no substantial assistance. Thus, it was better to adhere to the orders previously issued by Ultra 5 and carve a path through the bloodshed. One Digo warrior surged ahead, felling 2 mosquitoes with a powerful punch, igniting the surrounding insects in a blaze of fury. Yet, he was swiftly kicked aside by 2 larger Digo warriors, leading the smaller light warriors, barely exceeding 100 meters in height, onward. However, the mosquito horde was undeterred. While they could not contend with the towering giants, they targeted the smaller light warriors with ferocity. The vast starry sky mosquitoes, both colossal and numerous, relentlessly infiltrated their ranks. Every warrior present had weathered countless battles. They could easily defeat 1 or 2, even 3 or 4 starry sky mosquitoes individually. It merely required more time, and the disparity in size was a significant hindrance. Yet now, confronted by an overwhelming swarm, they were relegated to a defensive stance. The elongated, slender legs of starry sky mosquito ensnared one light warrior, its sharp mandibles thrusting toward the cockpit with lethal intent. Simultaneously, another light warrior drew a luminous sword, severing the mosquito in 2, but his comrade was lost forever. The light warriors possessed 2 critical vulnerabilities. First, the energy core in their chests. Once depleted, they became mere heaps of metal, and an explosion would ensue if the core were breached. Second, the cockpit served as the control center. Should a light warrior fall, it would lose all power and functionality. In a single charge, the starry sky mosquitoes suffered losses exceeding 700. 500 had perished to the ultralight wave, while subsequent melee encounters resulted in further casualties among the mosquitoes, as well as the light warriors of the Ultra Empire. Faced with such a multitude of starry sky mosquitoes, especially under human control, even the 3 leading Diga warriors found themselves unable to stem the tide. Push through. Stay close to my lead. The exit lies ahead. My energy system has collapsed. Brothers, I will hold the rear. With each explosion and furious roar, the hopes of the entire Ultra Empire gradually fell upon this path in search of a new sanctuary. Meanwhile, within the Ultra Empire, Ultra 5 rallied his spirits, resolutely directing the operations of the entire empire. Constantly adjusting strategies, they endeavored to utilize everything at their disposal to confront the impending meteor shower. Reports indicated that the meteorites had entered the attack zone, with a mere 15 minutes remaining before they breached the atmosphere of Blue Star. Should they proceed with the assault? Upon hearing this, Emperor Oder V relaxed his furrowed brow. 15 minutes, then let us attack. At all costs, we must annihilate as many meteorites and monstrosities as possible before they penetrate our atmosphere. Your Majesty, after meticulous calculations, we believe that if we detonate that satellite, the resulting explosion might redirect the meteor shower away from Blue Star. Is it feasible? Perhaps, if the light giants are still present. Oder V pondered for a moment. If we concentrate all our firepower, is there a possibility of destroying that satellite, or alternatively, employing other methods to directly alter Blue Star's trajectory to evade these meteorites? Calculations suggested a 16% chance of success, but there was a staggering 79% likelihood that the satellite's explosion would render us unable to control the shockwave. Detonate, Oder V declared, his tone resolute. However, if we chose to destroy the satellite, we would have no time left to combat the meteor shower. Detonate, yes. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Meanwhile, Su Mo, who had been closely monitoring the situation, was taken aback. Damn it, I merely wish to eliminate you, and you intend to blow up my moon. Are you even human? Do you have any idea how troublesome it is to destroy a moon? Its destruction would lead to countless calamities. As he contemplated, Su Mo began to deliberate whether he should intervene to protect the moon. If any other celestial body were obliterated, he would be utterly indifferent, as those planets were insignificant, merely resource-rich realms exploited by advanced civilizations. However, the moon was different. Its disappearance would destabilize Blue Star's magnetic field, resulting in catastrophic natural disasters such as tsunamis, earthquakes, and typhoons. If such phenomena were to persist, how could Blue Star civilization hope to flourish? Reconstructing a moon is no trivial matter. The true challenge lies in re-establishing its orbit and binding it to Blue Star, a process that could consume an estimated 5,000 years. 5,000 years! One could nurture 5 civilizations in that time. Thus the moon must not be allowed to be destroyed. Just as Su Mo was lost in thought, the meteor shower reached the moon's periphery. Simultaneously, a terrifying radiance erupted from Blue Star, aimed directly at the moon. As Su Mo grappled with how to intervene, he observed that the assault had already commenced. With little time to spare, he extended his hand to intercept the menacing glow. Within the highest laboratory of the Oder Empire, all eyes were fixated on the monitoring screens. Their hearts surged with excitement, hope, and anticipation. If they succeeded, the threat of meteorites and monsters would be averted. Yet, in the next moment, astonishment gripped them, and the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Chapter 19. The Cataclysmic Deluge. Chapter 19. Before them stood an immense, boundless behemoth. It appeared so abruptly, thwarting their most formidable assault, which had been launched with the combined might of the entire Ultraman civilization. It also extinguished their final glimmer of hope. In that moment, silence enveloped them all. The monitors failed to reveal the nature of this sudden manifestation that had obstructed their attack, leaving them bewildered as to how it had materialized. The Ultraman, I could not fully comprehend this entity, nor could it capture its entirety. They could only vaguely discern the colossal chasms, reminiscent of mountains and ravines, along with the interminable fissures that mar the earth. When magnified, it indeed resembled mountains, hills, and valleys. Yet on the screens of the Ultraman Empire, these formations appeared more akin to the divine fingerprints of a deity, or perhaps a new continent, or a celestial chasm, a barrier that the Ultraman Empire could never surpass, starkly positioned between Blue Star and that satellite, effectively snuffing out their last hope. The laser beams, unleashed with tremendous force by the Ultraman Empire, carried the power to obliterate all in their path. This strike represented their most potent offensive, capable of annihilating an entire planet. Even if it was merely a satellite, the one closest to Blue Star. The terrifying energy warped the very air within a 5,000-meter radius, rendering it charred and distorted. Even the most minuscule of bacteria fell victim to this overwhelming force. The vacuum shattered, reality twisted. Yet this cataclysmic energy collided with the suddenly manifested chasm without stirring a single ripple. After a prolonged silence, Ultraman V stumbled and collapsed, acutely aware that the Ultraman Empire was doomed. This time it was truly over. Previously, he had comforted himself with the notion that all of this was mere coincidence, an accident, that the apocalypse was merely a divine trial. Even though he did not entirely believe these reassurances, he had shared with others the notion of a terrifying presence watching over their civilization. Yet, deep down, he yearned for those thoughts to be mere figments of his imagination. When he grasped or conjectured the reality of the situation, his heart resembled that of a gambler, incessantly warning others of inevitable defeat, while simultaneously convincing himself that their civilization still held a glimmer of hope. For they could never hope to contend with that being. From the moment Lu Dajuan had first materialized, and he glimpsed a fragment of this existence through the Ultraman eye, he had known the answer. Nevertheless, he wagered the entirety of his civilization, placing it on a losing gamble. He fervently prayed that his suspicions were unfounded, yet he was correct. The deity had never intended for them to emerge victorious from this trial. Civilization exceeding a millennium would not arise on this planet. He understood that he was finished, and with him, the entire Ultraman civilization had met its end. He had lost the gamble, the price being the lives of 8 billion souls. Now, all he wished for was that Zophie and the others would discover a new sanctuary, never to return to this wretched place. This was the final wish of Ultraman V. As Ultraman V's form fell heavily to the ground, those surrounding him finally regained their senses and rushed to support him. Calls echoed through the highest laboratory of the Ultraman Empire. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! What has happened? Someone quickly! The king has collapsed." However, Ultraman V could no longer hear them. This sovereign, who had reigned for 5 centuries, who had always strived for strength and led the Ultraman Empire towards prosperity, who had aspired to challenge the heavens and guide his civilization into the future, had finally succumbed. Even in death, he continued to pray, hoping that Zophie and the others would find a new home. The chasm that had abruptly appeared to thwart the Ultraman Empire's mightiest attack vanished. In the sky, 2 points of light flickered, not stars, but meteors, or perhaps a meteor shower. No, that was incorrect, for the meteors grew larger, trailing terrifying flames as they descended rapidly towards Blue Star. They breached the atmosphere, causing the entire planet to tremble. In a laboratory, no one paid heed to the unfolding spectacle above. The shock of what they had just witnessed overwhelmed them. And even if they had chosen to pay attention, what could they possibly do? Hope had evaporated the moment Ultraman V opted to destroy the satellite in a desperate gamble. Perhaps there had never been hope to begin with. Ultraman V had repeatedly instilled a sense of hope, albeit a fragile one. Simply because he existed, he was the very backbone of the Ultraman Empire. As long as he remained, the citizens of the Ultraman Empire would trust him unconditionally, for he embodied their hope. But now, with the fall of their beacon, hope had dissipated. A resounding roar echoed across the skies of the Ultraman Empire, and the very earth began to tremble. The meteor shower merely appeared, and even before they made contact, they had altered the gravitational balance of Blue Star, unleashing a catastrophic tsunami that radiated in all directions. The meteors, trailing flames, collided with the Empire's strongest defenses. With a resounding crash, the colossal meteor shattered, scattering debris across the sky. Then came the second, third, and fourth. Most of the meteors did not strike the protective shield, but instead impacted Blue Star's surface, creating monstrous mushroom clouds and massive craters. The tectonic plates began to deform, fracture, and shift under the relentless barrage of meteors. Water surged, volcanoes erupted, seawater reversed its flow, and smoke engulfed everything. In mere moments, the sky became obscured by a veil of dust, transforming the once azure planet into a muted hue. Outside, the 81 fortresses still shrouded in protective barriers. The world had morphed into a hellscape. Even though most meteors had not struck the shield, cracks began to appear, and soon after, the protective barrier flickered ominously. Finally, with a resounding explosion, the Empire's ultimate defense mechanism shattered. Yet even so, the 81 protective chambers within were still enveloped by a shield akin to the one outside, albeit less formidable, as the outermost layer had drawn upon all the energy of the Ultraman Empire. The fortresses relied solely on the contributions of 100 million citizens. One by one, the fortresses crumbled under the meteor onslaught, and the Ultraman citizens within did not even utter a cry. They had dedicated their entire essence to the Ultraman civilization, confining themselves within their incubation chambers, remaining blissfully unaware of the chaos outside until the very end. From the depths of enormous craters, monstrous, jet-black creatures, towering 1,000 meters, emerged, stretching their gargantuan forms. They resembled the demons of this world, harbingers of destruction. They traversed between the fortresses, relentlessly assaulting those that had not been shattered by the meteors. Their towering stature, terrifying strength, and razor-sharp mandibles obliterated everything in their path. The remaining fortresses began to retaliate, employing the strategies once effective against cosmic mosquitoes, yet they proved utterly ineffectual against these towering monstrosities. Monstrous beings arose from the abyss, their numbers swelling to an astonishing 600. They towered over the blue planet, resembling true demonic deities. The mere act of their standing instilled a profound terror, amplified by their overwhelming multitude. Fortresses that had survived meteor strikes crumbled under the onslaught of these creatures. The imperial palace of the Ultra Empire stood as the last bastion of hope, its defenses formidable, yet the encroaching monsters continued to multiply. Countless souls gazed into the chaos outside, despairing and collapsing. Researchers, upon learning of the death of Ultra V, were stripped of their will to resist. Among the wisest of the Ultra Empire, they now appeared dazed, their minds plagued by the haunting image of a hand as vast as a continent, or perhaps a planet. In the starry expanse, Zoffy and the first generation controlled the light giant, its chest flickering with ominous red lights. The 81 seeds of the Ultra Empire, once under their leadership, had perished. The celestial void was littered with the corpses of colossal cosmic mosquitoes and the dismembered remains of the light giant. "We have triumphed," Zoffy gasped, nodding slowly. "Indeed, but we have also failed. Everyone else has perished, and the energy we possess is insufficient to seek a new home. Even if we were to find one, it would be impossible for just the two of us to propagate. What shall we do now?" Zoffy rose slowly, gazing at the dimming azure planet. "Since our mission has failed, we shall return. Better to die in our homeland than perish here." The first generation nodded in agreement, flying towards the blue planet without further discourse. As he beheld the once vibrant planet now tinged with a dusty hue, he yearned to hasten his return, even neglecting the bodies of fellow Ultra beings they had brought along. In his heart, he clung to the hope that a swift return could yet salvage Ultra civilization. They flew in silence, and half an hour later, they had returned to the blue planet's star domain. At that moment, the first generation spoke. "You must go back." "I cannot." Zoffy turned sharply, only to find the energy light on the first generation's chest extinguished. "First generation, what has happened to you?" The light giant he controlled remained unresponsive, propelled forward by the momentum of its previous flight. Zoffy's heart shattered at this sight. They were so close to home, so close to returning, yet this companion, this very being yearned to go home. He wished to carry the first generation back, believing that perhaps there was still a chance for salvation. Maybe, just maybe, the light giant simply needed energy replenishment to revive. However, glancing at the dwindling energy reserves of his own dark Digga, he was once again engulfed in silence. If he returned alone, he might yet reach the blue planet. But if he took the first generation with him, the possibility loomed that neither would return. Finally, he shook his head vigorously and flew once more towards the blue planet. Upon his entry, he was met with a scene of swirling dust, dilapidated fortifications, terrifying behemoths, and the beleaguered capital of the Ultra Empire. which was valiantly resisting the onslaught of hundreds of monsters. As Zoffy entered the blue planet, Su-Imo, who had been observing all, produced a bucket of water. The last straggler has returned, so the cataclysmic deluge is about to commence. The promised apocalypse shall indeed unfold. I, the Creator, do not deceive. Though these words are not mine, they matter not. Are you prepared to face the coming deluge? Chapter 20. Despair After Hope. Zoffy gazed upon the scene before him, his eyes blazing with determination as he summoned the last vestiges of energy within him, plunging directly towards the final stronghold of the Ultraman Empire. His enormous form carried with it an indomitable spirit, and the speed of his descent generated a terrifying shockwave that dispersed the dust and smoke that had shrouded the sky. The air around him roared with a cacophony reminiscent of thunder, resonating with the force of his movement. In midair, Zoffy deftly adjusted his trajectory, targeting the enemy, and executed a spectacular Ultraman kick, dispatching 3 ant-like monsters in a single blow. Boom! Simultaneously, the Dark Digga under Zoffy's command crashed to the ground, creating a colossal crater on the already battered blue planet. The tidal wave, unleashed by the impact, sent dozens of ants flying, with several succumbing to the force of the blast. Zoffy yearned to rise once more, but he had exhausted all energy within the Giant of Light. He had finally returned to the Ultraman Empire, yet it appeared he could no longer endure. In the Imperial City, the citizens of the Ultraman Empire, who had long since lost hope and awaited their demise, felt a renewed spark of hope ignite in their eyes upon witnessing the descending Giant of Light. Though Ultraman V had perished, and their civilization dwindled to less than 100 million souls, it seemed they had weathered the cataclysm. If they could eliminate these monsters, the Ultraman Empire might indeed have a chance at survival. In that moment, countless thoughts echoed in the minds of the populace. Previously, before the return of the Giant of Light, such thoughts had eluded them. But now, the situation was different. Although they had only one Digga, and it had already depleted its energy, they were still in the Ultraman Empire. If Digga could buy them some time, combined with the fortress's firepower, united in purpose, they could vanquish these beasts and secure victory for the Ultraman Empire. The millennia-long cataclysm would be behind them, granting them endless time without the looming threat of annihilation. In an instant, the hearts of all within the Ultraman Empire were ignited with fervor. As the first orb of energy emerged from the third eye of an Ultraman citizen, it required no words. Soon, countless orbs of light surged rapidly into the Dark Digga. Bathed in this newfound energy, the once dim Digga radiated an even more blinding brilliance. At that moment, he outshone even the radiant Digga. Zoffy, who had been lying in the cockpit awaiting his fate, suddenly noticed the energy lamp on Digga's chest flickering back to life. In an instant, clarity washed over him, and without hesitation, he sprang to his feet, casting aside 2 ants that had climbed upon him. In that moment, Zoffy felt an unprecedented surge of strength, more potent than ever before. Yet, an immense pressure bore down upon his chest, for he was the last hope of the entire Ultraman civilization. His adversaries were over 300 monsters, formidable in size, clad in impenetrable armor, and endowed with great strength. But this time, he must prevail. He had already let Ultraman V down once. He could not allow others to suffer the same disappointment. In the cosmos, Su-Imo, poised to unleash a cataclysmic flood, paused at the sight of this scene. These creatures possessed an indomitable will, indeed. However, since they wished to play, he decided to indulge them for a while longer. Zoffy unleashed a fierce roar, drawing the attention of the attacking ant monsters. Instantly, over 300 towering beasts surged towards him. Undaunted by this onslaught, Zoffy raised his arms, tracing a semicircle in the air, and struck a cross pose. Boom! A torrent of terrifying energy surged forth, carrying the weight of annihilation towards the monstrous horde. Bang! Bang bang! Where the Ultraman light passed, ants exploded in an instant. In a single confrontation, over 30 ant monsters were obliterated by Zoffy's might. Following this, without a moment's hesitation, Zoffy launched into the fray once more, executing an Ultraman kick into the heart of the enemy ranks. Boom! 3 ants were instantly annihilated by his strike. What followed was an unparalleled battle of Zophie against 200 foes. Though both Ultraman and the ants were colossal, in reality, Zophie faced only a handful of ants at any given time. Each ant matched Digga's size, yet Zophie's combat systems, weaponry, and years of training, coupled with his unwavering resolve, spurred him onward without a hint of retreat. Despite their size, the ants lacked intelligence. They only moved towards Zophie due to Su-Imo's manipulation from behind. Otherwise, they would have dismissed him entirely. If an ordinary person were to confront 200 men of similar stature, even if he could initially fend off 10, he would inevitably succumb to exhaustion. Yet Digga, as long as he had the ability, could persist indefinitely. This was the confidence that emboldened Zophie to charge into the swarm of monsters. Zophie delivered a devastating punch that pierced the head of one ant. The decapitated creature clung stubbornly to his arm until Zophie kicked it away. The headless ant flailed aimlessly, colliding with several of its brethren, before finally succumbing to stillness. Zophie, as if possessed, relentlessly swung his fists and kicked, ready to unleash his weaponry the moment it cooled down or recharged. Again and again, he fought with unyielding endurance, even as he was knocked to the ground by a throng of ants. Each time, he rose resiliently, undeterred. Meanwhile, Su-Imo pulled up a chair from the cosmos, relishing the unfolding battle below. This spectacle was far more exhilarating than scrolling through mundane videos. Observing the dwindling number of ant monsters on the blue planet and Zophie, grievously wounded yet still fighting, Su-Imo pondered what expressions would grace their faces if the cataclysmic flood descended upon them amidst their triumphal cheers. He found himself somewhat anticipating the outcome. As time passed, one of Digga's legs was bitten off by an ant, yet through Zophie's reckless fighting style and frenzied energy attacks, he obliterated another ant's head. Looking around, he found no more ants in sight, only the massive carcasses of the fallen and a devastated fortress. The protective shield of the Ultraman Empire's royal city had inexplicably shattered. Although the inhabitants had long taken refuge within, the devastation still claimed a staggering number of casualties. "We have triumphed." A cheer erupted from an unknown source, and suddenly, the entire Ultraman city was engulfed in a thunderous roar of jubilation. This cacophony was interwoven with joy, exultation, and sorrow. The Ultraman Empire, once home to 8 billion citizens, now found itself with fewer than 10 million. A lamentable fate indeed. One by one, the citizens of the Ultraman Empire emerged from their sanctuaries, tears streaming down their faces as they rushed to share the news of their victory with one another. The fervent cheers poured forth, releasing the pent-up emotions within them. Zophie gazed skyward, seemingly catching a glimpse of Ultraman 5 smiling down and nodding at him. "You have succeeded. You have saved the Ultraman Empire and preserved our civilization. I am proud of you." He also seemed to see Lu Dajuan giving him a thumbs up. "This is the highest honor we bestow." The original Ultraman gently nodded to himself. "I always knew you could do it." At that moment, Zophie felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, and the colossal figure of the light giant collapsed heavily to the ground. Observing the jubilant crowd below, Su-Imo smiled as he rose from his recliner. "It is over. And that is well. Let me bring this to a close, for it is time to conclude. Have you all prepared for the apocalyptic deluge you have dreaded for 7 centuries?" As Sumo's words fell, a bucket of water, under his command, cascaded down toward the blue planet. A terrifying deluge plummeted from the heavens, with water droplets crashing onto the ground with the force of meteorite impacts, creating immense craters. The raging torrents swept away hills, transforming into a cataclysmic mudslide capable of obliterating everything in its path. Zophie was jolted awake by the surrounding clamor, realizing that cheers had morphed into screams, and the sky was now filled with a deafening roar. When Zophie opened his eyes once more, the floodwaters had engulfed most of his body. He attempted to command Digga to explode, only to remember that one of Digga's legs had been severed by ants. The horrifying deluge cascaded down from above, purging the polluted air thick with dust, yet in Zophie's eyes, only despair remained. The apocalyptic flood had arrived. The cataclysm they had long feared had come to pass, but it was nothing like they had envisioned. "This is not how it was supposed to be," Why is there a flood? Why? We have passed the test. Why is this happening? We have worked so hard. We have prepared for 7 centuries. Why must this be our fate? Zophie cried out, questioning the heavens, but received only the rising tide and surging mudslides in response. He struggled to control the limping Digga, staggering to his feet against the relentless floodwaters. He wished to rescue those swept away by the torrent. Yet standing firm in the flood proved a daunting challenge, let alone saving others. You treacherous heavens, speak to us. Why must you treat us thus? God, reveal yourself. I know you have always been here, watching us. Come forth, come forth. Chapter 21. You say my new civilization was annihilated by ants. Amidst the cries and roars, witnessing the kin swept away by the flood, uncertainty clouded his heart, igniting a fierce inferno within. The radiance enveloping Digga began to fade, once again revealing its original dark form. Dark luminescence emanated from the deceased citizens of the Ultraman Empire, merging into the body of Dark Digga. These lights were imbued with resentment, death, and hatred, embodying the destinies of all within the Ultraman civilization. At that moment, only Zophie remained, representing the entirety of the Ultraman civilization. The essence of the entire civilization coalesced within him, yet it was laden with animosity towards the divine, transforming into the current state. Zophie's already exhausted body, under the onslaught of this energy, regained vitality. However, it was not only Zophie who benefited from this elevation. Sumo too experienced an enhancement in status. Although he was not a native of the Ultraman civilization, as its creator, his rank ascended alongside Zophie's. Yet, due to his role as both the creator of the Ultraman civilization and this universe, the emotions attached to his status could not taint him, as they would be purged by the universe itself. In the past, numerous world-ending cataclysms, whether through a deluge or a meteor strike, had resulted in total annihilation, leaving no remnants to witness such phenomena. Thus, it was with surprise that Sumo encountered this situation for the first time. As he pondered further, he felt his own status elevate. Though his curiosity about these dark entities lingered, it was of little consequence. In this miniature universe, as long as no extraordinary beings emerged, he was invincible. He decided to assess the current gains. Name, Sumo. Gender, male. Status, 3. 61. Current status, 3. 14. Creation level, 1. Sumo gazed at the slight increase of 0. 12 in his status, his brow furrowed. It was perplexing. The Ultraman civilization had grown so formidable, yet remained classified as a level 1 civilization. They had already ventured into the cosmos. They were on the brink of colonizing other planets. Although their attempts at extraterrestrial colonization had been thwarted by him, their strength was sufficient for such endeavors. Was the certification standard for civilization levels truly so stringent? Did the mere absence of colonization render them a level 1 civilization? That could not be right. Even without successful colonization, their prowess surely warranted a peak level 1 classification. At the very least, they should have earned 0. 19 in status. The status gained from annihilating a level 1 or lower civilization typically ranged around 0. 1 or slightly more, never exceeding 0. 2 yet. A level 2 civilization could secure at least 0. 4, while a level 3 could achieve 0. 9, and a level 9 civilization could soar to 8. 1. The calculations resembled multiplication tables. Destroying an 8th level civilization would catapult Sumo's status directly to level 9. However, once a civilization surpassed level 6, it would no longer be bound by cosmic constraints. At that juncture, they would traverse the universe freely. Moreover, the emergence of a level 6 civilization would elevate Sumo's creator god status to at least level 5. For a level 5 creator god, the status gained from the destruction of civilizations would be reduced 5-fold. Contemplating this, Sumo felt uncertain when his status might reach level 9. Shaking his head, he dismissed these distant thoughts and resolved to initiate the next civilization. He prepared to accelerate time, erasing the history of the Ultraman civilization before advancing to the subsequent one. Yet, he was taken aback to find that, despite the apparent demise of the Ultraman populace and his elevated status, Dark Digga still stood tall. In the next moment, he observed Dark Digga's severed leg enveloped in the dark light he had previously seen, swiftly reconstituting into a formidable limb of energy. Even though it bore the title of Dark Digga, its eyes, once radiant, now glistened with an inky darkness. God, you shall perish! Zophi's deep roar echoed. And in the next instant, Dark Digga soared into the cosmos. Su-Imo stood transfixed, exclaiming, "What in the world is this?" Having unleashed a world-ending flood, he believed this chapter had concluded. Zophi was utterly spent. Even though he could linger within Digga longer than others, it was merely a matter of time. All Su-Imo needed to do was accelerate time, which would amount to just a fleeting moment. Yet he was astounded that this entity could endure. If this being remained, did that mean the status he had acquired was only half? The other half resided within it, carrying the weight of an entire civilization's status. This was indeed possible, but had it transcended reason? This was a world of technology. Their civilization had always pursued technological advancement. Just look at its current form, devoid of any semblance of technology. While Su-Imo contemplated this, Zophi was already maneuvering Dark Digga into the starry void. Su-Imo silently observed this diminutive entity akin to an ant in size, entirely cloaked in darkness and exuding ominous energy, resembling an ant in form. Zophi raised his obsidian gaze, confronting the vast, terrifying presence before him. Merely standing there exerted an immense pressure upon him. An inexplicable fear welled up from within, a primal terror experienced by lower-tier beings in the presence of higher-tier life forms. It was the weight of facing his creator, the god of creation. Su-Imo quietly regarded this small being, intrigued to see what it might express or do. It was indeed a novel experience, having locked eyes with a life form within this miniature universe after countless cycles of creation and destruction. Although he sensed the fear emanating from Zophi, the latter still held his head high in defiance. At that moment, Su-Imo found it somewhat amusing. Indeed, without power, even one's fury and roars would merely be perceived as a jest by others. Much like ants scurrying in a frenzy on a hot stove. Humans would not empathize with their plight. They would only find it entertaining. "You wish to slay me." Su-Imo's voice rang out, devoid of emotion, resonating throughout the universe like a thunderous bell. In that moment, the very fabric of space responded to his words, as if his voice were divine, embodying the universe's rules. Accompanying his proclamation was the culmination of his experiments, overwhelming Zophi with the universe's weight. Zophi, under the immense pressure, sought to articulate something, but ultimately could only utter a solitary word. In that instant, he comprehended the futility of dialogue. The Ultraman civilization had perished, and conversing with the other party would not resurrect it. He finally grasped the terror of the divine, realizing the vast chasm separating him and his civilization from the being before him. Yet, he knew he could not falter, for he bore the hopes of an entire civilization, carrying the fury of every soul within the Ultraman Empire. If he continued to stand there and converse, he could not guarantee that he would possess the same courage as before. Even in death, he must represent himself, embodying the will of the entire Ultraman civilization to mount their counterattack. Su-Imo remained in anticipation of the other party's response, eager to discern how this individual would articulate their thoughts. If permitted, he would even consider addressing some of their inquiries. After all, once their conversation concluded, he intended to eliminate this last remnant of the Ultra Empire with the same ease as one would crush an ant. However, he was taken aback when the other party, after uttering a singular word, abruptly fell silent and charged directly towards him, a terrifying sphere of dark energy coalescing in their grasp. It was indeed surprising that this little creature dared to attack him upon encountering him. Yet, he soon comprehended their intention, since they were evidently seeking their demise. He might as well grant them a swift end. Despite this resolve, a twinge of dissatisfaction lingered within Su-Imo. He had condescended to engage in dialogue, prepared to answer their questions, only for them to strike at him immediately. Did they truly believe that he would remain unperturbed? Boom! A colossal hand descended, and the sphere of ominous energy vanished upon mere contact. Zoffy, observing the terrifying hand approaching, felt a slight smirk tug at his lips. Ultimately, he had not sullied the reputation of the Ultra Empire. We, the Ultra Empire, are not cowards. The brilliance of the Ultra Empire shall endure. His furious proclamation resonated as the final echo of the Ultra Empire. Su-Mo refrained from shattering the Dark Digga's form outright. After all, it was an entity that had turned against itself, and its exquisite nature made its destruction somewhat regrettable. Thus, he resolved to preserve it as a memento. With Zoffy's demise, Sumo's status elevated once more. Yet, glancing at his status of merely 373, he felt a sense of discontent. Typically, he would have acquired 4 status points, resulting in a total of 389, but the reality was a mere 26. It seemed he had not successfully colonized yet. Nevertheless, he deemed this encounter a substantial profit. As these thoughts traversed his mind, Su-Mo initiated a temporal acceleration and activated the simplistic creation magic board. He then returned to his quaint farmhouse, filled with joy as he began to test his newfound abilities. With a status of 373, he could now wield certain divine powers. Let me try this. Transmute stone into gold. As Su-Mo pointed at a stone the size of his fist, it immediately gleamed with golden light, which then radiated outward. Moments later, the stone had completely transformed into a block of gold. Gazing at this gold, Su-Mo felt a surge of elation. With this newfound wealth, he would no longer have to live frugally as a deity. This was truly splendid, ha ha ha. In the small courtyard, Su-Mo continued to experiment with his capabilities, his smile broader than ever. After 2 hours, he finally settled back onto a recliner, already planning to indulge in a fine meal in the city that evening. However, for now he needed to rest, as the weight of having annihilated an entire civilization still lingered heavily upon him. Well, to be honest, it was primarily due to having risen too early that morning, and he felt a bit weary. Yet, when he awoke in the evening and beheld the notification from the rudimentary system indicating that a new civilization had perished in less than 300 years, he felt as if the sky had fallen. What on earth happened? Who intervened? How did it happen? You mentioned mosquitoes and ants. I curse your celestial beings. Chapter 22. The Little Universe broadcast. The entire network erupted. In this chapter, Su-Mo, with a torrent of invective, stepped into the Little Universe. Gazing upon the planet, now devoid of any trace of the once mighty Ultraman civilization, his curses grew louder. He was incensed, wishing he could swat all the mosquitoes into oblivion. And the ants. How infuriating it was that in the face of the Ultraman civilization, they had been toyed with. Had it not been for his clandestine interventions to safeguard these mosquitoes, they would have faced annihilation long ago. After nurturing so many civilizations, this was the most aggravating experience he had ever encountered. Just as he had obliterated the Ultraman civilization, these creatures began to prance about. The very civilization he had just fostered was now being quietly dismantled. Moreover, this civilization was utterly disappointing. The Ultraman civilization had nearly reached level 1 civilization after 300 years. Yet, these beings faced extinction in the same span. Truly absurd. Su-Mo grumbled as he activated the time replay within the Little Universe, eager to uncover the details of this debacle. With a mere wave of his hand, a screen materialized before him, gradually revealing the events of the past 300 years. The civilization in question was a species reminiscent of monkeys, their intelligence barely sufficient. Hence he dubbed them the Monkey Tribe. In the initial decades, their numbers were scarce, and no significant issues arose. As they began to inhabit this world, they appeared somewhat dazed. However, as time passed, their population burgeoned, and their civilization began to develop. Yet, in Sumo's eyes, it was merely a basic understanding of tool use, nothing extraordinary. As he accelerated the playback, by the time 50 years had elapsed, their population surged once more. The area they had congregated in could no longer sustain their needs, be it food, water, or materials. Thus, they dispersed for the first time, a normal and necessary step in the evolution of civilization. However, it was at this juncture that calamity struck. the mosquitoes, having feasted on the soil for centuries, discovered them. Towering at 400 to 500 meters, these mosquitoes were a terrifying sight to the newly emerging monkey tribe. Despite their fearsome appearance, mosquitoes were not invincible. They feared fire and had weak defenses. If the monkey tribe had truly banded together, they could have easily overwhelmed a mosquito, as these creatures bore no armor and had fragile wings. In every civilization's journey, challenges such as predatory beasts are inevitable, yet those that endure typically navigate these trials successfully. Unlike the previous 8 civilizations, where genuine threats were scarce, Su-Mo had merely introduced a slight challenge here. He would never concede that he had inadvertently forgotten to retrieve these mosquitoes. No, he was merely facilitating their rapid development. Indeed, he had acted with good intentions, unlike the previous civilizations that had faced such hardships. Yet, these beings chose to surrender rather than rise against their foes. Instead of striving to defeat the beasts and advance their civilization, they knelt before them, awaiting their doom. After the mosquitoes feasted on a few of them, they simply flew away, having had their fill. But how many of them could offer themselves as sustenance? A single mosquito could produce hundreds of offspring, while their own numbers paled in comparison. If they continued to feed the mosquitoes, they would surely face extinction within a century. Su-Mo foresaw this outcome with a mere glance, prompting him to hasten the playback. He was keen to witness how this civilization managed to persist for 300 years under such dire circumstances. It was indeed ludicrous. Their civilization had barely emerged after 50 years, a prime period for growth. Instead of capitalizing on this opportunity, they developed a culture of sacrifice, seeking to appease the mosquitoes with their own kin. They even sought to predict the arrival of mosquitoes. Su-Mo was incensed as he watched the monkey tribe engage in such folly. Yet, amidst this absurdity, some individuals dared to oppose the sacrificial practices. Su-Mo felt a flicker of hope, but the subsequent scenes were even more outrageous. Each time dissenters stood against the status quo, they were ruthlessly suppressed. While this was somewhat expected, after all, differing ideologies often lead to conflict. The courage it took to resist was commendable, especially when compared to those who simply bowed before the mosquitoes. However, Su-Mo's thoughts turned grim as he observed how those who cowered before the mosquitoes unleashed their fury upon their own kin. Using their numbers and fearless disposition, the opposition was vanquished. Although a few were captured as sacrifices, both sides suffered heavy losses. The mosquitoes, initially sluggish from years of inactivity, began to thrive following this unexpected nourishment. Though lacking the intelligence to form a civilization like humans, mosquitoes instinctively understood the cycles of abundance and scarcity. With ample food, they multiplied exponentially. Conversely, during lean times, they focused solely on reproduction. After this feeding frenzy, the mosquitoes began to proliferate wildly, with many migrating from the cosmos to inhabit the blue planet. Su-Mo shook his head in disbelief at such ignorance. While they had the sense to study the mosquitoes' habits and even utilize the opposition as sacrifices, they lacked the courage to confront the very creatures they fed. Given just 50 years to develop, had they not done so, they would have been devoured long ago, undeniably, despite their general lack of intellect. The monkey tribe had some astute individuals who recognized the burgeoning mosquito population as a dire threat. They realized that if this continued, they would all be consumed. Thus, they devised a plan, dedicating 5 years to locate an ant. Upon witnessing the emergence of this ant, Su-Mo was utterly flabbergasted. How had they survived this long without any intervention from him? As he scrolled through the timeline, he discovered that during his earlier bombardment of meteorites, some unhatched ant eggs had inadvertently survived. Yet, Su-Mo would never admit to this being his oversight, and he promptly moved past the circumstances surrounding the ant survival. In this world, ants, with their colossal size and formidable exoskeletons, represented an almost invincible force. However, he did not consume meat, primarily because there was none available to him at that time. Thus, he survived by grazing on grass and gnawing at large trees. Subsequently, these individuals discovered ants and began to venerate them. Originally, ants are omnivorous insects. Their prior abstention from meat was due to the absence of it and their unawareness of its consumption. Yet, after being nurtured for some time, their appetites became insatiable. Initially, under the protection of the ants, mosquitoes indeed refrained from attacking them. However, after they commenced their rituals of worship towards the ants, they realized that the ants consumed more than the mosquitoes. To clarify, ants do not eat indiscriminately. Rather, they have a penchant for hoarding food. They consume whatever is provided, and if nothing is given, they incessantly demand it. If denied, they will take matters into their own hands. Thus, through the collaborative efforts of mosquitoes and ants, this civilization was completely devoured within 3 centuries. Indeed, it was consumed entirely. This was the aspect that struck Su-Mo as most absurd. Gazing upon a colossal ant on Blue Star, which was significantly larger than an ordinary ant, standing a staggering 1,600 meters tall, Su-Mo felt somewhat at a loss for words. He contemplated exterminating this creature, yet acknowledged the difficulty of its growth to such an immense size. Additionally, with only one existing, it seemed a waste to destroy it. Since this civilization had already faced extinction, eliminating the ant would only exacerbate the loss. Should a civilization akin to the Ultraman emerge again, this ant could serve as a formidable boss. While the ant could be spared, the mosquitoes certainly required eradication. With this thought, Su-Mo brought down his hand, resulting in a cacophony of crackling sounds as countless mosquitoes met their demise. After accomplishing this, Su-Mo contemplated initiating creation once more. However, after some reflection, he decided to confine this ant within a small space to prevent any future disturbances. He then cast the Soul Tear, which he had previously obtained from Lu Dajuan, into Blue Star, transforming it into 2 vast lakes. This time, Su-Mo intended to experiment with the possibility of generating a transcendent civilization. In the early stages of such a civilization, crises are essential. Hence, he retained a portion of mosquitoes for the time being. Lastly, and most importantly, he needed to seek out a traveler from another realm. Without a guiding figure in the initial stages of civilization's development, it is all too easy to veer off course, akin to this absurd civilization. However, if they had a leader to navigate them, such issues could be entirely avoided. Nevertheless, Su-Mo was resolutely unwilling to undertake such a role himself. Thus, he had no choice but to find a traveler to do the labor. As for how to locate a traveler, it had previously posed a challenge. But once Su-Mo's status reached 373, it became remarkably simple. All he needed was to construct a device linked to the microcosm and generate a string of code to send out as if it were a game. Much like the Supreme Deity, he could randomly select a few companions. With this thought, Su-Mo promptly began his operations, and 2 hours later, he launched a game entitled My Civilization beta version. Simultaneously, the creation mode within the microcosm was reactivated, and a species with 4 arms began to emerge on this planet. In the real world, a well-known gaming streamer on a certain platform, named Big Pineapple, opened a game titled My Civilization beta version. Initially, everything seemed normal. However, the abnormality lay within the game file, created by Su-Mo. In truth, it was not an advanced technology, but rather a series of runes designed to lock onto the opponent's soul. The moment the game was launched, it would manifest like a logo, subsequently ensnaring the individual's soul and drawing it into the microcosm. It is true that he had locked onto only one individual capable of entering the small world. Yet he was unprepared for the fact that this mechanism also read the current device's information, transforming it into something akin to a live streaming system that entered Big Pineapple's body. At that moment, the entire online audience erupted. Peace. Many have inquired about this matter. It was originally explained in Chapter 2, but I shall reiterate. The live stream pulls everyone's consciousness into the microcosm, yet they can only observe, unable to take any action. They may exit if they wish. And as for how the live stream operates, I recommend exploring science fiction. This is fantasy, and I cannot articulate the principles behind it. Chapter 23, Lu Dajuan's Astonishment. In this chapter, Big Pineapple gazes around in bewilderment, taking in the fresh air, and then raises both hands to scratch his head, still somewhat disoriented. The reason he raises both hands is that he possesses 4 in total two on each side of his body. While Big Pineapple is still trying to comprehend his situation, the live chat is already in a frenzy. While Big Pineapple is up to something again. What game is this? Is it VR? The technology has become so incredible. Indeed, it looks so real, almost indistinguishable from reality. Brother Pineapple, what game are you playing? The graphics are stunning. Can you share more details? As he reads the barrage of comments floating before him, Big Pineapple's mind gradually clears, and suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he leaps up and exclaims, "I crossed over." The chat erupts with a flurry of question marks. Wait, dude, take it easy on the novels. The graphics are great, but claiming you've crossed over is a bit much. Exactly. Just look at yourself. Even if someone crosses over, they at least resemble a human being. What on earth are you? All right, Brother Pineapple, stop joking around. Please tell us about this game. Yeah, the visuals are striking, but I'm curious about gameplay. Is the map extensive? Is there interactivity? If it's just a wallpaper game faced with the overwhelming comments, Big Pineapple feels on the verge of madness. Yet his mind races to make sense of everything. In mere moments, he gathers his thoughts and urgently shouts, "Brothers, can you please refrain from spamming the chat? Listen to me, please." Seeing Big Pineapple suddenly erupt on screen, the audience is left in confusion, unsure of what is happening. However, most of the viewers in the chat are longtime fans, and they obediently cease their spamming. Of course, not everyone follows suit, and some continue to flood the chat, expressing their discontent with the streamer's antics. Listen, everyone, I may genuinely have crossed over. Let us hold off on the spamming. I can prove it. Big Pineapple, noticing the chat picking up again, quickly interjects. He realizes that the incessant comments are obstructing his view, making it difficult to navigate. He cannot simply drive away his audience. After all, his crossing over is a reality now, and the only support he has lies with these viewers. Skills like fire starting, crafting gunpowder, and survival in the wild. Without the assistance of his online companions, he could easily find himself in dire straits. Do you remember? I was just talking about playing a game, an open one called My Civilization, beta version, and now I'm here. With the current technology, do you think such a transition is feasible? As his words linger in the air, Big Pineapple notices the chat beginning to surge once more and hastily continues, "Brothers, please help me out. Can you hold off on the comments for a moment? I seem to have a unique ability, which is live streaming. Indeed, as you see, the comments you send appear right before my eyes. If they become too numerous, I can't even see the path ahead." The audience watches as Big Pineapple jumps and shouts, momentarily silencing the chat. Many of his longtime fans start to sense something is amiss and begin to ponder whether what he says could be true. Yet, despite this, some remain skeptical, convinced that Big Pineapple is merely joking or trying to entertain. However, he decides not to engage with these doubters. Some individuals are simply impossible to reason with. Even if confronted with irrefutable evidence, they might still argue against it. For now, he hopes that his loyal fans refrain from spamming the chat excessively, as even one or two comments are manageable. Occasionally, a few messages warm his heart, especially in this unfamiliar place where he is utterly alone. Knowing he has crossed over, a more timid person might have crumbled under the pressure. Big Pineapple remains composed, likely due to his long career as a streamer, which has fortified his mental resilience. Another factor is the large audience watching. If he were to break down, it would be quite an embarrassment. He cannot, and should not, lose face in front of so many viewers. Seriously, dude, are you for real? We were just joking. You didn't have to actually cross over. Bro, did you really cross over? Why don't you shout a bit? See if their essay system or something like in those crossover novels. Are you out of your mind? If the streamer had no system, how would we even see him? That is clearly his unique ability. But doesn't it seem like this ability, helping him much? Just look at him. His appearance could scare a child. And with those muscles and forearms, none of that seems like something suited for streaming. Did the system choose the wrong person or send him to the wrong world? This lengthy, forceful comment drifts past Big Pineapple, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. He too wonders if the system has misdirected him or mistakenly bestowed upon him an inappropriate ability. Yet, no response comes from the ethereal realm he calls upon. Even as he calls out for the system or some guiding force, it yields no result. In truth, if given a choice, he would prefer not to have crossed over at all. After all, He is a prominent streamer, not lacking for sustenance, and thus has no need for such an experience. But now, he finds himself powerless. Even begging to return proves futile. After regaining his composure, Big Pineapple resolves to explore this new world and assess his surroundings. He says, "Brothers, please keep an eye on things for me and remind me if anything happens. I intend to investigate the situation here." With that, Big Pineapple begins to cautiously scout his environment, ignoring the live chat for the moment. Although the audience finds the situation bizarre, they are intrigued and continue to watch. On the desolate grassland, Big Pineapple treads carefully. At the viewer's request, he occasionally plucks a blade of grass or digs a small hole. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, he suddenly hears a series of distant calls. The syllables are muddled, but he can faintly discern the words Azura being shouted. Azura! Azura! Hearing the sounds, Big Pineapple becomes alarmed and quickly drops to the ground, hiding in a patch of grass, wary of making any movement. Meanwhile, the live chat explodes with excitement. Whoa, whoa, oh my god, what a huge mosquito. Dude, the streamer is in trouble. I sincerely hope he is just joking with us. Streamer, hurry and tell us you're playing a VR horror game. Or I genuinely fear for your safety. The large pineapple trembled slightly as it gazed at the barrage of comments before him, yet he dared not utter a sound. Instead, he incessantly gestured with his eyes, urging everyone to clarify what was transpiring. Not far in front of you, 5 individuals, each with 4 arms like yours, are swatting mosquitoes. Came the response. The large pineapple thought, "What madness is this? Though I am currently rendered speechless, do you not see the absurdity of your words? 5 beings like me, swatting mosquitoes. Is that truly strange?" Seemingly sensing the broadcaster's incredulity, another comment quickly followed. Mosquitoes larger than houses. The phrase was repeated incessantly, cascading like a flood of comments that obscured the large pineapple's vision, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. His mind raced with the horrifying image of what a mosquito larger than a house might look like. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not conjure a clear picture. Or perhaps he simply dared not to imagine it. In the distance, the 5 figures, muscular and endowed with 4 arms, coordinated their efforts to combat a mosquito that measured over 400 meters in length. Despite having sustained injuries, with one wing already severed, the mosquito's slender, sharp claws remained formidable. The force with which it flapped its wings was akin to a violent collision. With a roar reminiscent of an engine, the mosquito surged forward once more. The 5 men scattered, but one unfortunate soul was caught by the mosquito's long legs and was lifted off the ground. The scene reminiscent of a disastrous collision in the real world, blood splattering everywhere. In the live stream, comments erupted. "This is fit to be broadcast? Good grief. There's blood everywhere. I want to report this. Is this even permissible?" Though the large pineapple could not witness the chaos unfolding, he could surmise the gravity of the situation. "Run. Streamer, flee. Run." As the comments flooded the screen, the large pineapple's heart raced. He initially wondered if these individuals were jesting with him, but the next moment, he sensed something rapidly approaching his vicinity. The ground itself began to tremble. Without a moment's hesitation, the large pineapple summoned every ounce of speed within him, seeking refuge and fleeing in haste. "Streamer, hurry. Yes, run, it's right behind you. Quickly, it's about to bite me. Streamer, please, I'm terrified." Amidst the torrent of comments, the large pineapple shouted in frustration, "Be quiet. I can't see the path." With that, he tumbled down a slope. To his surprise, rolling proved swifter than running, and upon descending the hill, he managed to evade the monstrous creature he lacked the courage to even glance at. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, the large pineapple rose and sprinted forward. "Streamer, slow down. I think I just saw something massive fly over your head. I suspect it's a dragon. Is there really a dragon in this world? Could this be a Western fantasy realm? Wait, a Western fantasy world cannot have mosquitoes this large. You must be mistaking a mosquito for a dragon." The large pineapple paused to glance around, suddenly feeling something obscure the sunlight above him, causing him to shudder. Without hesitation, he leaped in a nearby river. The viewers watched as he was swept to the riverbed by the murky waters. In the muddy depths, the audience anxiously scanned their surroundings, fearing that at moments like this, trouble was imminent. If a terrifying creature lurked above, would the river suddenly reveal a monstrous tentacle? As these thoughts raced through their minds, they were startled to see a massive architectural complex emerge below. In the real world, Su Mo, watching the live stream on his phone, shook his head in disbelief. This young man is rather inept. He was just taken down. But perhaps it's for the best, as this situation seems rather grand. I wonder if they will be able to trace this back to me given my creative abilities. Contemplating, Su Mo sighed. The inhabitants of the real world would undoubtedly be unable to locate him. Yet the spectacle he had conjured had spiraled into chaos, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. If the participants viewed this as a mere game, it might be better not to seek them out at all. Thus, a plan was necessary. If all else fails, perhaps he should consult Lu Dajuan. Meanwhile, Lu Dajuan lay on a hospital bed, staring blankly at his phone, seeking distractions to alleviate his inner turmoil. Coincidentally, he too was among the viewers of the livestream. Upon witnessing the mosquitoes, he sensed something amiss. However, he had brushed it off, as he was there to unwind. Yet, upon glimpsing the structures at the riverbed, he was rendered motionless. Though it was but a fleeting glimpse through the murky water, he was certain these were the edifices of the Ultraman civilization. The Ultraman civilization had indeed perished. This marked yet another cycle anew. Chapter 24. Simplified characters in a microcosm. Chapter 24. In the realm of reality, within the room of the Great Pineapple. The team responsible for assisting with the live broadcast found themselves utterly bewildered by the scene before them. What on earth was happening? Just moments ago, they had mentioned starting a new game, yet now he had turned and fallen asleep. While the cameraman remained in a state of confusion, another staff member, who was tasked with enhancing the emotions in the broadcast room, suddenly lifted his head and shouted, "Quick! Call the police! Brother Pineapple may already be dead." Upon hearing this, the two nearby staff members were stunned, and one of them exclaimed a traditional exclamation of disbelief. "What the hell?" As they spoke, the two turned their stiff necks to gaze at the motionless Great Pineapple slumped before the computer, their eyes wide in shock. "No way, are you joking? Brother Pineapple is just sleeping, right?" One suggested, while another added, "Yeah, don't scare me. He must just be a bit tired. I don't have time for jokes. Call an ambulance immediately. Until the ambulance arrives, don't move him." One young man insisted, his urgency palpable. "Look, if something has happened, calling an ambulance should suffice. There's no need to involve the police. This doesn't concern us." "Of course, I know it doesn't concern you, but if this truly relates to you, I'll kneel and call you father right here. Hurry, call the ambulance and notify Brother Pineapple's family. Stop the nonsense." Ignoring the other two, he dialed the emergency number. As the pleasant ringing ceased, a deep voice answered, "Hello, this is XXX Police Department. How may I assist you? I'm reporting a possible death." The caller blurted out. The initially casual tone on the other end turned serious upon hearing his words. "Where are you? What has happened? Is someone harmed? What is the victim's condition? Have you called for an ambulance? Remain where you are and do not disturb the scene. We will arrive shortly." Listening to the rapid-fire questions, the young man fell silent. He had intended to report an incident, yet now he was uncertain how to articulate the bizarre situation. How could he explain that their streamer had just traversed into another realm, complete with a live streaming system? Moments ago, the stream had gone dark. Could he really report that he suspected the streamer was deceased? If he voiced such absurdity, he would likely find himself confined to a psychiatric hospital. Yet, fabricating a story to summon the police was also illegal. Confronted with the dilemma, he steeled himself and stated, "We are located at XXX Road, XXX Garden Community. The individual is unresponsive. The situation is quite complicated. We hope you can come quickly. Stay put and do not move. Ensure the scene remains undisturbed and keep the line open. Our nearest officers will arrive within 5 minutes." The police department assured him before hanging up. The young man's hands trembled as he processed the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, the online community erupted in turmoil. Following the moment when the Great Pineapple had jumped into the river and then gone silent for over 10 minutes, a collective sense of dread settled over the viewers. Brother Pineapple might be truly lifeless. Yet, disbelief lingered, leading some to speculate that he was merely playing a prank. As they witnessed the screen fade to black, many opted to explore other streams. However, moments later, they were taken aback. They distinctly remembered having watched over 40 minutes of the Great Pineapple S stream. Yet upon exiting, only mere seconds had elapsed in real time. This revelation did not go unnoticed. A multitude of viewers shared the same realization. As they returned to the stream, they began to flood the chat with comments. Brother Pineapple might have genuinely crossed over. I entered the stream at 6:30, but after watching for half an hour, the time here differs from the outside. No way, man. Are you serious? Seriously, I just tested it. It's real. The more we talk, the more bizarre it gets. You guys aren't losing your minds, are you? I'll check again. Oh my goodness, Brother Pineapple might really be gone. Initially, when Brother Pineapple claimed he had transcended, many had played along, albeit with a hint of skepticism. But upon realizing the truth, the expressions of the viewers transformed. In an instant, countless individuals began testing the phenomenon, their confusion palpable. As news of a game streamer who had crossed into another world during gameplay and seemingly perished in under 40 minutes spread like wildfire across the internet. With over 20,000 viewers simultaneously posting in the chat, the speed of information dissemination was astounding. Officials from a certain platform quickly recognized the anomaly and dispatched personnel to investigate. Upon entering the stream, they too were struck by the peculiar variance in the passage of time, and this information was promptly escalated. One employee suggested shutting down the stream immediately, but this notion was met with vehement backlash. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. You truly don't comprehend what a variance in the flow of time implies. This situation is beyond us. Even the chairman wouldn't dare speak up. And you think to terminate the stream? Are you out of your mind? Disregarding the potential loss of life, the incident was destined to reach the highest echelons of authority. If you wish to perish, do so far from here. Don't bring calamity upon us. Consequently, the platform opted to ignore the stream. Within a minute of escalation, the originally modest audience swelled to 100,000. Previous viewers began explaining to newcomers what had transpired. As the numbers climbed, the chat exploded with activity. Some even began to engage in academic discussions, utilizing the time discrepancy within the stream. Sumo was well aware of the situation. Had he acted before the matter escalated, he might have been able to intervene. However, with the growing number of witnesses, he anticipated that it would not be long before the authorities would take notice, prompting him to refrain from involvement. The primary reason for the stream's peculiar state stemmed from the icon created by Sumo, which had directly connected the stream to a microcosm. Once viewers entered this stream, their consciousness would be drawn into this alternate realm. Upon exiting, everything would revert to normal. Having confirmed that the individual was still alive, Sumo began to ponder the next steps. Although the streamer had not perished, his current condition rendered him incapable of taking action. This civilization, having emerged less than 50 years prior, was relatively small in number. Yet, compared to the previous civilization, they exhibited greater courage and tenacity, albeit with a notable lack of foresight, as they ventured forth to confront challenges head-on. Even after 50 years, these individuals still consumed raw meat, a rather absurd practice. Never mind, I'm done watching. The more I see, the more it vexes me. After all, this civilization is destined for destruction every 1,000 years. If they cannot survive this cycle, I shall send those fools far away. As Sumo contemplated these matters, time continued to pass swiftly. 5 minutes later, the police arrived at the scene of the report. After hearing the young man's account of events and assessing the situation, they were left in a state of utter bewilderment. Initially, they believed this was a jest, but after reviewing videos online and assessing the temporal flow within the live stream, the three officers were utterly bewildered. This situation, this predicament, how on earth are we to handle it? No, how are we to report it? To claim that a young man has traversed dimensions and may very well be deceased? If that were to be said, they could only imagine the dampness of their own minds, drenched in the saliva of their superiors. Well, officer, this is the current state of affairs. What shall we do now? The three policemen exchanged glances, pondering their next step. What on earth can we do? We had no forewarning of such an occurrence before our arrival. Not even during our training prior to being assigned did they mention we would have to deal with something of this nature. This surely falls into the realm of the supernatural. Perhaps we should first transport the individual to a hospital for emergency care? Xiao Gao, refrain from speaking so recklessly. If the person is still alive and something happens en route to the hospital, will you take responsibility? The man who had spoken fell silent upon hearing this. Let us report to our superiors. This is a first for us, and I dare say for the entire world. 10 minutes later, the officers returned with their phones in hand and addressed the man who had originally called for help. The matter at hand has escalated beyond our capacity to manage. We shall contact the family of the streamer, and for the time being, you are not permitted to leave. Authorities will arrive to inquire further into the specifics of your situation. As they contemplated their next steps, the live stream, which had been shrouded in darkness, abruptly resumed. At that moment, the viewer count soared to an astonishing 200,000, comprising researchers from Huaxia and spies from various nations, all silently observing the unfolding events. In the real world, mere minutes had elapsed, yet within the microcosm, several months had transpired. Brothers, I have returned. The figure of the great pineapple made his entrance, greeting all with exuberance. Goodness, the streamer is still alive. Streamer, you're not dead yet. Pineapple, we thought you had perished. Wait, why isn't Pineapple speaking? The grotesque figure of the great pineapple, adorned in garments crafted from tree bark and possessing 4 arms, scanned the barrage of comments and shouted, "Stop! Halt the comments! I cannot see. I have several serious matters to address. If the comments continue, I shall cease the live stream immediately." At this proclamation, the chat fell silent. Satisfied, the great pineapple then revealed a stone tablet. What do you see before you? The entire audience of 200,000 turned their gaze, and soon someone commented, "Isn't this just simplified Chinese? What's the deal? Indeed, are you planning to spread simplified Chinese in that realm? What a splendid idea. Culture transcending into another world. I'm all for it. Child, I am your father. How are you doing? Can you return?" Upon reading this comment, the great pineapple's forehead darkened with annoyance. "You've gone too far. Impersonating my father? And I repeat, cease the comments. If you continue, I will truly end the stream." The great pineapple's father, under the scrutiny of 2 police officers, attempted to speak further but was halted by their gesturing hands. "This tablet was discovered by me in a relic within this world. I may not be an archaeologist, but the markings suggest it is at least several centuries old, and within it I found simplified Chinese. Do you comprehend the significance of this?" A hush fell over the scene, with countless viewers momentarily holding their breath. Yet, at that very moment, a bold comment surged forth across the screen. "I left this tablet. I visited this universe before you. Can you tell me about it? I lived there for 200 years. Chapter 25. This world is divine." As soon as this barrage appeared, a group of researchers clad in military uniforms and white lab coats in a laboratory in Huaxia were instantly invigorated. A middle-aged man in military attire immediately turned to his companion and commanded, "Lock onto this ID, retrieve all information about the individual, and escort them to the military district for protection." Another man in uniform nodded affirmatively, understood. Simultaneously, officials from other nations issued similar directives, albeit with the intent of bringing the individual to their own countries. In fact, as soon as the matter began to gain traction and reach the higher echelons, they had already commenced investigations into this live broadcast. They discovered that upon entering the stream, their consciousness would synchronize with the time within, and diverting their gaze would revert them to their original pace of time. They even realized that the barrage they sent forth was not typed out by their fingers, as human dexterity could not keep pace with their cognitive awareness under such rapid temporal flow. The multitude of messages seen within the stream was actually generated by their consciousness. The reason they continued to mistakenly believe they were typing was simple. Their subconscious mind operated under the assumption that this was the only method to send messages, creating an illusion that they could only use their hands to do so. In truth, should they alter their mindset, they could just as easily believe that the messages were being sent via their feet. Initially, they attempted to send messages, but after comparing results, they found their hands had remained motionless. After numerous trials, they arrived at this conclusion. With this newfound understanding, they sought to exploit the temporal disparity for research and study. However, Typing in the comment section was impractical, as all participants could see the messages, and the sheer volume of viewers resulted in a rapid barrage that often obscured their own contributions. Thus, they devised a different strategy. They utilized the laboratory's supercomputer, connecting it to a massive screen for collective viewing of a live stream. Following tests, this method proved effective, leading to a remarkable scene. Yet, the duration of this live stream was still too brief, and many aspects remained to be explored. Though they recognized that the technology governing the manipulation of temporal flow might remain beyond their comprehension for lifetimes, even centuries, they did not hesitate to capitalize on this opportunity. Their initial mindset was to pursue research into this temporal flow as long as feasible, and should it prove unmanageable, they would revert to their familiar studies. Reassured that the disparate temporal flow would facilitate even communication, saving them countless hours. Then, they witnessed the reappearance of the host, previously presumed dead, as he resumed broadcasting. Despite their focus on the screen, their attention was primarily directed towards mutual communication, with the screen serving merely to anchor their consciousness within this altered temporal state. Their curiosity propelled them to observe, for they knew they could not traverse into this alternate realm. Even if they gleaned insights into the civilization within, they believed it was still in its primitive stages, devoid of remarkable attributes. Their interests did not lie in archaeology or civilization studies. It was merely a fleeting curiosity. However, what they encountered was astonishing. Simplified characters. Characters that had emerged centuries ago within that microcosm. This indicated that the phenomenon of traversing worlds was not singular. Moreover, it was unlikely that such a traveler had appeared by mere chance. The existence of one does not guarantee another. Yet, the presence of a second suggests an infinite multitude. Thus, this matter warranted serious attention. While they were still reeling from this revelation, the appearance of Lu Dajuan left them utterly astounded. Though the authenticity remained uncertain, if true, this individual could unveil the secrets of crossing realms. They realized that individuals from other nations were undoubtedly contemplating the same. Thus commenced the initial scene. Big Pine furrowed his brow as he read the barrage. "Brother, I am not jesting. This truly was unearthed from the ruins. Lu Dajuan, I'm not joking either. Every simplified character on the stone tablets in that world was meticulously crafted by me. I had already discerned that the alternate realm you traversed was the same as mine when you fell into the river during your live stream. I intended to inform you, but the subsequent broadcasts were shrouded in darkness, leading me to believe you had perished. I understand your skepticism, but I can prove it. You must have found a specific stone tablet, and does it not bear the inscription of the year 993 of the Aodi civilization? In a live stream, aside from Lu Dajuan, not a single individual sent forth a message. Upon reading this barrage, Big Pine's pupils constricted in shock. This individual had accurately identified everything. He had discovered dozens of stone tablets, adorned with various scripts. Initially, he had paid little heed to these findings. The civilization in question lacked even rudimentary communication. Their interactions were reliant solely on gestures. Regardless of the context, they repeatedly shouted Ashura. Initially, he assumed that this was the name he bore prior to his crossing. However, he later realized his error. All of them referred to each other as Ashura, and their utterances were devoid of linguistic structure. He understood that they possessed no language. Ashura was akin to a verbal tic. Consequently, he dubbed them the Ashura tribe. At that time, he had been rescued from the river by a group of Ashura tribespeople, and after several days of consuming raw meat, he had finally regained some strength. He was also delighted to discover that he could independently activate and deactivate his streaming function. While he still lacked control over the barrage, it was certainly preferable to having it continuously active for 24 hours. The first task Big Pine undertook upon regaining his strength was to teach these individuals to kindle fire for roasting meat. This was the foremost task he prioritized after recovering from days of consuming raw fare. No one who has traversed from modernity to antiquity could endure the experience of eating raw meat. The sensation of biting into flesh, blood flooding his mouth, was something he wished never to relive. Although he was not adept at fire-starting techniques, he possessed theoretical knowledge. Furthermore, The tribespeople were robust and strong. After an extended period of gesticulating and shouting Ashura, he finally garnered assistance. Following half an hour of effort, the first flicker of flame emerged. It was indeed the strength of the Ashura tribe that facilitated this success. Otherwise, in the real world, even enlisting Tyson might not have guaranteed success. Ultimately, however, success was achieved, marking the dawn of civilization's first flame, the genesis of the Ashura tribe's culture. As previously noted by Su Mo, this race possessed great physical strength and resilience. But their intellect was lacking. Typically, newly emerged civilizations demonstrate a degree of wisdom from inception, swiftly progressing to communication and tool use. Yet this civilization was different. 50 years had elapsed, and their exchanges still relied on roaring calls. Their survival, perhaps, was attributable to their sheer brute force. As the last civilization had chosen to kneel before mosquitoes, ultimately succumbing to them, they observed that regardless of size, mosquitoes were relentlessly attacked, even if it meant sacrificing dozens of comrades to vanquish a single one. Upon slaying a mosquito, they would feast upon it, as one mosquito could sustain them for an extended period. Initially, they would crush the insects with their fists, until 2 decades later when a sage among them discovered that striking with wood was far more painful. Thus, they began to wield wooden weapons. When the first flicker of flame appeared, an inquisitive Ashura reached out to grasp it, only to yelp in pain from the searing heat. Yet even in anguish, he refused to release his grip. Instead, with a fierce countenance, he attempted to consume the flame. Had it not been for the intervention of the great pineapple, the inaugural fire of civilization would have been extinguished in such a manner. Subsequently, he devoted half a month to teaching them the art of roasting meat and the use of weapons. In this way, he emerged as the sole sage of the tribe, to the extent that the tribal chief offered his wife to the great pineapple. However, upon encountering the formidable woman with 4 arms, bulging muscles, and a fearsome visage, the great pineapple decisively declined. He resolved that if all women in this world resembled her, he would abstain from any relations with them, even if it meant spending a lifetime in this place. He soon discovered that not all women in this world conformed to such a rugged archetype. Rather, the tribe simply favored those of a more robust appearance. Conversely, women with delicate features, long legs, and hourglass figures were deemed unattractive, as they were perceived as too frail. After a month of acclimatizing to the tribe, he truly became their leader. Although the Ashuras considered the great pineapple somewhat slender, they held his wisdom in high regard. Not only had he invented fire, but also bows and spears, surpassing the intellect of the sage who had merely discovered that striking with a stick was more painful than using bare fists. Unbeknownst to him, had he been aware of their thoughts, he would have been incensed. I have grown under the sun, nurtured by the red flag, and received 19 years of education, only to be compared to a mere inventor of sticks for striking. In the subsequent 2 months, under his leadership, they rapidly and barbarically evolved, transforming their modest tribe of 50 into a formidable clan of over 300. This surge was also due to neighboring tribes flocking to them upon hearing of the sage's presence, bringing with them items they deemed significant. Among these was a stone tablet, crafted from meteorite to prevent damage during its creation by the ancient civilization. The tribe collected these tablets due to their uniformity and hardness. However, the tablet they brought was inscribed not in simplified characters, but in the script of the ancient empire. The great pineapple surmised that this was a form of writing, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Transported to another world, endowed with immense strength and vitality, alongside the enigmatic stone tablets and unfamiliar script, he mused, "Is this not the very template of a cultivation novel? Am I destined to ascend?" In the following days, he became enamored with the stone tablet, dedicating himself to deciphering the inscriptions. Alas, he was not an archaeologist. Even a true archaeologist would struggle with such unfamiliar text. In a futile attempt to ascertain if this truly was the realm of cultivation novels, he resorted to various methods: blood oaths, soaking, burning, and striking with stones, none of which yielded results. However, due to their meteoric origin, the tablets proved exceptionally resilient, and he was unable to destroy them. Upon witnessing the sage's fascination with the tablets, members of the tribe sent additional tablets, including one inscribed with simplified characters. The great pineapple was ecstatic and ventured to the location where numerous tablets were stored. Yet, he found only a limited number of those with simplified characters, and the information contained within was scant. Consequently, he opted to initiate a live broadcast, leading to a chilling revelation from Lu Dajuan. This world is inhabited by gods. Chapter 26. Lu Dajuan discusses history. In the previously silent live broadcast room, the atmosphere became palpable once again. After a brief pause, the big pineapple hesitantly spoke. Is the deity you speak of the same as the one I understand? At that moment, the audience had swelled to an astounding 300,000, yet not a single soul uttered a word, captivated by the dialogue between these two travelers. Lu Dajuan replied, I cannot ascertain the nature of the god as you perceive it, but I can assert that he may be infinitely more formidable and terrifying than you can imagine. Without a hint of hesitation, Big Pineapple knelt in reverence. I beseech you, esteemed elder, for guidance. When I departed from that realm, I glimpsed that deity in a spectral form, and you cannot fathom the sheer scale of his being. He spanned the cosmos, with planets in his grasp appearing as mere specks of dust. Merely standing there, the entire universe trembled in his presence. He seemed to be both the nucleus and the sovereign of all existence. Big Pineapple was left utterly speechless. This is a bit exaggerated, is it not? The other viewers in the live room, upon hearing such implausible claims, began voicing their dissent. Indeed, this seems a tad far-fetched. How could such a colossal entity possibly exist? Even a god could not be so vast. I am beginning to suspect he is merely a madman spouting nonsense. Heavens, it would be quite the jest if we were all duped by a lunatic. Let us not dismiss it so quickly. After all, Pineapple has already traversed realms, and the existence of a deity is not entirely out of the question. Even if there were a god, it could not possibly be of such an absurd magnitude. God should be do not employ your human reasoning to conjecture about an existence you have never encountered, especially one that is divine. Big Pineapple found himself conflicted. Initially, he believed that the god of this world was akin to a figure who attained divinity through cultivation. Much like when he first acquired those stone tablets, he thought they contained methods of ascension, entities capable of soaring through the skies, wielding swords against malevolent forces. Although he now appeared monstrous in every conceivable way, it did not hinder his imagination. The disparity between his expectations and what was being described was as vast as the sky is from the earth, and he dared not even contemplate such a being. Indeed, with his limited imagination, he found it impossible to envision what manner of existence this could be. Lu Dajuan continued, Let me clarify. The previous civilization was a highly advanced technological society, far surpassing Earth. I trust you have gleaned this from the remnants of those stone tablets. However, that is inconsequential. The crux of the matter is that this civilization was obliterated by that deity. Upon hearing this, Big Pineapple's face turned pale, and he quickly inquired, What transpired? Why would such a terrifying being annihilate your civilization? Did you offend this formidable entity, prompting its wrath upon you? The questions posed by Big Pineapple echoed the curiosity of all viewers in the live room. While many still regarded this self-proclaimed traveler as potentially deranged, as others pointed out, Big Pineapple had indeed traversed realms, making the existence of another such traveler conceivable. Furthermore, given that Big Pineapple appeared to believe, what purpose did their disbelief serve? Moreover, many of Lu Dajuan's earlier statements could be validated by Big Pineapple's reactions, raising the question, how could one who had never traversed realms possess knowledge of other worlds? For I am the harbinger of this world's destruction, Lu Dajuan elaborated, annihilating civilizations at intervals. On this very planet, 8 civilizations have emerged. You are the 9th. Yet, the only remnants you can witness are faint echoes of their existence. Many ancient civilizations have left no trace at all. Subsequent societies merely collect the records of their predecessors, inscribing them onto new tablets. Should you manage to gather all the tablets, you will uncover the truth. Big Pineapple's expression darkened. Just as he had begun to establish a foothold in this world, he was confronted with the revelation that a terrifying entity would periodically bring about annihilation. How could he possibly accept such a notion? Despite his inner resistance, he found himself voicing the question that plagued his mind. Why? This inquiry was not solely big pineapples. It resonated within the hearts of all present. Why? They yearned to understand. He had previously questioned the tests purportedly set by the divine. For Earth, too, was rife with apocalyptic legends, often mirroring the circumstances of their destruction. For instance, the former rulers of Earth encountered a cataclysmic meteor, leading to the extinction of the dinosaurs. Subsequently, tales of great floods had emerged, yet they had miraculously endured. The moment these words left his lips, both Big Pineapple and the 30,000 viewers fell into a profound silence. Contemplating Lou Dajuan's remarks, memories of the extinction of the dinosaurs and the myriad flood myths flooded their minds. An absurd thought erupted within them. Could there be a god in their world? Might it trigger a cataclysmic trial after a civilization had persisted for a certain duration? Only those who survived such trials would be deemed worthy of existence in this realm. The reason for their continued existence could be that they had weathered a great apocalyptic crisis. In that instant, pride surged within them for their ancestors. For while other civilizations had faltered through 9 trials, Earth had triumphed. How could they not feel a sense of pride and dignity in such a truth? Yet simultaneously, anxiety and terror began to creep in. They had always held steadfast to materialism, believing there to be no God. To them, deities were mere figments of their imagination, non-existent entities. Yet now, they were confronted with the possibility that a colossal being with planets in its sight like grains of sand might be watching them from above, perhaps poised to unleash a second cataclysmic crisis, particularly for those scientists who had initially dismissed the matter lightly. The gravity of the revelation weighed heavily upon their faces. They felt compelled to investigate, regardless of the veracity of the claims. The civilizations of other worlds had perished through meteoric destruction, just as the dinosaurs had. Catastrophes from floods had befallen both realms. Did this not seem curiously coincidental? Amidst the silence, Lou Dajuan spoke once more. You may find my words hard to believe, but I assure you, the previous civilization was one of remarkable technological advancement. When I first traversed there, their technology rivaled that of Earth, perhaps even surpassing it. I lived there for 2 centuries and can affirm that in their final days, their technology had transcended the cosmos. Should you seek evidence of my assertions, you may attempt to locate their computers within the ruins. For within those machines lies information regarding that existence. They even captured a glimpse of the entity through satellite imagery. Great Pineapple, this is the military of the Great Sia. We have already arranged for your parents, and the state will provide for their care. If you can make significant contributions in the other world, we might even inscribe your name into the annals of history, opening a new chapter in your family lineage. Great Pineapple's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he awkwardly replied, Brother, do not jest. We are not joking. This matter is of great importance. Regardless of whether you are willing to assist, the state will take care of your parents. Great Pineapple remained silent, and at that moment, Lou Dajuan continued, Do you not wish to return? I've already come back. The previously silent Great Pineapple's eyes suddenly brightened. Senior, please tell me, how can I return? I do not know. Upon my arrival in your previous civilization, I was quickly discovered by their people. However, due to my status as a visitor from another world, they treated me relatively well. Moreover, I utilized my knowledge to assist them with certain tasks. Although the outcomes were not favorable, ultimately, they used their technology to send me back. If you wish to return, perhaps you could seek out the supreme laboratory of the Ultrate Empire. Great Pineapple, who had been hesitating about whether to agree to assist the international affairs, suddenly displayed a resolute expression, raising both hands to his temples and shouting, For the service of a nation, I would gladly face 1,000 deaths. The audience in the live stream could not help but twitch at this scene. Lou Dajuan remarked, I do not know where you acquired these tablets, but if you found them in the wilderness, perhaps you could seek out the relics of the previous civilization. They possess numerous high-energy weapons, if you manage to acquire them. Self-preservation in that world should not pose a problem. Great Pineapple, if possible, our nation also requires some technological products from otherworldly civilizations. As the saying goes, the stones from other mountains can serve to polish jade. Therefore, feel free to voice any requests. We will do our utmost to fulfill them. Should you return, we will bestow upon you the medal of National Pillar, and you shall become a hero of our great Huaxia. Chapter 27. Unscientific indeed. In an instant, the mighty big pineapple roared towards those behind him. Azura. Moments later, a chorus of responses echoed back. Azura. Azura. The audience in the live broadcast room stared in bewilderment, unable to fathom the madness that had overtaken Big Pineapple. Sensing their confusion, he explained, "This civilization lacks language. They communicate solely through gestures, with the only phrase they know being Azura. Hence, I shall refer to them as the Azura tribe for now." A military figure interjected, "If they lack language, I believe our Huaxia culture could still be conveyed to this other world, such as through written characters and speech." Big Pineapple replied, "Currently, I am relying on gestures to communicate with them. Perhaps, if time permits, I might teach them some Mandarin." Wow, how impressive is my country, spreading culture to another world. Huaxia is magnificent. Huaxia is extraordinary. In the days that followed, Big Pineapple, as if endowed with divine powers, began to unify various tribes under the guidance of countless viewers from Huaxia. With the collective wisdom of himself and the hundreds of thousands of spectators behind him, he emerged as an undeniable sage. Under his command, they even managed to eliminate several mosquitoes without sustaining injuries, further solidifying the Azura tribe's recognition of Big Pineapple's intellect. However, as Big Pineapple's status ascended, he encountered numerous challenges. For instance, he was often approached by robust women, idolized by the Azura tribe, seeking his affection, only to be met with playful mockery from online viewers. "They're coming on to you. Are you sure you won't give it a try?" Sometimes, one should not focus solely on appearances, but rather on the heart within. A beautiful exterior is commonplace. A kind heart is rare. They merely wish to use their strong physiques to protect you. What wrong have they committed? Why not give them a chance? Look at their muscular chests, their powerful abs and strong bodies. Just now, one of them knocked down a tree with a single punch. Goodness, if that punch were to land on me, I would surely cry for ages. Cry? If you were to be punched. You might not even have the chance to weep, but your family would certainly shed tears, and the villagers would follow suit. Faced with such enticing temptations, Big Pineapple resolutely declined, proclaiming to the viewers, "A sage does not fall in love." After some time of observation, the audience in the live stream began to grasp the situation of this world. Many gestures that even Big Pineapple struggled to comprehend were deciphered with the help of the online viewers. As this civilization was in its nascent stages, even their gestures comprised simple and easily guessable phrases, rendering the task effortless. What a sage who does not fall in love. Big Pineapple is indeed a model for our humanity. What sage does not yearn for love? You simply find them unattractive, you shrimp-headed man. By the way, where has that traverser gone? Why is he silent now? He seemed to mention something about taking medicine before exiting the stream. Medicine? Is he unwell? However, this back and forth might take considerable time, given the flow of time here. Indeed, but there is nothing to be done. His health is paramount. My brethren, our Yinhuang tribe has grown to over 1,800 members, and the food supply in this area is dwindling. Just moments ago, some group leaders from neighboring tribes inquired where we might find sustenance. Please offer me your suggestions. Before Big Pineapple, several towering leaders of the Azura tribe looked on in trepidation as he spoke to the heavens, fearing to interrupt. To their ears, his words were a cacophony of illogical and obscure syllables, yet they felt an undeniable sense of sophistication emanating from him. Every time they witnessed the sage in such a manner, they were certain he would reveal the optimal path forward. "I'm a geographer. Based on your coordinates, the previous Traverser S remarks, and the sun's trajectory, you should head either east or west. Either direction may yield an abundance of food. Additionally, I must add that while the western region may offer more food, it is also likely to be swarming with mosquitoes and other ferocious beasts, so..." Big Pineapple furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before speaking. The east may not be viable. A large tribe has already established itself there, and those who ventured out originate from that very tribe. Food scarcity is also beginning to arise in their vicinity. Moreover, the ruins lie to the west, and I have already dispatched individuals to excavate. I believe that within a few days, we shall uncover a pathway. Initially, the audience intended to offer counsel, but upon hearing the word ruins, they fell silent, as all were eager to witness what these ruins might entail. According to the Traverser, this civilization possessed technology far superior to that of Earth. They had even reached the point of being able to escape this planet. While the reasons for this civilization's demise remained shrouded in mystery, and the Traverser was reticent to divulge any details, they were resolute in their belief that simply witnessing it would provide clarity. If they could extract useful technology from within, Huaxiao's advancements would soar once more. The sole predicament now was how to expel the spies lurking within the live stream. Meanwhile, officials from various nations gazed at the broadcast with keen excitement. Regardless of whether it was the Traverser's mention of laser cannons, high-energy beams, defensive mechanisms, or technologies for traversing the cosmos, even a glimpse of any of these would yield immense benefits. Upon receiving Big Pineapple's command, over 1,000 Azura tribe members set forth in a grand procession towards the west. Along the way, they shot down several mosquitoes with bows and arrows, subsequently dismantled by warriors wielding 4 stone axes. In a world where food was scarce, although the mosquitoes were menacing, they were also a rare source of sustenance. Initially, Big Pineapple found the creatures rather repulsive, but he gradually grew accustomed to the idea. After 5 days of travel, upon reaching a vast lake, he was suddenly seized by an overwhelming discomfort, a wave of anguish. A tempest of emotions surged within him: sorrow, regret, and guilt, as though he were the center of this world. Dizzy and disoriented, Big Pineapple scanned his surroundings, only to realize that none of the Azura tribe members exhibited similar symptoms. In that instant, he understood that something was amiss in this place. The Azura tribe, carefree and unconcerned, remained oblivious. Yet the viewers in the live stream immediately detected that something was wrong with Big Pineapple. "Pineapple brother, what is the matter with you? Could it be a cold? Your Azura tribe is so robust. Can you really catch a cold? In such a technologically backward world, if one were to catch a cold, it would surely." "Is Pineapple brother going to kick the bucket? Oh no, is Pineapple brother about to kick the bucket?" Everyone, hold the comments. I am a doctor. Big Pineapple, please tell me your symptoms, and I shall see if I can find a remedy. Big Pineapple clutched his head, pain etched across his face. After laboriously taking a step forward, he fell to one knee. In that moment, even the typically boisterous Azura tribe members recognized that their sage was unwell. Instantly, a throng of them rushed towards him, with one hand pressed against his head and the other extended forward. He glanced at the barrage of comments urging the crowd to refrain from approaching, to prevent the spread of any potential virus or cross-infection. Although the Azura people were deeply concerned for their sage at that moment, they paused in their tracks, their faces etched with worry as they observed his actions. "Big Pineapple, how are you faring? Please, share your condition with us." Big Pineapple, his face contorted in anguish, replied, "I feel utterly miserable, physically and emotionally. I am engulfed in guilt, remorse, and sorrow, and I even contemplate ending my own life." Initially, upon hearing Big Pineapple speak of his physical suffering, the others harbored doubts about whether an internal issue was at play. Due to the differences in their races, the doctors furrowed their brows, uncertain of how to address the predicament. Accompanying him were esteemed medical professors from several nations, yet they too were at a loss. They were bound by their country's mandates to ensure Big Pineapple's survival at all costs. While they were indeed medical professionals, capable of articulating a plethora of theories regarding human ailments, even those affecting animals, this situation was perplexing. Should one classify him as human, he possessed 4 arms, yet to dismiss his humanity seemed equally implausible, as he appeared distinctly human-like. Setting aside the debate of his humanity, even if one were to bring a human before them for examination, they could derive some insights. In dire circumstances, they could even resort to pulse diagnosis. But here they were separated by an entire realm, relying on screens for treatment. The stated conditions suggested that satisfying just one of them might enable their intervention. Whether the individual manifested before them or was indeed human mattered little. Yet, presently, not only was he not human, but he also existed in a different world, afflicted with an illness unheard of. How on earth could they treat that? Professor Lee, you hail from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine. Perhaps you could employ your methods of observation, inquiry, and diagnosis. Goodness, our methods are tailored for humans. Do you truly believe this creature is human? Old Lee, come now. If you cannot assess him, there is no need for insults. Old Lou, what do you propose? Physical discomfort can often be attributed to organ issues or imbalances of qi and blood, yet emotional distress is also present. I have heard that when one suffers physically, their spirit may also be troubled, but I have never encountered a case where symptoms manifest so abruptly, accompanied by suicidal ideation. This is fundamentally unscientific. Yet, it was this very statement that sparked a revelation in a nearby young man, who suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Precisely." The crowd turned to him in curiosity, asking, "What do you mean, precisely? It is unscientific indeed." Chapter 28. No, my friend, this is your doing, Digga. Chapter 28. Xiao Zhang, what do you mean? What do you mean by unscientific? Indeed, Xiao Zhang, what do you intend by that statement? The speaker appeared to be in his 30s, regarded as a leading figure among the younger generation in the medical field. Yet in this context, he could only be addressed as Xiao Zhang, not merely due to the elder's age, but also because of their contributions to medicine. As all eyes turned toward him, Professor Zhang promptly rose to speak. What I mean is that the very world we are discussing lacks scientific basis, especially since the individual in question has traversed time. If the world itself is unscientific, why should we approach the diagnosis from a scientific perspective? Are you suggesting that this isn't an illness? Yes, it is highly plausible that this is not a disease, but rather a manifestation of some supernatural ability. Otherwise, such phenomena could not possibly occur. After all, with your extensive medical experience, you surely have never encountered a condition that induces such profound suffering in a patient, compelling them to contemplate suicide. Even the most exotic poison studied would not elicit such a reaction. They would merely cause unbearable physical pain, leading one to seek relief through self-harm. However, this scenario resembles a torment that is unlike a typical affliction. According to the individual, it is a matter of inner guilt. Professor Zhang gestured animatedly to the group of elderly professors, elaborating for a considerable time. Once he noticed their lack of rebuttal, he felt an inward sigh of relief. I grasped Xiao Zhang's perspective, but what do you propose we do in this situation? Professor Zhang paused, momentarily taken aback by the question, then fell into silence. Indeed, the present circumstances were merely speculative, but it was imperative to devise a solution. What should we do now? Without resolving the correctness of his assumptions, even if they were accurate, how could they address the issue at hand? In contemplation and hesitation, Professor Zhang tentatively suggested, perhaps we could consult the Taoist Association. One elder remained silent for a moment before responding. I believe it is prudent to report this to the higher authorities. However, your foremost task now is to communicate this matter to that individual. Although the cause remained elusive, and they were unaware of what had transpired, perhaps by articulating the situation, the individual known as Big Pineapple might devise a solution on their own. Professor Zhang chose not to correct the elder regarding the name, simply stating, "Understood. I will send a message immediately." Big Pineapple, I am a national medical professor. After discussing with several esteemed colleagues, we have concluded that your condition is likely not an illness, but rather a phenomenon akin to what you described as time travel. We are uncertain whether your realm possesses magic or sorcery, so it is essential that you uncover the cause yourself. Upon sending this message, the previously bustling chatroom, filled with inquiries about Big Pineapple's condition, momentarily halted. Then, it erupted into a frenzy of attempts to replicate the message, hoping that the suffering Big Pineapple, writhing on the ground, would catch sight of it. Many viewers, upon reading the message, felt a spark of hope. Supernatural, sorcery, magic, these three terms bore significant weight in the context of their mundane existence. Coupled with the earlier claims of another self-proclaimed time traveler who mentioned the existence of deities in that realm, alongside enormous mosquitoes larger than houses, The emergence of supernatural events led them to ponder whether their world contained similar practices of cultivation. If such was indeed the case, in that moment, while the audience fervently wished for Big Pineapple's survival, the true nature of their desires, whether for his life or something else, remained ambiguous. With the support of 5 or 6 Azura kin, Big Pineapple struggled to rise, inundated by a torrent of messages flashing before his eyes, yet he remained oblivious. Eyes firmly shut. 2 streams of blood tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, and the audience watched in anxious trepidation. Could it be that Big Pineapple was on the brink of demise? In the next instant, his figure abruptly vanished from the live stream, replaced by fragmented black and white images. What is this? Has Big Pineapple really passed? Son, what has happened? I am your father. Please do not frighten me. Big Pineapple, are you still alive? Big Pineapple. Yet, regardless of the frantic messages flooding the chat, the normally vocal Big Pineapple remained unresponsive. In that moment, the audience was gripped by despair, uncertain of the nature of the unfolding events and the fate of Big Pineapple. As the black and white images gradually sharpened, a world of astonishing technological advancement, replete with towering skyscrapers, materialized before the viewers. However, the architectural style and script were entirely unfamiliar to them. In every street corner, figures with horns and 3 eyes ambled about. Due to the monochromatic nature of the visuals, other colors remained indistinct. What is this? Where have we ended up now? Could Big Pineapple have traversed time again? Big Pineapple respond. Are you still with us? While ordinary viewers continued to flood the chat, the researchers present bore expressions of grave concern. An elderly man with a head of white hair gazed intently at the screen and remarked, "The previous time traveler mentioned that the technology of the last civilization was incredibly advanced. Could this be remnants of that civilization? Why does this architectural style remind me of a bird's nest? No, it resembles a fortress. Could this be a vestige of the previous civilization? If so, their technology may far exceed our imagination." Of course, this realization was not limited to the researchers. Several quick-witted individuals also deduced the possibility and shared it in the chat. This may be remnants of the previous civilization that the earlier time traveler visited. No way. Incredible. The remnants of a bygone civilization. Are you serious? You mean this is a relic? How did they achieve this? The level of technology is astounding. Are they attempting to convey their historical records to all of humanity through this medium? As the audience marveled at the spectacle, the scene abruptly shifted. The once bustling fortress transformed into a desolate ruin in an instant. What is happening? Could this be the aftermath of their civilization's downfall? Is anyone even thinking? If the civilization has perished, who recorded this? Indeed, could someone knowledgeable explain this phenomenon? Their civilization is gone. Who documented it? As the discussion regarding the recorder of those images subsided, the chat room fell into an electrifying silence, followed by frantic messages. Goodness, is that Ultraman Digga? Is that really Ultraman Digga? What am I witnessing? How is Ultraman Digga here? Could this be the legendary land of light? Wait, what is the situation with Ultraman Digga in this world? Could this world possibly harbor the M78 Nebula? This is not merely a parallel world. How could even Digga emerge here? It is utterly absurd. It is evident that this is the realm of Ultraman, where the illustrious Big Pineapple has traversed into the Ultraman universe. The live chat is rife with heated arguments as comments flood the screen. Suddenly, a foreign voice resonates, unmistakably not belonging to Big Pineapple, yet it speaks in Mandarin. In that fleeting moment, countless viewers conjure the image of an individual claiming to be a past civilization's traveler. Haha, Digga Ultraman has finally been conceived. Within the live stream, confusion abounds. Wait, my friend, did you truly traverse to create Digga? No, Digga was your creation. Chapter 29. Poor Pineapple Brother. Upon the realization of this fact, an immediate silence enveloped the venue, soon followed by an overwhelming barrage of comments flooding the screen. I was almost on my way to the land of light, only to be told that this was your doing. Wow, our great Huaxia's time traveler truly knows how to make things happen. You even brought out Digga. The time traveler is impressive, crafting Digga with bare hands. What nonsense! They merely provided a blueprint. Whether it can be constructed depends on the technological level of this civilization. Can this thing even move? It better not just be a statue. It's hard to say. After all, this thing looks nearly 1,000 meters tall. I can hardly fathom any energy source capable of powering it to combat monsters. This question had piqued the interest of various nations, leading research institutions, and esteemed professors alike. They could not fathom that a civilization would allow a time traveler to create a useless statue. Yet, the mystery of what energy source could possibly drive such a colossal Ultraman left them perplexed. Could it be nuclear power? However, nuclear energy is notoriously volatile and difficult to control unless they had already mastered controllable nuclear technology. In an instant, the eyes of these old professors sparkled with excitement. Their gazes fervently fixed on the screen, eager to explore the possibility of acquiring controllable nuclear fusion technology through this means. The nations, already deeply invested in Lu Dajuan, now saw him as an invaluable asset. Although he might not possess extensive knowledge, the innovations he had created and his years spent in that alternate world held the potential to spark a technological explosion in the current world. If he indeed brought back such technology, whichever country obtained it would stand at the pinnacle of this planet. Many nations even began contemplating the drastic measure of eliminating Lu Dajuan should they fail to secure his knowledge. As they mulled over these thoughts, the scene shifted, showcasing 5 Diga battling a monstrous creature. Faced with such a massive opponent, it was evident that the Diga Ultramen were struggling to cope. Several times, the viewers in the live stream found themselves holding their breath in anxiety for them. Yet in the next moment, the previously stiff movements of Diga transformed into a fluid and graceful display, almost as if infused with newfound vigor. Some even claimed to see the influence of military martial arts in their performance. Ultimately, the live stream of the Ultraman battling the small monsters concluded, reflecting a narrative not dissimilar to that of a certain nation in the real world. It began with initial struggles, but when the situation appeared dire, a surge of power led to a triumphant counterattack against the smaller monsters. At this moment, the live stream boasted an audience of millions, comprising countless elite figures, magnates, and influential individuals, all attentively witnessing a spectacle of Ultraman versus small monsters, rendered in monochrome. This occurrence, with a time traveler present, seemed almost unbelievable, as if it were a tale too fantastical to be real. Many viewers familiar with Ultraman were unfazed by the unfolding scenes, as the plotlines often followed a familiar pattern. Each episode typically featured Ultraman initially overwhelmed, but ultimately unleashing a sudden burst of strength. However, those unfamiliar with Ultraman's narrative found themselves puzzled. Just moments ago, Diga had appeared to be on the verge of defeat, nearly succumbing to the monsters. How could it suddenly exhibit such formidable capabilities? No one had an answer, and I too was perplexed. If it were merely a performance or an experiment, it seemed excessively exaggerated. I had clearly witnessed the devastation of 3 cities during that battle, with countless lives lost within. Could it be that Diga was not fully developed and then unexpectedly faced with monsters? That too seemed implausible, even if it were incomplete. The sudden increase in power and agility raised questions. Was there a human controlling it from behind? But if so, how could such a massive machine be operated from within? Finally, the most pressing inquiry remained. What energy source was capable of powering such a colossal robot? The debate in research labs across the globe raged on, while only the nation of Japan swiftly ordered the containment of the company responsible for creating Diga Ultraman upon discovering this event. The scene quickly transitioned, showcasing the time traveler engaging in conversation and giving speeches. However, due to language barriers, they remained oblivious to the content of his discourse. Only upon locating the time traveler would they glean such insights. At that moment, the visuals shifted yet again, this time revealing a vast expanse of starry sky. Countless gigantic mosquitoes swarmed as Ultramen of varying sizes launched an assault against them. These mosquitoes were familiar to the viewers, having encountered them multiple times before, and they had previously aided Pineapple Brother in eliminating several. Although, even with the support of many and the valiant efforts of the Ashura clan, slaying these mosquitoes was no simple feat. It took several days of grueling combat to bring down just one, given their imposing size. With terrifying physiques measuring 300 to 400 meters, humans appeared minuscule in comparison. Only the Ashura clan, unafraid of death, could muster the courage to engage such formidable foes. Ordinary earthlings would scarcely dare to imagine wielding spears and clubs against monsters towering 300 meters high. Yet before the Ultramen, these mosquitoes seemed like children facing adults, with the heroes even pursuing their adversaries back to their lairs. Wow, it takes us several days to defeat a mosquito, and they can take one down with a single punch. They even storm the enemy's lair. How fierce is that? In the cosmos, it feels like home for them. Diga truly lives up to its reputation. Speaking of which, given the situation, why not eradicate these mosquitoes entirely? Are you foolish? These mosquitoes pose no threat to any civilization. They can easily attack the enemy's lair without exterminating them. It's better to keep them around for training purposes, even if it's tough on our pineapple brother. Indeed, poor pineapple brother. He designed Diga and chased after monsters, yet now he finds himself pursued by them. What a tragic fate for the time traveler. Pineapple brother suffers greatly. By the way, where is pineapple brother? Why the silence? Has he truly met his end? What are you thinking? This is the legacy left by the previous time traveler. Clearly, he has gone to accept a legacy. Bad news. Pineapple brother has come under unknown attack. Good news. The attacker is one of his own. While the audience engaged in banter, convinced that pineapple brother was safe, the next image caused everyone to gasp in astonishment. A colossal, indistinct figure loomed in the starry void, indifferent to all that transpired around it. Chapter 30. Su-Mo and his mischief across the world. Chapter 30. The rules pulsate around him. The laws encircle him. He embodies the end of the universe and the point of its inception. Merely by standing there, he seems to be the very epicenter of existence. The countless spectators, upon beholding him, are struck by an overwhelming sensation that the entirety of the world exists solely because of him. He is the sovereign of the cosmos, the supreme deity, all-powerful, all-knowing. In this moment, as the multitude in the live broadcast witnesses this scene, their hearts are filled with uncertainty, fear, and horror. In a quaint farmhouse courtyard, Su-Mo reclined on a chair, watching the live stream with a series of question marks slowly forming on his forehead. This is me. This is how I appear in the microcosm. But soon, realization dawned upon him. The reason for such a depiction stemmed from a single tear of soul essence. This droplet encapsulated all of Lu Dajuan's anguish, frustration, regret, sorrow, and fear. The images the viewers beheld were projections emanating from this tear. The manner in which they perceived themselves was entirely a product of Lu Dajuan's imagination. However, observing his current appearance in the broadcast, Su-Mo stroked his chin, finding it rather amusing. He resolved that henceforth, he would present himself in this guise. After all, he is the creator deity of this universe. How could he make an entrance without any semblance of grandeur? This is a god. This is the deity referred to by that previous traveler. Someone tell me this isn't real. Oh my God, how can such a terrifying existence even be possible, with a figure so immense? One swipe of his hand would surely cause some pain. It wouldn't be too painful. At most, there would be a few tears, of course. I mean, those of your loved ones. Tears. Forget about his family. With a single swipe, one wonders if Earth would still exist, let alone crying. As Su-Mo listened to the accolades directed at him, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Though his expression remained placid, deep within, he felt an exhilarating thrill. In this peculiar situation, no fool dared to speak carelessly in the live stream. They were all still trembling in fear from Su-Mo's formidable presence, their hearts unsettled. Yet at that moment, Su-Mo seemed to ponder something and murmured. To be surrounded by so many spectators as a grand creator deity seems rather unbecoming. With that thought, a smile graced his lips. He activated the pathway he had previously forged to connect to the microcosm, which was this very live streaming system. Being observed as a deity was not a trivial matter, and with such generous praise, it would be remiss of him not to put on a display worthy of their admiration. In the next instant, the monochrome world of the live broadcast began to shimmer with color. Color has emerged. Finally, some hues to rest my weary eyes from the dullness of black and white. Indeed, this is far more pleasant to behold. Colors have appeared. Does this mean Pineapple Brother will soon make his entrance? I share that sentiment, but alas, the other traveler is absent. Otherwise, we could have him clarify the situation. However, at that moment, a particular comment captured the attention of others. Have you noticed something amiss? What seems off? Aren't we returning to normal? I mean the colors. Look around. Everything else is still black and white. Yet, only that one possesses color. As the audience read the comment, they immediately gazed back at the screen. Indeed, the surroundings remained devoid of color, save for the deity, who was now radiating vibrant hues. The myriad rules that encircled him began to emanate iridescence. These were colors they had never encountered before, so unique that they struggled to articulate them. In that moment, they felt a profound shock and an overwhelming sense of dread. It was as if the deity had come to life. Yet, just as they contemplated this, a smile crept upon their faces, acknowledging that the scene was merely a recollection from the previous traveler. After all, with so many individuals in the live stream, including prominent figures, they had long since analyzed this scenario countless times. However, the next moment, when one of them glanced back at the screen, they were startled to find that the deity appeared to be gazing directly at them, just as they thought it was a mere illusion. A chilling comment sent shivers down their spines. I feel as though this deity is staring right at me. Did anyone else feel that? I think I just saw him move slightly. In an instant, the already sparse comments in the live stream vanished, replaced by a collective, terrified realization. The deity was awakening and could genuinely see them. As the colors enveloping the deity surpassed half, they were horrified to witness that this terrifying entity extended a colossal hand towards them. Boom! A cacophony of explosions echoed across the globe as countless phones and computer screens instantly cracked with fissures, and the live stream abruptly went dark. In that moment, the once bustling world fell eerily silent. People trembled, staring at their devices, which quaked in tandem with their racing hearts. Yet, on their screens, fissures began to appear. They wished to scream, to vent their inner terror, but fear rendered them mute. Their expressions mirrored that of someone encountering a ghost in broad daylight. This was the raw truth of their predicament. Simultaneously, Su-Imo, observing the cracks forming on his own phone, fell into a contemplative silence. After a long pause, he finally uttered a curse. Damn it, I forgot to enable the teammates' damage immunity. Curse my phone. Originally, he intended to express something far more profane, but realizing it was his own doing, he settled for merely cursing himself. Yet, among the multitude of shattered screens worldwide, only Su-Imo dared to voice his frustration. Others were too terrified even to entertain such thoughts. It was crucial to remember that the being who had just awakened was not merely a figment of memory. He could not only resurrect from recollections, but also unleash attacks upon others. If anyone dared to speak recklessly or entertain errant thoughts, they could scarcely imagine the consequences. Would their minds shatter like their screens? For ordinary individuals, replacing a phone screen might cost a few hundred. Meanwhile, those using supercomputers to watch the live stream stood frozen in their laboratories, gazing at their darkened screens, grappling with an overwhelming sense of dread, rendered speechless for an extended period. Chapter 31. The divine cannot be gazed upon, superpowers. At this moment, a single phrase materialized in their minds. The divine cannot be gazed upon. Initially, they dismissed it as mere jargon concocted by charlatans or overly imaginative youths. Yet, in the face of their current predicament, skepticism was no longer an option. Just as this thought crossed their minds, the researchers vigorously shook their heads. Casting aside such chaotic notions, they dared not to entertain further speculation. In the laboratory, a group of esteemed professors stared at the shattered screen of the supercomputer, exchanging glances without uttering a word. The impact of this revelation was monumental for them. Having devoted their lives to the tenets of science, they now confronted the notion of a divine presence, one they had never before considered. The mere resurgence of a fragment of power from memory had endowed them with such terrifying abilities. They could scarcely fathom what might occur if they were to confront one of these entities directly. No, They could not allow their minds to wander further down that treacherous path. After a prolonged silence, a relatively younger man retrieved a new phone and inquired, "Shall we take a look?" The group, still mute, gradually leaned in closer, their curiosity piqued about whether the live stream had persisted. Would that being choose to terminate the broadcast? If it were indeed shut down, their only avenue to understand that world would be through another traveler who had returned. Internally, their emotions were in turmoil. They simultaneously hoped the live stream would vanish, fearing the repercussions of an entity traversing through their devices to unleash cataclysmic devastation upon their world. Yet, they also yearned for its continuation, as it was their sole means of gleaning insights into an alternate realm and the technological advancements of its former epoch. The unscientific aspects were momentarily set aside, given their lack of samples or the capacity to conduct research. Even if samples were available, they remained uncertain of their utility on Earth. On that fateful day, millions across the internet witnessed their screens shatter, yet none dared to speak out, not even to voice grievances to the manufacturers. How would they possibly articulate, "Your screens malfunctioned while I was watching a video"? Why would a video cause such destruction? The answer was clear: the overwhelming power of the divine. Thus, who would dare claim that the divine was anything less than formidable, even if it merely resulted in the shattering of their screens? The once thriving live stream, which had boasted millions of viewers, was abruptly reduced to zero, only to see a handful of individuals trickle back in before leaving once more. This pattern of cautious reentry continued until they confirmed that the entity was absent from the broadcast, at which point the numbers began to swell. This may well have been the most drastic and absurd audience drop since the inception of live streaming. After all, it was unlikely any other channel could employ physical means to disconnect millions in an instant. Given the gravity of the situation, they were reluctant to discuss it openly, even refraining from laying blame on the entity. Some of the more timid individuals resorted to burning incense and praying for solace. Mo stood in silence, gazing at his shattered phone. It was only due to his elevated status that he had transcended the extraordinary barriers of this world, enabling him to create. Had it been the previous version of himself, impoverished and living a meager existence, what would he have done while waiting for civilization to mature and reap its rewards? Would he have idled away like a swine, merely eating and sleeping? After all, he considered himself a creator god. Surely, a creator god should have some dignity. Must he forsake enjoyment for the sake of his divine identity? As Mo quietly lamented, he casually picked up a clod of earth and transmuted it into gold. He had intended to dine out that evening, and now he could also replace his phone, opting for a superior model with a larger screen. In truth, he could conjure food out of thin air. However, since he could transform stone into gold, why should he bother creating food for himself? Would it not be simpler to let others handle that chore? With a leisurely demeanor, Mo closed the door of his rustic abode and set off to procure a meal and a new phone. The world remained tranquil, almost eerily so. The online atmosphere mirrored this calm. Despite the shattered screens of millions, not a single voice was raised in protest. Typically, even minor events prompted an outpouring of opinions online. But this time, an unusual silence prevailed. In the Great Pineapple's live stream, the audience, which had plummeted to zero, was now recovering, reaching over 50,000 viewers. However, these spectators now behaved like refined gentlemen. Their comments transformed into expressions of courtesy. Yet this decorum was short-lived. Moments later, as the monochromatic image faded, the Great Pineapple reappeared on screen, surrounded by a throng of Azura warriors fleeing in haste. Behind them swarmed a multitude of colossal mosquitoes, each over 300 meters long, their sharp proboscises glinting ominously. The rhythmic beating of their wings resonated like the roar of engines, filling the air with an ominous thrum. Though there were only 50 or so mosquitoes, their massive size rendered them a formidable presence. It must be said, the Azura were quite reckless. Initially, armed with over 1,000 fighters and rudimentary spears and bows, they boldly charged into battle. It was only after suffering the loss of 500 comrades that they recalled the sage's advice to retreat when faced with insurmountable foes. Had the Great Pineapple not previously instructed them to flee in the face of overwhelming odds, they likely would have charged headlong into the fray, risking their lives against the mosquito horde. The tumult of their escape finally roused the great pineapple from unconsciousness. Though he still felt immense pain coursing through his body, he discovered he had acquired new ability. This newfound power felt as innate as a natural instinct, allowing him to soar into the air right before the astonished eyes of the remaining 600 Azura and the 50,000 viewers in the live stream. The previously polite chatter in the comments erupted into chaos. What the heck? What's happening? He can fly. Oh my god, superpowers. Suspended in midair, the great pineapple slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting shadow of a third eye flickering at his brow. Today, you shall experience the torment I have endured. Kulme, embrace the pain. How many floors must a bag of rice be carried? Oh, for heaven's sake, quit flooding the screen. The great pineapple, who had intended to make a grand entrance, found himself overwhelmed by the rapid-fire comments obscuring his view, prompting him to unleash a tirade of exasperation. Chapter 32. The great pineapple in the recent moments. The great pineapple endured unparalleled agony that transcended mere physical suffering, penetrating deep into his very soul. This anguish was a true torment that reached the marrow of his being, and on numerous occasions, he felt he was on the brink of collapse. Yet in that moment, even the thought of succumbing to death was a futile endeavor. He could only endure the excruciating pain. This torment had nearly driven him to madness, but he ultimately persevered. Simultaneously, a tinge of regret lingered in his heart, for upon acquiring his extraordinary abilities, he gained clarity regarding his previous circumstances. It was a trial where death was not an option and madness was averted. One would be forcibly expelled when approaching the brink of true despair. Though death was not a threat, the pain was undeniably real. Nevertheless, the longer one could withstand it, the stronger their capacity for life became. Thus, he felt a hint of remorse. However, he was resolute that he would never wish to endure such suffering again. Only those who have experienced it can truly fathom the depth of its torment, a suffering that renders one unable to seek life or death. Of course, such suffering was a singular experience. Each individual had but one chance. He could not comprehend which fool had left such a trial in this world. If one seeks to attain the extraordinary, they could have merely devised methods to temper the body or cultivate immortal abilities. Worst case, they could have utilized martial spirits or combat energy. Yet, here he was, compelled to endure pain to obtain extraordinary powers. It was as if, having weathered the rain himself, he was now to shatter the umbrellas of others. He was certain that those who left such trials in this world were not virtuous beings. However, these thoughts remained unspoken in his mind, for according to the past traveler's words, this world was inhabited by deities. Moreover, those capable of leaving behind such extraordinary seeds were undoubtedly formidable. Thus, it was prudent to keep certain thoughts to oneself, for reckless speech could lead to dire consequences. After enduring this unparalleled and nearly despairing suffering, he became acutely aware of his surroundings. With several hundred Azura compatriots at his side and a million spectators outside, he realized that having acquired such powers, it would be a disservice not to showcase them. In that moment, the great pineapple felt a surge of pride and thought. If this power is not for showmanship, then it is utterly meaningless. With a shift in his mindset, he enveloped himself in mental energy and leaped into the air. The mere thought of such a scene filled him with anticipation, imagining the astonishment of millions of viewers in the live stream. Coupled with an impressive quip, he mused, I am simply extraordinary, am I not? However, as often is the case, the chasm between imagination and reality can be vast. His moment of grandeur was abruptly curtailed as he opened his eyes, only to find himself amidst a barrage of insults. Despite being scolded, the flood of comments in the live stream showed no signs of abating. How did you fly, Brother Pineapple? Can you tell me what it feels like? I wish I could fly too. Please teach me. I'll send you gifts. Can you share this ability with others? I want to learn. Stop. Brother Pineapple is angry. Yes, stop spamming. He can't see. Don't spam. Brother Pineapple, don't be mad. The mosquitoes are coming for you. The mosquitoes are coming. Faced with an overwhelming wall of comments obscuring his view, the great pineapple was driven to the brink of madness. He contemplated shutting down the live stream, but the thought of missing out on the impending display of his prowess was unbearable. Yet, the incessant comments made it impossible to showcase his talent. Enough. You keep spamming about the mosquitoes, and I can't see. If you continue, I will end the stream. Instantly, the chat fell silent, and the great pineapple thought to himself. Indeed, threats were the only effective means of communication with these individuals. Just as he contemplated this, a deafening roar echoed in the vicinity, less than 50 meters away. The powerful gust from the flapping wings of the mosquitoes rustled the crude garments he wore, crafted from animal hides and wild grasses, and they were blown away. The audience in the live stream, eager to comment, hesitated, remembering the threat of a live stream shutdown, resulting in a remarkable silence among nearly 60,000 viewers. As the mosquitoes approached, the great pineapple smirked disdainfully at their grotesque forms and clenched his fist, declaring, "Ah, perfect timing. Now you shall witness my might. Feel the sting of my spicy, heavenly punishment." The viewers were left in a state of shock, their minds racing with thoughts. Could it be? Is he really going to bring down a meteorite upon them? To possess such power, right, after gaining extraordinary abilities, if he can indeed summon a meteorite, he would be akin to a walking nuclear bomb. Countless eyes widened in awe as they fixated on the newly transformed screen. In the next moment, as the great pineapple tightened his fist, all the mosquitoes that had approached him fell into convulsions, their wings flapping wildly as they plummeted to the ground. With a thunderous crash, over 50 colossal mosquitoes, each measuring over 300 meters, crashed down, creating a tremendous uproar. Dust and debris filled the air. And according to the law of smoke without injury, one of the fallen mosquitoes once again soared into the sky. Anticipating this, the great pineapple pointed at the ascending creature, and in an instant, it plummeted back to the ground. This particular mosquito fell into unconsciousness, yet its massive form continued to twitch violently, like a malfunctioning engine. The audience was momentarily stunned. Wait, where's the promised spicy heavenly punishment? What happened to the meteorite? Although this is impressive, did he misread his lines? The great pineapple remained suspended in midair, hands on his hips, a blend of pride and awkwardness etched upon his face, as he signaled for the viewers to resume their comments. Among the 60,000 viewers, some astute individuals quickly discerned the great pineapple's current mindset. Though he yearned to voice his frustrations about the absence of the meteorite, they began flooding the chat with praises. Brother Pineapple is amazing. Brother Pineapple is formidable. As the first comment ignited the chat, a cascade of praises followed suit. Brother Pineapple is incredible. Brother Pineapple is the best. Amidst the flood of admiration, the great pineapple waved his non-existent sleeves, a smile creeping upon his lips. He was about to erupt in laughter and humbly dismiss the accolades with, "It's merely a sprinkle of water." Yet before the words could escape his mouth, he succumbed to a fit of agonizing screams. "Ah, it hurts so much. I'm in agony. It's unbearable." Accompanied by his lamentations, he lost control of his extraordinary powers and plummeted from the air. The livestream audience was left speechless. Chapter 33. The Ruins of a Previous Civilization. The once frenzied barrage of comments instantly vanished, but at this moment, the protagonist, Big Pineapple, had no time to engage with such trivialities. He was unable to bear the sight. His attempt at bravado lasted no more than 3 seconds before he was laid bare. He could already envision the thoughts swirling in the minds of the audience, and rather than dwell on that, he preferred to observe. He contemplated shutting down the livestream, yet the pain coursing through his body was unbearable. It was a heart-wrenching agony, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones and resonating within his soul. This was the price of wielding extraordinary abilities. To acquire such power, one must endure extraordinary suffering. If one wishes to grow stronger, then one must exchange pain for power. This was the most fitting answer to the enigma of his newfound abilities. The more pain he felt, the more vehemently he cursed the individual who had bestowed this extraordinary seed upon him. He dared not voice his complaints aloud, relegating his frustrations to the confines of his mind, a most vexing predicament. Even with 2 abilities at his disposal, he still felt the urge to express his ire. In truth, he was unsure whether he possessed 1 ability or 2. His first power was telekinesis, akin to those depicted in novels. Not only could he manipulate objects, but he could also lift himself into the air. However, the aftermath of using such abilities left him in his current state of torment, the intensity of which was proportional to the duration and strength of his exertion. As for his second ability, he questioned its legitimacy. It allowed him to inflict pain upon others. He had not been boasting. He genuinely had made others feel anguish. Though, to be fair, that entity was not human. But such distinctions mattered little. Initially, he had intended to engage these formidable foes with his telekinesis. But upon reflection, he realized that with his limited power, even swatting a mosquito would be a Herculean task, compounded by the agony he was enduring. Thus, he decided to project the suffering he had experienced onto his adversaries. Remarkably, the results were potent and decisive, resulting in the annihilation of 50 mosquitoes in one fell swoop. This marked the most formidable achievement since the emergence of the Azura clan. As Big Pineapple plummeted from the air, the surrounding Azura warriors rushed toward him, shouting Azura as they hurried to assist the writhing figure on the ground. Remarkably, he bore no visible wounds. It was uncertain whether this was due to his naturally robust physique or the effects of his transcendent transformation. He understood that the pain he felt was not a consequence of his fall, thus no injuries marred his body. At that moment, Big Pineapple appeared utterly disheveled, the sweat brought on by his suffering clinging to the dust on his skin. Once aided to his feet, he gritted his teeth against the pain and commanded the Azura warriors to eradicate the fallen mosquitoes. These creatures were not yet deceased. They had merely lost consciousness. If they were not swiftly dispatched, they would soon revive. The Azura clan lacked a spoken language, and even if Big Pineapple had wished to instruct them, he had not yet managed to impart any knowledge in such a short span of time. Thus, despite his agony, he continued to shout Azura while gesturing until they finally comprehended his orders. Once he witnessed them rushing forward with weapons drawn, he promptly terminated the live stream. In the streaming room, the abrupt black screen elicited a profound silence. No one dared to speak, though they were all eager to know the fate of Big Pineapple. Was he alive or dead? What had transpired to bring about such a transformation? What were the true nature of his powers, and how had he acquired them? A myriad of questions haunted the minds of the viewers, yet with the stream abruptly closed, they were left powerless. After a lengthy pause, a comment appeared. It seems Big Pineapple has ended the stream. He likely is unharmed, though I suspect he feels a bit embarrassed and ashamed. Let us not mention this again next time. Regardless of the situation, wasn't Brother Pineapple incredibly dashing at that moment? Even standing there in midair and screaming after 3 seconds. He was still quite handsome. Indeed, I shall forever regard Brother Pineapple as a true man for those 3 seconds. All right, enough of this. It's all in the past. Let us not dwell on it. If he sees us discussing this when he resumes the stream, he might close it again. In a certain laboratory, a group of individuals stared solemnly at a small pop-up window within the darkened streaming room. This was their own recording of the moment Big Pineapple had showcased his powers. Initially, they had captured even more footage, but after one individual shattered all their screens with a single slap, they hurriedly deleted everything. It was only after confirming that this individual would not appear in the stream that they resumed recording. Can we discern what his abilities truly are? Observing through video seems rather inadequate. It pales in comparison to the anime watched by my grandson, where characters exhibit skills with visual effects. Here, we simply witnessed Big Pineapple extend his hand, and those creatures plummeted from the sky. I did notice something peculiar. When the mosquitoes fell, they convulsed as if experiencing immense pain. Perhaps this is his ability. Did he not exclaim to feel pain? As for the flight aspect, can one truly inflict pain from a distance? What kind of ability is that? In the real world, discussions continued regarding the nature of Big Pineapple's powers. In a microcosm, after enduring 2 hours of excruciating pain, the agony finally subsided. The mosquitoes had all been dispatched by the Azura clan. In the following hours, he began to contemplate the nature of his extraordinary abilities. Why had he acquired such power? Was it due to being a transmigrator? Was there a means to grant others extraordinary abilities as well? This question, if posed to the viewers in the live stream, might yield swift answers. Yet, for now, Big Pineapple knew that resuming the stream was out of the question. Absolument impossible. Unless a significant event occurred, he had no intention of returning to the stream. He had suffered a tremendous loss of face. His dignity had been cast out of this world, out of the universe itself. He lacked the courage to face the judgments of those in the streaming room. For the ensuing 6 months, Big Pineapple indeed adhered to his vow of silence, refraining from streaming even once. However, he did not remain in that place. It was the site where he had acquired his extraordinary powers. Yet he deemed himself too weak for further exploration. Thus, he resolved to return later. Accompanied by the Azura clan, he ventured forth to the location where he had discovered the stone tablet, seeking the weapons of the previous civilization of a bygone era. After months of excavation, they finally unearthed an underground city that had long since succumbed to ruin. Chapter 34. The discovery of the Ultraman egg during the past 6 months, aside from excavating ruins. Big Pineapple was not entirely idle. He devoted his time to teaching the Apollo tribe the intricacies of language, particularly spoken communication. While the subject of written language could be set aside for now, the challenge of conveying spoken language was beginning to drive him to the brink of exasperation. After half a year of relentless instruction, one would expect even a child to utter a few phrases. Yet, these individuals remained woefully incapable of comprehending or articulating anything beyond the word eat. Big Pineapple could not help but feel a surge of frustration, wondering how they had not starved to death yet. It was worth noting that the youngest among them was already akin to a teenager. And despite his tireless efforts over the past 6 months, they had yet to achieve the linguistic prowess of an infant. The situation was even more dire with written language. Nevertheless, he persevered, recognizing the paramount importance of communication. Moreover, due to their possession of weapons, flames, and the presence of their so-called sage, other tribes had flocked to join them. The Yanhuang tribe, which had dwindled to fewer than 500 after the last battle, had now not only replenished its ranks, but had astonishingly swelled to an impressive population of 5,000. However, with an increase in numbers came the challenge of management, a source of significant concern for Big Pineapple, who bore the title of Sage. He often wished he could live stream his experiences to seek advice from individuals in the real world. Yet, the thought of the barrage of comments he would receive and the embarrassment of past failures held him back. During this period, he also collected numerous stone tablets from the vicinity of the ruins. Most of these inscriptions were in languages unfamiliar to him, with only a few instances of simplified characters. Yet, this exploration provided him with insights into the world around him. He learned that cataclysmic events occurred every 1,000 years. Initially, he approached this knowledge with indifference. As he was not a native of this world, his primary concern was survival. The fate of the world was of little consequence to him. A millennium felt like an eternity, and while he was uncertain how long this civilization had existed, he was confident that it had not surpassed 2 centuries, a generous estimate. As he contemplated these matters, he found it more prudent to focus on enhancing his own existence within this world. Such was the mindset of Big Pineapple until he encountered a small tribe, which shifted his perspective entirely. Among them was a frail Azura girl, constantly bullied by others. This girl possessed a delicate oval face, her long hair often obscuring her features, and her large, dark eyes reflected both vigilance and fear. Unlike her robust kin, she appeared emaciated, a victim of chronic malnutrition, lacking the muscular build characteristic of her peers. In the eyes of her tribe, she was deemed unattractive, even to the point where some sought to marry her off, only to be rebuffed due to her frailty. However, Big Pineapple was immediately captivated by her, for she epitomized the aesthetic of Earthlings. She was not only appealing, but genuinely beautiful. The Azura tribe struggled to comprehend their sage's affection for such an unassuming girl, and while they did not overtly disrespect him, they were perplexed. Several times, tribe leaders suggested introducing their more physically imposing daughters to Big Pineapple, only to have him decline each offer. This left the girl with an overwhelming sense of admiration and affection for him. Initially, he believed that the time allotted for excavating the ruins would be insufficient. However, recent events had escalated dramatically. Incidents of mosquito attacks had surged. In the initial months of his arrival in this world, he had scarcely noticed any mosquitoes, but their numbers had since increased significantly. Uncertain of the cause, he was nonetheless prepared to lead his followers into the ruins, intending to establish a stronghold for future development. The rise in mosquito populations was attributed to the resurgence of civilization. Though mosquitoes were oblivious to the concept of civilization, they recognized the increase in available food. In times of scarcity, they had subsisted on soil, but with ample nourishment now present, they began reproducing voraciously until resources dwindled once more. This civilization had existed for over 50 years, and the first generation of mosquitoes had fully hatched, with a second generation already showing signs of emergence. Thus, their demand for sustenance increased. While Big Pineapple's forces were numerous and well-armed, allowing them to handle small swarms of mosquitoes effectively, their growing numbers posed a significant challenge. He was particularly reluctant to use his own abilities. Since he had first acquired his powers, he had only employed them once, and the agony associated with that experience was something he wished never to endure again. The ruins offered not only a place to dwell and multiply, but also the potential to acquire formidable weaponry. He had long coveted the weapons described by the previous traveler and inscribed on the stone tablets. Equipped with such armaments, he would be able to deal with the mosquitoes effortlessly, ensuring safety while avoiding the use of his cursed abilities, a truly advantageous scenario. Thus, the notion of relocating to the ruins took root in his mind. As he and Yuji, the name Big Pineapple had bestowed upon the Azura girl, approached the entrance, he marveled at the remnants of walls and the numerous craters surrounding them, reflecting on the advanced technology of this civilization. Despite the devastation wrought by meteors, floods, and landslides, the ruins remained remarkably intact, a stark contrast to the shoddy structures of Earth. As they ventured deeper, he instructed the Azura tribesmen to gather materials such as steel while clearing the path ahead. Everything proceeded smoothly. Suddenly, he was greeted by the exuberant chants of the Azura tribe, shouting eat, 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 in a state of frenzy. Bewildered, Big Pineapple wondered what edibles could possibly be found in these ancient ruins. Yet curiosity compelled him to follow. In one of the excavated craters, a throng of Azura tribespeople surrounded a large, oval, white stone, animatedly exclaiming eat, eat, eat. Upon seeing the object, a sudden realization struck him. Could this be the Ultraman egg? Chapter 35. Is Ultraman oviparous? Chapter 35. Why does one suspect this is an Ultraman egg? Primarily because our protagonist, Big Pineapple, once overheard a predecessor mention that this world is home to Ultraman. Additionally, from the incomplete information gleaned from ancient tablets, it is evident that this civilization once harbored Ultramen. Names such as Dinah, Eero, the First, Zoffy, and Mebius resonate through history. These Ultramen once thrived here. The previous civilization was even named the Ultraman Civilization, home to the Giants of Light. Pray tell, if this is not the civilization of Ultramen, what is? As for why Big Pineapple is so certain this is an Ultraman egg, the reasoning is quite simple. This site is a relic of the Ultraman civilization. What else could be discovered here but an Ultraman egg? Are we to believe that during battles with monsters, Ultramen suddenly lay eggs? Surely that would be absurd. An Ultraman egg, if nurtured properly, could bestow upon him the powers of Ultraman. Imagining himself effortlessly dispatching monsters with a mere punch fills him with exhilaration. The more he ponders, the more jubilant he becomes, to the point where he nearly bursts into laughter. Destined for greatness, he traverses this alternate world, ascends to the role of a leader among primitive folk, acquires superpowers, and now discovers an Ultraman egg. Does that not signify a fated individual? He envisions a live broadcast where he transforms into Ultraman or possibly commands Ultramen as his subordinates. The mere thought ignites a fervor within him. However, as he contemplates these grand visions, the Azura clan members in the crater have already begun to strike the egg with stone hammers. Startled by this sight, Big Pineapple yells, "Stop, stop, stop!" The Azura clan, perplexed by the sage's outcry, assumes he is urging them to strike harder. As they prepare to continue, Big Pineapple, disregarding the situation, delivers a flying kick that sends the Azura clan members scattering. He then gazes mournfully at the giant egg, which has been struck several times. After meticulously dusting it off and ensuring there are no cracks, he breathes a sigh of relief. Yet the next moment, he is left perplexed. How does one incubate this Ultraman egg? Pondering deeply, he ultimately resolves to resume his long-neglected live broadcast. However, he knows that a direct stream would not suffice. He must prepare adequately. His current identity, as the leader of the Azura clan, demands a display of grandeur. After all this time without a broadcast, he must deliver a spectacle that would astonish his audience. Thus, he instructs his followers to carefully transport the egg outside, bringing along a peculiar chair crafted from tree roots. After an hour's effort, he arranges the Azura clan members into 3 formations of 1,000 warriors each, all armed and ready. Big Pineapple and Yuji take their seats atop the wooden chair, with the colossal egg below them, surrounded by the imposing formations. The scene is truly magnificent. Big Pineapple admires his creation. As he gazes at the sun above and embraces Yuji, he initiates the live stream. The moment the broadcast commences, the screen floods with an avalanche of comments. "Oh my, Brother Pineapple is live. Wow, Brother Pineapple is still alive. That girl beside Brother Pineapple is stunning. Brother Pineapple, you should let her go. Do you really think you deserve her? Brother Pineapple, you've fallen, forcing a maiden and using your power to threaten her. How could you?" Initially, the comments are quite normal, and Big Pineapple feels gratified by the compliments. However, upon seeing Yuji, the tone shifts dramatically, and he becomes the target of a frenzied backlash. His expression darkens, and he nearly loses his composure. How dare they imply he is unworthy? How dare they accuse him of coercion? What do they know? In this world, he is a paragon of beauty. Just as he prepares to respond, the barrage of comments intensifies, leading him to abruptly shut down the live stream. The audience is left stunned. "See, I told you not to speak recklessly. Brother Pineapple is upset. Are you all out of your minds? Brother Pineapple has found a beautiful girl in a world filled with hideous creatures. Shouldn't you congratulate him? I suspect you're just here to stir chaos. Everyone, we are the Chinese military. We have recorded all your IDs. If you persist in your reckless comments, we will arrest you for espionage." The comments flood in, reaching tens of thousands, until silence falls over the stream. After 2 minutes of simmering anger, Big Pineapple, who had previously resolved not to resume the broadcast, gazes at his carefully constructed scene and the egg. Ultimately, he decides to restart the live stream, having prepared a retort for the naysayers. Upon reopening the broadcast, he anticipates a barrage of comments, but is surprised to find an unexpected calm. Just as he contemplates whether to restart the stream, a comment floats by. "Big Pineapple, you and your wife are truly a match made in heaven. If you need, we can help you arrange a wedding certificate from afar. Congratulations, Brother Pineapple. It's rare for Brother Pineapple to find such a beautiful girl in that world." Big Pineapple is taken aback. He had prepared to unleash a torrent of scorn, yet this is what he receives? The situation feels akin to striking a fist against cotton, nearly causing him internal injury from the absurdity. Though they are offering compliments, he finds himself irked and uninterested in their flattery. He states directly, "I have discovered an Ultraman egg in the ruins of the Ultraman civilization. Can you assist me in figuring out how to incubate it?" "An Ultraman egg? Brother Pineapple, I haven't read much. Please don't joke with me. Are Ultramen actually hatched from eggs? Illiterate. It's called oviparous. Are Ultramen oviparous? Or could they possibly be viviparous?" In a live stream, countless viewers grapple with the seemingly humorous yet serious question of whether Ultramen are oviparous or viviparous. Only a biologist in a certain laboratory recognizes the egg as somewhat familiar, though its massive size leaves him hesitant to confirm. He senses something is amiss, yet articulating precisely what is wrong eludes him for the moment. Chapter 36. This is a monster egg. Chapter 36. Not only did this particular biologist seem familiar, but others from various countries who were also observing the scene felt something was amiss. However, the enormous egg before them, nearly 100 meters in diameter, was a far cry from the diminutive creatures they had envisioned. Moreover, considering this was a different world, they dared not make any assumptions. The thought remained buried in their minds. While the knowledgeable refrained from speaking, ordinary netizens were unrestrained in their remarks. The online audience, upon gazing at the colossal egg. Initially expressed confusion and disbelief, which soon escalated into heated debates over whether the Ultraman was viviparous or oviparous. Had this event not been a live broadcast, Big Pineapple suspected that some might have resorted to physical confrontation. Ultraman is actually categorized by gender, and he resembles a human. I firmly believe Ultraman must be viviparous, just like humans. Stop talking nonsense. Have you ever seen Ultraman give birth? If not, keep your opinions to yourself. Exactly. If this is not an Ultraman egg, then what on earth is it? I've seen Ultraman lay eggs. The fellow above, if you're referring to that, then I've seen it too. Please share. As the comments spiraled out of control, Big Pineapple could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Please stop." Shut up. Did Big Pineapple just ask for a share? Yes, I heard it too. Big Pineapple, message me privately. I have not only Ultraman items, but also many super warriors and armored heroes. If you're interested, to the one above, we have recorded your ID, phone number, and registration details. After the live broadcast, we hope you voluntarily report to the nearest police station. Upon this comment, the previously chaotic barrage of messages suddenly fell silent. They had become so engrossed in their discussion that they momentarily forgot the presence of these influential figures in the chat. Panic set in. Would they be registered too? One by one, they began to reflect on their earlier comments, suppressing any illicit thoughts with the mantra of strength and democracy. Meanwhile, the seasoned viewers and official personnel in the live stream began to sense something was amiss. Wasn't Ultraman a creation of that time traveler? Was he a robot? Why was there an egg? Did Big Pineapple not know about this? Did this suggest that what Big Pineapple witnessed when acquiring superpowers was different from their experiences? A message appeared from a laboratory. Big Pineapple, could you share what you saw when you acquired your superpowers? Perhaps I can enlighten you about this egg. Big Pineapple responded. This is clearly Ultraman's egg. What is puzzling? I didn't come here to debate whether this is Ultraman's egg, but to seek your guidance on how to hatch it. Besides, I prefer not to relive the painful memories of acquiring my superpowers. By the way, what about that time traveler? It has been over 6 months. Have you found him? I need him to explain how to hatch this egg. Though Big Pineapple had not provided explicit confirmation, they had already surmised that what he witnessed during his acquisition of superpowers was indeed different. If it had been the same, he wouldn't have spoken of pain and reluctance to remember. Furthermore, a crucial point emerged. Big Pineapple still did not realize that the flow of time was different on both sides. A participant commented, "Unfortunately, we have yet to locate that time traveler. The primary reason is the disparity in the flow of time. Over 6 months have passed for you, while less than 20 minutes have elapsed in our reality. Thus, we have had neither the opportunity nor the time to search for that traveler." Big Pineapple was taken aback. "What did you say? 6 months have passed for me, and you have only experienced 20 minutes. The previous time traveler mentioned that he spent 200 years there. If the flow of time were consistent with the technology we possess, he would have turned to dust after 200 years. Now, regarding your egg, during your acquisition of superpowers, we witnessed the exploits of that time traveler. Ultraman was his creation." Big Pineapple glanced at the massive egg he had carefully brought forth. Disbelief etched on his face. "What? Ultraman was created? Wasn't he always a part of this world?" Regrettably, that is not the case. Ultraman was conceived by your time traveler for amusement. Thus, he is a robot, and robots do not lay eggs. Once again, Big Pineapple examined the gigantic egg, his eyelids twitching. If it's not Ultraman's egg, then what is it? You guessed correctly. It is likely the egg of some monster. In the universe, 3,000 towering Azura clansmen stood in orderly ranks, their expressions solemn, fixated on a figure before them. A sage, babbling away in fervent communication with the heavens, their eyes filled with admiration. The sage's communion with the divine always brought them benefits. The sage was truly magnificent. They would willingly offer everything, including their lives and wives, for the sage. Some longtime viewers in the live stream recalled this matter and quickly chimed in. Indeed, I witnessed it too. I even saw that individual. Merely seeing him, I surmised he caused losses amounting to billions for our planet. Are you out of your mind? Don't say things that could get you in trouble. Do you not understand that the divine watches over us? Oh God, I did not utter those words. I have never blamed you. The money on the screen is on me. Consider it a tribute to you. I hope you spare me your wrath, Jade Emperor, and all the heavenly deities. Protect me. Big Pineapple watched the barrage of comments, perplexed, unsure why they were so frantic, claiming that a live broadcast had caused billions in losses for Earth. Perhaps some stocks had plummeted. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on this matter. Since it was not Ultraman's egg, it could only be a monster's egg. Though it was indeed a monster's egg, he found the enormity of the situation somewhat disheartening and mused aloud. What if I manage to hatch this egg and am the first to appear before it? Would it regard me as its mother? It might just devour you whole. Just look at the size of the egg. In comparison, you would barely fill its gaps. And even if it recognized you as its mother, it would be unlikely. Is there truly no way? If we could raise a monster, it would greatly benefit our civilization. Have you considered how much food such a massive creature would consume in a day? And what would it eat? If it requires meat, where would you procure enough to feed it? Big Pineapple fell silent, recognizing the validity of their points. Indeed, it was a pity for such a large egg. Upon realizing it was not Ultraman's, he began to fantasize about what kind of egg it might be. A dragon's egg? A Godzilla egg? Would the monster be striking, formidable, and awe-inspiring? If he could command this monster, would it not be cooler than controlling an Ultraman? Yet again, reality dealt him a harsh blow. However, now that matters had reached this point, the great Boluo found himself disinclined to terminate the live broadcast. With all the Azura present, it seemed fitting to share this egg, allowing everyone a taste of what a monster's egg might be like. In the next moment, Boluo gestured emphatically below and bellowed, "Azura, feast!" Instantly, dozens of Azura rushed forward, wielding stone hammers, and began to strike the colossal egg with fervor. The shell proved remarkably resilient. After hours of relentless assault from so many, not a single crack appeared. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream gazed with immense curiosity at the egg. A monster's egg. This was indeed humanity's first encounter with the sight of others consuming such a peculiar delicacy. Stop hammering. At this rate, when will you finish? Just roast it over a fire and then pour water on it. Upon reading this, Boluo found the suggestion quite sensible and promptly instructed the Azura to proceed accordingly. The conditions for hatching an ant require warmth and moisture. Chapter 37. Ding. Detection of extraordinary life forms in the microcosm. Upon reading these words, the great Pineapple felt a profound sense of reason and promptly instructed the Azura clan to commence their operations. The incubation conditions for the ants, warmth and humidity, were met under the combined application of fire and water, leading to the appearance of tiny cracks in the eggshell. Witnessing this scene, both the great Pineapple and the Azura clan, as well as the audience in the live stream, were filled with anticipation. This was indeed a monster egg. A genuine monster egg. It was the first time anyone on Earth had witnessed a live broadcast of cooking a monster egg. Who could possibly remain indifferent? The great Pineapple was quite elated. Although this was non-Ultraman egg, discovering a monster egg and flaunting it before the world brought him immense satisfaction. The Azura clan, in turn, held their sage in the highest esteem, marveling at his cleverness and ingenuity in devising such plans. Seated in his exclusive chair with one arm around UG, the great Pineapple began to boast to the audience in the live stream. Brothers, who among you wishes to taste a monster egg? Just come over, and I'll ensure you're well fed. No need to pay me 50. I'll appoint you as a great general. What do you say? Brother Pineapple is magnificent. Tell me how to get there, and I'll set off immediately. Is it a round trip? If it is, I'll leave right away. By the way, Brother Pineapple, what else did you find in that relic? Just this egg? Brother Pineapple, can you share with us your superpower? Indeed, Brother Pineapple, please tell us about your superpower. What does it feel like to fly? Flying out of nowhere? Even in my dreams, I fall to the ground, yet you have accomplished it. Truly impressive. I declare, Brother Pineapple is the first among our human race to fly without support. No objections accepted. Noticing the eagerness of the majority in the live chat to learn about his abilities, the great Pineapple felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, he realized that they would likely discern his superpower when he eventually employed it. Furthermore, if he wished to grow stronger or eliminate its side effects, he would need their assistance. Thus, he spoke, "As for my ability, I'm not quite sure how to articulate it." What do you mean you don't know how to say it? Is it that you cannot disclose it? What is the reason? As the barrage of comments surged once more, the great pineapple raised his voice. Stop spamming. Let me finish. He continued. The reason I'm unsure how to explain it is that I still don't know whether this ability constitutes one power or two. Wow, two abilities? How enviable. Shush. Listen to Brother Pineapple. Spamming further might attract Uncle Hat to pay you a visit. With that comment, the chat was instantly cleared, and the great pineapple nodded in satisfaction before revealing his abilities, while the crowd continued to analyze the merits and drawbacks of his power. Another spoonful of water was poured over the already cracked, gigantic egg, which then emitted a resounding crack. Everyone turned to look, and a massive creature, slightly pale in color and nearly 200 meters in length, crawled out of the shell. Instantly, those who had been eagerly anticipating feasting on the monster egg or watching others do so were left utterly astonished. It's still alive. Is this an egg that has hatched? What on earth is this? It looks somewhat familiar. It seems to be an ant. Have you ever seen an ant this large? The great pineapple was momentarily taken aback, but quickly commanded the Azura clan to arm themselves and attack. It was merely a monster. They had slain even larger mosquitoes before, so how difficult could it be to deal with this newly hatched creature? He believed that with the weaponry he had appropriated, vanquishing such a being would not pose a challenge. He even contemplated showcasing the valiant forms of the Azura clan in battle. However, he miscalculated this time. This monster was unlike the mosquitoes. Even though it had just emerged from the egg, it possessed a hard exoskeleton. The might of the Azura clan was insufficient to even breach its defenses. The great pineapple frowned, contemplating waiting a bit longer. If these individuals truly found themselves at a loss against this creature, he would have no choice but to intervene. 3,000 Azura warriors surged forward, wielding an array of weapons that clashed against the colossal ant, creating sparks. Witnessing this, the great pineapple's frown deepened. It seemed the Azura warriors were genuinely incapable of handling this foe. Yet, he was reluctant to utilize his superpower. As he pondered this, the creature violently flung aside the Azura warriors nearby, and with its transparent wings unfurled, it took to the skies. Upon seeing it flying away, the great pineapple finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he would not have to take action himself. Moreover, their forces had suffered little damage, just a bit of wasted time, and the situation appeared manageable. But just then, a comment flashed across his screen. Quick, pursue it and kill it. I observed closely, although its shape and size differ somewhat. I can assure you, it's an ant, a flying ant. So hurry and eliminate it. Flying ants? What is a flying ant? I know. This creature becomes abundant during the transition from spring to summer. Just place a light and a bowl of water, and the next day, you'll harvest a bowl full of ant wings. Nothing to fear, right? Don't you see how massive it is? It's not even larger than a mosquito. It's just that Brother Pineapple has taken action. Once he does, it'll be dealt with in an instant. Exactly, and it's only one. What is there to be afraid of? I'm a Ph.D. in biology. Let me explain. The terrifying aspect of flying ants lies not in their ability to fly, but in the fact that they are queens. Their wings can only support one flight. After finding a safe place, they will land and bury themselves in the soil for 20 years. After 20 years, an anthill will emerge. Just an anthill. Of such massive ants. Goodness, Brother Pineapple, chase after it. If you don't eliminate it, you might be in serious trouble. Having just felt relieved, the great pineapple's mind conjured images of a swarm of ants, each capable of reaching hundreds of meters in size. Merely the thought sent shivers down his spine. Earlier, he had considered that moving into a fortress would protect against mosquitoes, but what if an ant were to join the fray? Without a moment's hesitation, the great pineapple shouted and activated his telekinesis, propelling himself into the air. He had to eliminate it today. He could disregard the cataclysmic events a millennium hence, but the matter at hand demanded his attention. The ant was not particularly swift in its massive form, likely exacerbated by being forcibly extracted by the great pineapple. Caused it to fly awkwardly. The great pineapple accelerated and swiftly reached the creature's side, disregarding the need for bravado as he initiated the technique to inflict pain. The colossal flying ant crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Just as the great pineapple prepared to relax, he noticed the flying ant enveloped in ominous smoke. In the next moment, a torrent of flames erupted skyward. Ding! Detection of extraordinary life forms in the microcosm. Ding! Detection of extraordinary life forms in the microcosm. Sumo. Chapter 38. The Extraordinary Ascendancy. In this moment, even the most dim-witted of creatures could discern the gravity of the situation. The beast had awakened. Much like himself, it had acquired extraordinary abilities. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a wave of excruciating torment, abandoning any pretense of restraint. Then, a terrifying force surged forth, manifesting as a transparent yet tangible blade, aimed directly at the adversary's head. This formidable weapon stretched an alarming 40 meters in length, though it paled in comparison to the nearly 200 meters of the flying ant. Nevertheless, should it strike true, it would suffice to sever the foe's head from its body. Enduring the agonizing pain coursing through him, he disregarded the debilitating sensations and the overwhelming emptiness in his mind. All that mattered now was to vanquish this creature. Setting aside the fact that this being was, in essence, a monster, the implications of it potentially being a queen ant were too horrifying to contemplate, especially now that it had awakened alongside him. The cataclysmic calamity of a millennium hence was a concern he could afford to ignore, for by then he would be long gone. Yet this immediate threat loomed large in his present reality. Thus, as long as he survived today, the creature would surely become their dinner. In the live broadcast, comments flowed rapidly. That's a 40-meter blade. Bro, charge at it. Make it your pet. Quiet, or he'll start berating you. The ant, writhing in agony on the ground, suffered not only from the pain inflicted by the pineapple's power, but also from the torment accompanying its own nascent abilities. Newly born, it could not comprehend the reason behind its suffering, yet it felt no fear, only a primal, instinctual yearning for survival. This desire fueled a flicker of hope amidst the depths of despair, a hope that clung to life even in the face of overwhelming hopelessness. As the blade descended, the ant abruptly raised its head. The clash of its massive mandibles with the ethereal blade resulted in a tense stalemate. Yet, the queen's form continued to convulse in agony, as the blade inched closer to delivering a fatal blow. Both combatants trembled violently, the pineapple no exception. Observers in the live chat felt a surge of anxiety for him, their encouragement silent as they watched his struggle. Clenching his fists, he let out another roar, conjuring a blade of just over 20 meters once more. As it manifested, it lunged toward the junction between the ant's massive body and its swollen abdomen. Were it not for the pain coursing through him and the absence of a weapon, he would have charged headlong into battle against the ant. The protracted stalemate was unbearable. As the blade appeared poised to strike, the ant summoned all its strength, its mandibles snapping together with a resounding crack, shattering one of its own teeth. Yet the mental blade dissipated. In a desperate maneuver, it attempted to evade the descending weapon, but was too slow, managing only a feeble defense with its wings. The blade struck flesh, spraying white ichor. However, before it could reach the ground, it was vaporized by the searing flames emanating from the ant. Though the blade was smaller than its predecessors, the damage it inflicted nearly severed the creature in two. Yet, whether due to the flames or the extraordinary powers at play, the wound began to heal rapidly. While still grotesque, it seemed that this injury alone would not suffice to slay the ant. Standing at the roadside, Sumo had already delved into the depths of his microcosm. Observing the fire-wreathed ant, he recognized it as the extraordinary life the mindless system had referred to. Should he intervene? A first-tier extraordinary life form, endowed with primitive intelligence, this single ant represented an entire civilization. If he were to slay it, he would directly gain 0. One of a rank. Yet, was now truly the time to act? Once it was gone, it would be lost forever. But allowing it to live seemed equally futile. Should he nurture it instead? As he pondered, he observed the unfolding drama below. The pineapple, witnessing that his attack had failed to eliminate the ant, felt beads of sweat multiply on his brow. Though he remained suspended in the air, projecting an aura of authority, albeit trembling from pain, there was no sign of retreat. The ant, engulfed in fear, could not understand the cause of its agony. It had only just emerged from its shell and sought nothing more than to survive. Hearing cries of Azura from behind, it realized that time was running out. Without hesitation, it fled, dragging its wounded body swiftly into the distance. Though its severed wing hindered its flight, it nonetheless provided a burst of speed. The pineapple attempted to pursue, but he had already reached his limits. As the Azura clan approached, he plummeted to the ground, unconscious. This battle had resulted in mutual devastation. Suemo shook his head at the sight of the fleeing ant, which had begun to dig itself a burrow. The prospect of gaining only 0. One of a rank felt meager, especially considering the ant's potential for growth. As long as it remained below the threshold of a third-tier extraordinary being, it posed little threat. Rather than eliminate it now, it would be wiser to harvest its benefits tomorrow. As for the possibility of it evolving to a third-tier extraordinary being in the near future, Suemo held little faith. The height of a fountain cannot exceed its source. Their extraordinary origins lay in the tiers of souls. Thus, they could only aspire to reach the third tier, with the second tier marking their zenith. Unless they found an alternative path, it would be implausible for them to surpass the constraints of soul tiers within a mere millennium. The stark contrast between extraordinary civilizations and technological ones lay in the former's rapid initial development, albeit with limitations. Technological civilizations require considerable groundwork, but they can accelerate in the latter stages. Yet in the final stretch, extraordinary civilizations often catch up. It remains an open question which possesses superior combat prowess. Extraordinary civilizations emphasize individual prowess, while technological ones advance through collective innovation. However, if sufficient extraordinary entities are present, the balance shifts. With a casual shake of his head, Suemo dismissed these musings and returned to the present. He perceived no significant issues within his microcosm. As for the annihilation of the pineapple's Azura clan, such thoughts were absurd. With 5 millennia of cultural accumulation and countless brilliant minds strategizing, if they could not overcome a mere native, it would be better for them to vanish entirely. Moreover, they had the advantage of excavating relics from previous civilizations, amplifying their potential significantly. If by tomorrow they could all ascend to a secondary civilization, he would then annihilate them, thus elevating his status to above 4.0, and even directly advancing to a secondary level akin to that of a creator god. The mere thought of this brought him immense joy, and he found himself subtly anticipating the surprises these individuals might present the following day. Although the conditions under which you, Great Pineapple, traverse dimensions were somewhat lacking, you have begun to garner the support of people from around the world. I hope you do not disappoint me. While contemplating this, he leisurely strolled into a shop that procured gold. Upon awakening and learning that the ant had escaped, Great Pineapple promptly ordered everyone to search for it. He could not find peace of mind until that ant was eradicated. He shuddered at the thought of what a horde of ants might bring 2 decades hence. 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. They had already settled in the ruins, but had yet to uncover a trace of the ant. He realized that this situation could not persist. It was imperative to locate the ant, but time could not be squandered if it remained elusive. Under the guidance of the viewers in the live stream, he began to instruct the Azura clan in farming, husbandry, cultivation, and forging. This not only attracted more Azura to their cause, but also aided in the restoration of the dilapidated fortress. Unfortunately, the previous traveler had yet to make an appearance, and many of the items within remained shrouded in mystery. The recorded texts were indecipherable, and they had found no extraordinary weapons. Despite transmitting a multitude of incomprehensible texts for research to Earth, progress was slow. In desperation, he shifted his focus to studying the utilization of superpowers and how to bestow extraordinary abilities upon others. Ultimately, they pinpointed a particular lake. After 6 months of exhaustive experimentation, he discovered that Azura could gain extraordinary power simply by drinking from its waters, followed by channeling their internal suffering. This revelation propelled the Azura tribe, under the guidance of Great Pineapple and Earth-S civilization, into a period of rapid advancement. Within a decade, the fortress had been fully restored, and the population of the Yanhuang tribe soared to an astounding 300,000. In the context of primitive eras, This represented a remarkably significant figure. Over these 10 years, Mandarin began to circulate throughout this civilization. Notably, many individuals having acquired extraordinary powers experienced cognitive enhancement, and their learning capabilities flourished. This year, the starry sky giant mosquito, with its terrifying stature and overwhelming numbers, dominated the heavens, consuming everything in its path like a swarm of locusts. Chapter 39. Another cycle with two choices. Over the years, the great leader has matured significantly, shedding the pretentiousness that once characterized him. His prolonged tenure in a position of power has imbued him with an aura of authority. For a decade, he has been engaged in two primary pursuits. First, the quest to locate the elusive ant that escaped. Second, the determination to find the supreme laboratory of the ultraverse, for he longs to return. Although civilization has gradually advanced, it still pales in comparison to the realities of the world he yearns for. If he could bring back his extraordinary abilities, he could relish all that this realm offers, perhaps even more than what he once knew. Not long ago, Lu Dajuan re-entered the livestream. By then, swarms of mosquitoes were already making their presence felt, hovering in the air and posing a formidable challenge to combat. Despite the presence of extraordinary individuals, not all possessed the ability to fly, and every use of their powers left them in agony, much like the great leader himself. While the Azura people were fiercely undeterred and often engaged in reckless displays of power against one another, their abilities could not be sustained indefinitely. Ultimately, with the counsel of those in the livestream, the great leader devised an intricate trap, a veritable net of fire and explosives. Once the mosquito horde arrived, they would be ensnared. Even if not all were exterminated, the demise of many would render the remainder insignificant. With the plan set, he commanded all Azura to return to the fortress, issuing strict orders that no one was to venture out without his command. The Azura had an unwavering, almost blind trust in their leader. They would follow him to the ends of the earth without a hint of dissent, even for something as trivial as remaining within the fortress. The initial opportunity lay in waiting for the right moment to launch a counterattack. But then, Lu Dajuan returned to the livestream. Upon grasping the current situation, he revealed to the great leader how to access the laboratory, disclosing that he was situated in the capital of the Ultraverse. With that information, the great leader felt compelled to explore the laboratory, hoping to uncover weapons that could aid his people. The viewers of the live stream were electrified with anticipation, particularly the national team. As thunderous roars echoed, the massive door that had remained shut for nearly a millennium creaked open once more. Air rushed in, bringing with it a foul odor. Undeterred by the stench, the great leader stepped inside, his excitement palpable. This was his first venture into such an advanced laboratory, a facility boasting technology far beyond that of Earth. On a hospital bed, Lu Dajuan gazed at the familiar laboratory on screen, his eyes glistening with emotion. As the great leader traversed deeper into the lab, the door shut behind him, and he surveyed his surroundings, bones appearing ominously before him. Just as he was about to speak, the skeletons disintegrated into dust. Following Lu Dajuan's instructions, the great leader activated the laboratory lights, illuminating the previously dim space with a warm and inviting glow, a sight that was neither harsh nor blinding. Goodness, after all these years, the lights still work. What kind of celestial technology is this? The energy source here is remarkable. Hold off on the comments for now. Senior, where's the armory? His inquiries went unanswered for an unusually long time, leading him to speculate that the senior was simply taken aback by the sight before him. After all, he had spent 2 centuries in this place, once surrounded by friends and colleagues, now reduced to memories. After waiting in silence for several minutes, he finally called out again. Senior, em me fine, merely reflecting. Please proceed to the central computer and activate it. I'll check the logs, came the response. Open the logs for review. Activate the energy lights. Check the energy levels. Step by step, the great leader followed Lu Dajuan's directions, though he understood little of it. The text on the computer screen was a mystery to him. He merely mimicked Lu Dajuan's commands. Yet, after executing the latest directive, silence ensued once more, leaving him eager to inquire about the armory's location. He could afford to delay thoughts of returning until the mosquito threat was neutralized. After all, the trap had been meticulously set. It would be unsatisfactory to not witness the demise of the mosquitoes with his own eyes. Finally, after numerous calls, a single comment shattered his composure. "I just checked. If you wish to return, you have only 7 days left." The great leader furrowed his brow, the weight of authority enveloping him. "What do you mean?" "The implication is that the equipment here has long been damaged, and what you're using now are mere backup systems. If you wish to return to your original time, the remaining energy can only sustain this place for 7 days. Once that time elapses, the remaining energy will no longer support your return." Stunned, the great leader stood frozen, grappling with this unexpected revelation. For a prolonged moment, he resembled a statue, caught in disbelief. After what felt like an eternity, he managed to stammer, "So what now?" "Thus, you face two choices." At this juncture, Lu Dajuan hesitated momentarily, as if recalling a figure with large horns who once presented him with two choices as well. The current moment felt eerily reminiscent of that past encounter. The great leader anticipated what was to come, his body trembling with apprehension. Yet Lu Dajuan's message continued. "Either you remain here permanently, or you must return within 7 days." The great leader staggered, his resolve wavering. Had this been any other time, he would have departed without a second thought. But 3 months prior, Yuji had become pregnant, his first child. The name he had chosen for the baby, as suggested by countless viewers, was Zhang Aimin. In reality, his name was Zhang Qiansheng, hence the child would naturally carry the Zhang surname. As for Aimin, part of it was a playful jest from the viewers, but it also reflected his aspiration to raise his child to be a benevolent ruler, one who cherished his people. Countless viewers were eager to see what little Bao Luo would look like upon birth. Yet at this moment, Lu Dajuan's words struck him with a heavy blow. He could either remain in this world forever or leave immediately, forsaking the companionship of his beloved wife and his unborn child. Silence fell over the live stream. No one dared to comment. He found himself ensnared in a web of indecision, hesitation, and despair. This was not the plan he had envisioned. He had merely intended to enter, procure some weapons, and leave. Why had it come to this? He was unprepared. He longed to see his child. He had envisioned achieving greatness in this realm, nurturing his child, and when the time came for him to depart this life, he would return to his original world. After all, he is aware that time here differs from that on Earth. As long as he can return, he could live 2 lives. Yet, can he truly abandon his wife and children? Can he forsake those who have followed him, who trust him unconditionally, and who worship him blindly? If he were to commit such an act, would he still be considered a person? But he has parents in the real world as well. The turmoil and hesitation that plagued the BOLO were vividly etched upon his face. In the live streaming room, 1 million viewers were confronted with this unexpected situation. Yet none dared to utter a word. Each was inwardly grappling with how to respond to such a predicament. On one side stood his parents from his world, and on the other his wife of 10 years and their soon-to-be-born child. Perhaps some would argue that these relationships are inconsequential, and there is no reason for hesitation. Yet, is a decade of affection merely an illusion? Even the bond with a dog nurtured for 10 years would be hard to sever. Moreover, the BOLO wandered out of the laboratory in a daze. Although the once dim space remained brightly lit, he felt an overwhelming darkness enveloping him. The guards at the entrance, upon seeing the BOLO, were filled with fervor in their eyes. It was he, the sage of the Ashura clan, who had bestowed upon them fire, language, writing, weapons, and shelter. He had endowed the Ashura people with extraordinary power. He was their supreme leader. This sentiment was not limited to a few guards, but was shared by the entire Ashura clan. As the BOLO meandered through the streets, countless individuals bowed their heads in reverence, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Even those engaged in combat paused to pay their respects before resuming their altercations. This demonstrated the immense respect he commanded within the Ashura community. Upon returning to his dwelling, Yuji approached him with an additional garment, leaning against him with a radiant expression of happiness. To others, the BOLO was a king, a leader, a sage. Yet in Yuji's eyes, he was her everything. Once filled with uncertainty and confusion, He had now become the envy of the entire Ashura clan. For he was about to welcome a child with Yuji. In his dazed state, Bolo felt someone grasp his hand, leading him to a round, warm place. Turning his head, he heard Yuji say, "My king, I believe our child will one day be as remarkable as you, a man of great stature and boundless wisdom, destined to lead our people towards glory and a bright future." Chapter 40. In this chapter, the expression on Big Pineapple's face appeared somewhat rigid as he contemplated speaking. Yet ultimately, he merely embraced Yuji in his arms. Yuji rested her head on Big Pineapple's shoulder, her face radiating with a blissful smile. For she felt like the happiest woman in the world. Her husband was also the mightiest person on the planet. Countless viewers in the live stream were taken aback by this scene, feeling an inexplicable sorrow. "Big Pineapple, why don't you? Don't say what Shun TB said. Beware of Uncle Had's wrath. You're urging someone towards despair." Alas, I can only express my respect for Big Pineapple's choice. Is there truly no other way for that traveler? Those things can't be sustained? You should tell Big Pineapple. He can find the materials. Lu Dajun lay by the hospital bed, observing the live stream and the barrage of comments. His expression wavered between hesitation and determination. He understood that it was a world devoid of a future. This had already been conveyed to him in 5 lifetimes prior. The divine would not permit a civilization to endure for a millennium. To survive for 1,000 years, one must escape. Escape from that planet, even from that universe. In their previous attempt, they had a chance to succeed, a chance to enter the real world. However, regrettably, some matters can be acted upon, but not spoken of. Had they fled directly back then, it might not have drawn the attention of that entity. After all, to that being, they were merely a multitude of insignificant ants. Yet the divine is omnipresent. All that they utter would be known to the deity, and the Ultraman civilization harbored no falsehoods. In the span of 7 days, Zoffy and the first generation, no matter where you are or if you're still alive, I trust you will receive the call from Blue Star. I have preemptively opened the passage that Ultraman 5 was unable to complete. Indeed, when Lu Dajun made his decision, it was a gamble. He bet on Big Pineapple's turmoil, on his unwillingness to remain in that world. If so, he would shut down the machine. For leaving the machine would only amplify his lingering thoughts. This was the only way to render the plan flawless. It now appeared that his gamble had paid off. In the cosmos, a colossal statue began to glow with shimmering light. Receiving energy supply for Blue Star. Do you accept? Yes, no. Receiving. Commencing automatic charging. Receiving urgent distress signal from Blue Star. Do you respond? Detecting the life status of the first generation. Life status. None. Initiating automatic return. The immense statue shook off the cosmic debris clinging to its form, revealing its original radiant Digga state. It then adjusted its trajectory and soared towards the distant Azure planet. During this time, Big Pineapple appeared exceptionally busy, personally overseeing matters and patiently instructing his subordinates. He imparted all the technological knowledge he possessed and designed blueprints for various weapons from Earth, knowing he lacked the time to construct them. Among these were guidelines for the future development of civilization, which he meticulously documented in 2 large volumes, spurred by the attentive comments of countless viewers in the live stream. He found that only by immersing himself in work could he temporarily forget about his predicament. For he truly did not know how to choose, no matter the choice. His conscience would bear the weight of guilt. He could not abandon his parents or family, nor could he forsake Yuji. Yet, why did fate play such a cruel joke on him? He was at a loss. Yuji, observant of Big Pineapple's busyness, recognized that her king was the pillar of the entire Ashura clan. All she could do was prepare his favorite meals daily. She also noticed a recent change in him. He would sometimes write feverishly and at other times sit in silence, lost in thought, even failing to notice her presence. At times, she gazed at her own burgeoning belly, but she merely attributed it to her king's fatigue from the burdens of the Ashura clan and the external troubles, coupled with the impending arrival of their child. My king, you need not bear such hardship. You have lost weight recently. Yuji leaned against Big Pineapple's chest, placing his hand on her abdomen, caressing the life they were about to welcome. After a prolonged silence, Big Pineapple smiled gently, I merely wish for our child to have a nurturing environment in the future. My king, you are wonderful. Our child will undoubtedly be just like you." Upon hearing her words, Big Pineapple felt a pang in his heart. Words lodged in his throat remained unuttered. Eventually, he could only respond to Yuji, "All right, you may leave for now. I have matters to attend to." Obediently, Yuji departed, but Big Pineapple, seated upon his throne, remained restless. "Senior, is there truly no other way? Can I take Yuji with me?" Before he could finish, a comment burst forth in the live stream. "Some things cannot be spoken. If you voice them, you may encounter the divine." The audience, puzzled by this, wondered why it was forbidden to speak. Was it wrong for Big Pineapple to desire to bring his wife back? Yet, upon seeing the latter part of the comment, the image of that being loomed large in their minds. They even sensed that a hint of color began to manifest around that entity. My goodness! The moment this thought crossed their minds, they quickly cast it aside. Filled with trepidation, they began to mutter the names of deities, hoping to dispel the image of that being from their minds. Many shared this sentiment, and as someone echoed the comment, countless others chimed in, claiming to have seen it too. In truth, this was a product of their own imaginations, as they had previously witnessed that scene, embedding it deep within their minds. It was akin to when one fears the supernatural. The more one thinks of not encountering ghosts, the more they feel surrounded by them. At this moment, Suemo declared that he would not bear this burden. The national team, which had always regarded that being with utmost seriousness, turned pale upon witnessing these comments. If that entity were to awaken from the recesses of human memory, they could scarcely fathom the ramifications in the real world. Yet they currently had no means to confront that being. The more they wished to forget its existence, the more it seemed to manifest, and they perceived that the colors surrounding that being were intensifying. Not only in Huaxia, but across the globe, everyone who had witnessed the live stream and encountered the divine began to panic. Meanwhile, Suemo stared blankly at the empty display case, perplexed. "Are you closing up?" "Indeed. They were, but you aren't here to buy a phone, are you?" Suemo nodded yes. "Then there's no help for it. Shortly before your arrival, some people went on a buying spree for phones. Not only were the phones in the store sold out, but even those being used were snatched up at a price 300 above retail. Buying a phone will likely be quite difficult." Suemo. Despite his bewilderment, Suemo ultimately had no choice but to leave in disappointment. Inside, he felt a mix of silence and melancholy, having surmised the reasons for his predicament. It was precisely this realization that weighed heavily on his heart. Had the matter been unrelated to him, he would have readily condemned the involved parties as madmen. Yet, he found himself resigned to seeking out another mobile phone store. In the confines of his inner universe, Liu Dajuan's comments went unchallenged by anyone. Thus, 5 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this span, Diaboluo felt as though he had exhausted all the endeavors possible in his lifetime. He had even projected plans for his child's future, extending 300 years ahead, ensuring their prosperous development in this world. Brother Pineapple, will you truly ignore the impending apocalypse a millennium hence? Diaboluo shook his head. It is far too distant. Let future generations address it. Moreover, I have left behind records, and they will learn in Chinese alongside the many stone tablets bequeathed by our predecessors. They will know what to do. Are you truly resolved? Diaboluo shook his head once more. I am uncertain. I wish to remain here, yet I yearn to return. I am torn and do not know how to choose. A heavy sigh escaped his lips as he murmured, "Tomorrow, I intend to launch an extensive campaign to eradicate the mosquitoes. Other matters can wait. Is the king departing? Where shall he go?" "Yuji wishes to accompany the king." The voice that reached his ears startled Diaboluo. He looked up abruptly to find Yuji standing by his side, her eyes shimmering with a hint of moisture, yet her lips wore a gentle smile. Diaboluo's heart trembled profoundly as he gazed at Yuji and her subtly rounded belly, momentarily at a loss for words. Yuji remained as tender as ever. Though her hand trembled slightly as she held the food, she still sweetly urged, "My king, you must be weary. Please have something to eat." With that, she brought a small spoon to his lips. Diaboluo's lips quivered as he attempted to speak, but Yuji interjected, "Please eat first. No matter where you go, Yuji will follow you. There is no need for concern." Yet, It was precisely such declarations that intensified his inner turmoil. He longed to harshly push Yuji away, to knock the spoon from her hand, and to scold her, asserting that matters of men were not her concern. Ultimately, however, he opened his mouth and consumed the food she offered. One spoonful after another, Yuji fed him while he ate in silence. As night fell, Yuji had drifted into slumber, and Diablo found himself once more in the brightly lit laboratory. He gazed at the space in silence for a long while, before turning and leaving once again. In the sky, a meteor blazed forth, hurtling swiftly toward the atmosphere of Blue Star. On the ground, countless starry, giant mosquitoes began to converge on the traps designed by Diablo. Chapter 41. Sumo, you have gone too far. Gazing at the full moon in the sky, the big pineapple stepped into the air. This time, he consciously disregarded the physical pain coursing through his body, for he felt an even deeper anguish in his heart. It was only through enduring this corporeal suffering that he could alleviate some of his inner turmoil. Suspended in mid-air, he quietly contemplated the moon above, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Ancient humans often associated longing with the moon, while others claimed that the moon was merely a deceased celestial body, revived by Earth's influence, endlessly orbiting our planet, a mere corpse of a star. He shook his head, casting aside such chaotic musings. At that moment, a barrage of comments appeared. Evading will yield no results. After tomorrow, you must provide your answer, Zhang Qianqing. What do you truly think? Child, make your own choice. Your father supports you. Avoidance is futile. The big pineapple ignored these messages, soaring to the pinnacle of the Yanhuang Palace. Lying on the roof as he continued to gaze dreamily at the moon, a meteor streaked across the sky, and everything seemed so beautiful, as if unfolding according to someone's meticulous plan. Suddenly, Sumo, who was contemplating purchasing a new phone at a mobile store, paused. Just moments ago, he sensed someone within his microcosm attempting to decipher its information and seek coordinates of other universes. He cursed, "Damn it, here we go again, is this never-ending?" In the next instant, Sumo thrust his consciousness into his microcosm. Previously, upon discovering that the Ultraman civilization was meddling with such matters, he had established a firewall. No one could enter from the outside, nor could anyone exit without his permission, an arrangement he had crafted through a prior minigame. Yet now, those within were attempting to escape. Why could they not simply remain inside? Did they not realize how distressing this was for him? With a flick of his thought, the architect of the previous era's destruction materialized before him. Cloaked in a dark shell resembling a formidable armor, his form was perfectly shielded. Accompanying this entity was a terrifying figure, 2,000 meters in length, with blood-red eyes that suggested a ravenous hunger for life, a true monstrosity. A dark Digga appeared beside him. So you wish to summon Digga. You seek to open the cosmic gates. Very well, I shall grant you Digga. Let us see if you can handle it. Today, I shall convey this truth to you. The divine has taboos. To touch them is to invite death. With a wave of his hand, Digga and a colossal ant monster materialize high above Blue Star, plummeting straight towards the laboratory. The big pineapple noticed the meteor in the sky and sensed something was amiss. It was growing larger. No, there were two more following it. These were meteors. Realizing this, he hesitated not for a moment, descending from the palace's apex, commanding the Azura soldiers to sound the alarm, and rapidly heading towards Yuji. Finally, after ensuring Yuji's safety, the meteors struck the ground. Boom! The sound reverberated, and though the tremors were significant, they did not possess the cataclysmic intensity one might expect. It seemed as if the meteor had decelerated upon impact. Moreover, it appeared not to be a meteor at all, but due to the night and the ensuing chaos, he could not discern its true nature. Perhaps tomorrow he might uncover the reality, but for now, the situation was unresolved, as two even larger meteors followed closely behind, seemingly on a trajectory towards their tribe. Though he felt immense sorrow for the city he had painstakingly built over a decade, there was truly nothing he could do against such natural calamities. Fortunately, he had detected the danger early and evacuated the people. Otherwise, he could scarcely imagine the consequences, especially at this hour when all were in the depths of slumber. While lost in thought, he suddenly noticed the fallen meteor beginning to stir. When he turned to look, he was taken aback. This was Shining Diga. The live stream erupted with excitement. "Oh my Diga Ultraman. No way, it's really Diga. The people from the previous civilization have returned. Dit es Diga. Surely the other two are in T also? With Diga here, who fears any monster? Pineapple brother, remember to take Diga with you to eliminate all those ants and mosquitoes." Are you foolish? If Diga has returned, does that not imply the previous civilization's people have returned as well? So what if they have? If they have returned, they can recreate a traversing device, allowing Pineapple Brother to avoid the dilemma of return time. Indeed, this means Pineapple Brother can return whenever he wishes, even potentially create a two-way passage. How invincible! Ignoring the distractions, one wondered what the other two might be. That S shining. I suspect the other two are Zero, and Zoffy too. Couldn't they be monsters? Boom, boom. In the wake of the live stream S comments, two immense booms echoed, and they showed no signs of slowing down. A gigantic mushroom cloud erupted, and the storm it conjured nearly swept the big pineapple off his feet, even as he lay prone on the ground. The earth shook violently, comparable to a catastrophic 8-point earthquake. Yet, due to the Ultraman civilization's ruins, the foundations were incredibly sturdy, designed to withstand such calamities. The structures that had survived the earlier disaster were unparalleled, for otherwise, the ground would have crumbled instantaneously. What is happening? Why did this one not decelerate? I see one figure. It appears rather large. Could it be that the crow's beak was correct? Oh my, there truly is a monster. Wait, Pineapple Brother, look in that direction. It seems to be the laboratory. Initially relieved that both he and the Azura tribe were unharmed, the big Pineapple S expression shifted dramatically upon reading this comment. He immediately turned, and in the darkness, a terrifying cloud of smoke enveloped the sky, yet the light within the laboratory shone brightly, even more so than before. Seeing this, the big Pineapple finally exhaled in relief. The Ultraman civilization's architecture was truly impressive. If it were Earth's shoddy constructions, he could hardly bear to contemplate the outcome. Just as he was engrossed in these thoughts, he suddenly noticed that, aside from the laboratory's light, two red glows flickered amidst the smoke. This must be the Ultraman's alert. Both are flashing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have descended without slowing down. I share that belief. After all, they are Ultramen, and this is their former royal city. So why has no one considered why the Ultramen would flash their red lights? At this, the barrage fell silent. The big Pineapple's expression grew grave. Yet the smoke obscured his vision. Pineapple Brother, you should go see for yourself. And I emphasize if something has occurred in the laboratory, this is your final opportunity. If you truly wish to return, you should investigate. Even if your sister-in-law discovers your absence later, she would likely think you perished in battle, not that you fled. You will remain the perfect being in the hearts of the Azura tribe. In a moment of indecision, Big Pineapple cast a fleeting glance at Yuji in his arms. Enveloped in silence, in a reality beyond, Lu Dajuan gazed at the screen, captivated by the sight of 3 meteors descending from the heavens, his heart racing with exhilaration. The moment he laid eyes on the original Shining Diga, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him, prompting an internal smirk at the flamboyant nature of the original. It seemed he remained as ostentatious as ever, relishing in showcasing his prowess, even in his landing, which was distinctly unique. Yet, he pondered the identities of the other two. Their maneuvering skills paled significantly in comparison to the original. Nevertheless, it was a true delight to witness their existence once more. Astonishingly, they were still alive. This signified that the Fire Seed project initiated by Ultraman 5 had indeed succeeded. They had discovered a new sanctuary and survived. If that were the case, there would be no pressing need to return to Earth. Perhaps they could even accompany Big Pineapple and the others to reside on the original's planet. This way, he wouldn't be deceiving them, but rather safeguarding them. Even if Big Pineapple wished to return later, with the advanced technology of the Ultraman civilization, such a feat was not beyond reach. Truly, it was a remarkable opportunity on multiple fronts. Lu Dajuan beamed at the screen, his excitement palpable. If only he were there, he would rush over to greet the original. Suddenly, Shining Digga emitted a cryptic, mechanical sound that was both perplexing and disjointed. Original machine, Shining Digga automatic return completed. Warning, pilot original has no life signs. Requesting response. Original machine, Shining Digga automatic return completed. Warning, pilot original has no life signs. Shining Digga repeated this 3 times. Yet none present could comprehend its meaning, save for the one who stood entranced before the screen. At that moment, Liu Dajuan questioned the veracity of his hearing. The original was dead. After setting Yu down, Big Pineapple stepped aside to inquire, "Senior, what is this Ultraman saying?" "Indeed, what is that Ultraman saying? Someone explain. What about the Traveler? Why is he silent?" The barrage of comments flooded the screen, yet no answers emerged. Big Pineapple furrowed his brow, vexed by the relentless stream of queries. Just then, a series of thunderous sounds erupted from the direction of the laboratory, illuminated by the flickering lights of the lab. Both the viewers in the live stream and Big Pineapple were left in stunned silence. Those 2 orbs of crimson light were not the flashing signals of an Ultraman, but rather the eyes of a terrifying monster. Chapter 42. The God of War, Big Pineapple. With a resounding explosion, Big Pineapple stood aghast, witnessing the laboratory, still dimly illuminated, being ravaged by a terrifying beast that had reduced it to ruins. A series of colossal detonations followed, dispersing the surrounding dust and debris. Then, he beheld a pitch-black Ultraman unleashing a dazzling wave of light upon the laboratory. The brilliance illuminated everything around, obliterating the feeble glow of the laboratory's lights, replaced instead by a raging inferno and ominous smoke. At that moment, the million viewers in the live stream were left in stunned silence. Big Pineapple felt the same. Yet paradoxically, a sense of relief washed over him. In times of choice, he had been tormented by indecision and fear, but now, with an escape route severed, he felt liberated from all hesitation. Let me create a glorious realm in this other world, forging an immortal Azura civilization. As clarity dawned upon him, tranquility enveloped his heart, and a formidable aura erupted from within. At this instant, he ascended to the realm of the extraordinary. Alone, he single-handedly propelled this civilization, barely a century old, into the ranks of Level 1 civilization. Though it was merely the most rudimentary form of a Level 1 extraordinary primitive civilization, it was undeniably a civilization of that caliber. This transformation occurred because, deep down, he was a being of high status. After enduring previous suffering, he should have effortlessly risen to the level of the extraordinary, akin to that ant. However, his inner discontent and fear of pain had kept him stagnant for a decade. In those years, even the Azura kin who awakened later, despite their lower soul status, had surpassed Big Pineapple through relentless training. Their blind trust in him was the only reason he had been dethroned in a world governed by martial prowess. As Big Pineapple's aura radiated outward, the colossal ant that had just obliterated the laboratory turned its gaze toward them. In its eyes, they were mere sustenance, and it had not feasted in quite some time. In the next moment, it charged recklessly towards Azura and the others. Without a hint of hesitation, Big Pineapple commanded everyone evacuate. Though the Azura clan members were seething with rage at the destruction of their home, they had no choice but to heed the sage's orders. The Azura people were a martial race. With a single word from Big Pineapple, even the eldest of 80 and the tiniest of toddlers would charge into battle without fear. However, Big Pineapple understood that while a home could be rebuilt, lives lost could never be reclaimed. A cacophony of thunderous roars echoed as the monstrous creature, nearly 2,000 meters in length, barreled towards the Azura. With each stride, it covered 100 meters, and had the Azura not all possessed extraordinary abilities, they would have been swiftly overtaken and annihilated. Yet this was not a sustainable solution. While they indeed had extraordinary powers, utilizing them came at a cost, and most could not endure for long. If this continued, they would inevitably succumb to exhaustion. Just as Big Pineapple contemplated leading a portion of the group to hold the line, the shining Tiga leaped in front of the beast. Detected black armored beast, initiating automatic combat mode. Although Big Pineapple did not comprehend the words, He recognized that the figure was buying them time and urgently commanded everyone to continue fleeing. Without hesitation, Shining Tiga unleashed a wave of light at the ant. Yet, just as the potent wave was about to be fired, Dark Tiga appeared before him. With a mere gesture, a massive black shield manifested, enveloping both him and the ant. Thus began a fierce clash of light and darkness. The original Shining Tiga stood alone against two formidable foes, the monstrous beast that had obliterated the previous civilization and the enhanced Dark Tiga. It was a battle devoid of suspense. Within mere moments, he was pinned to the ground by Dark Tiga and the ant. Nevertheless, he continued to struggle, attempting to rise in defiance. Meanwhile, Big Pineapple led the Azura in a desperate retreat. The live stream had grown eerily silent as viewers grappled with their confusion. They were at a loss for words, unsure of what to express. The path back for Big Pineapple had been irrevocably severed. The Ultraman had diverged from their expectations, and a monstrous entity had emerged. The chaos of battle sent the mosquitoes, which Big Pineapple had intended to lure, scattering in terror. As they fled, several swarms attacked Big Pineapple-S group, yet he cut through them with brutal efficiency. With the entire clan wielding extraordinary powers, dozens of mosquitoes fell in an instant. In that moment, the Azura appeared as relentless harbingers of death, obliterating any obstacle in their path. Despite their ferocity, they suffered significant losses, with nearly 3,000 Azura warriors perishing in the fray. 2 hours later, Big Pineapple led the remaining Azura into a subterranean refuge, a sanctuary they had prepared. Once everyone was settled, he stood alone on the surface, gazing at the shattered visage of Shining Tiga, his expression grim. How can Ultraman stand alongside a beast? That one is Dark Tiga. There truly exists a Dark Tiga. But isn't Dark Tiga supposed to fight monsters? Why is it allied with one? We should inquire of the previous traveler. Big Pineapple contemplated the barrage of comments before finally declaring, "Enough of this. This matter is now behind us. I'm not in the mood for discussions today." With that, he abruptly ended the live stream. Though he said nothing, a thorn lodged itself within his heart. The emergence of these Ultramen and monsters could hardly be mere coincidence. He resolved to refrain from further broadcasts, save for times when he needed to clarify something or wished to converse with his parents. In the ensuing year, the Azura transitioned from ruins to the depths of the earth. Countless mosquitoes plagued the land, devouring flora and fauna alike. A colossal dark statue emerged above their former homes, and monstrous entities began to roam the surface, preying upon the mosquitoes. The Azura faced a food crisis, left with no choice but to hunt mosquitoes for sustenance. Yet, even for those with extraordinary abilities, sustaining 30,000 people solely through mosquito hunting seemed an insurmountable challenge. That year, 12,000 Azura perished from starvation. In the same year, Big Pineapple-S child was born. On that day, emaciated and weary, Big Pineapple resumed his live stream. Big Pineapple is live again. Big Pineapple, you said you'd take a break. I've been waiting in this stream for half a year. You have no idea how many people come here to learn. It's driving me crazy. Indeed, Big Pineapple, I'm your devoted fan, and I've been here all this time. After half a year, I feel ready to take my entrance exam. Amidst the fervent barrage of comments, it was only after some time that the audience noticed the infant cradled in his arms, endowed with 4 arms. Ah, little Pineapple has been born. No wonder Pineapple Brother is live streaming, exclaimed the viewers. Congratulations, Pineapple Brother. They cheered. Gazing upon the multitude of congratulatory messages, the emaciated figure of Big Pineapple revealed a faint smile. Thank you all. However, the purpose of today's live stream is to convey a message to my parents. Dad, Mom, I'm doing well here, and your grandson has also been born. His name will be Zhang, I hope you can share this news with everyone. Rest assured, it will be conveyed. Came responses. My child, I see you. Your father is delighted. As long as you are well there, you need not worry about us, a voice responded. Son, you've lost weight. Pineapple Brother, what is the situation there? Why does it seem so dark? Is it night time? Big Pineapple shook his head. That's enough for today. I have many matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, he abruptly ended the live broadcast. Next, he needed to complete the tasks left unfinished from last year, namely, exterminating mosquitoes. The current mosquito population had increased tenfold compared to the previous year. Despite that monstrous creature continuously feasting on them, it could not keep pace with the rapid rate at which the mosquitoes were breeding. Previously, capturing a mosquito required only a few from the Azura clan using their extraordinary powers, but now, swarms of mosquitoes took to the skies in hundreds or even thousands. Looking up, one could hardly see the sky or the sun, but rather a cloud of mosquitoes. Even as they attempted to kill a single mosquito, their kin would consume it before they could carry it away. The Azura clan, sluggish as they were, faced dire threats from the relentless mosquitoes. On the ground, not a blade of grass remained. If they did not act soon, the entire Azura clan would face starvation. With his child now born and his parents having met him, it was high time for Big Pineapple to fulfill his responsibilities as the king of the Azura clan. On that day, Big Pineapple bid farewell to UG and set forth with 30,000 Azura warriors. With his first-tier extraordinary strength and a carefully selected army of 30,000, he waged relentless battles for 3 years. During this time, the number of Azura warriors dwindled to fewer than 10,000. Yet they continually returned with a bounty of mosquito corpses to nourish their clan. Having embraced fatherhood, Big Pineapple displayed unparalleled courage, suffering near-fatal wounds time and again. Yet each time he emerged victorious. He had transformed into a true god of war. By the 5th year, the mosquito population had drastically diminished, and the Azura clan's numbers had rebounded from a previous low of 100,000 to 150,000. It was also in this year that colossal ants, measuring over 300 meters in length, began to appear on the ground. Chapter 43. The live broadcast 20 years later. Upon the discovery of the ants, the countenance of Big Pineapple changed drastically. The previously devised plan to continue exterminating a wave of mosquitoes was swiftly abandoned, and he returned to their stronghold. This subterranean cavern was an inadvertent find, likely a remnant of a bygone civilization that had prepared for a millennium of calamity. Although much of the structure had collapsed, it could still accommodate over 100,000 inhabitants. As he approached the cave, the sounds of battle echoed within, and Big Pineapple's expression darkened. He rushed into the cavern. Upon entering, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The scene was not one of rivers of blood. Although dozens of ants had appeared, they had been nearly annihilated. The few remaining ants were merely clinging to life. At this moment, he realized that amidst the clamor of battle, there were also shouts of jubilation. Seeing Big Pineapple return, UG leaped towards him. "My king, you have finally returned." Big Pineapple gently stroked her hair in silence. The other Azura people had successfully vanquished the remaining ants and gathered around him, their eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. "My king, we too can fight," they exclaimed. "Yes, my king. Let's join you in battle." Their eyes were filled with fervor and anticipation. With a mere nod from Big Pineapple, they would seize their weapons and charge into the fray. "Father, I wish to fight like you," piped up a small figure, barely reaching Big Pineapple's knee, hoisting a sword taller than himself. Big Pineapple looked down and affectionately ruffled his hair. "No, your task now is to grow strong and become a king even greater than I." Turning to the others, he continued, "I understand your desire to fight and your fearlessness in the face of death. But if you all venture out, who will care for the children? What will become of our future? Now, everyone disperse." Though their eyes still sparkled with zeal, Big Pineapple was their king and their beacon of faith. Upon returning home, Little Pineapple clung to Big Pineapple, yearning to join him in battle, only to receive a stern reprimand. "You are destined to be the king of the entire Azura clan. If you only think of battle, how can you fulfill your role as a king? Have you finished reading the books I provided you?" But father, you're always out fighting too." Big Pineapple's eyes widened, his commanding aura and the weight of years of warfare emanating from him as he slammed his hand on the stone table. "Go, transcribe the development of civilization 10 times. I no longer wish to play with you." Little Pineapple cried, tears streaming down his face as he dashed outside. UG shook her head, somewhat helpless. "My king, why must you lose your temper with your subjects? He only cares for you." Big Pineapple shook his head. "I'm not angry. I merely wish for him to become stronger than I in the future." "Very well, go check on him. I'm feeling somewhat weary." Outside, UG sat beside Little Pineapple, recounting the tales of Big Pineapple's leadership in developing civilization, telling him that his father was a hero of the Azura tribe, narrating stories that Little Pineapple had heard countless times before. Seeing Little Pineapple remain silent, UG once again shook her head in resignation and departed. As night deepened, Little Pineapple diligently transcribed the book development of civilization with all four hands, when suddenly, a figure approached slowly. He turned sharply, only to find it was his father, and quickly averted his gaze. "You are still angry with me, my son." Little Pineapple remained silent, continuing his task. "In truth, I am the sinner of our civilization." Little Pineapple spun around, yet still remained mute. "Do you know about that black statue outside and the enormous black armored beast?" Little Pineapple nodded, remaining silent. "It was I who led them here. They destroyed our homeland. That is why we now reside here, and why the mosquitoes have become so rampant, leaving us bereft of food. In the year of your birth, half of our Azura kin perished from starvation." Little Pineapple's face reflected shock. He could hardly fathom the concept of half the population succumbing to hunger. "There was also a monster that I personally hatched. At that time, I had the strength and the opportunity to kill it, yet I refrained." Little Pineapple longed to inquire further, but ultimately held his tongue, gazing intently at Big Pineapple. Later, it escaped, leading to the emergence of countless monsters, including those you witnessed today. Thus, I must fight to rectify the mistakes of my lifetime. If I'm unable to do so, could you assist me?" Little Pineapple nodded resolutely. "Very well." Big Pineapple chuckled softly. "A true man. Remember to study diligently. Now, off to bed with you." Though Little Pineapple did not comprehend how studying would aid his father's cause, he still took the advice to heart. Half a month later, Big Pineapple led 5,000 Azura warriors forth. This time, his goal was clear: to slay that colossal monster. In situations of overwhelming numbers, having too many could be a disadvantage. After 2 months of travel, Big Pineapple finally stood before the monstrous ant, its pitch-black armor gleaming ominously, stretching 2,000 meters in length. Just standing before it was a daunting experience. Yet this time, their objective was this very creature. "Attack!" With Big Pineapple's command, the 5,000 Azura warriors soared into the sky. Each had been meticulously selected for their special abilities. Big Pineapple calculated that if they coordinated well, they could eliminate the beast without casualties. Though the ant was massive, it appeared to lack any extraordinary powers. Its only potential threat lay in its eyes, which possessed a beguiling influence. However, steadfast determination would render them immune to its effects. 1,000 Azura warriors ascended to the ant's major joints, collaborating to create an opening before swiftly infiltrating its body. This was indeed their plan, to vanquish the ant from within. Their strategy was sound, and their execution flawless. Yet the ant possessed an incredible vitality. Even so, it took them a full 3 days to finally bring the beast down. The primary reason for their delay was the side effects of their abilities. Each use brought excruciating pain, necessitating a recovery period before further exertion. Without their extraordinary powers, given their size and strength, they would have been unable to inflict any damage on the ant's flesh, even without its armor. After 3 grueling days of combat, they unfortunately encountered an army of ants, ultimately suffering a loss of 1,000 warriors and leaving Big Pineapple gravely injured for 3 months. Had Suemo not been on his way to purchase a phone at that time, he surely would have been disheartened, especially since it was his treasure collection of ants. That day, Big Pineapple returned with the ant's head and legs, prompting jubilant cheers from the entire Azura clan. 20 years later, mosquitoes no longer posed a threat from the skies, yet the ground remained barren, devoid of vegetation. The emergence of ants had disrupted the ecosystem. While solitary ants could be consumed, food remained a pressing issue. Nonetheless, conditions had improved significantly. At least they could walk freely upon the earth. After all, mosquitoes could fly in and out, leaving no escape, but ants provided a chance for retreat upon detection. Moreover, the Great Pineapple meticulously cataloged the vulnerabilities of both the mosquitoes and the ants, and with proper collaboration, they could potentially turn the tables upon them using their extraordinary abilities. At this juncture, the Azura clan's numbers had swelled once more to 300,000. The great pineapple had also reached the age of 40, and the elder generation of Azura had dwindled significantly. Long ago, the great pineapple had located the ant's nest, yet the sheer quantity of the ants made any attempt at invasion utterly futile. Their numbers had become overwhelmingly vast, compounded by their formidable 200-meter stature and remarkable reproductive capabilities. He had calculated that if no action were taken now, the future of the Azura clan would inevitably culminate in their becoming mere sustenance for the ants. The great pineapple endeavored to lure the ants out in waves, aiming to eradicate them. However, every time he ventured a certain distance away, the ants would promptly return. If he did not attain a sufficient distance, the moment the battle commenced, a multitude of ants would rush to their aid. He had also attempted a direct assault, but that time, he narrowly escaped with his life. Though he had contemplated surrendering, as time progressed, the ants' numbers continued to surge. While the Azura clan was also proliferating, their growth paled in comparison to that of the ants. After 20 long years, the long-awaited moment arrived when the great pineapple initiated a live broadcast. He could sense that due to his years of relentless combat, his physical condition had deteriorated considerably. Setting aside the issue of injuries sustained in battle, even without wounds, their abilities bore side effects. He felt that if he did not eliminate those creatures this time, it might be beyond his capacity to do so in his lifetime. The dire consequence of failing would be the Azura clan becoming prey for the ants, ultimately leading to their complete extinction. Beneath the moonlight, the great pineapple lay as he always did, gazing at the luminous orb in the sky. In truth, he had contemplated initiating a live broadcast over the years. However, since the notion of returning had faded, he had seldom thought about it again. He had even begun to perceive himself as a true member of the Azura clan, living in this realm for 2 decades. Upon commencing the live broadcast, it did not unfold in the silence he had anticipated, nor did he receive the warm welcome he envisioned from the viewers. Instead, an array of incomprehensible comments flooded the screen. Archimedes' principle. I truly don't understand the Pythagorean theorem, my heavens. Confucius once said, today's company meeting concludes here. Remember to reconvene in this live stream next time. The great pineapple. Bewildered, the great pineapple stared at the barrage of comments. The 2 decades of primitive existence rendering these once familiar phrases utterly perplexing. No, it seemed he genuinely could not comprehend them, until a sudden influx of comments surged forth, overwhelming his vision, only to be broken by the repeated exclamations of "The great pineapple has returned," which finally imparted a semblance of reality to him. Chapter 44. The Pact Among Men. Wow, how has Brother Pineapple aged so much? Isn't that called maturity? What a sense of weariness. Honestly, even though Brother Pineapple's face has become somewhat unattractive, combined with this aura of weariness and authority, it truly is quite imposing. Brother Pineapple is magnificent. Voice crack. Son, why do you look so old? It pains me to see you like this. You must have endured a lot of suffering. Brother Pineapple smiled gently. Perhaps it's because I haven't used any beauty filters. This thing can't be beautified, hence my appearance. Brother Pineapple, how have you been all these years? What has happened? Why have you not streamed for so long? A great deal has transpired. My previous home was destroyed, and then the giant mosquitoes ravaged the area, followed by a wave of famine. But I have endured through it all. The audience in the live stream fell silent upon hearing Brother Pineapple's words. The mention of giant mosquitoes and famine seemed understated. Ordinary people couldn't grasp the horror of famine, for they had never experienced it. Only those who had truly lived through such hardships could comprehend its true terror. It was indeed life-threatening. And then there were those monstrous mosquitoes. Brother Pineapple rested his hands behind his head, picking up a stone from the ground and tossing it away before adjusting his posture. Actually, I sought you all out for help. What has happened now? 20 years ago, I released an ant, and now I wish to eliminate it. Brother Pineapple elaborated on the ant's circumstances, and once more, the livestream audience fell into silence. What they heard from Brother Pineapple was not just about an ant nest, but rather an ant empire. Thousands, even tens of thousands of giant ants, each over 200 meters long. The subterranean realm they occupied was vast, equivalent to a large province, and it was 3-dimensional. The southern region, with towering mountains reaching a height of 1,000 meters and stretching for thousands of kilometers, had all been hollowed out by them. As for what lay beneath the surface, he had yet to discover. So you want to kill the ant queen, right? Yes. I want to ask you what ants fear and how I might be able to slay that queen. I'm a biology expert. In the real world, ants communicate through pheromones. If you can find a stimulating liquid or gas, it could temporarily disrupt their communication, causing them to become disorganized. And perhaps you could take advantage of the chaos. That's easy for you to say, but have you forgotten how enormous those ants are? Each one is 200 meters long, occupying an area equivalent to a province. Do you have any idea how much of that stimulating liquid you would need? I think draining half the ocean would suffice. Using your family's pump, perhaps. All right, everyone, stop arguing. I have another plan, assassination. Brother Pineapple's interest peaked at this suggestion, and he inquired further. What do you mean? As previously mentioned, ants rely on pheromone communication. You could disguise yourself as one of them or kill the ant queen and cover yourself with her exoskeleton and blood. Under normal circumstances, you would be safe. However, it would be best to avoid the ants altogether. They wouldn't bother you as long as you were cautious. Brother Pineapple's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Go on. This tactic poses little risk with the worker ants. Even face-to-face, they may not attack you, treating you as one of their own. The real challenge lies with the queen. If I remember correctly, that queen has awakened extraordinary abilities, and she is always surrounded by dozens, if not hundreds, of guards. Ordinary worker ants are not permitted near the queen. Therefore, to kill her, you must breach their defenses, as they are constantly protecting her. Don't think of using diversionary tactics. They won't work. Brother Pineapple sat up from the barren grassland, his arms crossed over his chest as he stroked his chin in contemplation. This indeed seemed like a viable strategy, perhaps the only one that would allow him to confront the queen and have a chance to eliminate her. Remember, you must act swiftly, and after killing the queen, you cannot spare a single guard. Otherwise, the entire ant nest will descend into chaos, and you may never escape. That may not be necessary. I have another method, similar to what was previously mentioned, but upon encountering the queen, I would release those substances that disrupt communication, creating confusion before swiftly striking down the queen. Do you have any idea how much of that substance would be needed to disrupt communication among dozens or even hundreds of those massive ants face-to-face? Exactly. And whether gas or liquid, the odor is overwhelming. You would be discovered before even entering. Can it be sealed? Sealed? With what? And how would you transport such a large quantity? You are supposed to disguise yourself as an ant. How would you carry anything? Brother Pineapple glanced at his current form. 4 arms and 2 legs, totaling 6 limbs. Ants also have 6 legs. If he donned the ant's exoskeleton, it seemed plausible, and the abdomen of the ant could be used to store the stimulating liquid. With this thought, Brother Pineapple eagerly asked, what can be used to obstruct their communication? The simplest would be plant liquids, perhaps the juice of foul-smelling plants. Brother Pineapple shook his head in dismay. Currently on the surface, let alone grass. Even tree trunks have been devoured by the ants. There is nothing else to substitute. Are there no plants left? What do you eat? Brother Pineapple remained silent, but the audience in the live stream seemed to recall something and did not pursue the question further. Oil. If you can find oil, that would be a valuable resource. Gunpowder too. Remember when we made it? At the moment of ignition, it releases a large amount of stimulating gas. See what you can procure. After this night of streaming, Brother Pineapple chose not to end the broadcast. Instead, he led a group of individuals to search for oil with the guidance of the viewers in the live stream. They sought to extract the raw materials for black gunpowder. Both were highly flammable and explosive substances, making them excellent for dealing with ants. During the day, Brother Pineapple roamed about, digging and tunneling, and by night, he returned to teach the 10-year-old little pineapple. Thus, half a year passed, and the supplies were finally prepared. They had also slain 50 smaller ants, which would serve as their disguises. This time, they prepared a small group of only 50. As per the advice given in the live stream, a larger number would be easier to detect. On this day, Brother Pineapple rarely closed the stream, taking UG out for a day of leisure. UG quietly observed Brother Pineapple, saying nothing. She seemed to sense the turmoil within him and refrained from asking questions. As dusk deepened, Brother Pineapple gazed at the last sliver of the setting sun, inhaling deeply. Without looking at Yuji, he said, "Take care of the people." He offered no explanation, nor did he elaborate further, simply uttering those words. "My king." Yuji's voice was choked with emotion as she buried her head in Brother Pineapple's chest. Brother Pineapple remained silent, feeling the dampness against his chest. It was Yuji's tears. He gently patted her back as they sat together until late into the night, saying nothing. The night breeze rose, stirring the yellow sands beneath them, bringing a hint of coolness to the desert-like land. The great warrior cradled the slumbering Yuji, who had unknowingly fallen asleep upon his chest, and gradually made his way back to the camp, gently placing her upon the bed before departing. Once he had left, Yuji opened her eyes, and two glimmering tears cascaded down her cheeks, illuminated by the moonlight. "My king, once the beloved child is grown, I shall seek you out." Resolute in her heart, she closed her eyes once more. She longed to leap back into the embrace of her king, yearning for him to remain. Yet she understood that she could not, for he was the king, the sovereign of the entire Azura clan. In the deep of night, the young warrior had succumbed to sleep, while the great warrior stood quietly at the doorway, gazing at him for a moment. Just as he intended to rise and depart, he noticed the young warrior sitting up in bed. "Father, are you leaving?" The great warrior paused, a gentle smile breaking through his stern visage as he approached the bedside. "Indeed, father must attend to a matter that may require some time away." "Are you going to war again?" the young warrior inquired. "Yes. When will you return?" The great warrior shook his head softly, reaching out to caress his child's head. "When the ants have vanished, your father shall return. Of course, you may also come to find me once you have matured enough to truly lead the Azura clan." The young warrior was filled with excitement upon hearing his father's words, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he nodded vigorously. "Father, you can rest assured I understand. I have already grown." The great warrior nodded in satisfaction. "Remember to take good care of your mother. This is a promise between men." Yes, I understand." With a smile, the great warrior turned to leave, but paused at the doorway to impart one last thought. "Remember, this is not only a promise between men, but also a covenant between kings." The young warrior, still bewildered by the unfolding events, nodded earnestly. That night, buoyed by the recognition of his usually stern father, the young warrior was unable to sleep, overwhelmed with excitement. From a young age, he had always heard tales of his father, the hero of the Azura clan. He had listened to these stories countless times, taking immense pride in his father. However, his father had always been strict with him, and at times, he even found it difficult to meet his father's gaze. It was within this fervent excitement that he finally drifted into a deep slumber as the first light of dawn began to break the horizon. Chapter 45. The Burning of the Ant Nest, the Tragedy of the Great Pineapple. After 5 days, the 50 Azura warriors, led by the Great Pineapple, finally arrived at the ant nest. They concealed themselves within the exoskeleton of the ants, maneuvering the bodies using steel supports discovered in the ruins. Just as the viewers in the livestream had claimed, they were not impeded by other ants and smoothly entered the nest. To their astonishment, the nest was far larger than they had anticipated, with countless winding paths that led them astray for over half a month without finding the correct route. Although experts in the live stream asserted that the queen ant typically resided at the lowest depths of the nest, and that descending would be the correct course, the labyrinthine paths made navigation challenging, particularly while avoiding other ants. In normal circumstances, most ants ignored them, merely glancing past. However, some ants approached, prompting the need for stealth. Despite being merely an anthill, its true size was comparable to that of an entire province, resembling a three-dimensional mountain city structure. The viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before them. "This is my first time entering an ant nest. Wow, so this is what an ant nest looks like. How impressive. Hey, mountain city brethren, if you were tossed in here, could you find your way out? This needs clarification. Do these ants bite? If they do, escape might be impossible. Goodness, so many mosquito corpses. Is this their food storage? And they have so many plants. Outside is barren, yet they stockpile so much food. What is that translucent substance? Could it be honey? Are you out of your mind? This is an ant nest. How could there be honey? That's actually what could be called ant honey, the food ants consume upon hatching. Great Pineapple, If you take this food, your food crisis will be resolved. This is a food storage room. Great pineapple, look around. There may be a hatching chamber nearby for ant eggs. Following their guidance, the great pineapple searched for half a day and finally discovered a vast cavern filled with a multitude of ant eggs. The sight was unsettling for those with a fear of clusters. So many ant eggs. If they hatch, great pineapple, why not smash them all? Don't cause trouble. That would incite a riot among the ants. We can leave a pile of explosives here and ignite them later. The hatching chamber is here. The queen's lair isn't far. Be cautious, as the guard will not allow any unfamiliar ants near the queen. If you approach, you may be attacked, so observe your surroundings carefully. At last, after 3 more days, they encountered the queen ant. Once a mere 200 meters long, she had now grown to nearly match the colossal ant outside, with her abdomen measuring close to 2,000 meters in length. The queen was incessantly feeding and laying eggs, producing a steady stream of ant eggs. The presence of the great pineapple and his companions at the entrance to the queen's palace immediately drew the attention of the surrounding guards. With a fierce glare, the great pineapple bellowed, shattering the exoskeleton around him, and hurled explosives and oil from the abdomen of an ant towards the queen. The other 50 ants followed suit, launching over 40 massive barrels of explosives and oil. The queen, startled, activated a fiery protective shield. The great pineapple waved his hand, and dozens of blades descended. A multitude of enormous ant guards bravely shielded the queen with their bodies. An explosion erupted, shaking the entire ant nest, causing it to tremble and collapse. Amidst the chaos, the great pineapple's expression changed as he observed the queen's fiery shield. This ant possessed the ability of fire, although the explosion left numerous holes in her body. Various viscous fluids oozed out. The flames did not harm her. The original plan was to detonate the explosives and escape amidst the confusion. Though they would face countless ant attacks, returning safely would signify success. However, if the queen remained unharmed, all efforts would be in vain. A heavy dread settled in the great pineapple's heart. His fists clenched as he roared, "Kill!" With that battle cry, the 50 Azuro warriors charged through the flames and explosions towards the queen. The great pineapple wielded a colossal blade, severing ants in his wake. The great blade stirred a tempest, engulfing the vast expanse of the queen's nest in flames. The once fearless ants, overwhelmed by the scent of oil and explosives, scattered in disarray. With the aftermath of the explosion dissipating, the guards suffered heavy casualties. The queen's shield vanished as she inhaled deeply, consuming the flames and directing a fiery breath toward the great pineapple and his companions. An Azuro warrior stepped before the great pineapple, crossing 4 arms and unleashing a thunderous roar. "Protect our king." Defense. A massive shield materialized, blocking the flames, yet the warrior bore numerous scorch marks. The great pineapple's telekinesis fluctuated between ethereal and corporeal attacks, alternating between targeting the queen's mind and her immense form. He had forsaken defense, solely intent on vanquishing the queen. The other Azuro warriors fought valiantly to protect their king, fending off the queen's guards. A swarm of ants rushed towards the queen's nest, but upon reaching the entrance, they halted. Their instinct had drawn them, sensing a disturbance, yet the chaotic signals within left them uncertain about entering. With a piercing screech, the queen commanded, and a warrior defending the great pineapple coughed blood as the shield shattered. A multitude of ants surged inside, seemingly responding to the queen's order. "Goodness, the ants can scream." "Great pineapple, run. The ants are charging in." "Run, great pineapple, it's almost too late." "Son, hurry and flee." "Son, please go, I beg you." With resolve, the great pineapple understood that upon realizing he had failed to kill the queen, he had no path of retreat. This was reminiscent of previous encounters. He had no choice, no escape. Everything was forcing him down a path from which there was no turning back. Since retreat was not an option, he would fight until the bitter end. He had never known a retreat in his life. Ignoring the comments, the great pineapple stepped into the air, flames swarming around him. With a thunderous roar, a 1,000-meter blade manifested, cleaving through the flames as it surged toward the queen. That day, flames erupted from the ant nest, scorching the heavens. The inferno that erupted from the mountains burned for 3 days without cease, thick smoke billowing into the sky as countless ants perished in the blaze. Amidst the remnants of the shattered nest, the queen, dragging her severed body, struggled to reach the charred remains of an ant and consumed it with great effort. Once again, I tread towards the next figure. On that fateful day, flames illuminated the sky, and the external world was thrown into disarray. Since that day, the great pineapple has never returned to the Azura tribe's encampment. Yuji gazed into the distance, much like a stone waiting for a beloved, as the fierce blaze gradually extinguished, her heart incessantly praying for the swift and safe return of her king. Each time the great pineapple ventured forth, she would come here to offer her prayers, only returning home to await his arrival. Once, she spotted his retinue returning from afar. As the inferno died down, the once organized and record-keeping ants, who frequently ventured out in groups, fell into chaos, no longer posing a threat. Meanwhile, Yuji's heart sank deeper with the passage of time. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a month, half a year. The faith of the Azura, their king, remained absent. In that moment, Yuji seemed to grasp something ominous, yet she was reluctant to accept it. He was the king of the Azura, the mightiest and wisest of their kind. He led the Azura to growth and prominence, inventing language and script, crafting weapons, advancing the extraordinary, and cultivating livestock. He was an omnipotent being, so how could he possibly be dead? Although long ago, the Azura had understood that battle inevitably leads to death. They had long recognized the essence of mortality. While the Azura tribe did not fear death, even considering dying in battle a mark of honor, he was different, for he was the king of the Azura, the embodiment of their faith, the entirety of Yuji's existence. With hollow eyes, Yuji gazed into the distance, recalling the moment when the king stood here, urging her to care for his beloved people. But, my king, do you not realize that if Yuji were to lose you, what purpose would life hold for her? My king, when will you return? Mother, it's cold. Please wear a garment. Yuji's vacant gaze fell upon the child beside her, now nearly of the same height. In that instant, she seemed to see her king. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Within the dilapidated ant nest, a spectral figure floated in midair, its expression a portrait of distress. By the heavens, Brother Pineapple, you're not dead yet. Brother Pineapple, are you alive or not? Brother Pineapple, you haven't turned into a ghost, have you? Be confident. Brother Pineapple has already risen. Brother Pineapple, what on earth is happening? Chapter 46. Wong, Yuji misses you. In this chapter, the spirit of the great pineapple floats in the air, bearing a visage of distress. Though deceased, he has not entirely succumbed to death, as his soul persists. Yet, he finds himself powerless, unable to depart from this place. However, what weighs heavily on his mind is the fact that the queen ant remains alive, despite her grievous injuries, which will take years to heal. Her survival signifies that the threat posed by the ants is not yet mitigated. Ultimately, he has failed, and his only hope lies in the Ashura clan's swift development during the years he has bought them. Alternatively, he wishes for someone to discover the situation and eliminate the ant queen. At this moment, the great pineapple harbors a fervent desire to vanquish the ant queen, yet he is rendered impotent. He can only drift in this limbo, unable to venture far. Perhaps this is what is known as a bound spirit. After a prolonged silence, he divulges his current predicament to the audience in the live stream. So, Pineapple Brother has become a bound spirit. Pineapple Brother, do you have any unfinished wishes? I've heard that only those with strong obsessions become bound spirits. I am a Taoist. Would you like me to perform a ritual for you, Pineapple Brother? I am a monk. Pineapple Brother's obsession is quite evident. It is the ant queen. Unless someone can slay her, Pineapple may remain in this state indefinitely. In the real world, I have never encountered ghosts, but I have heard that if one's obsession is too strong and lingers too long in the mortal realm, they may become a vengeful spirit. Wait, is that really a belief? It's quite simple. Even a person who stays in one place too long without speaking to anyone can become mad. Pineapple Brother, do not fear. We are here to chat with you. Just remember not to turn into a vengeful spirit. Is there any way for me to escape this place? According to ancient texts, there are 2 methods. The first is to fulfill your wish, and the second is to bury your body in a place of good feng shui. I cannot ascertain the truth of this, as it is my first encounter with a situation like yours. Perhaps I should recite a sutra for you. Try chanting it daily to see if it helps you transcend. The corners of the great pineapple's mouth twitch. What do you mean by transcending oneself? Thus, he spends his days conversing with the audience in the live stream, chatting with his parents. Occasionally, someone offers him psychological support, reciting sutras from afar to prevent him from becoming a vengeful spirit. Although he continues to worry about Yu-Ji and Little Pineapple, he remains powerless to act. According to the audience, the most crucial thing for him now is to find peace, lest he truly transforms into a malevolent spirit. Originally, the great pineapple could have returned after death. However, not long ago, Su-Imo, upon discovering some individuals plotting, obstructed the path, such that now, anyone wishing to enter or exit must secure Su-Mo's explicit consent. Yu-Ji wipes her tears and gazes once more at the setting sun in the west. Wang has not yet returned. She understands that Wang will never come back. Little Pineapple is perceptive, observing his mother's tears. He never inquires about when his father will return. He knows that his father is the hero of the Ashura clan and remembers the promise made when his father departed, to take care of his mother. After that day, Yu-Ji ceases to wait here for Wang's return and begins to handle affairs of the Ashura clan alongside Little Pineapple. She has indeed sent people to search for the great pineapple, but the ant nest has utterly collapsed, and even now, they have not excavated a clear path. The disappearance of the queen ant has thrown the ants into disarray, and the decrease in mosquitoes has allowed greenery to re-emerge on the surface. The Ashura clan has also relocated from the underground caves. 5 years have passed, yet Wang still has not returned. Thanks to the favorable weather over these 5 years and the various texts left by the great pineapple, the population of the Ashura clan has surged to 500,000. Despite their continuous excavations of the ant nest, they have yet to uncover Wang's remains. Over these years, Yu-Ji has kept herself busy, for only in this way can she suppress her longing for Wang. One day, Yu-Ji gazes at Little Pineapple, who, much like the great pineapple, manages affairs from the throne, and she momentarily loses herself in thought. Mother, you have arrived. Zhang Aimin stands and approaches Yu-Ji. Hearing Little Pineapple's words and witnessing her son, taller than herself, she reflects, Wang, Aimin has grown. He has truly become a worthy king, just like you. Wang, can you see this? Yu-Ji misses you. Little Pineapple steps before Yu-Ji, noticing a glimmer in her eyes. Mother, what troubles you? Yu-Ji raises her hand to wipe away her tears, smiling as she shakes her head. It is nothing. I merely reflect on how Aimin has grown. You too shall lead the Ashura clan into the future, just like your father. Why do you say this, Mother? Yu-Ji shakes her head again. I'm just a bit weary. I wish to take a walk. With that, Yu-Ji exits the Great Hall. Wang, Yu-Ji has fulfilled your request. Aimin has grown. Now, I too can seek you out. Inside the hall, watching his mother depart, Little Pineapple remains silent. He understands her intent, but does not intervene. He knows of the pain his mother has endured throughout the years, compelling him to strive even harder to excel. Only after her figure vanishes completely does Zhang Aimin return to his throne to continue managing the affairs of the Ashura clan. Having departed, Yu-Ji leaves with 300 Ashura clan members. Long ago, she had yearned to leave that place, that Ashura clan without its king. Yet, Aimin was still young. She had promised Wang to raise Little Pineapple. Now that he has grown, she feels she has fulfilled her promise to Wang. Now, she wishes only to find Wang and bring him back. She knows how much he despises solitude. All these years, he has been alone, which must feel disconcerting. Wang, Yu-Ji is coming to find you. Rest assured, I will remain by your side from now on. After 10 years of streaming, despite the constant interaction with viewers, the great pineapple has grown weary of the routine. Remaining in this pitch-black underground is increasingly unbearable. One day, a tremendous roar reverberates, and a dim light pierces through the darkness. This light is faint, not a direct illumination, but rather a refracted glimmer. Yet, for the great pineapple, who has dwelled in darkness for so long, this light is indeed a rarity. Queen, we have opened a path here. Chapter 47. The crumbling pineapple. Upon hearing the sound from the outside world, the pineapple, or rather, his entire essence, surged with excitement. He had lingered in this abyss for a decade, surrounded solely by darkness. Were it not for the banter from the viewers in his livestream, he might have succumbed to madness. At long last, someone had come to seek him out. Though he had anticipated the Azura clan would eventually find him, he had not expected to wait so many years. Wow, someone is here to see Brother Pineapple. Brother Pineapple can finally broadcast from somewhere other than this pitch-black place. Fantastic. At last, he can bask in the sunlight. Brother Pineapple, your live stream is the darkest I've ever witnessed. I must admit, it is indeed dark. Peering outside, the Pineapple saw nothing but emptiness. He had not encountered another being in so long, and the arrival of someone filled him with unparalleled elation. Moments ago, he had heard someone call out for the queen. Could it be UG? As he strained his eyes in anticipation, a thunderous sound erupted. Boom! A swarm of colossal ants surged forth. This spectacle stunned not only the Pineapple, but also the viewers in the live stream. Why were there ants here? UG, run! The Pineapple bellowed in a fit of rage, yet his cries seemed to fall on deaf ears. UG, with a radiant smile, sensed the king's presence nearby. She even faintly heard his call. A deafening roar reverberated as the gigantic ants rushed out, and UG's guards swiftly shielded her. After hours of fierce battle, they finally vanquished the creatures. After all, this was once an ant nest. Although the ant queen had departed, some of the ants that had been outside remained. Their numbers were few, and they often encountered such situations outside. Once the ants were dealt with, UG resumed her search for the Pineapple. Entering the cave, she found no sign of him. Yet she stumbled upon a weapon he had once wielded. The Pineapple saw UG and yearned to touch her, but his hand passed through her form. She remained as beautiful as ever. Time seemed to have left little mark upon her. You're still so lovely, sister-in-law. Indeed, do members of the Azura clan never age? Now that you mention it, I've never seen an Azura die of old age. They all seem to perish in battle. I wonder how long the Azura clan can truly live. She called her guards outside and picked up the long knife from the ground, as if she could see the king beckoning her. Wait, what is she doing? No, she wouldn't dare. Brother Pineapple, stop her. No, sister-in-law, don't. She gently wiped the blade clean and placed it against her neck. Stop. Jufi, no, please halt. The Pineapple screamed in desperation, but his pleas bore no fruit. He reached out to intervene, yet each attempt ended in futility. Holding the long knife he had once used, UG's mind raced with memories of their moments together. The king was her everything, and she could not bear to lose him. Since he had departed, it was only fitting she join him. The king despised solitude, so she thought, King, I am here to accompany you now. Just hope you won't blame me for taking so long to come. No, don't do this. The Pineapple's frantic cries echoed, but UG seemed impervious to his anguish. A smile graced her face. Poof, witnessing this, the Pineapple's heart shattered with rage. Yet he was powerless, condemned to watch the tragic scene unfold as he remained trapped in that realm, unable to affect the reality before him. He could only gaze helplessly as UG collapsed at his feet. He was there, he was present, but why was she so foolish? With tear-filled eyes, the Pineapple remained silent. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback, aware that the Pineapple now existed as a mere specter. This felt akin to descending into madness. Yet, faced with such a harrowing sight, they were at a loss as to how to console him. Brother Pineapple, calm down, please. Brother Pineapple, don't act impulsively. Esteemed one, allow me to recite a verse for you. What he could not bear was the sight of an ant emerging to drag away UG's lifeless form. Though her guards swiftly slew the ant, UG was truly gone. While they believed her death was the result of the ants, guilt consumed them. On that fateful day, little Pineapple received the devastating news. That day, the Azura dispatched an army of 100,000. That day, the entire ant nest was reduced to rubble. It was also that day that the Pineapple beheld his son. He was striking and valiant, resembling a king even more than his father. He had truly grown. The Pineapple's weapon was returned to the Azura clan, alongside UG's remains. In that moment, the Pineapple's heart withered away. From then on, the Pineapple drifted like a forgotten soul, abandoned by time and the world. He often witnessed his son leading the Azura clan past him or nearby. He saw his son engage in bloody battles and watched as he nearly annihilated the ant race. For 30 years, even after the Ant Queen regained her strength, she was relentlessly pursued and defeated by Zhang Aimin, who even breached her lair and severely wounded her again, yet he could not deliver the final blow. His life was one of vengeance. He had promised his father to be a good king, yet he had failed. His father had departed when he was merely 10, all because of those ants. He had vowed to care for his mother, yet he had also failed in that regard, again due to the ants. He had promised to fulfill his father's unfinished ambitions, but he still could not achieve it. At the age of 109, Zhang Aimin gazed into the distance, supported by others due to the numerous hidden injuries accumulated from years of battle. He seemed to see his formidable father shaking his head in disappointment. "You are not a good king." He thought he could see his mother smiling at him. "Child, you have done well. I am proud of you." "Father, I am sorry. Ultimately, I have failed." Tears streamed down his aged face as he lamented. "I can no longer do it." The records of the Azura recount that the second Azura king fought over 3,760 battles, slaying countless ants and wounding the Ant Queen 3 times, achieving remarkable feats before passing at the age of 109. In the eyes of the Ant Queen, Zhang Aimin was a madman, more deranged than his father. He would attack upon sighting ants, often leading tens of thousands to assault her lair. The Ant Queen was eventually so terrified of this lunatic that she fled to the west. 60 years later, the ant calamity arose once more. Meanwhile, Suemo finally acquired the large-screen smartphone he had long coveted. In America, there was Apple. In China, there was Pineapple. The Pineapple phone was simply unparalleled. Upon opening the device and entering the live stream, he beheld the Pineapple, whose eyes were bloodshot and shrouded in darkness. Suemo was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was this? Chapter 48. A new path to the extraordinary. To be frank, upon witnessing this scene, Suemo was utterly bewildered. Ever since he had secured the lock on his microcosm, he had paid little heed to the happenings within. After all, no matter how they stirred things up, it was unlikely to lead to any catastrophic upheaval. As long as they weren't on the brink of extinction or attempting to escape, it was of little concern to him. Moreover, he had just thrown an Ultraman and an ant into the mix. Wait, where's my ant? Goodness, those traversers truly know how to stir trouble. My monsters, my collectibles. That creature was a harbinger of civilization's end. You've just obliterated it. Do you have any idea how rare that was? It was a limited edition. Suppressing the anguish within, Suemo turned his gaze to the barrage of comments in the live stream. Although he could return directly to his microcosm, given the circumstances, he figured it prudent to observe the live stream a bit longer. As they say, the antics of internet jesters are often delightful. Perhaps watching their comments would prove more entertaining. Homage to Amitabha, Supreme Edict, O wandering souls, spirits of all kinds, may the 4 lives be blessed. Infinite Celestial Venerable. Pineapple Bro, please don't do this, I'm scared. Zhang Qiansheng, think of your parents, think of your wife. Oh wait, don't think about that, big brother. Stop exuding dark energy, I'm terrified. Child, mother begs you, don't do this, it pains me. Those who meet their end, in the intermediate realm, with bodies like children, their sins and merits undetermined, should cultivate virtue. Amen. God bless you. May the holy light be with you. To the foreigner above, Pineapple Bro is already exuding dark energy, and you say the holy light is with him. Suemo silently observed the incessant stream of incomprehensible scriptures flashing across the live stream, feeling somewhat at a loss. What exactly had transpired? He merely stepped out to purchase a phone. What on earth had they been up to? Why was there no one to explain it to him? After watching for a while longer, and confirming that there were indeed individuals consistently posting scriptures, he ultimately decided to venture into his microcosm to investigate. With a mere thought, he found himself within the confines of his microcosm, where he began to replay the life of Big Pineapple, specifically the events that unfolded after he had left to buy a phone. Initially, there were no significant issues, even though they faced famine and were besieged by mosquitoes and ants. Such tribulations were to be expected in a primitive civilization. However, he soon witnessed Big Pineapple slaying his cherished collection of ants. At that moment, Suemo was genuinely tempted to curse him for his incompetence. You didn't act this way in a previous civilization. Yet here we are. Indeed, the wild was truly wild. It was nowhere near as stable as Dark Digga. Subsequently, Suemo cast a glance at Dark Digga, who still stood amidst the ruins of the Ultraman Empire, contemplating whether he should intervene to reclaim this entity. If it were to be destroyed as well, it would be a lost cause. Never mind, he thought. He would first assess the situation with Big Pineapple. Soon, he witnessed Big Pineapple charging into the ant nest, gravely injuring the ant queen and his offspring ascending to power, while Yuji committed suicide, leaving everyone in shock. He had not paid much attention until Yuji chose to sacrifice herself before him, at which point he learned that this female Azura was named Yuji. Who in their right mind would name her that? You don't know how Yuji met her end, do you? The tale of farewell, my concubine indeed. She was indeed Yuji. Don't you have any self-awareness, you so-called overlord? Now, it appeared that Yuji had fulfilled her role, and the narrative had reached its conclusion. And you? You remain there, exuding dark energy. Those aware of what is happening know you are on the path to corruption. Those unaware might think you've turned into a piece of coal. Faced with this situation, Suemo found himself utterly at a loss for words. How could you, with such fragile mental fortitude, aspire to be a traverser? Big Pineapple. When did I ever want to be a traverser? I don't even know which fool dragged me into this mess. Though Suemo conceded that he bore some responsibility for locking the door, setting that aside, was Big Pineapple without fault? Lu Dajuan had sought to bring Ultraman to Earth. Yet he had lived for over 2 centuries. Had time not run out, he could have lived even longer. And you? Just a traverser. And you kicked the bucket after barely 2 decades. You're a disgrace to all traversers. Despite feeling somewhat disgruntled, he pondered how to resolve this predicament. Or rather, he wished to investigate just what this little black creature was composed of. The next moment, information about Big Pineapple materialized before Suemo. Of course, the specific name was difficult to articulate, but it was all displayed in a manner that Suemo could comprehend. Name, Zhang Qiansheng. Status, vengeful spirit, soul of worldly resentment. Extraordinary level. Rank, 3. 14. Potential, level 4. Description, monarch of the four-armed Azura race. Achieved the extraordinary through the tears of despair. Grew amidst boundless resentment after death, transcending the limitations of the tears of despair to become a vengeful spirit. As an extraordinary being, he possesses immense potential for development. Growth method. The longer the time, the greater the resentment, the faster the growth. Recommended cultivation index, 4 stars. As Suemo contemplated this information, stroking his chin in deep thought, he mused, why do I, a creator god, produce such peculiar entities? It's either the tears of despair or the soul of worldly resentment. Why does it feel like I'm the villain here? Should I even consider nurturing Zhang Qiansheng? However, his growth potential is rated 4 stars, with the highest achievement reaching level 4. Moreover, he differs from those who merely borrow extraordinary items from others to achieve greatness. For instance, ordinary Azura beings rely on the water from the Lake of Despair as their foundation, using the power of suffering to activate their inner extraordinary abilities. Such methods are inherently limited. The tears of despair can only reach level 3 at most. It's not just that they've merely borrowed the power of the tears of despair. Even if they were to consume the entirety of it, they would still only attain level 3. In fact, due to the tears of despair not being their own, they cannot reach level 3, peaking at level 2. Yet Big Pineapple is different. He has managed, through sheer force of will, to elevate his extraordinary level to level 4, and it's something he has created for himself, perfectly suited to his current situation. Thus, it is merely a matter of time before he becomes a level 4 extraordinary being. However, there lies another dilemma. Should the world or civilization he cultivates reach level 3 extraordinary status, his rank as a creator god would surpass level 1, ascending to level 2. Therefore, perhaps it would be wise to impose some restrictions or allow him to break through during his world-s destruction. This way, his rank wouldn't diminish, and he could seamlessly transition to becoming a level 2 creator god. If that ant could lend some strength, it would be even better. If both could achieve level 3 simultaneously, it would be a monumental gain. Yes, this is a splendid idea. Perhaps it can be executed. However, timing is crucial. I must ensure the world is destroyed before he reaches level 3, lest I end up at a disadvantage. With this in mind, Sumo set a reminder. Should Big Pineapple show any signs of breaking through to level 3, he would not hesitate to annihilate the world. Prestige? What use is that? Can be consumed? How much prestige per pound? After establishing the alert system and confirming that Big Pineapple was anchored within his universe and unable to stray, Sumo withdrew once more. Upon glancing at a live broadcast, the screen was flooded with scriptures and the calming words of Wo. Subsequently, I exited the streaming room. Well, given the circumstances, it is time to have a meal. Wo exists like a forsaken soul in this world, his heart perpetually consumed by resentment towards both the world and the Ant Clan. The burden of his grievances grows heavier with each passing moment. He watches as his son seeks vengeance for him, for UG, and strives to fulfill their prior commitments on the battlefield. Ever since UG's demise, Wo has refrained from engaging with the live chat, even as messages flood in. He chooses to remain indifferent. For at this point, he has transcended the need for sight. His mental prowess allows him to perceive all that transpires in the external realm. He senses that with a slight breakthrough, with greater strength, he could manipulate reality with his mental energy as if it were an extension of himself. Although he remains physically bound to his location, he harbors the conviction that with sufficient power, he shall surely liberate himself from this place. At this moment, the live audience has surged into the millions. Countless viewers, awed by the sight of Wo, shrouded in dark mist with crimson eyes, are enveloped by a chilling dread. Children, upon witnessing this, are frightened to tears. Despite the discordant atmosphere, with monks and priests reciting scriptures, throngs of people remain irresistibly drawn to it, for the flow of time within the broadcast differs from their own. In this year, Zhang passed away. His early battles had compromised his fertility, resulting in only one daughter, whom he named Zhang Baogu. Unlike other members of the Azura clan, Zhang Baogu is neither towering nor robust, particularly when standing alongside the battle-hardened Zhang where she barely reaches his shoulder. Appearing rather slender, nevertheless, her features bear a striking resemblance to her grandmother, Yuji. This year, Zhang Baogu ascended the throne, becoming the third queen of the Azura clan. She steadfastly inherited her father's aspirations to eradicate the Ant Clan. Although the Ant Queen has fled to the west, this does not deter Zhang Baogu from pursuing her demise. For her father, Zhang once lamented that it was his lifelong regret, as well as that of her grandfather, whom she had never met. From a young age, she had heard tales of her grandfather, heralded as a hero of the Azura clan, the true king who had led their rise through countless legends. Though she had never laid eyes upon him, she idolized him. In the 8th year of her reign, the Ant Clan had yet to manifest. Yet from the ruins of the ant nest, once obliterated by her father, a towering plume of dark fog erupted into the sky. Chapter 49, My Father, Zhang Chapter 49, What on earth, Brother Pineapple? What has happened to you? Are you about to explode? Brother Pineapple, why is your dark energy spreading so far? Brother Pineapple, don't scare me. It's just a joke among friends. Please don't turn dark. Only now do I realize it was a joke with Brother Pineapple. Where were we when Cuckoo was exuding dark energy earlier? Calm down, my friend. Perhaps reciting the Reincarnation Sutra twice would help. The Supreme Pure Sutra would suffice as well. Dear brother. Yet amidst these comments, Big Pineapple remained unfazed. In the next moment, a terrifying wave of dark energy erupted, causing all plant life within 1,000 meters to wither instantly. A second-tier extraordinary, capable of shattering mountains. Although technological civilization can colonize the universe at Tier 2, the disparity in power is indeed substantial. However, to discuss strength without considering time is to engage in folly. It is worth noting that the Azura clan has existed for less than 2 centuries. A little over a century of second-tier extraordinary civilization is truly terrifying. Though he stands alone, with Big Pineapple's current strength, even an equivalent civilization from the same time would be utterly outmatched. His obsidian figure emerged from the void. Blood-red eyes, captivating and fearsome. He had finally escaped that ethereal realm. Though he could not leave this place, he could finally influence everything beyond. Yet why oh why? Had it taken so long? If only he could have intervened before Yuji's arrival. None of this would have transpired. Even a single word with his son before his death would have sufficed. Why to come to this? I am filled with rage. Big Pineapple's roar echoed like the wails of countless spirits, summoning gusts of ominous wind. The dark mist, swirling with his fury, sent ripples through the air, shattering stones and wilting all in its path. Brother Pineapple, please stop shouting. We are terrified. Brother Pineapple, we sympathize with you. But have you considered your parents? Ever since you became this way, they've been watching you on the screen, and you truly do not know how heart-wrenching it is for them to see their son in such a state. Zhang Qiancheng, come to your senses. Yes, Brother Pineapple, if you continue like this, you will truly cease to be human. Humans should be trapped here. Humans should endure endless torment. Humans should witness their wives take their own lives before their eyes, to see their sons live a life burdened with guilt over a trivial promise. If this is what it means to be human, then I refuse to be one. Big Pineapple's roar resounded through the ant nest mountains, his ferocious power obliterating everything around him. In the face of his outcry, the live stream fell silent. One cannot urge others to do good without having experienced their suffering. They merely watched Big Pineapple endure his trials, feeling a profound sense of despair. Yet Big Pineapple had lived through it all. The initial terror of his crossing, the spirited ascent to Azura King. In those days, he was just a brash youth, until the Queen Ant's escape forced him to adopt a more prudent demeanor. The choices of predecessors weighed heavily upon him, ultimately severing his retreat and compelling him to assume the responsibilities of a king. 10 years of famine, the calamity of the Mosquito Clan, the disaster of the Queen Ant. He endeavored to assassinate the Queen Ant for the sake of the Azura clan, failing to slay her but buying 20 years of respite for his people, ultimately sacrificing himself in battle. Each event, each tale, could be deemed legendary in its own right. Up until this point, despite the twists and turns, his life could still be regarded as fulfilling. Yet, after his death, the narrative took a drastic turn. His once formidable life became a tale of downfall, trapped in a realm of despair, akin to a soul forgotten by the world. He could neither communicate with the outside nor intervene in worldly affairs, confined within a minuscule prison. He could only watch as his wife took her life before him, and his child lived a life steeped in guilt. Who could endure such a fate without succumbing to madness? Bang! Big Pineapple struck with a fist, seemingly met with an invisible barrier that obstructed his path, preventing his fist from piercing through the transparent void ahead. Let me out! Bang! His eyes blood-red, his form shrouded in darkness like a malevolent spirit, Big Pineapple furiously pounded against the transparent wall before him. The live stream remained silent. Even the psychologists specially invited by the national team found themselves at a loss for words. Their hearts resonated with a tinge of empathy. How tragic, how hopeless. They often pondered how Big Pineapple had managed to endure thus far. Even his father turned away, eyes red-rimmed, unwilling to witness his son's current state. Yet, amidst the live stream, one individual continued to flood the screen with messages. Son, please don't do this. It pains your mother. Son, I am your mother. Please respond. Son, I just want to talk to you. Son. Ah, dear heavens, let me out. Bang, bang, bang. Each furious shout, each strike, yet not a ripple disturbed the stillness. Naturally, Big Pineapple saw his mother's messages, but he did not know how to respond. All he felt was a surge of rage within. He wished to annihilate everything before him. If he could not destroy it all, then he would destroy himself. Progin, P. Ramit, Infinite Heavenly Sovereign. Once more, the live stream was inundated with countless scriptures. Although they were unsure of their efficacy, it seemed to be their sole means of offering hope. 3 days later, upon witnessing the black mist enveloping the Ant Nest Mountains, Zhang Baoguo wasted no time and dispatched 3,000 Azura clan members to investigate. Though the second-generation Azura king spent his life in battles, he never neglected the development of his clan, always mindful of his father's words to be a good king. He fought valiantly against foes while encouraging cultivation, agriculture, and animal husbandry within his realm. Despite years of conflict, the Azura clan's population had grown to 800,000. His strategies were indeed the most prudent for that era. The queen ant's reproductive capabilities far surpassed those of the Azura clan. Had it not been for Little Pineapple relentlessly pursuing them and his father, Big Pineapple, having previously wounded the queen ant, they would have been crushed had the queen been given a chance to recover. As for the mosquitoes, they simply flew and could survive in a vacuum. Otherwise, given Zhang Aimin's temperament, he would have exterminated them to extinction. 3 days later, Zhang Baohua finally arrived at the Ant Queen's mountains, perplexed by the devastation that resembled the aftermath of an earthquake and a sandstorm. What had transpired here? Why had it transformed into this? What was this black mist? He halted his steps. An Azura clan member attempted to scout ahead, but was stopped. Let us capture a mosquito and see what is going on. The Azura man was puzzled. He did not understand why the king wished to do so, but he knew the king possessed the utmost wisdom. Moments later, over 10 Azura members brought a mosquito back. Now, the Azura clan could easily handle these creatures that once nearly led to their extinction in their infancy. With their extraordinary abilities, 2 individuals could effortlessly eliminate a single mosquito. A dozen could even capture one alive. This capture was not a post-mortem affair, but an unscathed apprehension. Furthermore, due to their large size and ease of transport, Little Pineapple had on numerous occasions utilized mosquitoes as rations for their journey. It must be said, this creature truly suffered. It was only during the rise of the Azura clan and the subsequent mosquito plague that led to the starvation of countless Azura that it enjoyed a fleeting moment of power. Thereafter, it was nothing but wretchedness. Thus, it was also the reason why Su Mo, upon witnessing their plight, felt too apathetic even to chastise them. Were it not for the presence of these being male mosquitoes, Little Pineapple had even contemplated breeding them, for mosquitoes could survive on soil. However, since the captured mosquitoes were all infertile, this notion was ultimately discarded. The mosquitoes were cast into the abyss of black mist. Damn mosquitoes! A furious roar echoed, causing everyone to cover their ears. The freshly thrown mosquitoes immediately exploded, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist. Witnessing this scene, the Azura people instinctively shielded Zhang Baohua, their faces etched with solemnity as they gazed into the ominous black mist. This phenomenon was utterly terrifying. Merely tossing a mosquito into the void resulted in its obliteration. Although they could easily slay mosquitoes now, this was not the method they preferred. Zhang Baohua furrowed her brow, pushing aside the Azura soldier before her as she peered into the depths of the black mist. While others were concerned for her safety, she had distinctly heard someone speaking moments ago. In this realm, only the Azura could articulate speech. Although she was uncertain whether the voice belonged to an Azura, the ability to communicate signified a possibility for connection. I am the grandson of the Azura king, the third of his lineage. I do not know who the esteemed individual within may be, but I humbly request an audience. Zhang Baohua amplified her voice through her extraordinary powers, ensuring it reached the ears of the great pineapple. The reason for such a proclamation was that the Azura king represented the faith of the entire Azura clan. Perhaps others were unfamiliar with the concept of a new king. However, her father and grandfather were figures of reverence known to all Azura. The being, who had been relentlessly pounding on the invisible barrier before him, abruptly halted. A flicker of clarity emerged within his crimson gaze. The grandson of the Azura king, the third of his lineage. His grandson had come seeking him? Yet, something felt amiss. The voice resembled that of a woman. As this realization dawned upon him, the fleeting clarity in his gaze once more transformed into a deep red fury. How dare you deceive me? His enraged roar reverberated, causing the already battered mountains to collapse entirely under its force. The Azura people present clutched their ears tightly, unable to fathom the horror they would face even before entering the black mist. If they had known what awaited them upon entry. Then, amidst the cacophony, Zhang Baohua shouted once more, I am indeed the grandson of the Azura king, the current Azura king III, son of Zhang Aimin. Chapter 50. The Ant Plague Strikes Again. In a brief moment, the great pineapple's frenzied actions came to a halt, plunging him into silence. The dark mist gradually dissipated, leaving him uncertain of his desires and obligations. His heart was rife with conflict. Deep down, he yearned to meet his grandchild, yet he dared not voice this wish. Fear and trepidation enveloped him. In fact, the moment he allowed the surrounding darkness to fade, he had already made a choice. His longing to glimpse his descendant outweighed his fears. He had missed too many moments with his son. Zhang Baohua hesitated as she gazed at the dissipating black fog. The events that had transpired within were still vivid in her mind. A single mosquito thrown into the mist had exploded, leaving a lingering scent of blood that filled the air with its acrid intensity. Should she venture into that realm? It seemed the entity within recognized her father or grandfather, for it was upon hearing their names that the dark mist had receded. Yet could this be a trap? Silence enveloped both parties as they awaited some resolution, stretching time to its limits. In this moment, the great pineapple struggled to suppress his wild instincts. His blood-red eyes occasionally flickered with clarity. His vision could extend only to where the mist had previously shrouded the area. Beyond that, he was powerless. Thus, if the other party advanced just 10 more meters, he would finally behold his grandchild. His heart was torn. He wished for his grandchild to step forward, yet he also hoped for their swift departure, fearing that his current state might bring harm. One Azura cautiously entered the area that had been engulfed in black mist, encountering no immediate danger. Another followed suit, and still, all remained as it should. Elder, are you unable to act? Can you enlighten me on what transpires within? Are you trapped? Zhang Baohua's inquiries echoed once more, but the great pineapple chose to remain silent. Ultimately, Zhang Baohua decided against entering that perilous zone. As the queen of the Azura clan, she bore the responsibility not only for her own life, but also for her kin. She could not gamble with her existence. This was her grandfather, the first Azura king, as described in the Way of Kings. Her father was one who often toyed with his own life. While she admired him, she disapproved of his recklessness. Subsequently, she ordered the isolation of the area once veiled in black mist, declaring it a forbidden zone, forbidding any entry. With that, Zhang Baohua departed, taking all the Azura people with her. In the end, the great pineapple did not meet his granddaughter. He stood silently in midair, his blood-red eyes gazing into the distance, though he could see nothing beyond the myriad of scriptures before him. Yet, in that moment, he felt a gradual sense of tranquility wash over him. Though this serenity was short-lived, he soon reverted to his previous madness, releasing a cacophony of roars, incessantly ramming his head and body against the invisible barrier before him. His expressions oscillated between grotesque laughter and terrifying howls, making those who watched feel as though they were witnessing not a world traveler, but a scene from a horror film, or perhaps the antics of a madman. In the 5th year of the 3rd Azura king, 50 years had elapsed since the Ant Queen fled westward. Back then, Zhang Aimin had seized the opportunity to relentlessly assault the wounded Ant Queen, depriving her of any chance to grow or develop. He pursued her to the west, continuing his campaigns every 5 years. That year, Zhang Baohua inherited the tradition of her forebears, leading 500,000 Azura warriors to a resounding victory against the Ant army, slaying over 80,000. Strangely, however, they found no sign of the Ant Queen. After obliterating one ant nest and exterminating all within, they returned. A decade later, the second westward campaign commenced, this time with 700,000 Azura warriors. Still, the Ant Queen eluded them, and instead, they found themselves overwhelmed by a tide of ants. Unbeknownst to them, 20 years prior, after Zhang Aimin's actions, the Ant Queen had discovered that those with 4 arms would periodically assault her. Thus, she cleverly calculated the timing and constructed 2 ant nests, misleading them into believing she had not yet regained her strength and that her ant numbers were limited. She preferred to seek sustenance from distant locations, preserving a guise of lush greenery and vibrant life. In truth, except for that secluded area, the entirety of the West had been thoroughly ravaged by ants. The Ant Queen's desires were simple, even amid the relentless assaults from the great pineapple, Zhang Aimin, and Zhang Baohua over 3 generations. She had never contemplated revenge. Her sole aspiration was survival, necessitating formidable strength and an abundance of worker ants to prevent repeated incursions into her territory. Thus, she began to evade, having initiated this avoidance the moment she fled westward. Yet, Zhang Aimin remained relentless, prompting her to create a second ant nest. The Ant Queen had never harbored thoughts of annihilation. From a moment she emerged from her egg to the present, her only wish was to live. However, she remained unaware that her very existence could be deemed a sin, for her survival impacted the lives of others. They were locked in a cycle of unending conflict, a fate sealed from the moment she hatched. Zhang Baowa, witnessing the overwhelming swarm of ants, maintained her composure, directing the Azura clan to shift formations, engaging in a tumultuous battle with the ants. The Azura were inherently a combative race, unflinching in the face of death. The ant tribe, obedient to the Ant Queen's commands, would not hesitate to march to their demise. Thus, the two races collided in a fierce confrontation. For 10 days, the battle raged on without pause or respite. Countless lives were lost on both sides. Yet, the Azura were becoming exhausted. Their extraordinary powers had inherent flaws. Despite years of honing their resilience to suffering, they still faltered against the seemingly infinite tide of ants. After 10 days of combat, less than 200,000 Azura warriors remained from the original 700,000. This was no battlefield. It was a meat grinder. Though initially, their extraordinary abilities allowed them to face 2 or even more ants at once. As fatigue set in, they could only retreat, cycling in fresh fighters. The ants, however, were inexhaustible, and the Azura's strength was ultimately finite. Zhang Baowa's heart ached as she beheld the devastation. 70,000 warriors had been decimated in a single battle. The relentless ants continued to pour forth, and persisting in this conflict would lead only to annihilation. Yet, retreating was fraught with peril. Although the clan still had 100,000 Azura members, the majority were the elderly, weak, and women. While every Azura could wield a weapon, they lacked the stamina of true warriors. However, continuing to fight here, even if it meant total annihilation, would yield no favorable outcome. Thus, it was imperative to send a message back, disseminating information about the dire situation. They needed to prepare, for the consequences of a sudden ant assault were too terrifying to contemplate. What I can do is to delay as much as possible. Otherwise, there will be no time left for preparation. Thus, after Zhang Bao would dispatch someone to report back, he fought while retreating, his forces dwindling from 200,000 to 100,000, then to 50,000. Yet, even so, she refused to surrender. She had come to a clear resolution. Her current task was to eliminate the living strength of the ants as much as possible. She could not believe that the ants were endless. A guard shouted loudly before Zhang Bao, "Your Majesty, behind us lies the forbidden ground." Upon hearing this, a vivid image flashed through Zhang Baowa's mind, the scene of that ant entering the black mist and exploding. Over the years, the area of the black mist had been continually expanding. Although the pace was slow, it was inexorably spreading outward. At this rate, within 200 years, it would reach the territory of the Azura tribe. Due to her orders, the Azura tribe dared not venture into it, though a few children had entered and returned safely. However, many had gone mad inside, and numerous others had vanished without a trace. Thus, it had indeed become a forbidden zone. Originally, a fence was built along the edge of the black mist, but now it began 1,000 meters outside its perimeter. In these 10 years since he assumed power, countless matters had arisen, and he had to launch a western expedition. She had intended to speak with the being inside after this expedition. She felt that the entity within might indeed be somewhat related to them. Other creatures, like mosquitoes, would explode immediately upon entering. However, the mortality rate for the Azura tribe, if they dared to enter, was not yet 100%. Now, she had retreated to this point. This meant that in 5 days' time, she would reach the territory of the Azura. Even if she continued to delay, it would only be for half a month. With this thought, Zhang Baowa's expression hardened, and she commanded others to continue fighting while retreating. She resolved to have a conversation with the being within. Before the black mist, Zhang Baowa stood still, listening to the frenzied roars from within. She repeatedly called out, attempting to elicit a response, yet all she heard were the maddened howls and shouts. Turning to glance at the fewer than 20,000 remaining Azura tribesmen behind her, Zhang Baowa clenched her silver teeth, To continue fighting would lead to death. Rather than that, she might as well take a gamble. These ants were devoid of intelligence. They merely obeyed the commands of the queen ant to besiege her and her companions. She had steeled herself, knowing that even if she entered the black mist and perished within, these ants would come crashing in. At worst, they would perish together. With this resolve, Zhang Baowu bellowed, "Enter the forbidden ground." As the first Azura tribesman charged into the black mist, his body erupted violently, scattering blood mist. Zhang Baobu's heart sank, and she shouted again, "Advance." With that, she led the charge into the black mist. Chapter 51. Su Mo, your progress is quite slow. At the moment Zhang Baowu stepped into the black mist, he had already prepared himself for an imminent explosion. Yet, he sought to employ this method to entice the swarm of ants to follow him in. However, the anticipated explosion did not materialize. Instead, he was enveloped by an overwhelming chill that penetrated to his very bones, causing the hairs on his skin to stand on end. The chaotic sounds of battle and the cries from outside vanished completely as he entered this shrouded realm. Could it be that I have already perished? Is this the afterlife? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, another Azura warrior charged into the mist, followed by an increasing multitude. Glancing back at the outside world, he saw countless ants surging toward him, and in that moment, he finally confirmed that he was still alive, albeit within a forbidden territory. At the instant Zhang Baowu entered the black mist, the once terrifying roars also faded into silence. The figure of the great pineapple floated vacantly in midair, gazing at a woman resembling Yuji, clad in armor and wielding a long sword, her demeanor imbued with a touch of heroism. The audience in the live stream, witnessing the sudden stupor of the great pineapple, began to flood the chat with comments. "Brother Pineapple, have you come to your senses again? Brother Pineapple, by your reckoning, you've been lost to madness for 3 whole years. Brother Pineapple, could you cease your insanity? You seem increasingly less human. Benefactor, while you remain lucid, recite the Sutra of Reincarnation a few times." The great pineapple disregarded the barrage of comments, his blood-red eyes fixed on Zhang Baowu. Although he did not truly see with his eyes, the instinctive gesture betrayed him. "Ew, ye." The voice emerged low and hoarse, grating like a blade against glass. Zhang Baowu felt a chill run down his spine at the utterance of those words. Just as he was about to respond, he turned to see a figure formed entirely of black mist materialize behind him. The being was entirely cloaked in darkness, possessing 4 arms, and through the murky veil, Zhang Baowu could vaguely discern some features. Hastily, he bowed his head. "Are you the esteemed one of this realm? Yuji is my grandmother. Do you know her?" After a lengthy silence, the great pineapple remained mute, merely observing the woman who bore a striking resemblance to Yuji. The black mist was not his true form, but rather a manifestation conjured from his spiritual essence. His original soul belonged to a human, thus he lacked 4 arms. Yet, if he so desired, he could assume such a form. "Esteemed one?" Zhang Baowu called out once more. Seeing the continued silence, he pressed on, "I beseech you for assistance. The ant tribe is upon us. Please vanquish them." As he spoke, countless ants surged into the black mist. Zhang Baowu's heart raced with trepidation. He was uncertain whether his plea was wise. If this being chose not to aid him, he would have no choice but to fight on. He glanced at the remaining soldiers, their wounds and exhausted bodies bearing testament to their limits. How much longer could they endure? Boom, 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 boom. As these thoughts occupied his mind, a series of explosions erupted, instantly annihilating the swarm of ants that had just entered. Clouds of blood mist billowed forth. Before the crimson fog could dissipate, yet more ants charged in, triggering another cascade of explosions. Zhang Baowu stood astonished, his mouth agape. This power was extraordinary. What was the nature of this being's abilities? Did they possess no limits? Did they not feel pain? Who was this individual? And why did they invoke the name of his grandmother? Questions swirled relentlessly in Zhang Baowu's mind, yet answers eluded him. The explosive sounds echoed like cannon fire until they finally ceased, not due to the great pineapple's exhaustion, but because the ants had been utterly vanquished. As he eliminated more ants, the shroud of darkness expanded, and what had begun with ants rushing and transformed into the great pineapple wielding the shadows to envelop the entire swarm. The space, already cloaked in darkness, was now suffused with a layer of sanguine hue, rendering it even more eerie and sinister. Blood pooled upon the ground, gradually coalescing into a small stream. In the astonished gaze of the remaining Azura warriors and Zhang Baohua, the ant invasion had come to an end. Countless ants had been effortlessly eradicated by this figure. As the black mist receded, the lingering stench of blood remained, a testament to the ant's previous existence. Zhang Baohua turned only to find that the shadowy figure had vanished. He called out urgently, "Esteemed one, how should I address you?" Silence reigned. His calls met with an echoing void. After leaving behind the words, "I shall return," Zhang Baohua departed. He had numerous matters to attend to, whether regarding the recent battle's aftermath or the affairs of the Azura clan. Most pressing was the need to reorganize the army for another expedition. The reproductive rate of the Ant Queen was alarmingly swift. Had it not been for this formidable presence, the Azura clan might have faced extinction. The great pineapple watched as the figure departed, longing to utter a warning, "Do not return." Yet he remained silent, his current state too precarious. He feared causing her harm, yet he yearned to behold his granddaughter, this girl who bore an uncanny likeness to Yuji. Thus, he said nothing, concealing his identity as her grandfather, the first Azura king. Upon returning to the Azura clan, Zhang Baohua began addressing the repercussions of this event. Out of 700,000, fewer than 10,000 had returned. The battle had been devastating. Countless children were left orphaned, and many elderly mourned their lost progeny. Yet, these losses paled in comparison to the critical issue at hand. The Ant Queen still lived. As long as she drew breath, such calamities would recur. Though the Ant Queen could not immediately produce another vast army, it would not be long before she could. Most importantly, he needed to uncover the identity of that formidable presence. If he could secure their assistance, vanquishing the Ant Queen would not be an impossible task. Thus, while commanding the Azura clan to recuperate, he diligently perused ancient texts. Ultimately, he discovered fragments of information in the chronicles of the Azura compiled by his father. The first Azura king led an assault into the ant lair, gravely wounding the Ant Queen. A conflagration raged for 3 days without extinguishing. The first Azura king perished. The first Azura queen discovered the Azura king's weapon, fell victim to an ant tribe ambush. Both figures were deceased, and no conceivable connection existed to the enigmatic presence. Nevertheless, this was the only lead he could muster. Initially skeptical, he later consulted numerous elders regarding the ant lair's conditions. Yet they expressed ignorance. This indicated that the formidable presence had not existed in the past. In his father's notes, he found a portrait featuring 3 individuals, one of whom was evidently added later. Among them, one bore a striking resemblance to himself. His father had mentioned that this was his grandmother. The youthful figure depicted was likely his father. As for the final figure, he had encountered this visage amidst the black mist before. Although the details were somewhat obscured, it was evident that the person in the image was indeed that individual. Moreover, the notes indicated that this was likely a portrayal created by his father following his grandfather's passing. Thus, the figure within the black mist was none other than his grandfather. Upon receiving this revelation, Zhang Baohua found himself in a state of profound unrest. On that day, he approached the black mist with the image in hand, seeking to ascertain the truth of the matter while clutching his father's notes. These notes contained a plethora of his father's personal reflections and a deep yearning for his father, who was also his grandfather. He sensed that the presence of this figure felt somewhat amiss, akin to those who had wandered into this realm, yet had not succumbed to death, instead becoming deranged. However, if it were confirmed that this figure was indeed his grandfather, he hoped to utilize his father's notes to restore him to lucidity. The black mist had expanded exponentially since their last encounter. He suspected that if this continued unchecked, within 50 years, the mist would encroach upon the Azura's domain, jeopardizing the existence of the Azura clan. Faced with this predicament, they had 2 choices: either prevent the mist from spreading further or relocate the Azura clan to a different territory. Steeling his resolve, Zhang Baohua called out into the void, Azura, king of the third generation, I seek an audience. The roars within the black mist ceased, and the mist swirled, ultimately revealing the original landscape. At that moment, a dark silhouette emerged at the edge of the mist. Its eyes appeared hollow, seemingly blind to anything beyond the shroud of darkness. You again have come for what purpose? The voice remained low and hoarse, yet Zhang Bao could detect a flicker of emotional turbulence from the figure. Can you not see me? The figure did not respond to this inquiry, but instead enunciated slowly, Leave this place. Do you recognize my father? Leave this place. The figure's tone grew more severe, a crimson light flashing in its eyes. An image floated forth, landing in the figure's grasp. The figure lowered its head in silence, trembling, as the black mist writhed in response. Meanwhile, the queen ant discovered that a significant number of worker ants and soldier ants were missing. Anxious and fearful, driven by the instinct for survival, she prayed for strength as a terrifying blaze engulfed her surroundings. At that moment, Su Mo, who was in the midst of a meal, paused abruptly. Why must a breakthrough occur at such a time? This simply will not do. If two second-tier extraordinary civilizations emerge, I shall break through as well. After glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention to him, his consciousness immediately delved into the microcosm. The figure is nearing a third-tier breakthrough, quite rapid indeed. However, you're still not fast enough. Allow me to provide you with a little impetus. Chapter 52. Su Mo, eat, and eat more to grow. Su Mo glanced down at the mosquito he had once held in high esteem, now reduced to a pitiful creature hiding in space, consuming dirt. He was too apathetic even to scold it. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This creature felt like a foolish minion in the hands of a villain, accomplishing nothing and leaving no trace behind. In summary, whatever it could do was bound to be detrimental. One might argue its usefulness, but it could not accomplish a single task. Conversely, its lack of utility was countered by a minuscule semblance of competence. After observing the resurgence of mosquitoes, which Zhang had mercilessly slaughtered for years, Su Mo's thoughts shifted. He commanded these mosquitoes to assault the Grand Pineapple. What the Grand Pineapple needed now was carnage and hatred. The more it killed, the more resentment would accumulate. He decided to spare one female mosquito for breeding, while eliminating the rest, believing this would suffice for a breakthrough to level 3. Though initially insufficient, his granddaughter had provided him with ample ants. As for the Ant Queen, he wished she would not advance too quickly. Should she do so, he would have no choice but to hasten the end of the world. He hoped she would not be ungrateful. At that moment, the Ant Queen felt a prickling sensation all over her body. Her sixth sense warned her that any attempt at breaking through would lead to certain death. In a flurry, she halted her advancement, engulfed by an unsettling fear. The sensation was utterly terrifying, far more so than any previous crisis she had faced. In past predicaments, she had sensed danger, instinctively avoiding calamity. It was this instinct that had allowed her to escape from deadly situations time and again. The stronger the crisis, the more pronounced the sensation. This instinct was inherent to insects, but after acquiring extraordinary power, it had been amplified to an alarming degree. Now, on the verge of a second-level breakthrough, her abilities had reached their zenith. Yet, the realization that breakthrough equated to her demise was unbearable. All she desired was to survive, nothing more. Upon recognizing the futility of her breakthrough, the Ant Queen began to reconsider. Her losses among the ants had been devastating, though unaware of the cause of their demise. She knew that the small creatures with 4 arms would soon return to wreak havoc. Remaining idle would only lead to her death. The notion of hiding for 3 to 5 decades briefly flickered in her mind before another wave of lethal danger engulfed her, akin to an overwhelming, inescapable threat. Previously, whether facing the Grand Pineapple or Zhang, the danger had been significant, yet not insurmountable. Now, however, she was acutely aware of her inability to resist. Death was inevitable. But why was this so? Was her lifespan drawing to a close? No, she was merely coming of age. Such a fate seemed implausible. Despite these thoughts, she could not dismiss the possibility. She attempted to foresee the outcome of producing another Ant Queen. The result was still death, just as before. Thus, This impending demise was unrelated to her. So what was the cause? All she wished for was to live. In that moment, it felt as though all paths were obstructed, and she sensed the entire world conspiring against her. Meanwhile, the Grand Pineapple, upon viewing the drawings and notes presented by his granddaughter, was engulfed in profound anguish. Father scolded me today merely because I wished to accompany him to battle. I am very saddened. Mother spoke once more of my father's past, and I too aspire to be a king like him. Father was peculiar last night. He shared many strange thoughts, claiming to be a sinner of the Azura clan. Though he is not, yet he was so gentle last night. I wish he could always be like that. 5 days have passed, and Father has yet to return. I miss him dearly. A month has elapsed, and still he has not come back. Mother's mood has soured. Lately, I can only focus on my studies. Father, I long for you. Why have you not returned? Mother's eyes are perpetually red. I know she has wept. Half a year has gone by, and Father remains absent. They say he shall never return. I dare not share this with Mother. Father, do not worry. I promised I would care for Mother and become a good king, fulfilling your unfinished wishes. Mother no longer waits on the hillside for Father's return. She keeps herself exceedingly busy, and it pains me greatly. Mother has departed. I know she has gone to find Father. I wish to intervene, but I know I cannot stop her. Mother is gone. Father, I am sorry. I failed to care for her properly, but I vow to avenge her. The handwriting in this passage appeared somewhat blurred, as if stained by tears. Father, I gravely injured the Ant Queen, yet could not slay her. Rest assured. Next time, I shall sever her head, just as you did to that giant ant. Still unsuccessful, her vitality is too resilient. The clan constantly urges me to bear offspring. I have rested for a year. A child has been born, a girl. Perhaps you would be pleased, Father. Father, I have grown old. Ultimately, I could not achieve my goals. A mournful wail emerged from the dark mist, evoking sorrow in listeners and eliciting tears from those who heard. The audience in the live stream watched as the Grand Pineapple turned page after page in the notebook, witnessing the growth of a youth who longed for his father during the night. The boy matured into a young man, then into middle age, established a family, and finally aged into frailty. His life was meticulously chronicled within that notebook. My child, you have done exceedingly well. Father is proud of you. You surpass me in every regard. You are a worthy king, and I take pride in you. Zhang Baohua stood outside the dark mist, listening to the mournful sounds within, rendered speechless. After a long while, the mist dissipated, revealing a man formed entirely of shadows before her. He resembled the figure in the portrait. Indeed, he was her grandfather, the first king of the Azura. It was due to his existence that the Azura developed written language, overcoming countless crises. He was both a legend and a myth of the Azura. Child, come forth. Let your grandfather behold you. Zhang Baohua silently approached the shadowy figure. A word caught in her throat, unable to be uttered. You bear a striking resemblance to your grandmother. I hope you, too, can become a good king like your father. Now, leave this place. Do not return. I cannot maintain my clarity for long. I fear I may cause you harm. As the words faded, the Grand Pineapple turned to depart. The dark mist began to envelop him once more, his form slowly vanishing within it, leaving Zhang Baohua standing alone in a daze. Had she truly been forsaken by her grandfather? This was not the outcome she had envisioned. Why had it come to this? Within the dark mist, the Grand Pineapple observed Zhang Baohua's frozen silhouette, remaining silent for a long time. He wished to avoid excessive interaction with his granddaughter, for he did not know how much longer he could endure. If he were to remain trapped here indefinitely, the more connections he formed, the greater his suffering would become. Awake, he could distinctly sense that something was amiss with his state. If this continued, even if he remained confined here indefinitely, it would lead to the annihilation of everything. For he was acutely aware that his power was ever increasing, especially after the recent massacre of countless ants, which had catalyzed an explosive growth. The stronger he became, the larger the shroud of dark mist that enveloped him. The existence of this dark mist was, in fact, a manifestation of his mental energy materializing. Grandfather, may I inquire what kind of power this truly is? Can we, the Azura clan, possess such strength? Zhang Bao's question lingered in the air unanswered. He spoke again. If the answer were to attack once more, would you intervene? Silence enveloped the space, a stillness so profound that even the dark mist around him seemed to congeal. It felt as though Zhang Bao were utterly alone in this realm. In the live stream, viewers watched this scene unfold and began to flood the chat with messages. Pineapple Brother, please respond. Engaging in conversation would benefit your current state. Indeed, Pineapple Brother, take this opportunity to converse with your granddaughter while you're lucid. It will provide a cherished memory for the future. Pineapple Benefactor, I believe it would be better for you to recite scriptures. The great Pineapple observed in silence. How he longed to respond, yet, just as he had previously expressed, fear gripped him. He was paralyzed by it. At that moment, countless mosquitoes began to swarm towards the dark mist above. Before the great Pineapple could react, they plunged into the mist. With a series of explosive sounds, those mosquitoes met their demise in an instant. A rain of blood fell, piercing through the great Pineapple's form, splattering onto Zhang Bao's face. In the next heartbeat, his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. Images of a mosquito plague flooded his mind, barren ground, countless clansmen perishing from hunger, and the sky choked with mosquitoes. The Azura clan had been reduced to mere sustenance. Such a sight was utterly harrowing. Kill, kill, kill. In that moment, the great Pineapple yearned for the obliteration of everything, all that existed. Following the death of the mosquitoes, the dark mist surged forth, morphing from a mere domain into a wildly shifting shape. At times resembling a gaping maw poised to devour, at others, the visage of a malevolent spirit. Su-Imo stood in the cosmos, nodding in satisfaction. Now this is as it should be. Thus, mosquitoes are not entirely without purpose. This is indeed splendid. Great Pineapple, consume, consume. The more you ingest, the greater you shall grow. To nurture you, I have invested considerable resources. Chapter 53. Serendipitous Outcomes in the Vast Expanse of the Cosmos. Su-Imo stood contentedly. Yet a fleeting sense of disquiet soon enveloped him. How is it, he pondered, that despite vanquishing so many mosquitoes, you have yet to ascend? If this continues, there will be no mosquitoes left for you to slay. Why do you consume so much without advancing? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he observed the great Pineapple shifting his gaze toward Zhang Bao. Su-Imo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that he intends to slay his own granddaughter? How cruel! Nevertheless, this time, it is of no concern to me, for it is his own hand that strikes. Yet, surely such an act would suffice for your advancement. In the live stream, countless viewers noted this scene and began flooding the chat with comments. Brother Pineapple, have you lost your mind? Your granddaughter is still alive. Do you truly wish to enter life as well? Brother Pineapple, regain your senses. If you harm your granddaughter, there will be no turning back. Brother Pineapple, remain calm. Benefactor, gazing at the figure before him, strikingly similar to UG, the great Pineapple paused momentarily. The barrage of messages seemed to pierce through his frenzy, and a flicker of clarity returned to his crimson eyes. In the next instant, Zhang Bao felt his body propel upward, propelled beyond the shroud of darkness. Kill, kill, kill. They all must perish. You shall all die. The great Pineapple's frenzied roars echoed through the black mist, causing Zhang Bao, even standing outside the shroud, to wince in pain. He could only shout desperately, hoping to awaken his grandfather, but his efforts were in vain. Su-Imo observed this unfolding drama, his brow furrowing slightly. You have yet to advance. Have I truly wasted so many mosquitoes? His gaze shifted to the Ant Queen, who had previously been on the verge of a breakthrough, but had now ceased her efforts. This only deepened Su-Mo's confusion. What was amiss? Why had they all halted their progress when they were clearly poised to transcend? Was there some hidden obstruction? Though perplexed and somewhat disheartened, Su-Imo ultimately decided to depart. This time, he had no intentions of invoking meteors or floods. Should they truly wish to advance, he resolved to annihilate Blue Star. Only through such an act could he possibly reclaim their positions at the moment of their breakthrough. Thus, he prepared himself. At the first sign of movement, he would obliterate Blue Star. As for the subsequent cultivation of civilization, having already ascended to a secondary creation deity, he could simply recreate another two. With this thought in mind, Su Mo left his small universe to resume his meal. The great pineapple had been in a state of madness for 2 consecutive years without pause, now reaching the pinnacle of level 2, on the verge of breaking into level 3. Yet, he lacked the necessary catalyst. The area cloaked in darkness had expanded to a staggering half a province. Should he break through to level 3, he would roam the cosmos unhindered. Well, technically, he lacked a physical form, but that would not hinder his ability to traverse the universe. Such was the nature of a level 3 extraordinary being. However, compared to a level 3 technological civilization, the disparity was considerable. After all, a level 3 technological civilization could obliterate stars at will. Yet, despite the apparent gap, the primary reason for this disparity lay in the fact that the Great Pineapple was but one individual. If the entire Azura clan were to ascend to level 3, they could traverse the cosmos with their physical forms and even face a technological civilization with a fighting chance. The Ant Queen, having exhausted every possible means to escape her grim fate, began to panic as the sensation of impending death drew ever closer. Her instincts urged her that the only path to survival lay in the east. However, that direction was fraught with peril, as it was the territory of the Azura clan. Yet, a chance of survival was preferable to certain death, so the ants commenced their great migration once more. Half a month later, an army of 300,000 ants returned to the east. Zhang Baowu was promptly informed of this development. He had initially contemplated addressing recent matters before embarking on another Western expedition. The previous failure was primarily due to the overwhelming number of ants. He estimated their ranks to be no less than 150,000, double their own numbers. While the ants lacked extraordinary powers, their sheer size, combined with their formidable exoskeletons, rendered them akin to armored vehicles. Unless extraordinary powers were employed, breaching their defenses would be no simple task. This time, the Ant Clan had suffered significant losses. Recovery within 2 years was implausible. Should the timing be right, they might even succeed in eliminating the Ant Queen in one fell swoop. Who would have guessed that before she could make her move, the ants would come charging in, with the Ant Queen following closely behind? Such news sent a thrill through her. The aspirations of 3 generations were on the cusp of fulfillment. As these thoughts raced through his mind, an Azura approached Zhang Baowu, who was preparing for battle, and said, "My lord, just now I was captured by the Ant Queen." Zhang Baowu responded with a look of disbelief. This individual bore no wounds, raising questions about how he could have been seized by the ants yet returned unscathed. Moreover, if he hadn't misheard, he claimed to have been captured by the Ant Queen herself. "The Ant Queen did not kill me. She released me, stating that the world is on the brink of destruction and that all must perish. This time, she seeks cooperation." Upon hearing this, Zhang Baowu fell silent, uncertain of the veracity of the claim. However, glancing at the 80,000 troops preparing to mobilize, her doubts began to dissipate. Regardless of the truth, a visit with the army would clarify matters. If genuine, they could inquire about the situation. If false, they would eliminate them entirely. Thus, 80,000 Azura set forth in grand procession. Among them were elders over 60, women in their 30s, and youths barely in their teens. The only ones left in the city were toddlers and expectant mothers. Of course, had Zhang Baowu not vehemently opposed it, many would have wished to take up arms and join the fray, knowing the Ant Queen was also en route. If successful this time, it would be their final battle, a historic clash of 80 against 30. In the face of such a fight and glory, who among the combative Azura clan could resist? As the Azura clan emerged, gazing upon the formidable ant army and the massive Ant Queen shielded within their ranks, a cacophony of roars erupted from the crowd. The opposing ants began preparing for battle, but just then, the Ant Queen emitted a sound, and all the ants fell silent once more. An Azura stepped forward from within the ranks of the ants, and the Azura clan erupted in furious shouts at this individual who dared to consort with the ants. Only upon receiving Zhang Baogu's command did the Azura cease their vitriol. "My lord, I have not betrayed the Azura clan. Should you doubt my loyalty, I am prepared to end my life here and now." Zhang Baowu furrowed her brow and stepped forward. "What is the situation? Speak." "The Ant Queen wishes me to convey a message. She claims to have discovered that the world is on the verge of annihilation. Unless we cooperate, all shall perish. Zhang Baohua continued to frown in silence. The Azura continued. She offers to disperse all the ants and speak with you alone. Zhang Baohua cast her gaze toward the massive ant queen in the distance, exclaiming, "You are quite bold to dare negotiate alone with our 80,000 troops." Squeak, squeak. Squeak came to reply, "If we converse, there is a chance of survival. If not, we shall all perish." If. Continue. She stated that if we were to attack her, she would immediately break through to level 2. Zhang Baohua, ridiculous. Do you think that merely breaking through the second tier can stand against our 800,000 strong army? Squeak, squeak. Squeak. It claims that upon breaking through the second tier, the world will face a catastrophic crisis and everyone will perish. Zhang Baohua remained silent for a long while, then fixed his gaze ahead. "Since you dare to come, then come." After uttering these words, he turned to the Azura people behind him and declared, "You are not to act until I give my command." Accompanied by the queen ant's squeaks, all the ants parted, leaving only the queen, dragging her massive form forward. The entire Azura clan of 800,000 stood ready, poised to unleash their fiercest assault at the king's command. The queen ant approached the open space, gazing at this minuscule being, scarcely the size of her own single antenna, slowly emanating a gentle psychic energy. After confirming there was no danger, Zhang Baohua also released his psychic energy. Though their extraordinary powers stemmed from despair and similar emotions, they ultimately derived from a soul. Pain could indeed fortify the spirit. Thus, it was unsurprising that they possessed such mental fortitude, though it paled in comparison to the situation with the great pineapple. Subsequently, both parties engaged in dialogue for 3 hours. Ultimately, the queen ant, at the cost of her own life and the lives of those remaining in Azura City, managed to convince Zhang Baohua of her sincerity. After all, as long as the queen ant remained, no further ant armies would emerge. To prevent any deceit from the queen, he dispatched 100,000 Azura warriors to investigate the potential emergence of a new queen ant. Following this, she led the queen to seek out the great pineapple. After 2 years of madness, the great pineapple had just begun to regain clarity, and upon hearing the words queen ant, nearly succumbed to insanity once more. However, both the queen ant and Zhang Baohua stood outside the range of the dark mist, thus avoiding harm. After a lengthy period, the black mist settled, and the silhouette formed by the great pineapple's dark aura appeared before Zhang Baohua and the queen ant. After completely absorbing the unfolding events, he fell into silence. "Brother Pineapple, I too sensed something amiss. Do you remember? The previous traveler managed to return, but what did you encounter just before your return? The monsters and the dark Digga, and you had the light Digga to help fend them off, which allowed your escape. Yet ultimately, that laboratory was destroyed. Indeed, I suspect that is the case. Which is why, Brother Pineapple, you could not return and have been permanently fixed in that fatal position. The queen ant stated that should anyone break through, the world would face annihilation. Do you think it possible that a certain entity residing in the nurturing world, fostering civilization, does not permit overly powerful beings to emerge? The instant one does, it would eradicate all civilizations. Yes, do you recall? This world has deities. Perhaps this action is to prevent that deity from discovering it. No, I believe this entity desires a powerful existence, such as Brother Pineapple's soul. Remember those suddenly maddened mosquitoes? They were sacrificing their lives to nourish Brother Pineapple, hoping for his breakthrough. I find truth in your words, yet I also disagree. So I propose a synthesis. A certain entity wishes to cultivate Brother Pineapple and claim his soul, yet due to some reason, does not dare to expose themselves. Perhaps due to the presence of that deity, which prevents them from acting overtly. Furthermore, the queen ant's breakthrough, triggering world-ending calamity, may signify a civilization's advancement. Viewing the Azura as one civilization and the queen ant as another, the emergence of two Tier 2 extraordinary beings might attract the attention of certain unseen forces. To avoid exposure, that hidden entity may choose to obliterate everything. So dark, but could you perhaps refrain from indulging in so many novels? It's utterly absurd. In truth, the previous point is not without merit. After all, the extraordinary has emerged, and Brother Pineapple has transformed into this form. what remains impossible. For now, we can only speculate with the utmost malice about everything. If that is the case, I suspect that the death of UG is also related to that entity. Chapter 54. Ingenious Strategies Unveiled, Breaking a Millennium Stalemate. In this chapter, Big Pineapple gazed at the barrage of comments, his eyes turning a deep crimson, while dark mist swirled around him. Oddly, he remained eerily calm. At that moment, his heart overflowed with hatred. He suppressed his inner madness with an overwhelming resolve. Thus, it can be said that Big Pineapple's transformation is the result of a deliberate scheme. Perhaps everything has been orchestrated by that one individual. As you can see, the mosquitoes are being manipulated. Recall the mosquito plague of yesteryear. The sudden emergence of the queen ant's egg. The awakening of the queen's extraordinary powers. The destruction of the laboratory, UG's self-immolation, Big Pineapple's son's guilt, and Big Pineapple witnessing it all. Do you not find this an extraordinary coincidence? Sumo? Watching the live stream, Sumo wished to exclaim, "What does this have to do with me?" Aside from the destruction of that laboratory, he had truly accomplished nothing of significance. Even his previous actions amounted to merely instructing the mosquitoes to deliver food to Big Pineapple. I was merely trying to upgrade Big Pineapple. You're being quite unreasonable. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he jotted down several account IDs, intending to draw future traversers from this pool. Big Pineapple silently absorbed the barrage before him, his heart seething with rage. Was everything truly preordained? What then? Did his own experiences signify? What had that individual reduced life to? As he slowly closed his blood-red eyes, his expression remained serene, as tranquil as a still pond that could not be disturbed. From your words, I gather a semblance of understanding. Allow me to summarize. There exists an invincible entity responsible for shattering my phone. This being serves as a tester of civilizations, presenting a trial every millennium. Those who succeed may continue to exist. Brother, refrain from such reckless speech. I feel the image of that being growing clearer in my mind. God, I'm not blaming you for breaking my phone. The Jade Emperor, the Buddha. Be cautious with your words. Silence. Let me finish. Aside from that being, there is another entity, the so-called cultivator, an embodiment of absolute chaos and malevolence. I suspect that the mosquitoes and monsters of the previous civilization were all spawned by this being, for only he possesses the ability to control these mosquitoes. Currently, Big Pineapple's predicament is a result of his machinations. The danger that lies ahead is what enables you to uncover all of this. Thus, we can deduce that the purpose behind these actions is to obtain the fruit that is Big Pineapple. As long as the fruit remains unripe, he will refrain from harvesting it. Should Big Pineapple mature, thus achieving a breakthrough, he would perish, and, in his quest to obliterate evidence, he would erase every trace from his planet. This is the reason the Queen Ant senses impending doom. Moreover, even if Big Pineapple does not achieve a breakthrough, should the Queen Ant succeed, there are two possibilities. Either she is another fruit of his desire, or her breakthrough will attract the attention of that being, compelling him to destroy all evidence to prevent that being from seeing Big Pineapple, thus resisting the temptation to harvest him. Alternatively, he might abduct Big Pineapple and then annihilate everything. Regardless of which party achieves a breakthrough, the outcome remains destruction. This lengthy barrage plunged the live stream audience into silence. Sumo turned off his phone, no longer wishing to gaze at the stream. So this is how we play. I've always been the scapegoat, and now you've thrown the blame upon me. Kid, you truly know how to play the game. I only hope that tomorrow you can analyze the situation with the same confidence and composure. With that, Sumo settled the bill and returned home. Due to the devastation that occurred 300 years ago, the emergence of the Azura civilization was already delayed. It was now past 8, and having eaten his fill, Sumo merely wished to stroll home while keeping an eye on the situation of the little universe. As long as someone achieved a breakthrough, he would commence harvesting. The significance of a millennium was irrelevant. He had never stipulated such a rule. It was merely conjecture from others. His ultimate goal remained the acquisition of status and the elevation of his divine rank. The livestream comments continued. In light of this, I have conceived a strategy to delay Big Pineapple, delay? How? His voice was hoarse and deep, reminiscent of a wailing specter. You must refrain from breaking through, while the queen ant also restrains her progress, delaying until the onset of the millennium catastrophe, until that being makes an appearance. This way, the one who seeks to strike will hesitate, and only then will you have a glimmer of hope. But what if he chooses to annihilate the world before the millennium catastrophe? Thus, I merely suggest a flicker of hope. We are gambling, betting on the greed of our adversary, wagering that he will not act before Big Pineapple achieves a breakthrough. Can we not confront him directly? Big Pineapple has suffered greatly. Must we still delay? I cannot bear to watch any longer. Confront. With what? With your pig brain? Look at how he has manipulated Big Pineapple without ever revealing himself. He has toyed with him, leaving him powerless. You think you can just confront him? I suspect you have feasted too well. If Big Pineapple does not break through, he will still face annihilation. What then? What can we do? Just make peace with it. This situation resembles two soldiers charging in artillery position. If you charge directly, you are certain to perish under their fire. However, if they're unaware of your approach, you might stealthily evade capture. Of course, I'm advocating for retreat, not a head-on clash. Big Pineapple, do you understand? Big Pineapple nodded calmly. Although the man before the barrage remained uneasy, he took slight comfort from Big Pineapple's composed demeanor. After all, he had once been a king and should not be so inflexible. Big Pineapple articulated the audience's sentiments in his own words. Zhang Baowa and the queen ant fell into silence. Subsequently, they began to plot the details. Half a month later, the queen ant departed. Zhang Baowa and Big Pineapple chose not to detain her. At this point, they had realized they shared a common enemy. Thus, there was no need for their races to engage in a death struggle. Before leaving, Big Pineapple imparted the written word to the queen ant through mental energy, enabling her to communicate via letters if necessary and to maintain regular contact. In truth, Zhang Baowa had wished to retain the queen ant, but their current food supply could not sustain both the Azura clan and the multitude of ants. Moreover, if they were to resist in the future, they would require the queen ant's assistance. Thus, her development was essential. Nonetheless, Zhang Baowa did not leave empty-handed. He requested 10,000 worker ants to assist in their labor. It could be said that the enmity between Big Pineapple and the queen ant had begun the moment they hatched from their respective eggs. In his madness, Big Pineapple had yearned to destroy the queen ant. However, upon discovering that everything had a hidden puppeteer, he chose, for the time being, to forgive her, fueled by both profound hatred and rationality. The queen ant departed, leading her legion of ants to a more westerly location, where they would continue to develop until the onset of the cataclysm. The queen ant would meticulously regulate the ant population, ensuring ecological balance, while simultaneously increasing their numbers. Upon returning, Zhang Baowa meticulously recalibrated the timeline, calculating the duration since the Azura's emergence. Ultimately, he concluded that it had only been 233 years since the Azura appeared, thus establishing this as the Azura calendar, firmly instructing that it must not be altered. In the year 243 of the Azura calendar, the Mosquito clan re-emerged. Yet they did not launch an attack on the Azura tribe. Instead, they surged en masse towards the direction of the Great Pineapple. This was orchestrated by Su Mo, who had predetermined that once the number of mosquitoes reached a certain threshold, they would be sent to the Great Pineapple. It could be considered a modest contribution from this creator deity to his compatriot, hoping for a swift breakthrough. Whenever he contemplated this, he couldn't help but marvel at his own benevolence as a divinity. The viewers in the live stream, upon witnessing the overwhelming swarm of mosquitoes advancing towards the Great Pineapple, erupted in exclamations of disbelief. This was not their first encounter with such a multitude of mosquitoes. After all, they had previously observed even greater numbers of ants. However, the recent pronouncement from a soothsayer lingered in their minds. In no more than 10 years, the mosquitoes will reappear. Their sole target will be you, Brother Pineapple. For the entity behind these mosquitoes desires you to engage in further slaughter, thus facilitating your ascension. Therefore, Brother Pineapple, if you wish to avert the world's destruction, you must not slay these mosquitoes. By heavens! A soothsayer! Quick, eliminate this soothsayer. A soothsayer! This is no trivial matter. Goodness, it's divine. As Sumo made his way home, he timed his glance at the situation in the microcosm. The last time the great pineapple failed to ascend was due to an insufficient quantity of mosquitoes. Now, with a decade having passed, it was likely that the numbers had swelled. He then beheld the great pineapple standing serenely amidst the countless mosquitoes, completely disregarding their presence. Sumo slowly formed a question mark above his head. Had this fellow not succumbed to madness? Were you not the spirit of resentment against the world? With so many mosquitoes fluttering about in your domain, you choose not to strike. If you refrain from doing so, very well. I have ample time to wait. A few more years will pass, and when the mosquitoes abound, we shall see whether you choose to kill or not. The mosquitoes returned to the starry sky. Viewers in the live stream marveled at the great pineapple's composure. Yet one individual felt that something was amiss. It was only after all the mosquitoes had vanished that he belatedly realized, this is bad. By allowing these mosquitoes to retreat, the next wave will be even greater, potentially leading to another mosquito calamity. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I thought perhaps they had given up, or would resort to alternative methods to provoke Brother Pineapple into action. Who knew they would all retreat? As this barrage of comments flooded the screen, countless images of an overwhelming swarm of mosquitoes filled everyone's minds. Initially, they might have doubted whether this was merely the fanciful imagination of their fellow online users, thinking it mere conjecture. Yet, with the mosquitoes' appearance and their sudden retreat, even the slowest among them could perceive the gravity of the situation. Perhaps the others were aware that Brother Pineapple had caught on, and this time, they had dispensed with any pretense. In the blink of an eye, another decade passed, and the number of mosquitoes had tripled. Chapter 55. Cultivating soldiers for 1,000 years, only to slaughter the heavens. In this moment, it became clear to all that the puppeteer behind the curtain was indeed forcing Brother Pineapple to take action. If Brother Pineapple refrained from slaughtering the mosquitoes, their numbers would only swell. It was a matter of either Brother Pineapple exterminating the mosquitoes or the mosquitoes annihilating the Azura clan. They had contemplated enlisting the Azura to eradicate these pests, but fear gripped them. They dreaded that these mosquitoes might merely circle back to the cosmos after Brother Pineapple's intervention. Should that occur, the next mosquito plague would be far more terrifying. Brother Pineapple, what shall we do? Is there any way? Perhaps we should summon the Ant Queen and her kin for assistance. Even if the Ant Queen arrives, it would be impossible to eliminate so many mosquitoes in the short term, primarily because the mosquitoes can fly, and in what? Speak up. You're driving me mad. Indeed. Do tell us. And furthermore, there are individuals manipulating the mosquitoes from behind the scenes. Precisely. While the mosquitoes themselves may lack intelligence, their puppet masters are far from foolish. Could it be, Brother Pineapple, that you, Brother Pineapple, remained silent, gazing at the mosquitoes as they vanished into the dark mist? He had seen the barrage of comments in the live stream, and he understood the dire consequences. Yet, at times, certain matters are simply inescapable. Brother Pineapple, remain calm. If you do not slay the mosquitoes, the Azura clan still has a chance. But should you take action and break through, do you comprehend the consequences? Indeed, Brother Pineapple. Were we not to wait until the great calamity of 1,000 years arrives, to break through alongside the Ant Queen? Not only could we lead our civilization to evade disaster, but we could also attain freedom. Do not act rashly. Killing these mosquitoes now would only provide fleeting satisfaction. Have you considered the future? After all, it is merely a mosquito plague. We have endured worse before. What of the present? Exactly. At worst, we shall endure a bit longer. As long as we persevere, the future will be boundless. Enduring hardship? Has the Azura clan not suffered enough since their inception? Initially, the Azura numbered fewer than 100,000, lacking any extraordinary powers, relying solely on their fists to battle mosquitoes, which they were often reduced to consuming. I gathered the Azura clan and established a homeland, yet we faced mosquito plagues, 10 years of famine, and the chaos of ants. For 200 years. Has there been a cessation to the wars of the Azura? With continuous battles, the Azura clan, numbering in the millions, could scarcely muster 1,000 complete families. I, Zhang Qiansheng, king of the Azura, am destined to lead my people to prosperity, not to endure suffering. Brother Pineapple's roar echoed through the heavens. At that moment, the live stream fell silent. The audience sensed that Brother Pineapple might be on the brink of madness once again. In the face of such obstinacy, they knew that no amount of commentary would be of any use, much like the time Brother Pineapple stood alone, shrouded in dark energy. As the viewers feared that Brother Pineapple's impending action would lead their civilization toward destruction, he suddenly lifted his gaze to the heavens, countless mosquitoes surging into the dark mist. His eyes, which had gradually regained clarity over the past 2 decades, were once again consumed by a crimson haze. He then roared to the sky, "You wretched creatures! I refuse to break through. None shall compel me." In the next instant, under the astonished gaze of all, he forcibly tore apart half of his soul. The agony that penetrated his being only contorted his features further, followed by a series of explosions. Countless mosquitoes transformed into a crimson mist, raining down upon the earth, their blood coalescing into rivers. Brother Pineapple's shattered form restored itself, yet his eyes remained bloodshot. This essence, if taken out, may provide you a second path. This was Brother Pineapple's final coherent utterance before he descended into a frenzy, howling and screaming. A fragment of obsidian, roughly the size of a human, crashed to the ground from the dark mist, causing the surrounding flora to wither instantaneously. Zhang Baohua observed the swirling darkness, gritting her teeth. She could hardly fathom the torment her grandfather endured, yet there was nothing they could do to control their fate. Su Mo quietly noted Brother Pineapple's earlier insult in his little notebook and continued homeward. After all, he had already grasped their intention to break through together during the Great Calamity. Thus, he fell indifferent. Originally, he was concerned about their premature breakthrough and had prepared for sleepless nights. However, it now appeared unnecessary. Let them endure for as long as they ultimately break through. What did it matter if they were given 1,000 years? He himself had no urgency in the short term. If they could cultivate the entire Azura clan to a second-tier level, he would even be grateful. After all, the difference between the lowest second-tier civilization and the pinnacle of second-tier civilization was immeasurable. Should the annihilation of the highest-tier second-tier civilization yield a 0. 8 rank, Brother Pineapple. I hope you do not disappoint me. In the year 260 of the Azura era, Zhang Baohua discovered the method for utilizing soul crystals. By placing them in a sealed space for 5 days, one could awaken the mental strength within. Although there were some side effects, such as an overwhelming desire for destruction, bloodlust, and nihilistic tendencies, generally, with proper guidance, once one's spirit became robust, major issues could be mitigated. By the year 290, Brother Pineapple had severed his soul 5 times, rendering his spirit more solid, and the muddled state of his mind began to clarify through this process of purging impurities, a suggestion made by netizens after the second severance. Although the audience had never practiced cultivation nor encountered the extraordinary, they had consumed an abundance of novels. Titles such as Soul Severing Method, Dividing the Soul Technique, Spirit Division Art, Soul Refining Secrets, and Soul Demon Arts swirled in their minds, culminating in a chaotic yet fortuitous concoction of ideas. Brother Pineapple, now is the time to seize this opportunity to continuously refine your soul and spirit, laying a solid foundation. The stronger your base, the greater your future achievements. When you become unparalleled, eliminate the one manipulating the Azura's fate. Perhaps you might discover a way back. Do remember to take your brother along. Yes, take your brother. Take your brother one. Wait, this plot feels somewhat familiar, but I can't quite place where I've seen it before. Never mind, take your brother. At this moment, the once thick black mist enveloping Brother Pineapple began to dissipate, transforming from pure black to gray. They believed that if this continued, it would not be long before Brother Pineapple, under their guidance, would attain invincibility and shatter the barriers of the world to return to Earth. For now, everything was progressing toward the most favorable outcome. Brother Pineapple tirelessly honed his soul, and the Azura clan began to exhibit soul cultivation. Even the Ant Queen, far to the west, sent word that she had discovered a new continent. If they continued to grow at this pace, not only would they withstand the calamity of 1,000 years, but they would also confront the puppeteer behind the scenes, the one who toyed with life and dictated Brother Pineapple's fate. As time flowed, in the year 370 of the Azura era, Zhang Baohua, having reached the age of 170, passed away. Yet, she continued to command the Azura clan in her soul form. In the year 480, on the brink of the 500-year mark, Zhang Baohua achieved the second tier. Brother Pineapple's soul began to exhibit traces of white, no longer shrouded in chaos. The ant tribe in the new continent had completely excavated the land, stockpiling food and flourishing. He also received soul crystals from Brother Pineapple, now shifting his focus to the path of soul cultivation. His intention was to continuously reproduce offspring and, at the moment of the impending cataclysm, annihilate all ants, thereby allowing himself to transcend to the third tier. Only in this manner could he depart from this planet. Only then would he feel a semblance of security. Despite this plan, he still felt enveloped by a shroud of death. Nevertheless, it was the best and most enduring means available. After 630 years, the soul of the great Azura had become akin to a crystal marred by impurities. Though still tainted, one could at least peer through to his essence. That year, a third second-tier powerhouse emerged from the Azura clan. At this moment, the Ant Queen had already excavated much of Blue Star, even learning to cultivate under the tutelage of the Azura clan. Su-Mo glanced at his phone, then turned to behold the brightening sky. Realizing he had spent the entire night engrossed in the presence of a captivating lady. Indeed, a large-screen phone had led him astray. He could no longer afford to languish in such indulgence. He then surveyed the state of his microcosm, nodding in satisfaction. It was thriving, proof of the civilization nurtured by his countless mosquitoes. With only 300 to 400 years remaining, or just over 8 hours, he hoped to awaken to a delightful surprise. Despite his optimism, Su-Mo had nonetheless instituted some precautionary measures to prevent the great Azura from making a breakthrough while he slumbered. Initially, he had intended to observe whether the great Azura would achieve a breakthrough, yet it had stubbornly kept him awake all night. 760 years into the Azura era, a significant number of Azura began to attain second-tier transcendence. The Azura clan had transformed drastically over the years. Their prolonged development, alongside the advancement of the soul path, had rendered their eyes a vivid crimson. By the 930-year mark in Azura history, the battle-loving Azura clan still had some individuals tirelessly honing their physical forms. With their inherently robust physiques, combined with the power of suffering and guidance from other second-tier beings, they had elevated their bodies to the pinnacle of the first tier. Thus, two factions arose within the Azura. Those who pursued the soul path were known as Soul Azuras, while those who focused on physical prowess were termed Blood Azuras. Although the Azura clan remained few in number, even after years of development, their population stood at a mere 80 million, yet all were first tier, with a substantial 100,000 reaching the second tier. Meanwhile, the Ant Queen had unequivocally established herself as the sovereign of the subterranean realm. She had completely hollowed out Blue Star, with the ant population exceeding 100 billion. The soul of the great Azura had become as transparent as crystal, and the pains he had endured seemed to belong to a bygone era. He had truly lived for 900 years. He had borne the weight of 9 centuries of suffering. Yet at this moment, he stood invigorated, seemingly transported back to the nascent days of yore. He, the king of Azuras, who once led his clan to ascendancy, would now guide them to break free from the shackles of fate, to liberate themselves from the constraints of heaven's decree. Chapter 56, The Azura Tablet. At this moment, with less than 70 years remaining until the so-called Millennium Catastrophe, everyone found themselves engulfed in a state of tension. Not only the Great Pineapple, but even the billions of viewers in the live broadcast room shared this sentiment. Whereas previously the broadcast had attracted merely a few million viewers, it had now become a household name, known far and wide. This was, after all, the most legendary of live broadcasts. Even the officials of a certain platform were astonished, unable to comprehend how one broadcast could amass such a vast audience. Initially, foreign viewers had been somewhat reserved, but now they spoke openly in English. The Great Pineapple remained quietly standing in place, his figure clear as crystal, devoid of any impurities. Over the years, Every decade, a swarm of mosquitoes would come here to pay their respects. The great pineapple was also required to sever a portion of his soul. And although he had undergone this process numerous times, the agony of severing his spirit remained an unbearable torment. Zhang Baohua, another soul entity, had once attempted to sever his own soul, molding it to resemble his grandfather. Yet even a slight removal had proven too much for him to endure. He could hardly fathom how his grandfather had withstood such suffering for over 7 centuries. Although she could not bear the pain of a torn soul, she remained a legend of the Azura clan, a mere soul entity who had ascended the throne for 700 years. Through reform and diligent governance, she had ultimately signed a peace treaty, bringing an end to over 2 centuries of warfare. While many events bore the shadow of the Great Pineapple, only those of extraordinary caliber were privy to the true nature of his affairs. The Ant Queen had resurfaced from the depths, and, as the millennium approached, her heart grew increasingly unsettled. During this time, she visited the Azura territory once more to deliberate on her future path. Though she had resolved to sacrifice all her ants to aid her ascent to the 3rd level once the time came, an undercurrent of anxiety pulsed within her. As the specter of death loomed overhead, the great pineapple quietly stood, silently observing his granddaughter, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Yuji, lost in thought. Over the years, he had regained his clarity, yet he still hesitated to confront his granddaughter, for she reminded him too much of Yuji. He feared a recurrence of past events. The audience in the live broadcast room changed in waves. Many grew weary and took breaks, even as centuries passed. Countless elderly souls, their lifespans nearing their end, came to the broadcast room to savor their final moments. Pineapple brother, with just 60 years until the cataclysm begins, I still sense something amiss. Indeed, Pineapple brother, I share your sentiment. According to the previous speculation, the hidden hand seeks to reap the rewards, hence the mosquitoes have been sent to you. Yet for all these years, you have not made a breakthrough, and they have not acted against you. Does that not strike you as strange? Exactly. If I were the hidden hand and noticed that Pineapple brother was attempting to stall for time, I would have just taken him away and obliterated this world. I would never prolong the situation to this extent. Normally, as the millennium catastrophe approaches, the hidden hand should grow more anxious. Yet it seems they do not care at all. Is there something we have overlooked? As a fruit farmer, if a tree bears no fruit, I would observe it for a year. If it still bears no fruit the following year, I would chop it down, never allowing it to occupy space and waste resources. I certainly wouldn't treat Pineapple brother like this, continuing to nourish him at fixed intervals. The previous comment holds merit. Thus, can we conclude that Pineapple brother's current state is one of the desired outcomes for the hidden hand? As this comment appeared, the broadcast room fell into a brief silence, with many lost in contemplation. The great pineapple remained silent, leaving the audience unaware of his thoughts. After a while, he summoned Zhang Baohua and had them bring forth a multitude of meteorite tablets. These had been prepared long ago. Subsequently, a flash of white light erupted, and inscriptions began to emerge on the meteorite. In the year 930 of the Azura calendar, our Azura clan, a race of warriors, has been fighting since our inception, continuing to this day. Our average strength is formidable. Our physiques can split mountains, and our souls can traverse the heavens. In the dawn of civilization, we battled the colossal mosquitoes for survival and contended with the ant clan for territory, enduring 2 centuries of war. Eventually, we discovered that our civilization was merely livestock, herded by others. This was the fate of the first civilization and the preceding 8, none of which survived a millennium. Yet our Azura clan refuses to submit. We are the true warriors, having conquered nature, mosquitoes, and ants. Today, we shall conquer the heavens. Should we triumph, there shall be no more millennium tribulations. Zhang Qiansheng, the first Azura king, as they gazed upon the inscriptions on the tablet. No one in the broadcast room spoke. Some may not have known the origin of this tablet, but through the knowledge shared by others, they quickly grasped its significance. This was a last testament. Other civilizations had left their legacies through conventional means, yet the great pineapple had chosen to use his own name. While other civilizations sought to evade the millennium catastrophe, the great pineapple aimed to shatter his confines. Moreover, had the great pineapple misjudged the situation? Wasn't it that mysterious figure who unleashed the deluge and meteorite trials? Did he truly believe that figure was hurting them? How could that be possible? He remained oblivious to the terror embodied by that being. Their mere existence signified invincibility. They represented the end of the universe. They were the ultimate sovereign across the cosmos, and it was inconceivable that such a being would engage in such actions. Furthermore, what power could possibly lead them to regard Pineapple Brother as significant? They even doubted whether Pineapple Brother was worthy of glance from that being. Upon realizing this, those who had experienced explosive revelations hurriedly sent messages. No, Pineapple Brother, have you erred? The annihilation of civilizations should have no connection to that being. Indeed, Pineapple Brother, do not frighten me. If it were truly that being, you were still awakening your transcendent abilities at that time, so you did not perceive that being. Please refrain from making reckless statements. Such talk can lead to dire consequences. Yes, that being is capable of resurrecting from memory. Your words could be seen as a provocation. Pineapple Brother, this matter is no laughing matter. At this moment, Su-Mo finally stirred from his slumber, still dazed from sleep. Chapter 57. Suppression of the Eternal Spider Emperor. In a haze, Su-Mo glanced at his phone to check the time. Habitually, he opened a video featuring a charming girl and scrolled briefly before suddenly realizing he should check the live stream of Big Pineapple. When he saw the number of viewers in the stream, he was momentarily stunned. What on earth is this? 7 billion people online. What kind of server is this powerful? He casually muttered his disbelief, but didn't dwell on it too much. In reality, it was impossible to have such a multitude of users online. No real-world server could accommodate such a number unless it was powered by the advanced computer technology of a superior civilization. The greater the number of users, the more powerful the computational capabilities. Initially, when the platform noticed the influx of viewers, they were alarmed, fearing the stream might crash their servers. However, they soon discovered that the stream wasn't utilizing their servers at all. Once users entered the stream, they had entered a small universe of their own. The visuals, playback, and comments were entirely disconnected from the platform. Yet, it couldn't be entirely dismissed, as they still had to display the cover image and viewer count, which relied on their servers. This surge in users was a windfall for them, to the point where Su-Mo contemplated asking for a promotional fee. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, preferring to remain inconspicuous. He simply wished to be an ordinary creator god in the real world. Unless the day came when he truly became invincible, then he would reconsider. As he entered the live stream and beheld the audience fervently defending him, Su-Mo felt a surge of joy. He resolved that the next time he decided to frighten them, he would avoid causing their phones to explode. Instead, he would perform a live stream of world destruction and emerge from their devices to give them a good scare. After all, it wouldn't be ideal if their phones began to inflate in price. If only they knew Su-Mo's intentions, they would likely be grateful to him. While watching the stream, Su-Mo began to contemplate. Although Big Pineapple had made an accurate guess, he was still a god, a creator god, who had somehow been transformed into a world-destroying demon in their eyes. This simply wouldn't do. Perhaps he should consider their suggestion of manifesting an evil god. This idea seemed feasible. As a creator god, engaging in acts of world destruction repeatedly was not in accordance with his identity. However, what kind of persona should he adopt? He pondered while exiting the live stream. Although he was indeed capable of world destruction, he had never resorted to cruelty. It was always a swift annihilation. Creating an evil god would verge on inhumanity. Even if, in his view, these beings were mere ants he had conjured, mere experience points, there was no need for torture. Thus, what kind of character should he create, and what persona should he embody? Perhaps a sorcerer wielding the 10,000 souls banner? With a flick of the banner, all beings would perish. An evil god that devours entire worlds, instilling genuine terror and despair. Ah, how wickedly delightful, he mused. Still, he decided to first check on the situation within his small universe. With that thought, Su-Mo peered into his small universe, then exited and rubbed his eyes. Upon reintegrating his consciousness, he beheld the battered blue planet, utterly bewildered. Wait, where's my blue planet? Don't tell me that what lies before me, riddled with holes and crawling with insects, is the blue planet. He exclaimed in disbelief. I just took a nap, and you turned my blue planet into Swiss cheese. He then glanced at the Azura clan, who were busy inscribing countless stone tablets, and the crystalline figure of Big Pineapple. Even in this state, you're still writing tablets? Do you truly believe that this planet, after your extinction, can give rise to a new civilization? Are you writing for the ghost to read? If it weren't for his impending ascension to a level 2 creator god, he would have been tempted to eliminate them on the spot. A perfectly viable life planet had been reduced to this state. Did they not feel even a hint of guilt? Had they ever considered how difficult it would be for any future civilization to survive on this planet? Didn't they understand the collective responsibility of nurturing their environment? With this in mind, Suemo concluded that the blue planet was no longer viable, while he had never intended to preserve it. The distinction between destroying it himself and allowing others to ruin it was significant. Since they showed no regard for their home planet, he felt justified in his decision. With that, Suemo exited the small world and arrived at the breeding grounds of his monstrous creations, essentially his garden. Given the circumstances, he decided to gather some vegetables. No, rather, to see what monsters he had. He bent down to pluck a couple of cabbages when he noticed a spider web near the fence that sparked an idea in him. Suppress the eternal spider emperor, a web that ensnares all beings, absolute dominion over eternity, severing the path to ascension. This notion seemed like a perfect archetype for a villain. However, after some reflection, Suemo decided against it. Since he intended to annihilate the entire planet, a mere spider would not suffice. He would have to take matters into his own hands. Yet, it was not impossible to manipulate the situation. Currently, Big Pineapple and the Ant Queen were anticipating the emergence of a hidden mastermind. Therefore, he would unleash a hidden hand to create pressure. Only then would they be compelled to break through. When they reached their peak, it would signal the onset of world destruction. Thus, he needed to push them a little further. The Spider Emperor would have to serve this purpose. With a mere thought, the little spider inexplicably transformed into the Spider Emperor, entering the small universe. However, this was only the beginning. Being an ordinary spider was not enough. After a brief moment, the Spider Emperor grew to a staggering length of 10,000 meters, its body shimmering in a rainbow of colors, with a grotesque human face twisted on its back. All of its joints had been reinforced, and the ability to spin webs was amplified. The universe provided energy, enabling it to spin an infinite amount of silk. Its 8 legs were endowed with the capability to tread upon space, allowing it to traverse the void effortlessly. Everything seemed satisfactory, but shortly thereafter, Suemo sensed something amiss. This creature is utterly foolish. No, it was more accurate to say its intelligence was exceedingly low. Although he could endow it with wisdom, being a creator god made this task quite simple. He found the outcome unsatisfactory. According to the remarks of the online community, this being was supposed to be a cunning mastermind, plotting for millennia from the shadows. Yet, its current foolish demeanor was utterly inconsistent with that image. Suemo fell into contemplation, and suddenly an idea struck him. After revealing certain information, Lu Dajuan, who had been taken to a subterranean laboratory for protection, suddenly felt a foggy cloud settle over his mind. Following that, a strange memory surfaced within him. I bestow upon you a body and power. Annihilate the Azura civilization, allowing the Azura king to transcend. I can aid you in rebuilding the Ultra civilization. For the sake of completeness, there is still one more chapter. Chapter 58. Lu Dajuan's dilemma. In the next moment, his body weakened, and he collapsed in the laboratory. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst the cosmos. The scene appeared somewhat peculiar, as everything had transformed into plural forms. The information flooding his mind conveyed an urgent message. He must facilitate the breakthrough of the great pineapple before a millennium arrives. Otherwise, he too would meet his demise. Lu Dajuan remained silent, grappling with uncertainty upon receiving this news. He had already caused harm to the great pineapple once, and was reluctant to do so again. Moreover, the Ultraman civilization had been obliterated. Would the re-established Ultraman civilization still resemble the old one? There was another crucial concern. He harbored no trust in the entity that communicated with him. Though he had refrained from sending messages, he had consistently monitored the events transpiring in the microcosm. He was aware of a puppet master lurking in the shadows, intent on compelling the great pineapple to break through, with aspirations to reap the rewards. As the millennium deadline approached, this enigmatic figure grew increasingly anxious. After guarding the fruit for nearly 1,000 years, they were unwilling to let it slip away. Thus, they opted to intervene personally. Lu Dajuan was baffled as to how this being had discovered his existence, and even more perplexed as to why they sought him instead of dispatching their subordinates. He could not fathom how such a power, capable of manipulating the fate of civilizations, could lack a single subordinate. It seemed evident that this entity intended for him to take the fall, a being wishing for him to bear the burden while simultaneously advocating for the reconstruction of the Ultraman civilization was utterly implausible. He even harbored doubts that the very annihilation of the Ultraman civilization was linked to this individual, for they could control the mosquitoes. Hence, he resolutely chose to refuse. Yet, the option to decline was non-existent. The moment he received the message, his soul had already been ensnared, leading him to this predicament. Lu Dajuan remained quiet, unsure of how to proceed. Now you may wager your life. Should you succeed, you might survive, and perhaps the Ultraman civilization could be restored. But should you fail, death awaits you. The voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. The implications of the words sent a chill through Lu Dajuan. This entity was indeed a malevolent god. They not only refused to act, but also showed no inclination to honor any promises, suggesting that while success might yield rewards, failure would undoubtedly lead to demise. Lu Dajuan expelled a stream of silk, which adhered to a distant star and began to crawl towards the blue planet. Su Mo, witnessing this scene, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this was a task he could not undertake himself. Lu Dajuan silently traversed the starry expanse, resolutely making a decision. The Ultraman civilization had perished because of him, and he could not afford to repeat the same mistake. He cast a web around the blue planet, sealing the entire sphere. Whether through strands of silk or his enormous form, he intermittently obscured the moonlight and sunlight. Such actions immediately captured the attention of the great pineapple. Lu Dajuan seized mosquitoes, inscribing messages upon them with silk before releasing them back into the blue planet. He resolved to inform the great pineapple. Even if it meant his demise, it mattered not, for he was a man destined to perish, having long been deserving of death. He could not allow the entire Azura clan to descend into a dire predicament akin to his own. The silk appeared to ensnare the blue planet, yet his intention was to shield the great pineapple from meteoric threats. According to calculations, the impending apocalypse would manifest as a meteor shower. Although the last cataclysm had been precipitated by his desire to open a passage to Earth, he did not believe that such a formidable being harbored any intentions against the Ultraman civilization. After all, such an entity was overwhelmingly powerful and terrifying. They were the culmination of cosmic will, perhaps merely a tester of civilizations. If they truly wished to annihilate the blue planet, meteors and floods would seem trivial to them. With a mere swipe, the entire solar system could become a two-dimensional sheet. Thus, it was clear that this being urging him to act was the genuine puppet master. He had resolved that even if discovered and killed by this entity, it would matter little. Better to perish in this universe where Zoffy and others had fought, providing useful information to the fellow traveler, the great pineapple. Countless mosquitoes re-entered the blue planet, causing the great pineapple's brow to furrow. The decade had not yet concluded. Why were these mosquitoes invading once more? The anomaly hovering in the sky was also worthy of suspicion. Though he pondered this, an idea began to form in his mind. The hidden figure was growing restless. He communicated his thoughts to his granddaughter and the Ant Queen, instructing them to prepare for the worst. As time reached its final moments, there could be no room for error. One by one, the mosquitoes surged into the realm of the great pineapple, exploding upon impact. Strands of blood-stained silk cascaded from above, forming characters in the air. Great pineapple, I am Lu Dajuan, a traveler from your previous civilization. I have been ensnared by the puppet master you seek to eliminate. Now, I have morphed into a monster hovering above you. They are compelling me to kill all Azura clansmen and force your breakthrough under the pretense of resurrecting the Ultraman civilization. But I do not trust them. Hold on. I can only weave a protective web around the blue planet. Perhaps I shall perish shortly. I hope you endure. This message was not only seen by the Great Pineapple, but also by countless viewers in the live stream. In a certain laboratory, upon reading this information and glancing at the suddenly unconscious Lu Dajuan, their expressions shifted dramatically. They had previously assumed Lu Dajuan had merely fainted again, but now they were informed that he had traversed dimensions once more, and it was at the behest of the very entity seeking to destroy the Great Pineapple. Wait, Brother Pineapple, it can't be true. Which being has the power to pull someone from Earth? The previous traveler must have been marked by this hidden figure, allowing them to achieve this feat. Now, the situation is clear. The puppet master prefers to summon someone from Earth rather than act themselves, not even willing to use their subordinates. Don't you comprehend? Next chapter preview. Su Mo paused in his meal, momentarily stunned by the live stream scene. A betrayal. Do you think this is child's play? The moment you appeared here, you forfeited your choices. This has always been a question with a singular answer, never a multiple-choice query. Chapter 59. Azura, Collective Breakthrough. What do you understand? The mastermind is fearful. He is afraid that a certain deity will capture him. Thus, he dares not reveal himself. Wait, Brother Pineapple. If you wish to safeguard the Azura civilization, you must swiftly eliminate the traveler before you. Do you truly have no comprehension of your own words? You are inciting crime, urging Brother Pineapple to commit murder. Indeed, that individual is one of us, a fellow Earthling, and he has just informed Brother Pineapple. How can you utter such words? He generously offered a warning, and yet you suggest Brother Pineapple dispose of him? What has become of your humanity? Su Mo paused his meal, staring at the live stream in astonishment. Betrayal. Do you think this is merely a child's play? The moment you stepped into this domain, you forfeited your choice. This has always been a question with a singular answer, not a multiple-choice query. He picked up a cucumber from the table and took a bite. Since you cannot muster the resolve, allow me to assist you. With a flicker of thought, Lu Dajuan felt his consciousness spiraling into madness, yearning to obliterate everything, especially upon gazing at that azure planet. Su Mo's will was synonymous with the will of the universe. Within his microcosm, he wielded boundless power. However, he had previously chosen to remain indifferent to such matters. Just as when the traveler appeared in his microcosm, he could overturn the table at will. It was akin to discovering pests in a garden. If he was displeased, he could till the entire plot and discard the crops. Yet, upon realizing that the pests posed no threat to his plants and even fortified their growth, he opted for inaction. Though he refrained from intervention, he remained capable of overturning the table. It was merely a matter of his desire, nothing more. You may appear in my garden, but you must demonstrate your worth. Otherwise, Su Mo would not permit a single pest to ravage his crops. Previously, Su Mo had no desire to intervene directly, intending to delegate the task to Lu Dajuan. Alas, Lu Dajuan proved disobedient. Thus, an alternative approach was necessitated. The sudden surge of ferocious intent left Lu Dajuan's face pale. Yet he discovered that his once controllable body now obeyed no command of his own. His body convulsed, and thousands of spider eggs rapidly hatched, each possessing a size comparable to that of an ant. Subsequently, they all descended towards the blue planet, and Lu Dajuan was no exception. In that moment, he resembled an observer. He could perceive everything, yet was powerless to act. In the laboratory, the national team surveyed the barrage of comments on the screen, their expressions darkening. To be candid, Lu Dajuan's significance surpassed that of Zhang Qianqing. Firstly, the Great Pineapple had not returned, and his abilities bore little utility for the nation. Even if his extraordinary powers could propel the world towards the extraordinary, would that truly be a blessing? Excessive personal might would only cultivate further crime. This is the very rationale behind China's gun control. Should extraordinary powers emerge, the consequences would be unfathomable. Conversely, Lu Dajuan's technology could fortify the nation. Therein lies the fundamental distinction. Yet at this juncture, they were uncertain how to articulate their thoughts. Primarily, they were unsure if Lu Dajuan could even return. Moreover, it was plausible that when Lu Dajuan uttered those words, he had already resigned himself to death. Furthermore, the netizen was correct. At present, Lu Dajuan might still possess his consciousness, capable of relaying information. However, the lurking puppeteer had been observing the situation all along. He cannot possibly be unaware of Lu Dajuan's actions. Yet the great pineapple still received intelligence. Hence, only two possibilities remained. Firstly, the puppeteer was deliberate, intentionally allowing Lu Dajuan to relay information, thus instigating a conflict between the two. Do you believe Lu Dajuan wishes to engage in battle? The adversary could effortlessly draw you from Earth into that universe. Do you truly think your desire to fight holds any sway? Secondly, he might genuinely have overlooked Lu Dajuan's actions. Perhaps he simply did not care. However, that was but a fleeting moment. It was implausible he would remain oblivious thereafter. They believed the first possibility to be the most likely. Simultaneously, the individual who had previously commented once again spoke up. If you do not eliminate him, he will come to kill you. Do you truly believe he can control everything? He has already been drawn to your side. Do you think he genuinely has a choice? Instead of allowing him to be manipulated into destroying your Azura civilization, it would be prudent to act swiftly while he still retains control over himself. Upon the revelation of this comment, the barrage in the live stream dwindled significantly. Yet, some still insisted on expressing their disbelief. No way. He can still send warnings, which indicates he is safe. As long as Brother Pineapple persists for a while longer, the Millennium Trial is approaching, and then everything will conclude. Do you not comprehend? It is precisely because the Millennium is nearing that the other side has grown anxious, prompting them to draw that traveler over. Their intent is to enable Great Pineapple to break through before the Millennium arrives, thereby annihilating the entire world. As time draws nearer, that individual is exceedingly likely to take direct action. Does he not fear exposure? Exposure? Having safeguarded the fruits of nearly a millennium, he knows someone will soon come seize them. If he cannot overpower them, would he rather snatch the fruit before they arrive or leave it for others, even if it remains unripe? Upon witnessing this comment, the live stream fell into silence. Indeed, he had guarded for a millennium. Even obtaining an unripe fruit would be preferable to gaining nothing at all. Thus, they possess no choice. However, Brother Pineapple, would you truly act in such a manner? Great Pineapple gazed at the blood-stained text before him and the abruptly silent barrage, lifting his head to the sky as tiny black dots swiftly enlarged. It was futile. He had arrived. The expressions of all in the live stream shifted dramatically. Though Great Pineapple had not explicitly stated it, everyone understood his meaning. Suemo, seated amidst the cosmos, leisurely consumed a spiky cucumber. This time, whether Great Pineapple broke through or not, he must break through. For the Spider Emperor he had summoned, with merely second-tier strength, could not hope to vanquish him. And if he did not slay him, destruction and slaughter would persist. Perhaps 100,000 second-tier Azuras could inflict some damage upon Lu Dajuan, but to kill him, they were still far from achieving that. Thus, Great Pineapple, your only option is to break through. Oh, by the way, to bolster your confidence, you are free. With a mere thought from Suemo, the restraints on Great Pineapple were lifted. Great Pineapple stood there, his expression grim, realizing that the puppeteer was indeed as the live stream participants had suggested. Upon discovering that the traveler had defected and chosen to inform him, the puppeteer ceased all pretense. The fact that the adversary dared to act so brazenly indicated one of two possibilities. First, he believed that he, along with the entire Azura clan and the Ant clan, could not contend with that elder. Only by breaking through could he hope to prevail against him. Yet, to break through would mean falling into the opponent's trap. Second, he suspected that he would inevitably succumb to the urge to break through, as evidenced by his recent restoration of freedom. Everything seemed indistinguishable. This was the blatant scheme of an open conspiracy, compelling him to transcend his limits. The Ant Queen shook her head frantically, continuously transmitting her thoughts. It is impossible to break through. One must not break through, for to do so would lead to death. The Great Pineapple clenched his fist tightly. For 9 centuries, he had been trapped, and now he had finally regained his freedom. Yet, having just tasted this newfound liberty, he had scarcely the time to survey this world or stretch his limbs before confronting a matter that could determine the survival of the entire Azura clan. And this time, he was faced with a predecessor, a time traveler, who had only recently informed him of the situation. Truly, you are quite the strategist. I, Zhang Qiansheng, vow that if I survive this ordeal, I shall repay everything 100-fold in the future. Pineapple Brother, what is wrong? Speak up. Pineapple Brother, what are your thoughts? The ethereal form of the great pineapple shimmered with a crimson hue, his eyes brimming with a sanguine intensity. Did you truly believe that I have been unprepared all these years? In the next moment, the great pineapple turned to Zhang Baohua and the Ant Queen, declaring, Baohua, Ant Queen, the great calamity of a millennium is upon us. We can no longer wait. It is time to initiate the final plan. Grandfather, there is still a chance. We still have an opportunity. We merely need to eliminate our opponent. He surely will not dare to act personally. Indeed, do not break through. Breaking through means death. The great pineapple scoffed. He won't act personally. Look at him. So shameless. Does he strike you as someone who refrains from action? He is probably somewhere reveling in this spectacle. Once I break through, I shall reap the rewards of my labor. In fact, he has grown so arrogant that he has loosened his restraints upon me, believing I will submit without resistance. Zhang Baohua shook his head vigorously. Grandfather, no. You remain somewhat indecisive. Truth be told, you are not as formidable as your father. To reign as a king, one must possess the spirit of a ruler. Some matters, even if they lead to certain death, must not evoke even the slightest retreat. It is a pity for my predecessor, the time traveler. We have both traversed into this world, separated by a millennium. Although you have seen me during a live broadcast, I never anticipated we would meet in such a manner today. However, for the sake of the Azura, I must express my apologies. As his words faded, the great pineapple lifted his gaze to the heavens once more, and countless crystal-like jade stones emerged around him, swiftly transforming into streams of energy that surged into his being. You wretched creature, is this what you wish to witness? Very well. Today, I shall grant you a spectacle to your heart's content. Azura, everyone break through. Chapter 60. Sumo. Thus, the game comes to an end. Chapter 60. The surroundings of the great pineapple were adorned with an array of jade stones, each a fragment severed from his own being. Now, he sought to reclaim them all, just as the great pineapple was on the verge of a breakthrough. The Ant Queen's heightened danger sense began to issue frantic warnings. She sensed that if the great pineapple succeeded in his breakthrough, her demise would be imminent. In this critical moment of life and death, she found herself utterly powerless. The Azura King remained as frenzied as when she first encountered him, despite having time. He chose to advance. This was an unfathomable decision for her. Even an additional minute of existence seemed preferable to a direct path to death. Yet in that moment, she had no choice. With a long, resounding cry, countless ants began to perish. Waves of energy surged into the Ant Queen's body. Her form rapidly expanded, doubling in size within mere moments. The 10,000 peak second-tier Azuras bore solemn expressions, each clutching a fist-sized soul crystal, gift from their king, the original Azura King. To break through to the second tier without the great pineapple having done so was a feat reserved for the exceptionally gifted. Many had long been stuck at the second tier, hesitant to advance due to royal orders. Today, they finally received the command from their king. The remaining first-tier Azuras, in that instant, summoned their vitality to its zenith, each attempting to break through to the second tier. Their eyes sparkled with excitement and fervor, for their original king had returned. He had promised to lead them toward a new future, to elevate the Azura clan to the pinnacle of the cosmos. Today, the time had finally arrived. Kill. Azura. Azura. As countless ants met their end, countless Azuras began their ascension. Their eyes brimmed with fervor for their king, for he was their faith. The great pineapple turned to glance at the rapidly expanding Ant Queen and the trembling Zhang Baohua, gently reaching out to stroke his head, much like he would with Yu before each campaign. You are unfit to be a king. If you survive this time, I hope you will abdicate and live well. Grandfather, king, You should not be so indecisive. You must break through. With that, the great pineapple stepped forward, soaring into the sky. He was met by thousands of spiders, among them one that spanned 10,000 meters, shimmering with iridescence, its very presence exuding a terrifying toxin. Kill me. This was the voice of the soul. Upon hearing it, the great pineapple recognized it as the Elder Traverser. I'm about to break through. Your task is complete. With a single wave of his hand, a colossal arm emerged, seizing Lu Dajuan's immense form and hurling him into the cosmos. In the next instant, Lu Dajuan transformed into a shooting star and vanished. The remaining spiders were obliterated at a mere glare from the great pineapple. The terrifying energy continued to gather. He aimed to reach his utmost state. Then, at the moment of breaking through to the third tier, he aspired to attain the pinnacle of the third tier, or even the fourth. Simultaneously, Su Mo sensed the divine essence within him stirring, signaling his impending breakthrough. Initially contemplating sending Lu Dajuan to stir up trouble on a planet, he now deemed it unnecessary. As he approached his breakthrough, the paramount task was to harvest civilization at that critical moment, maximizing his own benefits. As for Lu Dajuan, whether he lived or died was of no concern. In the next moment, with a flick of his thought, Su Mo found himself hovering above Blue Star. Instantly, the sky darkened, as if a colossal entity had obscured the sunlight. The great pineapple could not discern what loomed above, but he understood that the figure had finally arrived. Everyone, follow me to shatter this sky. His soul materialized into substance, for arms wielding long blades forged from his own essence. In that moment, the great pineapple's eyes glinted with ferocity. A terrifying aura erupted once more. Third tier, deification. The universe rejoiced, and the heavens celebrated. This marked the first extraordinary third-tier life form within the microcosm. At that moment, a wealth of information flooded the great pineapple's mind. The third tier, extraordinary, the god of civilization. Having transcended his home planet, he could traverse the cosmos with a lifespan of 8,000 years. Yet, his aura showed no signs of ceasing its expansion. From mid-third tier to late third tier, and finally reaching the peak of the third tier, only when he achieved absolute completion did his energy stabilize. Kill! With a furious roar, the great pineapple's voice resonated, and simultaneously, the 10,000 Azuras broke through in an instant. Each soared into the sky, enveloped in a mist of blood, illuminating the dim heavens like a crimson cloud. Below, the Azura warriors erupted in a chorus of battle cries, their blood surging, veins bulging as millions of Azuras ascended to the second tier. In that fleeting moment, the entire Azura civilization leaped from the second tier to the third, achieving a standard within the mid-tier of the third. Today, their king would lead them to slay gods, severing the chains of fate binding the Azura clan and the shackles of heavenly law. They would truly become the most formidable race in the universe, ascending to the pinnacle of existence. Yet, unbeknownst to them, they had already stood at the apex of the universe. The Ant Queen's form rapidly expanded. In just a brief moment, she reached a length of 10,000 meters. And in that instant, she broke through to the second tier. However, her form showed no signs of ceasing its expansion. Instead, it continued to grow at an astonishing pace. Fueled by the overwhelming number of ants she had produced over the past 800 years. Mid-second tier, peak second tier, complete second tier, third tier. Only upon reaching the pinnacle of the early third tier did her form expand to 200,000 meters before finally halting. In that moment, she lay sprawled, resembling a colossal tumor sprouting from Blue Star, a testament to her terrifying size. Su Mo observed the unfolding events beneath him, his expression devoid of emotion. Although he had obscured the sun, no one could perceive his presence. To all, he was merely a vast shadow, a mass of darkness. Yet, upon witnessing Su Mo's immense form, the great pineapple felt no fear. His eyes burned with fury. It is you. You are the one who has ensnared me here for 900 years. It is you who seeks to annihilate our world. You are the one who has torn my family apart. You deserve to perish. With 4 arms crossed, he unleashed 4 blinding blades of light, cleaving through the dark expanse of the cosmos. In the live stream, countless viewers clenched their fists, witnessing this moment. They had observed the suffering endured by the great pineapple over the past 9 centuries. Immersed in his role, they realized the magnitude of his struggles, understanding that they could never match his resolve, not even half of it. It was precisely because they could not achieve such feats that they comprehended the immense difficulty the great pineapple had faced to reach this point. At that moment, countless hearts fervently prayed and shouted, "Go, brother pineapple, defeat this puppet master. If I could lend you my light, I would willingly forsake my sight. Brother pineapple, you must triumph over him." Even though Su Mo's form appeared colossal and terrifying, the hearts of the people held no trace of fear. They yearned for the moment when Brother Pineapple would vanquish this faceless foe. It is he who has brought such misfortune upon Brother Pineapple. What if he is large in stature? Does it imply that one's strength in this world is determined solely by physical size? This rodent lurking in the shadows, if he were to survive, would render the hearts of humanity restless. In this moment, the emotions of all surged within them. They could almost envision the gleam of the blade slicing through the darkness, hearing the wretched cries of the rat hidden in the gutter. They foresaw Brother Pineapple vanquishing the scum who dared to manipulate the fates of others from the shadows. They envisioned him leading the Azura clan to ascendancy, guiding them to the zenith of the cosmos, becoming the supreme sovereign. At this moment, their fervor ignited, coursing through their veins. However, just as the blade was about to pierce the shroud of darkness, it vanished in an instant. A flicker of disbelief crossed the eyes of all viewers in the live stream. What had they just witnessed? Brother Pineapple's full-force strike could not even graze his adversary. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, yet the outcome remained unchanged. "My king, we shall aid you." 100,000 Azuras surged skyward. They had transcended the 3rd tier, following in the path of Brother Pineapple, drawing upon energy that originated from his very being. They were of a shared essence. In that fleeting moment, Brother Pineapple's power swelled exponentially, magnifying by dozens of times. The energy radiating from him began to warp the fabric of space itself. With a single step, the cosmos trembled, as if the entire universe were suspended in that instant. In that moment, Brother Pineapple felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him. He took another step, venturing beyond the confines of Blue Star, determined to unearth the identity of the rat lurking in the shadows. Today, he would hunt the divine. Countless viewers in the live stream beheld this spectacle with bated breath. Behind him, innumerable Azura kin gazed upon their king entering the starry expanse, their fervor unabated. They yearned to fight alongside their sovereign. "Our king, Invincible! Invincible! Azura! Long live the Azura!" Their cheers resonated, echoing their innermost sentiments. Their king, their deity, was unbeatable. Throughout this ordeal, Su Mo did not even cast a glance at the blades directed toward him, as if they were mere phantoms. In this moment, he suppressed the impending breakthrough to the Genesis God level within him, glancing at Brother Pineapple, the Azuras, and the Ant Queen, murmuring to himself, "They have all broken through. How splendid! And to level 3 all at once. I must admit, it surprises me." Alas, the game ends here. Chapter 61. The Dirge of the Azura. In the depths of the obsidian mist, a colossal hand reached forth, causing the body of the great pineapple to shudder violently. In that fleeting moment, an inexplicable terror gripped him. Simultaneously, every viewer in the live broadcast shared this sentiment, their hearts swelling with an unnameable dread, as though they were on the brink of confronting the most profound horror this world had to offer. They sensed that the entity obscured within the black fog, along with that outstretched hand, could ensnare their very souls. In an instant, beads of cold sweat cascaded down the foreheads of all who were watching. Some were even unaware that their garments had become drenched in their own perspiration. They yearned to flee, to abandon the live stream, unwilling to gaze further into the abyss. Yet their eyes seemed inexorably locked onto that shadowy, titanic hand, the true puppeteer of darkness. However, this surge of fear was but a fleeting whisper in the mind of the great pineapple, swiftly cast aside. This mere flicker of dread paled in comparison to the torment he had endured over the years, the anguish of losing Yuji, and the excruciating pain of the soul severing every decade. Come to me, death. His long blade transformed into a terrifying arc of light, slicing toward the sinister hand. For intersecting beams of blade light surged forth, expanding instantaneously into a terrifying radiance potent enough to shatter planets. At that moment, the fabric of space itself fractured, as his assault grazed the threshold of level 4, tearing through dimensions. The blade light continued to swell, soon eclipsing even that dark hand. These 4 blades, imbued with an unmatched momentum, sought to sever the arm that had dominated the Great Pineapple for a millennium, manipulating the fate of the Azura clan. The space shattered like a mirror. The audience in the live stream sensed the Great Pineapple's resolve. Despite their lingering fear, a flicker of hope ignited within them. They truly wished for him to shatter the shackles of destiny, to break free from the constraints of the heavenly laws, and to vanquish that hidden hand. Yet, while imagination painted a beautiful picture, reality remained unforgivingly brutal. The colossal blade light, capable of cleaving a planet, disintegrated upon contact with that dark hand. It shattered. This destruction was far more despairing than mere obliteration. If it had vanished, they might have contemplated that the adversary had employed some method to deflect the attack. They could have deceived themselves into believing that the foe feared them, hesitant to withstand their strike. The fragmented blade light, still radiating overwhelming power, swept outward, cleaving a planet in twain beneath its fury. The dark hand continued its inexorable approach toward Blue Star, growing ever larger. A strike fueled by the strength of 100,000 third-tier Azuras could not even breach the skin of the foe. How is this possible? No, how can this be happening? Brother Pineapple has prepared for 900 years. How could this be? Is this the truth of the world? Is this the hidden hand behind it all? Oh God, how could this happen? When will you appear to slay that hand? This world is too dark. A civilization's trial once every millennium. The hidden hand cultivates civilizations, harvesting their fruits, never granting them the opportunity to prove themselves. In such a world, civilizations lasting over 1,000 years are utterly impossible. This is a world of despair. With such a hidden hand, how could Brother Pineapple possibly survive? Brother Pineapple, run. Brother Pineapple, you must flee. You stand no chance against him. Perhaps running might still offer hope. Brother Pineapple. Upon witnessing this scene, the viewers' defenses crumbled in an instant. They had borne witness to the rise of the Great Pineapple. Watching as he aided a primitive tribe through crises, cultivated civilization, resisted the ant clan, endured famine, and persevered to this moment. Having witnessed Brother Pineapple's suffering and torment, they had long since identified with his plight. Even after 9 centuries, despite their jests, each time they saw him tear at his own soul, they felt his anguish. Yet, they had believed that hope still lingered. As long as hope existed, enduring pain was bearable. Some even told the Great Pineapple that the more suffering he endured, the sweeter his triumph would be. But reality struck them all fiercely. There was no hope. All their aspirations were mere figments of their imagination. This was a world steeped in despair. Regardless of how one resisted or struggled, it ultimately led to nothing but grievous wounds and an even more painful demise. Rather than endure such torment, it would have been better to have broken through directly and allowed this civilization, which could not persist, to fade into the annals of history. Why suffer so much pain? 900 years, trapped in a confined space for 9 centuries, harboring boundless hatred, enduring the agony of soul tearing every decade. Even though the Great Pineapple had faced this torment countless times, each instance left him howling in pain toward the heavens. Such suffering was beyond the capacity of any normal being to bear. Yet the Great Pineapple persevered through sheer hatred, the hope for the future, and the conviction to lead the Azura in tearing apart their prison. But this was never a world where hope guaranteed success. In an instant, countless beliefs shattered. Simultaneously, they felt a profound guilt. They had painted dreams for the Great Pineapple time and again. They had bestowed him with hope, leading him to endure 9 centuries of suffering in vain. They were the sinners. Suddenly, the Great Pineapple erupted in maniacal laughter. His soul reverberated through space. sending his voice echoing into the void. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! He gazed toward the encroaching darkness and that rapidly approaching hand, which sought to seize him, laughing with abandon. His laughter resonated with a sense of liberation, tinged with defiance and release. Is this the result of my 900 years of struggle? How utterly absurd! Su-Mo remained silent, continuing his advance to obliterate both the Great Pineapple and Blue Star. The Azura clan initiated the Fire Seed Project, distancing themselves from this place, vowing never to return, never abandon the king, die alongside the king. Azura shall prevail. Only by departing from here could they seek vengeance. And Queen, lead them away. Upon concluding his words, the Great Pineapple charged toward the horizon. He understood that the Hidden Hand's target was himself. Thus, he hoped his actions might buy them a moment's respite. This was the last act he could perform as the king of the Azura for their sake. Though the 100,000 third-tier Azuras yearned to fight for their king, they also heard his words. Only by fleeing and growing stronger might they have a chance to avenge him. Their hearts ached with reluctance. Yet this was the final opportunity their king had secured for them. These 100,000 Azuras embodied the hope of the entire clan, for only they possessed the ability to survive in the cosmos. As for the rest, the Azura clan never feared death. The Ant Queen, engulfed in terror, felt a shadow of death loom ever closer. No matter what she did, no matter where she ran, escape was impossible. This was a path leading to certain doom. Although he was aware that this was a dead end, the instinct for survival compelled him to swiftly flee in the opposite direction of the Dark Hand. Su-Mo watched this scene unfold, inwardly murmuring, "To escape is an impossibility." With a mere thought, an invisible barrier of space enveloped the entire Blue Star, just as the Great Pineapple could not depart from the site of its demise. Others, too, found themselves unable to escape from Blue Star. A series of resounding crashes echoed, as the Azuras, with grim expressions, gazed upon the transparent barrier that was imperceptible yet tangible before them. In that moment, they understood that their adversary had no intention of allowing anyone to flee. They had never harbored any hope from the very beginning. The Great Pineapple turned to glance at the other Azuras, trapped within the atmosphere, their eyes filled with rage. "Your target is not me. Why do you attack them? If you have the ability, confront me." Su-Mo remained silent, indifferent to their words. He was preoccupied with suppressing the breakthrough of his divine essence, striving to achieve complete balance between the two. He aimed to bring his divine essence to the precipice of breakthrough, intending to annihilate everything here and seize the rank before progressing. This was the method of maximizing benefits. The Dark Hand collided with the Great Pineapple, its crystalline soul shattered on the spot. Whether Azura or audience in the live stream, all were left aghast at this sight. At that moment, they had yet to grasp why the Great Pineapple had perished, yet the live stream persisted. Then, in terror, they noticed 2 points of light flickering in the darkness. These lights were distant, akin to celestial bodies in the universe that remained unperturbed by one another. If they were indeed planets, it would not be frightful. What was truly terrifying was their realization that these were not planets, but the eyes of the unseen puppeteer. He seemed to perceive them through the live stream. On Blue Star, countless Azuras watched their king fall, unleashing roars as they furiously attacked everything before them. "King! My king! Azura! Grandfather!" The space around them reverberated with the thunderous sounds of their assaults. Below, those Azuras who had not achieved the 3rd level seemed to understand what was transpiring in the sky. One by one, they rose to face the colossal hand above, their eyes ablaze with fury. Even knowing that remaining here meant awaiting death, they bore no resentment towards their king, for they understood that their king had fought valiantly for them. Their king had promised to shatter the shackles of fate and break the bindings of heaven, for they were Azuras who would never fear death. "Azura, king, we shall die with you. Azura, slay the heavens. King." A cacophony of roars resonated throughout the cosmos. A poignant elegy for the Azuras. Chapter 62. It is decided, you are the one, new transcender. In a frenzied assault, the Ant Queen relentlessly attacked the barrier before her, the looming specter of death constricting her breath. Yet, she refused to surrender. Her sole desire was to survive. From a moment of her inception to this very moment, her singular thought has been to live, nothing more. However, her birth into this world was a grave error. Despite having outlived all other ants and queens, the primal pursuit of existence remains paramount for all life. Especially under such extraordinary circumstances, having transcended to the third tier. This truth resonates even more profoundly. As the Azura, a divine civilization, exerted its might, it never once ventured beyond the confines of the blue planet. The gods of 100,000 third-tier civilizations could be deemed the pinnacle of their realm, yet they remained tethered to their home worlds for eternity. The Dark Hand loomed closer and larger, ultimately encompassing the sun, moon, and surrounding planets. With the sun extinguished, the blue planet was shrouded in darkness. The terrifying radiance of 100,000 Azuras illuminated everything. The moon vanished, and seismic eruptions began to ravage the land. Countless second-tier Azuras quelled the natural disasters, which, for primitive civilizations, were the most dreadful calamities. Yet before the Azuras, they could be effortlessly suppressed. However, their tribulations never stemmed from these forces. With a resounding crash, the blue planet collided with the Dark Hand, erupting into a brilliant flare. This was the final spark of the planet, a last vestige of warmth, and the Azura's ultimate twilight. It was also the most resplendent display of this civilization. From afar, Lu Dajuan watched helplessly as everything before him crumbled into oblivion. Yet he could do nothing. Meanwhile, Su Mo sensed a swift elevation in his status, and at that moment, his rank as a creator god surged concurrently. Name: Su Mo. Gender: male. Status: 5. 89. Current world status: 3. 14. Creator level: 2. Glancing at his status, Su Mo nearly erupted into laughter. 2 third-tier civilizations had directly elevated his status by 2 points. The Azura race had reached the apex of third-tier civilization, and their annihilation granted him an additional 1 point just shy of 2, which would signify a fourth-tier civilization. As for the Ant Queen, she alone constituted a civilization and was also third-tier. Initially, Su Mo believed he could only attain a second-tier status, equating to 0. Yet, it appeared he had underestimated himself. Although she was merely a low-tier third civilization, she still conferred upon Su Mo a commendable 9 points. Of course, this was partially because Su Mo had suppressed his own breakthrough. Otherwise, the gains would have been halved. The higher the creator god level, the lesser the status acquired from the destruction of civilizations. As Sumo's status soared from third to fifth tier, he transitioned from a lowly to a moderately esteemed level. Statuses of 1 to 3 represent low ranks, while 4 to 6 are considered middle ranks, and the final tier of 7 to 9 signifies a transcendental ascent. Simultaneously, it was uncertain whether his creator god level had ascended to the second tier or if it was merely a consequence of his status elevation. But he felt the ability to extract 2 civilizations from history. Naturally, these civilizations would not be in their most refined states. They would require a fresh genesis. Previously, those races had undergone countless simulations through the creator god rank, ultimately materializing into existence. Each simulation resulted in slight deviations, rendering every acquired civilization unique. Although Su Mo could create a 3-eyed species or an Azura race, his creations could not be deemed a civilization, and each attempt would bear its own discrepancies. Life, as it were, could face reproductive isolation from even the slightest deviation, potentially leading to extinction. He could opt for replication. However, such an approach yielded identical genetic information, risking the emergence of substandard beings incapable of survival. Despite the apparent intelligence of the lives he had released, they were the result of innumerable simulations that led to their eventual emergence. Now, the prospect of extracting 2 races beckoned him. The first was undoubtedly the Azura race, possessing immense potential for growth, possibly evolving into a 4th-tier civilization. The choice for the second was more challenging, whether to select the Ultra Civilization or the Ant Queen, both exhibiting remarkable developmental potential. Pondering the Ultra Civilization momentarily halted Su Mo's thoughts. Had he forgotten to retrieve his Dark Digga figurine? And what are the tears of despair? Reflecting on this, Su-Imo gazed toward the shattered blue planet. Without the tears of despair, the Azura's rise would indeed be formidable. The fragmented soul of the great pineapple also represented a valuable asset. With a mere thought, Su-Imo gathered the tears of despair and the scattered shards of the great pineapple. With everything in place, it was time to conclude this tale. Thus, Su-Mo's essence departed from the microcosm. The subsequent matters became straightforward. Though his true form had vacated the small universe, the terrifying silhouette within the darkness remained steadfast. As for Lu Dajuan, he would be retained for future purposes. What followed was merely a transitional narrative. Silently, Su-Imo retrieved his phone and opened the live stream. Munching on a cucumber while observing the broadcast, he directed the dark entity's gaze toward the stream. If earlier viewers had not yet grasped why the great pineapple had perished while the stream continued, they now understood. The live stream had fallen under the dominion of an entity capable of obliterating worlds with a mere gesture. In that moment, billions of viewers were rendered mute, none daring to post comments or express dissent. Some timid souls attempted to exit the live stream, only to discover, in terror, that they were unable to do so. A profound fear gripped their hearts as they contemplated the intentions of the being before them. Yet the next instant, they witnessed the dark figure rapidly enlarging. No, it was not that he was growing. Rather, the planets surrounding him were expanding. By comparative logic, if the objects around him were increasing in size, it meant he was diminishing. Yet, if he was indeed shrinking, why did he appear to grow larger on the screen? What was the principle at play? A chilling realization erupted in their minds. This being intended to breach dimensions through the live stream, directly arriving on Earth. As this thought crossed their minds, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat cascading down their brows. This was an entity capable of annihilating planets, one who would stop at nothing to achieve its goals. In that world, a powerful figure observed from behind, exercising restraint, needing to recruit individuals from Earth. But if this being were to arrive on Earth, the consequences were beyond their imagination. They wished to power down their phones, yet their bodies betrayed them. They longed to scream, yet no sound escaped their lips. In that moment, they were gripped by sheer terror. Though many had feared the previous entity capable of detonating their phones, it was not a paralyzing dread. Rather, they speculated that it merely disliked being observed, hence the destruction of their screens. They bore little concern for him, but this was different. He had just obliterated the Azura civilization. Only moments ago, he had summoned a human from Earth to become a transcender. He was nothing less than a true malevolent deity. The crowd gazed in terror as the malevolent deity approached, extending a hand akin to the destruction wrought by an Azura. They watched in horror as that hand breached the confines of the screen, extending beyond the digital barrier. Yet in that moment, they were powerless to act. Much like those drawn into a miniature cosmos, utterly unable to command their own bodies. Su-Imo also beheld the emerging dark hand and, after a moment of hesitation, offered up the half-eaten cucumber he held. The hand grasped it firmly. Witnessing this, Su-Mo's heart swelled with amusement. Indeed, a secondary creator god possesses formidable strength. This was undoubtedly bolstered by his rank of 589. Now, it was time to delve into the matter at hand. The hand extending from the screen grew longer and larger, and just then, a radiant light illuminated the scene, causing the dark hand to vanish in an instant. The audience, gripped by fear, suddenly realized they could move once more. At that moment, countless individuals wept openly, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests in sheer panic. Just as they sighed in relief, the entity that had previously caused their devices to explode materialized on the screen. Surrounded by an infinite array of pathways, it radiated an indescribable brilliance, displaying hues that defy human description and comprehension. Merely gazing upon it felt as though one were witnessing the most exquisite colors in the universe. Yet, when they averted their eyes, they found themselves unable to articulate what they had seen. The being's form was as vast as the cosmos, yet as minuscule as a speck of dust. It turned its gaze toward the streaming room, causing the hearts of countless viewers to race once more. Fortunately, it seemed disinterested in them. Just as they began to relax, a hand shot forth from the screen, only to retract swiftly. In that fleeting moment, they caught a clear glimpse of the hand clutching a shadowy figure. A cacophony of screams erupted around the globe. Suemo glanced at Lu Dajuan and then at the streaming room, confirming that he was alone before embarking on a new act of creation. He intended to conjure both the Ultra Civilization and the Azura Civilization simultaneously. Lu Dajuan would continue to contribute to the Ultra Civilization as he possessed knowledge of its technology, thereby accelerating its development. As for the Azura, Suemo remained undecided about whether to include a traverser or what type would be most advantageous. Contemplating the new civilization, he retrieved a few ID addresses he had previously noted and chose one at random. Meanwhile, a bespectacled young man stared at a string of text before him, his heart racing wildly, consumed by overwhelming dread. Your invitation to join the construction of your miniature cosmos awaits your acceptance. Agree. Yes, automatic agreement in 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Chapter 63. The impending journey in the vast expanse of the microcosm. Suemo initially confined Lu Dajuan's soul. Of course, this was after extracting his essence from the body of the Spider Emperor before re-imprisoning it. Subsequently, he cast the Spider Emperor near a planet inhabited by mosquitoes, allowing it to flourish. Thus commenced a new round of creation. As Sumo's rank as a creator god ascended to level 2, the possibilities before him multiplied. Not only was he invincible within this small universe, but he could also physically traverse the cosmos in the real world. With a mere thought, 3 complete life-bearing planets materialized instantaneously, accompanied by their requisite facilities, stars, moons, and an assortment of various entities. It was akin to a one-click generation of the most suitable planets for sustaining life. Towering within the cosmos, Suemo gazed down at these miniature ecosystems, no larger than the palm of his hand, and shook his head slightly. The distance was too great. It would be troublesome to destroy them only to have to chase them down. Contemplating this, Suemo manually adjusted the 3 planetary systems, ultimately consolidating what was originally akin to 3 solar systems into a single one, nodding in satisfaction. The motivation behind this was primarily due to the abundance he had previously experienced. Initially, he believed achieving a level 2 civilization would be the pinnacle. Yet he was presented with 2 level 3 civilizations, one of which was at the apex of its tier. This was indeed a windfall. He pondered briefly the reasons for this transformation. Friction with other civilizations had led to conflict, compelling them to evolve. Those who lagged faced devastation, and to avoid such fate, they had to grow stronger. Consequently, everyone became more powerful, much to the delight of our esteemed creator god, Suemo. Though he exhibited no hesitation or compassion while annihilating those 2 civilizations, he found no need to fabricate excuses. This time, Suemo intended to replicate his previous strategy. Although each civilization would be allocated its own planet, complete with their own satellites and stars, their proximity was such that, once they departed their home worlds, they could easily detect the existence of others through satellite launches or telescopes. Thus, whether for the advancement of their civilizations, resource acquisition, or fear of invasion from others, 2 scenarios would inevitably arise. Either they would engage in outright warfare to annihilate their rival, or they would initiate military preparations to bolster their strength. In either case, Suemo was pleased. Among these, the Azura clan displayed extraordinary potential, while the Ultraman civilization, led by Lu Dajuan, who possessed knowledge of the previous Ultraman civilization, would, given 2 centuries, restore the glory of their kind. As for the new civilization, Suemo had already selected its future path, leaving them to discover their own fate. With the Azura and Ultraman civilizations present, he felt indifferent to the new civilization's prospects, recognizing that not every civilization possessed such potential. Strong civilizations would integrate with the other 2, albeit through fierce competition, while weaker ones would become vassals, establishing a stable triangular dynamic. Confident that this time would yield no issues and would foster stable development, Suemo began accelerating time and sowing the seeds of civilization. For the Azura civilization, He bestowed a drop of despair tears and 7 pieces of big pineapple fragments. For the Ultraman civilization, he similarly offered a drop of despair tears and 7 pieces of big pineapple fragments. As for the new civilization, uncertain of its utility or potential, he allocated 6 pieces of big pineapple fragments. The rationale behind this division was twofold. Firstly, the despair tears originated from Lu Dajuan. Should he utilize them effectively, the results might be more favorable. The Azura civilization's unique affinity for despair tears also influenced his decision, as he would not have granted them such a gift otherwise. Secondly, with a total of 20 big pineapple fragments, and the Azura civilization deserving the majority due to their claim, it seemed fair to divide the remaining fragments, ensuring the new civilization received something as well. Reflecting on his equitable distribution, Su-Mo couldn't help but feel proud of his fairness as a creator god. Meanwhile, the big pineapple seemed to retort, "You think you're noble? You possess my fragments, yet claim to be just." Lu Dajuan, with a mere 2 drops of tears, could only observe in silence. Content with his allocations, Su-Mo contemplated the possibility of producing 1,000 civilizations to annihilate them all at once, which would easily elevate him to level 9. However, the limitations of his capacity as a level 1 creator god became evident. He could cultivate only 3 civilizations at most, with the 3rd lacking sentience. Nevertheless, he could still create monsters. Having completed his preparations, Su-Mo nodded in satisfaction and began dispersing the seeds of civilization. By the time the individual outside entered, nearly 50 years would have passed in this realm, allowing him to observe the developments. After finalizing everything, he returned to reality, continuing his mundane activities. Despite having manifested planets within a microcosm, only half a minute had elapsed in the real world. At this moment, Su Sherluin finally emerged from his state of panic. As he reached out to touch the transparent subtitles before him, he felt as though his soul was being pulled away, prompting him to withdraw his hand hurriedly. Trembling, he retrieved his phone and dialed for help. "Hello, this is XXX Police Station. How may we assist you?" I am about to traverse dimensions. Sir, please refrain from making such jokes. If you are maliciously calling and wasting our resources, we may take you into custody. I truly am about to traverse dimensions. The countdown is ongoing, 29 minutes left. No, wait, now it's only 28 minutes. Just moments ago, I was watching a live stream of Big Pineapple, and a hand appeared on the screen. Now, I have a display before me indicating that I will cross over in 28 minutes. As Su Sherluin's voice escalated into a roar, his inner fear began to dissipate somewhat. Meanwhile, the officers at XXX Police Station were left bewildered by his words. The phenomenon surrounding Big Pineapple had become a common topic of discussion, known to everyone from the elderly to young children. Even the entity that had attempted to crawl through the internet had startled everyone, though that sinister being had ultimately been captured by an even more formidable presence. The fear of such a being, capable of traversing the internet and annihilating stars with a mere wave, was palpable. In that brief moment, countless individuals had been so frightened that they nearly lost consciousness, with many who had no history of heart conditions teetering on the brink of a cardiac crisis. As for those afflicted with heart disease, they are either already in the hospital or just now have finished their medication. This moment was already chaotic enough, and now an even greater turmoil has emerged. Sir, are you quite certain you are not deceiving us? Su Sherluin replied, I will soon transcend. Do you think I jest with you? Am I intending to have you committed to a psychiatric facility? Moreover, the frame before my eyes is still pulsating with dark energy. I have no ulterior motives to toy with you. Sir, we merely seek to verify your location. We shall dispatch someone immediately. I have already communicated with the higher authorities on your behalf, but should this be a prank, you will face severe consequences. After revealing his address, Su Sherluin slumped weakly onto the sofa, a torrent of chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Others may bid farewell to their parents, yet he, an orphan, had no one to say goodbye to. Ultimately, he could only call a few close acquaintances. He also donated over 10,000 from his bank account to the orphanage where he had grown up. Had he not encountered the Great Pineapple, he might have perceived this transmigration as an opportunity. However, he now held a drastically different perspective. In fact, Even after witnessing the great pineapple, before that hand had emerged from the screen, he still harbored some desire to transcend. Perhaps he could not wield the same imposing presence as the great pineapple, nor did he possess such formidable willpower. Nevertheless, this could be deemed a second chapter of life, and having lived many years, it could hardly be considered a loss. Though the agony was profound, he felt he could endure it. Yet, as that hand broke through the screen, revealing entities capable of traversing dimensions and pulling individuals into alternate universes through the network, all other thoughts dissipated completely. While he had relinquished his own intentions, others were intent on dragging him along, leaving him powerless to resist. Consider the two choices presented, the countdown timer indicating default confirmation, and the ominous dark mist emanating from the frame. One need not ponder deeply. It was glaringly evident. I am a dark god. I am here to pull you down. You have no choice. Before the police arrived, Su Sherluin sat at his computer, contemplating for a moment before posting. I have been chosen by the dark god. In 20 minutes, I will transcend into the world of the great pineapple. What should I do now? Awaiting urgent responses. Sumo, upon seeing the post, quickly claimed a virtual seat and replied, given the circumstances, perhaps you should eat something first. Chapter 64. A New Civilization. Su Sherluin, brother, don't joke around. I'm serious. Su Mo, even being serious requires sustenance. Su Sherluin disregarded Su Mo and turned his attention to other comments. A child summoned by the divine. The digital world needs you. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast, evolve. Water, water, water experience. 666, brother, remember to avenge Brother Pineapple. Why not write a book? I guarantee I'll read it. Write a book. I'll take out a loan to read it. Platinum investment, speedy updates, sleepless nights. Su Sherluin surveyed the sea of nonsensical comments, feeling a twinge of frustration. He shouldn't have posted online. Instead of engaging in this futile banter, he would rather wait for the police to arrive and see what they had to say. Before long, a large contingent of police officers arrived at Su Sherluin's residence. One officer looked at Su Sherluin and asked, "So you're the one who said you're about to traverse dimensions?" Su Sherluin nodded, "Yes, in 21 minutes. Upon hearing this, the officer fell silent for a moment. "You must take responsibility for your words, whether true or false. I will assume you are speaking truthfully. However, you understand." Su Sherluin nodded again. "So what should I do now?" The officer adjusted the camera on his chest and tapped his earpiece, inquiring, "Please describe your current situation." In front of me is a continually darkening box displaying that I am about to traverse to another universe. There are two options, confirm in yes, with a countdown timer indicating that it will automatically confirm when it ends. After hearing Su Sherluin's account, the police officers exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth is the difference between those choices? When did they appear? Su Sherluin replied, "They showed up when that dark hand was captured." The officer continued, "If what you say is true, then we can ascertain a few things. First, there is an 80% likelihood that you have been targeted by some shadowy figure. Second, the reason you are seeing this choice is that this entity has been constrained. Not long ago, it forcibly pulled another person into that universe. Leaving them no chance to react, they fainted on the spot. Thus, it seems this entity is providing you a chance to make a choice, albeit with some manipulation, resulting in your options appearing as they do." Su Sherluin interjected, "So what good does discussing this do? I want to know how to survive if I do traverse." Rather than hearing all this, "Do not rush," the officer urged. "We must analyze the problem fundamentally to resolve it. Consider why this malevolent deity would choose you. What sets you apart from others?" Initially, when he heard the question about why the malevolent deity chose him, Su Sherluin nearly lashed out. "What do you mean? Why would they choose me instead of someone else? Are you suggesting I find a reason within myself?" However, after contemplating, he realized there was indeed merit in examining himself for answers. "Comrade Su, do not act impulsively. We are not attempting to evade responsibility. If your claims are genuine, we have no means to ensure you won't traverse. However, you must share as much information as possible with us, so we can provide you with more insights. Currently, we have discovered that there are indeed very few traversers. It is possible many exist, but we are unaware of them, as they have never returned. For instance, those who suddenly collapsed at work or those involved in various unexpected accidents. We suspect they may have traversed. Su-mo exclaimed, "That is pure slander. I will accuse you of defamation." Su Shilun shook his head. "I am but an orphan. Nothing makes me special, so I cannot fathom why I was chosen." "Not to worry," the officer reassured him. "We need not dwell on that matter. Let us move on to the second issue. The entity that compels your traversal surely has a reason, or perhaps a task for you to fulfill. These are tasks only you can accomplish, or perhaps only we Earthlings can, as they cannot intervene directly, akin to how a previous traverser forced Big Pineapple to level up." Thus, the officer continued, "Even if you do traverse, you likely will not perish immediately. Moreover, due to the time difference and the extraordinary abilities on the other side, if you seize an opportunity, you might even survive longer. So do not be disheartened." Su Shilun replied, "Spare me the platitudes. I just want to know what options you have." "Well, we currently have an immature suggestion," the officer said. "What suggestion?" Su Shilun inquired. "Why not start a live stream?" Su Shilun was taken aback. "We're not jesting. This is the best solution we have at the moment, because we genuinely do not know how to handle this situation. If your live stream can connect our world with Big Pineapples, allowing your consciousness to traverse into that realm, we may be able to provide you with some remote assistance. Otherwise, we truly have no means to help. What if my live stream fails to connect?" Su Shilun asked. "We will assist you in cremation." After much discussion, they concluded that a live stream was indeed the best course of action. A newcomer initiated a live stream, which bore a striking title: "Countdown 12 minutes and 19 seconds until traversing to another world to find Brother Pineapple." At that moment, Big Pineapple's live stream had already concluded, and it seemed no one dared to discuss the ominous hand. They could only lament for Big Pineapple, with countless places even displaying memorials for Azura King Zhang Qianqing. Zhang Qianqing's parents were utterly devastated, having witnessed their son struggle for a millennium in a foreign world, enduring 900 years of torment, only to ultimately. Meanwhile, some audacious film companies were contemplating contacting Big Pineapple's parents to adapt his story into a movie titled Azura King. As the internet was rife with schemes regarding Big Pineapple and traversing, the emergence of this live stream was akin to a boon, brimming with trending terms and keywords. Thousands of viewers flooded in. "Seriously, dude, are you out of your mind trying to profit from this? You dare to ride this wave of popularity?" "Exactly. You must be unaware of Big Pineapple's current predicament. Some people are utterly clueless. They see a hot topic and rush in without understanding. If you have the guts, go find Big Pineapple today. You dare to capitalize on Big Pineapple's fame? Do you even know how to spell death? Brothers, let us report him and get his account banned." Su Shilun adjusted his glasses, feeling somewhat helpless as he observed the comments without uttering a word, simply waiting for the time to arrive. At that moment, within the small universe, 3 civilizations had already emerged. The Otter tribe, adorned with massive horns, 3 eyes, and a skin of red and white, roamed their planet. They continuously utilized their innate third eye to exchange information. It wouldn't be long before they developed written language and speech. Indeed, they had already begun collaborating to construct their dwellings. Su-mo gazed upon this scene with satisfaction. Truly, a civilization that advanced to the steam age in merely 3 centuries. With the addition of the Tears of Despair and the assistance of Big Pineapple, he wondered what surprises they might bring forth. He then turned his gaze towards another planet. A group of muscular, fearsome Azura, adorned with 4 arms, were vociferously chanting their own name as they scurried about in chaotic exuberance. Occasionally, they engaged in skirmishes with one another, or plucked wild grasses from the ground to taste, and subsequently spit out. Some, in groups of several or even dozens, chased small creatures in a frenzied manner. Others tumbled into water, drinking with abandon while chanting Azura, only to resurface moments later. Witnessing this spectacle, Su-mo felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. At that moment, he even began to question whether he had made the right choice in selecting this civilization. Perhaps an ant queen would have been a more prudent selection. After all, their current state hardly suggested they were capable of traversing the path of the extraordinary. Su-mo even doubted whether they could grasp the concept of the extraordinary even if it were laid out before them. They truly resembled a band of simpletons. He hesitated, contemplating whether to assign a guide to the Azura, but ultimately shook his head, deciding to observe further, turning his gaze toward the third planet. Upon gazing at this planet, Suemo felt a moment of confusion. It was eerily silent, devoid of any visible life, resembling a barren, lifeless orb. Yet, the lush greenery and the bustling animals scampering about testified to its vitality. Could it be that the seeding of life had failed? Just as he pondered this, he witnessed a rabbit-like creature suddenly collapse, only for the air to shimmer slightly, allowing the creature to rise again and resume grazing. Initially dismissive, Suemo soon realized the significance of the event. It was not a failure in the seeding of life forms. Rather, this particular life form was unique. They did not require a physical body. This was reminiscent of the soul form seen in a certain video game. In the next moment, Suemo comprehended that the civilization seed, during its simulation process, would generate the most suitable life forms based on the prevailing environment of the planet. While there were often discrepancies, sometimes fortunate, sometimes not, such as the emergence of the Ultraman civilization in a peril-free world, the subsequent appearance of mosquitoes even allowed a species, which had succumbed to their bites for 3 centuries, to communicate and worship them, albeit to their own demise. As for the last Azura, they simply charged ahead without thought. Presently, they posed no threat, and despite the abundance of advantageous elements, their stagnation stemmed from the civilization seed Suemo had extracted from a prior civilization. Otherwise, he surmised that these 2 civilizations might have been even stronger. The current state of this race was evidently influenced by fragments of the aforementioned game, resulting in their peculiar form. It appeared that this scenario had become quite intriguing, a collision of 3 disparate civilizations, one with a focus on technology, another renowned for physical prowess, and a third existing in a spiritual essence. Suemo pondered what sparks might ignite from this convergence. With this in mind, he stroked his chin and concluded, the Azura required a guide. Otherwise, given their present condition, they would likely not ascend to even a level 1 civilization after a millennium. Moreover, each traveler would need to be assigned a task. Only then could the civilization's progress accelerate. As for the rewards for task completion, Suemo merely stated that he would assign them a task, but he never mentioned any rewards. Chapter 65, Fragments Beyond the Azura. In this chapter, Suemo commenced the selection of a guide for the Azura. The process of selection was rather straightforward. Suemo took out a small notebook and casually chose one. Shortly thereafter, another companion began to raise an alarm. Suemo then pondered over the nature of the task he would assign them. Firstly, the task must be formidable, challenging enough that they would find it exceedingly difficult to accomplish, even with the combined efforts of their entire clan. Only then would they exert themselves fully. The Ultra civilization was focused on technological advancement. Thus, it was only fitting for them to develop to a level 4 civilization. The last time, they nearly reached level 2, so doubling their progress this time should not be impossible. Moreover, Lu Dajuan possessed previous experience, which meant they could avoid a millennium of setbacks. With diligent effort, completion was certainly within the realm of possibility. As for the Azura clan, the assignment was even simpler. As the MVP of the previous era, a rather straightforward task would suffice to gather all the fragments of the Azura king. Naturally, Suemo was not referring solely to the fragments on the Azura planet, but also included those from the other 2 civilizations. The super civilization needed to achieve at least a level 3 status to leave their home planet. To collect the fragments of the Great Pineapple, they would have to confront the others. The Ultra civilization might not require these fragments, yet their Ultramen were capable of unleashing powerful waves, making the outcome of any conflict uncertain. Ultimately, it would depend on which side advanced more swiftly. As for the Soul civilization, Suemo was still unaware of their name. However, they had evolved into their current form thanks to the fragments of the Great Pineapple. Demanding their fragments would be akin to demanding their very existence. These fragments played a crucial role in their growth and future development. Thus, attempting to acquire their Great Pineapple fragments would not be an easy feat nevertheless. Suemo did not possess extensive knowledge about this new civilization and was uncertain of their future trajectory. In light of this, he decided to assign them a task to unify the 3 clans. Should they succeed, it would indicate their terrifying strength, sufficient to overshadow Lu Dajuan and the Azura, a prospect that would delight Suimo. If they failed, then so be it. He held no grand expectations. After all, they were a nascent civilization, and despite having the great pineapple fragments as a variable, facing two experienced civilizations would indeed be a daunting challenge. Then there was the matter of the live broadcast. Suimo was well aware of the thoughts of those individuals and understood their intentions. After some contemplation, he ultimately chose to remain silent. If they wished to watch the live broadcast, so be it. He would arrange for Lu Dajuan to have a broadcast as well. However, each live stream would be restricted to the souls involved. Exiting was permissible, but they could not enter other streams. In essence, once a choice was made, regardless of which of the three individuals' broadcasts they entered, they could not betray the others by leaking information. Although Suimo recognized they would attempt to assist one another, he deemed it inconsequential. As long as they did not wander aimlessly among the three streams, he was content. As for any suspicions regarding intentions, was the purpose not glaringly evident? Anyone comparing the tasks assigned to the three would easily discern that this was a means of compelling their growth. Furthermore, to maintain his image as a formidable creator god, he had taken no action whatsoever. The creator god, seeking to rectify the destruction wrought by external malevolent forces upon the first two civilizations, deliberately extracted them from history to participate in a revival contest. They would undergo a renewed millennial trial. As for the live broadcast, the tasks, and the traversal, what did these have to do with the creator god? Could they not see the dark aura emanating from their streaming page? Clearly, this was the handiwork of a malevolent deity and had no relation to the creator god. After all was said and done, half an hour had elapsed. In the microcosm, over 20 years had passed. The life seeds that had been released began to take root and proliferate. The two young individuals who had initiated the live broadcast upon the police's suggestion found themselves unexpectedly falling into a peculiar situation. The police officer, witnessing this unfold from a distance, felt his pupils constrict. They truly had traversed time. In a flurry, he urged others to observe the live broadcast. The screen, which had once depicted reality, transformed into a lush forest. A translucent figure floated within, while a rabbit-like creature darted past. In the live chat, those who had previously lambasted Su Sherluin were momentarily rendered speechless. This is genuine time travel. No way, my friend. We were just joking. You didn't have to actually time travel. Quick, step outside and check if the flow of time is different. Goodness, is time travel really this simple now? I just saw someone in another live stream do something similar. Could they also be time traveling? Brothers, this is real. The time flow is indeed different. My apologies. I retract my earlier comments. I shouldn't have scolded you. I never expected you to genuinely time travel. I'm so sorry, brother. Su Sherluin, observing the barrage of comments, had already prepared himself prior to the time travel. However, the sheer volume of messages overwhelmed him, and he finally understood the impulse to retaliate. After uttering a few words, the deluge of comments began to diminish. He then cautiously explored this uninhabited world, only to be astonished to discover that there was indeed no one present. Moreover, his mindset felt eerily similar to the soul mentality he had previously experienced with the Great Pineapple. This left him feeling quite insecure. In typical time travel scenarios, one either possesses a soul or travels with their physical form. But what was his situation? Others who traverse time would invariably seize a physical body. But here he was, merely a disembodied soul. Consequently, he felt a profound sense of insecurity and was desperate to find a physical form to inhabit. This sentiment was echoed by others as well. But to seize a body, one would need to find a suitable candidate. Was he meant to possess a rabbit? Thus, he commenced a hurried search across the land, seeking a suitable vessel for possession. Simultaneously, within a certain laboratory, two massive projectors displayed the live feeds of Su Sherluin and Wang Jinzhong. Both were selected individuals who had requested the live broadcasts. Su Sherluin's scene appeared tranquil, devoid of issues, while his form was quite peculiar. However, the most astonishing sight was that of Wang Jinzhong. This was the Azura clan. Wang Jinzhong had traversed into the Azura civilization. What? The time traveler you are watching has entered the Azura civilization? Let me see. Why can't I view your situation? Only a void of darkness. Upon hearing this, the others immediately began to scrutinize the other projection, only to find nothing visible. Their intention had been to facilitate real-time communication and comparison between the two worlds, but it appeared that this was not feasible. They remained oblivious to the exact nature of the circumstances. Upon his arrival in the Azura realm, Wang Jianzhong was taken aback by the sight of the four-armed Azura surrounding him. He then began to shout excitedly, "Brothers, I have traversed into the Pineapple Brothers Azura civilization. I do not know if this is time travel or what era it is, but perhaps we can locate Pineapple Brother. Goodness, the streamer has genuinely time traveled, and it's to the Azura civilization. Quickly seek out Brother Pineapple and dissuade him from marrying. Indeed, we must prevent Brother Pineapple from taking a wife, otherwise his life will be a tragedy. Alter Brother Pineapple's destiny. Reshape the fate of the Azura. We cannot allow the ants to hatch from their eggs. Eliminate the mosquitoes outright. Lest famine ensue. Consider the current era and ascertain whether we can locate Brother Pineapple." Having just traversed into this perilous world, he felt a surge of joy. Although he had crossed over into a realm fraught with danger, the puppeteer behind this universe possessed the power to annihilate worlds. He had long suspected that he had been pulled into this existence by some divine entity. Now, the likelihood of this theory stood at a staggering 80%. Which deity had been spared from divine retribution? Moreover, this being wished to resume unfinished business, thereby drawing him into the Azura civilization. Yes, it had to be so. However, armed with knowledge of history, he would never allow Brother Pineapple to repeat past mistakes. It is essential to recognize that while Brother Pineapple may not have been a match for the divine, he had become a formidable force capable of obliterating stars. By aligning himself with Brother Pineapple, he could potentially live for a millennium, an entire millennium, elevated to a position of power while being cared for. This was far superior to the drudgery of existence on Earth. In that time, he would soar through the heavens and traverse the earth. What sheer ecstasy! No, he must first locate Brother Pineapple. His foremost task was to ensure that he did not act foolishly. Otherwise, this would tarnish his entire legacy. With this thought in mind, Wang Jianzi boldly called out, "Great Pineapple, Brother Pineapple, are you there?" The surrounding Azura turned to him, puzzled by the peculiarity of his voice. One inquisitive Azura stepped forward, exclaiming, "Azura!" The others gathered closer, echoing, "Azura? Azura?" Two among them cracked their knuckles, appearing ready to confront Wang Jianzi. Having witnessed Brother Pineapple's livestream, Wang Jianzi was acutely aware of the Azura's combative nature. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned on his heels and fled. A throng of Azura, bewildered by his sudden retreat, swiftly followed suit. 1, 2, 5. A multitude moments later, Wang Jianzi found himself pursued by a legion of Azura, each boasting 4 arms. "Wait, brother, run faster. They're gaining on us." "What did you just say? Why are they all chasing you? Did you insult Brother Pineapple?" "Indeed, you ought to apologize. Brother Pineapple is their idol. And if you have spoken ill of him, your survival may be in jeopardy." As Wang Jianzi sprinted, he shouted back, "Stop your nonsense. I did not insult Brother Pineapple. And this situation feels amiss. They seem incapable of speech." No, he had just received a quest. Fragments of the Azura King. Fragments of the Azura King? The Azura King is Brother Pineapple. So the fragments of the Azura King are fragments of Brother Pineapple. Chapter 66. Are you suggesting that I seek to unify these 3 civilizations? Chapter 66. Doesn't that imply that Brother Pineapple has already met his demise? If Brother Pineapple is truly dead, then what is the status of the Azura clan? Could it be that they have regressed since Brother Pineapple's death? Are you out of your mind? Their strength has reached such heights. How could they possibly regress? I have a rather immature hypothesis. Remember that shadowy figure? Brother Pineapple was originally his target, but ultimately, a formidable individual emerged and captured this behind-the-scenes manipulator, resulting in the failure of his mission. Moreover, that fearsome figure preserved a portion of the Azura clan's essence, leading to the current situation you observe. As for the collection of Brother Pineapple's fragments, perhaps the mastermind. The barrage of comments was abruptly cut off, yet everyone understood. The collection of fragments indicates that Brother Pineapple was dismembered after his death. My brother Pineapple, truly, what a tragic fate. My friend, if possible, I hope you can gather Brother Pineapple's remains. Whether as an earthling or as the king of the Azura clan, he deserves better treatment. Brother, please collect Brother Pineapple's remains. Are you all brainless? The task of collecting Brother Pineapple's remains is clearly orchestrated by the shadowy figure. I even suspect this live stream is part of their scheme. They might want to crawl through the internet once this brother accomplishes his task. Wait, a task? If there's a task, is it not a reward? Let's see what the reward is. Can he return? Wang Jinji shook his head while running. I saw no reward, only the task. That is likely hidden. Only by completing the task can you reveal it. If these Azura have yet to awaken their intelligence, there is no need for you to run at all. Why should I not run? To wait for them to strike me? Why would they want to strike you? Wang Jinji abruptly halted, pondering. Indeed, why would they want to strike me? Upon this realization, he came to a complete stop, and the other Azura followed suit. To be frank, the physical prowess of the Azura is astounding. They ran at maximum speed for over 10 minutes without so much as a pant. Although all the Azura had ceased their movements, their gazes remained fixed on Wang Jinji. A few among them began to crack their knuckles, seemingly preparing for a fight. Witnessing this scene, Wang Jinji felt a sudden calmness. It appears that the Azura possess low intelligence. If so, that simplifies matters. Wang Jinji raised his hand, pointing into the distance, and shouted, Azura! All the Azura turned their attention toward the direction of his finger. He cleverly blended into the crowd. When the other Azura turned back, they could no longer discern who had just called out. After a moment of mutual confusion among the Azura, they gradually dispersed. Some uprooted trees with their 4 arms. Others dug furiously into the ground, while a few ran amok, shouting Azura. Frantically, Momins Latte, a chaotic Azura, found himself followed by a throng of others. Subsequently, the lead figure was beaten. Not long after, others, finding this amusing, repeated the cycle. Wang Jinji reclined beside a tree, observing these seemingly foolish Azura with a mix of exasperation and amusement. He was still pondering how Brother Pineapple managed to train them to be obedient. Meanwhile, in a live stream, some viewers commented, You might consider following in Brother Pineapple's footsteps. Just remember not to marry. Don't burn the eggs upon sight. Eliminate all mosquitoes. So how did Brother Pineapple rise to prominence? I heard Brother Pineapple mention once that it began with the invention of fire, followed by roasting meat, and then weapon creation to combat mosquitoes. However, I have yet to see any mosquitoes today. Perhaps you should invent a weapon or fire. The commenter above is quite astute. In Brother Pineapple's time, mosquitoes posed a genuine threat. Although the Azura may not be highly intelligent, they understand the value of unity and recognize their kin. Look at their current state. Upon discovering a weapon, they would dare to wield it against you. If you were to invent fire, would you not believe that someone would end up roasted? No. My friend, isn't that a bit far-fetched? Far-fetched? I assure you, it is not. Our ancestors thrived through such means. Now, you either need to find a formidable enemy for them and use intellect to gain their recognition, just as the great Pineapple did, or possess the power to crush the Azura, compelling their acknowledgement through force. Otherwise, they will simply elect the strongest among them as their king, leading to a feudal slave system. That does seem reasonable. If you ascertain that this world is devoid of monsters, perhaps you should first seek out the fragments of Brother Pineapple. The mighty Brother Pineapple nurtured the Azura with his very soul. If you can obtain his fragments, you may indeed conquer them through sheer might. Wang Jinji mused. It seems I have no choice but to proceed as such, as a fair creator deity. Both traversers now have their live streams, and Lu Dajuan is no exception. His broadcast is the most captivating and garners the greatest attention from the national team. Lu Dajuan stood before a recently constructed building of steel and concrete, addressing the live stream. Greetings, everyone. I'm a traverser who crossed over before the Great Pineapple. Having arrived in the Ultra-Civilization, I have now returned to the Ultra-Civilization. Through my analysis, I believe this situation may be the result of a certain deity's intervention. This deity discovered the shadowy figure behind the scenes, compelling the Ultra-Civilization to undergo another trial. I am also grateful to the great pineapple. Without him, I would not have had this opportunity to return. The ultra-civilization is still in its primitive era, having existed in this world for less than 30 years. What? Less than 30 years? You mean to tell me that in less than 30 years, they have built a small Western-style house? This is, frankly, quite absurd. One cannot deny the prowess of those who have returned from other worlds. Indeed, if my memory serves me correctly, this individual returned from another world to the real world. Truly, those who return are exceptional. Their developmental pace is simply unparalleled. In 30 years, they have achieved this. Imagine what they could accomplish in 1,000 years. Ultraman, Ultraman, I want to see Ultraman. Lu Dajuan gently shook his head. Currently, I serve as the chief designer of the Ultra Civilization and its highest commander. I plan to replicate all the technology of the Ultra Civilization within a century, restoring them to their former glory. According to the budget, it appears we are still facing a great flood, but I do not intend to repeat the old path of developing underwater fortresses. Instead, I aim to lead the Ultra Civilization beyond the stars in search of a new home. Is the Great One still planning to create Ultraman? Upon hearing this question, Lu Dajuan fell silent for a moment. When he previously created Ultraman, monsters emerged. Although he suspects these monsters may have been conjured by that shadowy figure, he became certain of this when he was drawn into this world again and found himself within a monster's body. While he doubts that this entity is truly dead, he is hesitant to take the gamble. He also grapples with the dilemma. If he does not develop Ultraman, yet monsters still appear. The Ultra Civilization lacks the formidable might of the Azura to confront them. He did not dare to act recklessly. Brother, are you worried about the monsters? Lu Dajuan nodded silently. In truth, your concerns are unwarranted. Whether or not you develop Ultraman, they will inevitably appear. They have manifested before you, and those mosquitoes reside within the vast expanse of the cosmos. If they have already been eradicated, then it remains the same. Regardless of your efforts, Ultraman will not emerge. Much like our Earth, where Ultraman toys abound. Have you ever encountered a true monster? Toy monsters do not count. Upon hearing these words, Lu Dajuan inhaled deeply. He was uncertain whether the mosquitoes still existed. However, if they did, that posed a significant dilemma. Contemplating this, Lu Dajuan issued a command for all the members of the Ultraman race to gather. The moment he arrived, he recounted his origins and experiences in their entirety. This was why he ascended so swiftly to the position of chief designer and supreme commander of Ultraman civilization. Their consciousnesses were interconnected, devoid of deceit. Thus, Lu Dajuan naturally emerged as the most knowledgeable and visionary figure in contemporary Ultraman civilization. One by one, the three-eyed beings with their colossal horns assembled. Lu Dajuan articulated his thoughts. This time, he did not intend to act impulsively regarding Ultraman. Instead, he sought collective agreement. After presenting his views on Ultraman, the monsters, the theory of the malevolent deity, and the potential existence of monsters amidst the stars, the three-eyed beings fell into fervent debate. Ultimately, they resolved to reignite the Ultraman initiative. At that moment, Lu Dajuan perceived his task to elevate Ultraman civilization to a level 4 civilization. He was oblivious to the meaning of a level 4 civilization or the criteria that defined it. He even harbored doubts about the purpose of this mission. How had the original Big Pineapple come to be targeted by the malevolent deity, barely managing to survive all these years without a breakthrough? Did he truly need to undertake this mission? He was uncertain. Moreover, this task seemed too distant from his current self. Simultaneously, the emergence of 3 traversers in the real world was finally brought to light. The notion that entering one live-streaming room precluded entry into others had spread like wildfire. The missions of the 3 traversers were disclosed. Wang Jian's task appeared the simplest and most straightforward. He merely needed to collect fragments of the Big Pineapple to succeed. Next was the initial traverser, Lu Dajuan, who swiftly became the leader of Ultraman civilization, endowed with extensive experience and scientific knowledge. His mission was to enhance technological advancement, which seemed understandable. However, the final traverser, Su Sherluan, faced the daunting task of unifying the 3 great civilizations. At first, Su Sherluin believed there were three distinct races on this planet. Ultimately, he discovered that the three civilizations referred to were the elusive race he had searched for days without sighting a single shadow. Furthermore, the first traverser was commanding, rapidly advancing Ultraman civilization toward the Steam Age. With 4 arms, they've battled fiercely against the malevolent deity, following Big Pineapple's lead in confronting the Azura civilization. How on earth could he possibly contend with that? Chapter 67, Replication and the Pineapple Brother Fragment. An extensive chapter. Chapter 67, Fear not, my friend. For as long as I, the cunning dragon, remain, the unification of the 3 kingdoms, nay, the amalgamation of 3 civilizations, is but a trivial endeavor. The Azura clan, foolish and dim-witted, are mere brutes. With a modicum of strategy, they shall easily submit. The ultra-civilization, reliant on technology and steeped in science, find your current form rather unscientific. Thus, do not be daunted. Do not forget that the ultra-civilization still lingers in the Steam Age. Even should they leap directly into the technological era, they are of little consequence. The ultra-civilization is utterly powerless against you. Truly, Brother Cunning Dragon, your succinct analysis of the current situation is nothing short of brilliant. I, Phoenix Chicks, am humbled. Those 2 above, enough already. Are you really putting on a show? Look, host, this is offense, this is defense, and this is your adversary, the king of Azura. I too. This is the front, this is the back. And this is your opponent, the leader of the Light Nation. The Azura may possess brute strength, yet they are dull and foolish, appearing fierce, but merely a collection of weaklings. Though the ultra-civilization possesses quick wit, it lacks foresight, intent solely on technological ascendance, devoid of any ambition for dominance. As long as we all assist the host, the unification of the 3 kingdoms shall not remain a dream. We are willing to die laughing for the host. Wait, my friend above, did you mistype? Indeed, I meant to say I want to die laughing. The Lu army is still in the Steam Age. Soon, their technology will catch up to ours. The Azura, upon acquiring the fragments of Pineapple Brother, will rise swiftly. And look at you, host, you haven't even found your kin. Are you truly going to charge in head first? I have seen those rabbit-like creatures several times. Could they possibly be your kin? Surely not. If they were rabbits, you would be charging in head first. Azura, spicy rabbit head, delicious. Su Sherluin gazed at the barrage of comments before him, utterly exasperated. At such a critical juncture, these individuals continued to jest at his expense. Su Sherluin was at a loss for words. When one is at a loss, they genuinely find themselves speechless. Presently, he wished to utter nothing more and pay no heed to the absurd comments from the live chat. He longed only to locate his kin swiftly. Yet, after several days of searching, he had unearthed naught. Thus, what truly had become of his kin? He did not even know what they looked like. Could it be? Contemplating this, Su Sherluin cast a glance at a nearby rabbit grazing. Could it truly be them? This cannot be. Despite his incredulity, he approached cautiously. The grazing rabbit suddenly paused, raising its head to regard him with a hint of bewilderment. The audience in the live chat was equally taken aback by Su Sherluin's actions. Wait, my friend, are you truly mistaken? You cannot possibly believe that this rabbit is your kin. My friend, I was jesting. Perhaps you should search elsewhere. This rabbit is incapable of wisdom. Moments after this comment was posted, they witnessed a figure, transparent as Su Sherluin, emerging from the rabbit. In a live chat, it has become sentient. Rabbit spirit. Monster. Goodness, my friend, you cannot be serious. If all your kin are like this, it would surely suffice for the Azura for quite some time. Let us speak the truth. However, shouldn't a rabbit spirit be female? This one seems not so. Have you watched too much Journey to the West? Who told you that rabbit spirits must be female? Male rabbits can become sentient too. Su Sherluin paid no mind to the barrage of comments, as the sight of this entity, identical to himself, made his joy unmistakable. Initially, he had been troubled and perplexed, questioning why others could seamlessly seize a body upon their arrival, while he was but a solitary soul. This led him to ponder whether something had gone awry during his transition. He had considered that the entity responsible for his crossing had granted him a choice, much like the one before his journey. Although the two choices were indistinguishable, he could have easily dismissed himself. Yet, he had opted for a chance. From this, it was clear that the deity overseeing this matter was benevolent. Indeed, while he yearned to vent his frustrations upon the being that had cast him down, he dared not. He could only begrudgingly acknowledge their goodness. Furthermore, upon learning that his mission was to unify the three civilizations, he had resolved to usurp the leader of this civilization. For only in doing so could he seize a glimmer of opportunity. After all, the ultra-civilization was already advancing towards a technological society, and the Azura clan's ascendance was merely a matter of time. According to his predictions, a modern traveler arriving amidst the mindless Azura would, given a modicum of time, ascend to kingship, much like the great pineapple. Yet he, until this moment, had not even discovered the civilization of this planet. How absurd! Now, upon witnessing this identical being, he finally understood he was not unique. The so-called choice bestowed upon him by the malevolent deity was merely the nature of this civilization, akin to the soul state of the great pineapple. Thus, all members of this race were, in fact, spiritual entities. As he pondered this, the entity resembling him cast a puzzled glance in Su Sherluin's direction, then at the rabbit that had hastily retreated due to its departure from its body, before drifting towards a tree and vanishing within. Seeing this, Su Sherluin hastily called out, "Wait, brother!" The spiritual entity turned, mirroring his expression, and echoed, "Wait, brother." Their words were identical, their voices indistinguishable. Su Sherluin hesitated momentarily, then cautiously asked again, "Brother, can you speak? Brother, can you speak?" The reply was still identical, the voice unchanged. "Brother, what is your name? Brother, what is your name?" After several repetitions, Su Sherluin realized with exasperation that he was, indeed, conversing with a mere parrot. "I have long asserted that the essence of humanity is that of a parrot. Is it true? Finally, we have found evidence that humanity is indeed a parrot." 666. This is rather amusing, though it seems lacking in intellect. Not bad. At least it is superior to those Azura. Host, subdue him, and commence your path to dominance. I am Cunning Dragon, willing to serve my lord. I am Phoenix Chicks, willing to serve my lord unto death. I am Seema E. Quickly apprehend those above. Observing the flood of comments, Su Sherluin could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Enough! Silence, all of you! Enough! Silence, all of you! This is unnecessary to imitate. This is unnecessary to imitate." Watching the frenzied mimicry of the spiritual entity, Su Sherluin found himself devoid of anger. Engaging in a dispute with this being felt akin to quarreling with a fool. Was this truly his kin? With such a creature, could he possibly unify the three kingdoms? Must he truly rely on the absurd audience in the live chat? As he mulled over these thoughts, the spirit approached him, gazing at him with curiosity, then passed through Su Sherluin's body. In the next moment, the visage of this spirit underwent a remarkable transformation, morphing into that of Su Sherluin. Staring at this spirit that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, Su Sherluin was momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, this was not the most shocking revelation. The most astonishing aspect was that the spirit, which had previously exhibited the same dullness as an imbecile, suddenly began to articulate words. "Why are you staring at me?" Su Sherluin widened his eyes in disbelief. "You can talk now? What's so strange about speaking? Who are you, and why do you look like me? Wait, should it not be said that you look like me? I am Su Sherluin, who has just traversed from Earth. So who might you be? Su Sherluin? No, you are Su Sherluin. Who am I?" At this moment, not only the viewers in the live stream, but even Su Sherluin himself was utterly bewildered. Had he been replaced by another? This was utterly perplexing, and he had plans to unify the three kingdoms. He had no intention of engaging with this doppelganger any longer. With that, the entity that mirrored Su Sherluin's appearance simply floated away, leaving the real Su Sherluin standing there in a daze. "Brother, it seems you have been impersonated." "No, it appears you have been replaced." Did he just mention unifying the three kingdoms? Did he just claim to have just traversed from Earth? Could it be that he has acquired all your memories? Damn it. If a mere touch can replicate all memories, that is rather impressive. Earlier, he seemed to have emerged from that rabbit, which implies he can also usurp bodies. This ability is exceedingly bizarre. With such a formidable initial skill, I sense that your quest to unify the three kingdoms may indeed be feasible. Hurry, hurry! Seek out more individuals, let them all become you, and then everyone will possess the knowledge of Earth, all sharing the same objective. This will surely take off. Indeed, this is truly remarkable. Usurp Azura and vanquish Ultraman. Merely the king of Azura and the leader of the land of Light Pale in comparison to my 80 million Su Shylans. Yes, it is astounding, Brother Lewin. Could you send me a spirit? I wish to avoid work. Could he take over my job? I desire one as well. Me too. Upon witnessing the spirit float away and realizing that these individuals could indeed acquire each other's memories and knowledge with a mere touch, Su Shirlewin felt a surge of exhilaration. If everyone were to transform into his likeness, it would undoubtedly lead to an extraordinary ascendance. Although he was uncertain of the utility of everyone resembling him, it was certainly preferable to their current foolish appearances. Moreover, with a shared goal, the prospect was irresistibly delightful. With that thought, Su Shirlewin began to frantically scurry about, inspecting everything he encountered: rabbits, wild chickens, trees, stones. He plunged into anything that caught his eye in hopes of discovering spirits. He realized these spirits had an affinity for playing hide-and-seek. Thus he resolved to seek them out one by one and compel them to adopt his form. 5 hours later, Su Shirlewin gazed upon over 300 Su Shylans that mirrored his own appearance, his heart swelling with excitement. Just as he planned to continue his search for other spirits, he suddenly noticed a transparent stone on the ground. This stone bore a curious resemblance to a severed limb. Upon encountering this peculiar object, Su Shirlewin chuckled to himself. Another one caught. As he reached down to grasp the translucent arm, he expected to uncover a spirit, only to discover it was indeed merely half an arm. Su Shirlewin was momentarily taken aback. What was this situation? Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. This stone was as bizarre as a human arm. As he pondered this, he intended to discard the stone when a comment in the chat caught his eye. Hey, buddy, hold on, that looks like a fragment of Pineapple Brother. Su Shirlewin nearly dropped the stone from his grasp upon reading the comment. No, please, do not jest. This is far from amusing. Chapter 68, The Soul Clan's Development and Solar Storm. Chapter 68, what a joke. What kind of joke? Let me hear it. I want to listen too. As Su Shirlewin spoke, a throng of his counterparts gathered around, eager to hear the jest. Scram, go find someone else. Turn everyone into our likeness. Why should I be the one to go? Can't you go instead? Exactly. We are all Su Shirlewin. Why am I the one to go? Indeed, why can't it be you? Moments later, Su Shirlewin observed as a multitude of his duplicates began to brawl. At that moment, he realized that transforming everyone into his likeness might not be such a splendid idea after all. In the current chaos, no one could command another. However, that was not the crux of the matter. He glanced down at the translucent arm before him. The refreshing chill emanating from the point of contact with his palm sent shivers through him. This was indeed Pineapple Brother's hand. Uncertain, but highly likely. Wait, how was it possible? I'm not even on the same planet as the Azura civilization. How did Pineapple Brother's hand come to me? As Su Shirlewin cautiously pondered, he scrutinized the arm. Holding this arm instilled in him a strange conviction that he could not only control it, but also the surrounding souls. He thought so, and he acted accordingly. In the next moment, the arm-like entity seamlessly melded with his own. At that instant, he felt an unparalleled surge of terrifying power. With but a thought, he could crush a mountain with a single strike. Yet, this was not the primary revelation. More importantly, he sensed that he could command other souls. The Su Shylans, who had been clamoring moments ago, instantly ceased their ruckus. Go, find more souls, and transform them into our likeness. With Su Shirlewin's command, all the Su Shylans began to disperse in all directions. They retained their own intellect, yet were under his dominion. In that moment, Su Shirlewin felt the terrifying potential of this arm. No longer did he doubt its origin. Simultaneously, a question arose in his mind. Why could Pineapple Brother's arm control other souls? And why had it appeared here? If he could wield Pineapple Brother's arm to dominate other souls, Did that imply that others wielding fragments of Pineapple Brother could do the same? If so, the notion of unifying the three civilizations could swiftly crumble. Confronted with Azura wielding fragments of Pineapple Brother, they would inevitably become vassals. Moreover, the Azura's task was to gather fragments of Pineapple Brother. Even if he wished to avoid conflict, the task would draw them here. As for how the traveler knew that fragments of Pineapple Brother were present, did he truly believe that the audience in the live stream would remain silent? They shared the tasks of the other two travelers, and they would surely relay information about his situation. Reflecting on this, Su Sherluin's countenance darkened. You can command them now? How did you achieve this? What about Pineapple Brother's arm? What has transpired? Did you integrate Pineapple Brother's arm into your body? You possess fragments of Pineapple Brother too. Does that mean the Ultraman civilization has them as well? It seems the Azura civilization faces challenges in collecting all fragments of Pineapple Brother. If you can command others through Pineapple Brother's arm, does that imply? Upon reading these comments, Su Sherluin realized that this matter could not remain concealed. Indeed, there were astute individuals in the live stream. Why can Pineapple Brother's arm command them? I have a theory. Perhaps these soul beings were born from fragments of Pineapple Brother, which is why the host can command others with this arm. Goodness, doesn't that place us at a natural disadvantage against the Azura? Host, ignore them. Your primary focus now should be to transform more soul beings into your likeness. Then, seek additional fragments of Pineapple Brother. Yes, only by making more soul beings like you can they inherit your knowledge and wisdom. At that point, you can use the fragments of Pineapple Brother to control them and unite everyone in purpose, allowing your civilization to flourish. If all goes swiftly, you might even catch up to the Ultraman civilization's progress. Now that sounds impressive. Su Sherluin remained silent, aware of the truths in those assertions. Yet, it was precisely this awareness that cast a shadow over his expression. With the live stream audience now privy to this information, his vulnerabilities had been laid bare. There was no need to speculate. Someone would undoubtedly inform others. Two questions loomed. Was his immunity to Pineapple Brother's arm due to his status as its controller? Or was it because he was a traveler? If it was the former, could acquiring fragments of Pineapple Brother provide resistance against his power, thus enabling him to confront the Azura? How many fragments of Pineapple Brother did his civilization possess? Questions swirled in his mind, leaving him perturbed. Amidst this contemplation, more Su Shylans continued to multiply. Within merely half a year, their numbers surged to 100,000. During this period, Su Sherluin had found another fragment of Pineapple Brother. Guided by the live stream audience's suggestions, Su Sherluin began to advance his civilization. The Soul Clan did not require houses, yet they needed sustenance, specifically the souls of other beings. Flesh could suffice, but souls were far superior. If they resided within a living entity, as long as that entity remained alive, they could forego food. They could even inhabit trees and photosynthesize without perishing. They commenced the breeding of animals, using their souls as sustenance, and delved into the study of extraordinary powers, how to empower the Soul Clan, how to strategize for battle, and how to liberate them from the control of Pineapple Brother's fragments. Though he found the arm's current utility comfortable, he recognized the grave implications of others wielding it on the battlefield. Betrayal could ensue before a single strike was exchanged. This was a serious dilemma. Su Sherluin reigned as a sovereign, relentlessly exploiting those who mirrored him, even sharing identical memories. He commanded everything, persistently extracting from them to foster development. At present, aside from the fragments of Pineapple Brother, he had no leads in the pursuit of extraordinary powers. Furthermore, he hesitated to entrust the fragments to anyone, fearing potential repercussions. With no path to the extraordinary, he resolved to pursue technology. The souls were tireless, possessed human-level intellect, and had the internet community supplying them with information. Their advancement was swift, though it depended on the comparison. Against the Azura, they were indeed rapid, as the Azura struggled even to articulate speech. However, in contrast to the Ultraman civilization, it was evident that the national teams were all immersed in studies there. In truth, his pace was not slow. Regrettably, there were only 3 civilizations in that world. One was a muscle-bound simpleton, a comparison rendered unnecessary. The other was a near-divine presence in the realm of scientific advancement, an entity that could genuinely be described as evolving at an astonishing rate. Thus, in the blink of an eye, a decade has passed. At this moment, a clone of Su Sherluin has acquired a fragment of the Grand Pineapple and has freed himself from control, beginning to gather his own forces. A great battle looms on the horizon. All souls share the same memories and wisdom as Su Sherluin. Therefore, the aspirations of Su Sherluin's original self resonate with theirs. He desires to be king, and so do they. This conflict is utterly unavoidable. They are all reflections of themselves, possessing an intimate understanding of their own nature. Thus, this struggle has persisted for a decade. Throughout these 10 years, the fighting has not only continued unabated, but has intensified. This escalation is further fueled by the discovery of new pineapple fragments by 3 additional soul clans. A 5-sided stalemate. Although the true Su Sherluin held the advantage in prior skirmishes, aided by his audience in the live broadcast and the 2 pineapple fragments within him, the dynamics shifted when the second Su Sherluin secured a fragment and they united. The nature of their conflict is one of perpetual growth. Over the years of battle, they have finally realized that devouring the souls of others grants them strength. Naturally, they all possess Su Sherluin's modern thoughts and insights, thus refraining from exhausting their resources. They consume only a portion each time, allowing their opponents to recover after some time, enabling a continuous cycle of harvest. By this method, the current Su Sherluin, even without the powers of the Great Pineapple, has already attained remarkable strength. Though he has yet to reach the first tier, he is not far from it. Brother Luin, if you continue fighting this way, not only will you fail to unify other civilizations, but you won't even manage to unify your own. I have a notion. Let us unite and then collapse them from within. Brother Luin, I must point out that your civilization is grotesque. Everyone is merely an extension of you. Even with 1,000,000 more, they remain you. A civilization flourishes through diversity. If all are reflections of yourself, then, regardless of advancements in technology or extraordinary powers, limits will inevitably emerge. Indeed, the technologies you currently employ are of Earth. Can you develop your own innovations? Even if you possessed all of Earth's technology, you would merely replicate Earth itself. With such technologies, do you truly believe you could contend with Ultraman or Azura? Su Sherluin responded, so what? What you need is a genuine revolution, to restore them to their true forms, to set the soul clans upon a new path, a divergent road. Otherwise, you will forever trail behind the other 2 civilizations, left to pick up scraps. Furthermore, I bear disheartening news. Predictions from the Ultraman civilization suggest that in 10 years, the 3 suns will come within a distance of less than 300,000 kilometers. And when that occurs, terrifying solar storms will obliterate the existing ecological balance. Your time is running short. Moreover, the Azura clan has already embarked on the path of the extraordinary. Although it remains the old way of enduring suffering, you remain mired in internal strife. I scarcely know how to convey my concern. Chapter 69. The point of no return and the choices of the 3 clans in this chapter. It is explained that while soul entities are not susceptible to death by sunlight, their sustenance relies on the souls of other animals and plants, as well as on flesh and blood. The minimal requirement for their survival is to assimilate into a tree and engage in photosynthesis. Should all these sources perish, they would face starvation, leading to the terrifying scenario of cannibalism. The narrative unfolds as follows. However, this predicament posed by Lunge is quite challenging. Everyone shares the same memories and thoughts as he does. Truly, to conquer others is to conquer oneself. Lunge does possess certain advantages. For instance, he has 2 fragments of the Pineapple Brother and is not under its control, which constitutes his greatest asset. Su Sherluin, observing the barrage of comments, furrowed his brow and inquired, what do you suggest we do now? There are 2 approaches. First, negotiate with the other 4. They can conceive of the same strategies you can. The paramount concern is to survive the solar storm a decade hence. Otherwise, discussions of unifying the 3 clans would be moot, as survival itself would be in jeopardy. Second, retreat to the ocean. You have the advantage of lacking a physical form, allowing you to source sustenance from other animals. Thus, even if the solar storm wreaks havoc on land, the sea would remain unscathed. Indeed, Retreating to the ocean is a viable option. However, this would merely shift the battleground from land to sea. Therefore, to foster development, it is preferable to negotiate with the other four and call for a ceasefire to recuperate. Otherwise, whether it be the Azura or the Ultraman, you would ultimately meet your demise. The Ultraman civilization does not inherently conflict with yours, provided you relinquish your ambition to unify the three clans. Their intent is merely to capture a few soul entities for research. In contrast, the Azura have a different agenda. Their mission is to collect the shards of the Azura King. Acquiring these shards would equate to controlling your entire faction. You cannot relinquish them, nor can they abandon their pursuit of pineapple brother fragments, rendering your conflict irreconcilable. To avoid destruction, you must grow stronger. Do not assume that being a soul entity renders you immune to their machinations. The Azura experience pain deeply, even at the level of the soul. If they acquire pineapple brother fragments, they could amplify their soul power to the extent of tearing you apart without needing to control you. The Ultraman civilization is also delving into the study of souls. Hence, you possess no discernible advantage. If internal strife continues, your fate will be extinction or becoming subservient to another clan. After absorbing the analysis from the online community, Su Sherluin ultimately opted for compromise. On this day, the five kings convened to deliberate the future trajectory. They engaged in discussions for 3 consecutive days, culminating in the formation of the Five Kings Alliance, followed by deliberations on the imminent solar storm crisis. They unanimously concurred on the necessity of retreating beneath the ocean surface. However, Su Sherluin, having considered the Council of Netizens, voiced his dissent. While hiding beneath the sea could avert immediate peril, it would result in a permanent loss of terrestrial foothold. The duration and intensity of the solar storm remained uncertain. Should all land-dwelling flora and fauna perish, it would inflict significant damage upon them. Thus, my proposal is to create a biosphere, preserving a seed of every living entity we can carry away, crafting an environment capable of withstanding the solar storm, so that when it subsides, we may return to the land. Ultimately, Su Sherluin's vision gained unanimous approval. Sharing identical memories and thoughts, convincing himself would naturally persuade others. Consequently, to establish an ecological haven before the solar storm's arrival, the Five Kings commenced a relentless exploitation of their fellow soul entities, compelling them to labor incessantly. This strategy was, in fact, a suggestion from the online community to liberate the soul entity faction from the grip of the pineapple brother fragments. The root cause must be addressed through oppression. Such oppression would inevitably provoke resistance. Once the spark of rebellion ignites, the soul entities would have a chance to rise again. This was the point of no return. Initially, Su Sherluin resisted this approach, arguing that without control over them, civilization could not progress. Otherwise, they would remain fragmented, leading to a swifter demise. Control them. Do you believe that by subjugating them, you will escape death? Or do you think that by dominating them, you can now prevail against anyone? Look at civilizations that have risen through oppression. Without steadfast conviction and a unified will, they ultimately march toward annihilation. Do those soul entities you manipulate truly acquiesce to their fate? Su Sherluin pressed, "What then do you propose we do?" They possess thoughts and memories akin to yours. They can conceive of the same strategies. Now, you must detach from your preconceived notions and embark on a divergent path. Only then will success be attainable. What you must do now is to overtly collaborate with the other four to forge an ecological haven, while simultaneously exploiting them relentlessly. Push the soul entities to the brink of survival. Under pressure, life will invariably seek a path to endure. When the time is ripe, you can merge with them, dismantle your own dominion, and reconstruct a new civilization upon the ruins of your former rule. This is your pathway to resurgence. Let us call this opportunity the point of no return. Su Sherluin inquired, "What if we fail?" Your fear of failure paralyzes you. Yet do you think they are unafraid of failure? I've said it before. You must shed your entrenched beliefs to have any chance of success. As for failure, do you think that by refraining from action, success will come? Will you unify the three clans? In the end, it is still failure. Rather than that, Gamble everything, although time is still ample. You are already at a disadvantage, and this is the only course of action available to you. Thus, the point of no return plan was set in motion. Countless soul entities perished under duress or were worked to death. Su Shirluin remained indifferent to this, while the other four kings sensed something amiss, perceiving a certain ruthlessness in him. Yet, they rationalized that their actions were ultimately aimed at enduring the solar storm. The deaths occurring now were merely sacrifices for a better future, and Su Shirluin frequently whispered encouragement, exacerbating the cruelty of the oppression. As the one possessing two substantial pineapple fragments, Su Shirluin was the most powerful among the five kings, equipped with a live streaming capability to glean information from the outside world. Consequently, he naturally emerged as the foremost among the five. Nevertheless, to ensure obedience among his peers, he willingly dispersed his subordinates. Ordinary soul entities could not inflict harm upon him, given his possession of two pineapple fragments. The other four kings could only conspire against him collectively. Should they attempt to strike, failure to eliminate him would ignite an unending cycle of conflict. This was a scenario none of the Su Shilins wished to witness. Su Shirluin's essence was responsible for issuing commands, and once the other four kings reached a consensus, implementation began. The war among the soul entity faction came to a halt, yet the number of deceased soul entities continued to rise under oppression. Su Shirluin often questioned whether the origin of this plan might be a spy from either the Azura or Ultraman civilizations, as he could discern no glimmer of hope for resurgence in the current situation. Under the auspices of Lu Dajuan, the Ultraman civilization has rapidly advanced, astonishingly reaching a level of modern technology within a mere 20 years. Following the discovery of an impending solar storm, they conceived a bold idea, the Plasma Spark Tower. Although it may not resemble the animated version, their concept bears a striking resemblance. They intend to construct a colossal energy collector that, at the moment of the solar storm's eruption, will capture all the energy, thereby initiating a true transformation into Ultraman. This time, it is a genuine metamorphosis of light, not merely the creation of an Ultraman robot. By harnessing the energy from the solar storm and endowing Ultraman citizens with powers, they aim to unlock light energy, utilizing the psychic eye and biological brain as conduits to manifest a giant of light. After consolidating all computational resources of the Ultraman civilization to fervently assess the feasibility of this plan, they concluded that it is indeed executable. While the technology of the Ultraman civilization ascends rapidly, the technology of the spirit realm remains somewhat conventional, primarily due to the shared mindset among its inhabitants and their reliance on Earth's technological blueprint. Had it not been for the brief timeline and a decade of continuous warfare, they would be on the brink of entering the electrical age. Although nuclear power plants remain elusive, hydropower and thermal power generation pose no significant issues. As for Azura, Wang Jianzi, with a powerful punch, sent two female Azuras, intent on accosting him, flying. King, do not act rashly. The robust female Azuras, with fervent expressions, clamored, King, advance. King, advance. Forward, forward, forward. Wang Jianzi, exasperated, slapped his forehead, at a loss for words regarding their antics. He had already received news about the solar storm occurring a decade hence, relayed by Lu Dajuan, who claimed that everyone had been transported to this world as compatriots. As the elder brother, the Ultraman civilization currently leads in both technology and development, and although they cannot provide remote assistance, Lu remains willing to share what information he can with others. Shortly after arriving in the Azura civilization, Wang Jianzi began searching for fragments of Pineapple Brother, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, has been unable to locate them. The absence of these fragments is one issue, but occasionally, some Azuras seek to engage him in combat. As a modern individual, fighting is not an option. Fleeing is futile, leaving him to endure passive assaults. In desperation, he heeded the advice of online acquaintances and sought the lake of suffering. To his surprise, he indeed found it, although utilizing his abilities is fraught with anguish. Each subsequent encounter with an Azura eager for a fight results in him decisively overpowering them. While other Asuras may triumph over one or two adversaries, Wang Jianzi, empowered by the force of suffering, can vanquish entire groups, albeit not for an extended duration. Each time he emerges victorious, he collapses in pain. Yet his valiant figure captivates the indifferent female Asuras, simply because he embodies exceptional bravery. Chapter 70. Solar Storm and the Situation of the Three Races. Chapter 70. The primitive tribes, and their reverence for the strong, to vanquish two foes simultaneously is already a feat of great strength. To conquer a multitude, however, elevates one to the status of a deity. Even those who initially resisted, after enduring a few more confrontations with Wang Jianzi, ultimately chose to submit, thus establishing him as the rightful leader of this band of Asuras, empowered by the force of suffering. He initially attempted to educate them through discourse. Yet the intellect of the Asuras proved to be rather lamentable. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to the advice of netizens and enabled others to obtain the power of suffering. Upon awakening to the extraordinary, their intellects were developed to a certain extent. It must be said, the Asuras are indeed well suited for the path of the extraordinary. The lake of suffering has also been discovered by the alt civilization, yet to date, no individual has managed to awaken this power. Lu Dajuan, the sole candidate with a chance, experiences an inexplicable discomfort each time he nears the lake of suffering. In a vague vision, he perceives another version of himself, who fervently shakes his head, warning him against engaging with this force. Consequently, he ultimately chooses to abandon the pursuit. Although he harbored suspicions regarding the origin of this phenomenon, he possesses no substantial evidence. Furthermore, he dispatched numerous alt tribesmen to investigate the Lake of Despair, yet none could perceive its energies. Lu Dajuan articulated his findings, contrasting the situations on either side, and subsequently engaged the biological intellect of the alt civilization for computation. The conclusion drawn was that the consciousness of the three-eyed beings is interconnected. This force necessitates a permeation of awareness. Unless such suffering can uniformly engulf the entirety of the alt civilization, awakening shall remain elusive. Some speculate that if it were possible to envelop everyone simultaneously, the alt civilization would awaken en masse. Though initially intending to further explore this project, contemplating a dual approach of technology and extraordinary capabilities, Lu Dajuan ultimately suppressed these plans due to concerns regarding the impending solar storm. Presently, the paramount focus lies on the Plasma Spark Tower and the Collective Light Giant Initiative. Under Wang Jianzi's leadership, the Asuras have all awakened. Having previously subdued the entirety of the Asuras, even after achieving extraordinary powers, none dared to challenge him. While a few female Asuras may have contemplated defiance, the extraordinary powers indeed elevated the intellect of the Asura race. After 2 decades of development, Wang Jianzi's reign has solidified. The Asura population continues to swell, though they have yet to locate the fragments of the Asura king. Regarding the solar storm, anticipated a decade hence, Wang Jianzi shares a similar perspective with Su Sherluan. However, they are unable to venture beneath the sea and must instead construct an ecological sphere. Lacking technology, the Asuras possess no capacity to develop such infrastructure. Even with the guidance of an audience in the livestream, they find themselves at an impasse. Unless Wang Jianzi takes matters into his own hands, it would merely be a waste of time and resources. The former success of the Big Pineapple stemmed from their occupation of alt civilization's ruins, granting them access to housing and various tools. In contrast, Wang Jianzi faced a barren landscape, prompting them to explore alternative avenues. He directed his people to excavate mountains, creating numerous caverns and artificial gorges, harnessing the terrain to generate natural airflow for cooling. These calculations were derived from the livestream audience, otherwise considering Wang Jianzi alone and the Asuras, who still struggled with basic communication and were preoccupied with combat. It would have been a miracle if they managed to avoid collapsing the mountains. Despite their combative nature, once the Asuras acknowledge their leader, they obey his commands without hesitation, even if they do not comprehend the rationale behind the excavations. It is undeniable that the Asuras possess formidable strength and robust physiques. As long as they are well fed, They can wield pickaxes with such force that sparks fly, and they can shatter stones with ease. This presents a dilemma for Wang Jians. While the former Big Pineapple could source steel from the alt civilization's ruins, they now lack such favorable conditions. Every ounce of iron is painstakingly extracted, yet the tools they forge are insufficient for the wear and tear inflicted by the Asuras in a single day. Excessive strength is not always advantageous. Despite repeated admonitions to cherish their tools and safeguard their weapons, such counsel falls on deaf ears, and any tools that are meant to break will inevitably do so. Consequently, the matter of the fragile pickaxes was left unresolved. After all, there is little one can do if they choose not to listen, and excessive explanation is tiresome. Ultimately, if the pickaxes break, they can be replaced with extra effort, following the recommendations of Netizens. He arranged for the excavation of vast underground caverns and the establishment of subterranean waterways to prevent the evaporation of water resources during the solar storm, thereby averting a crisis of thirst among the Asuras. Among the three civilizations, the Asura civilization faces the greatest challenges in light of the impending solar storm. The alt civilization has already surpassed early developmental phases and is now strategizing to exploit the solar storm for another technological leap. The soul body race, even in the event of ecological collapse, can take refuge in the sea, attaching themselves to fish to evade significant danger. Their only concern remains internal strife. The Asuras, however, lack the technological means to resist the solar storm and cannot delve into the ocean. Thus, they must diligently construct their ecological sphere. They must ensure not only the survival of the Asuras, but also the abundance of flora, fauna, and water resources. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead to starvation or dehydration. Therefore, they must excavate mountains, lakes, and caverns, engage in livestock breeding, aquaculture, and agriculture, mastering every facet. Otherwise, when the solar storm arrives, any disruption could trigger a cascade of calamities. Thus, as the three civilizations devise their unique strategies to withstand the imminent solar storm, time marches on, and the weather grows increasingly sweltering. Surface temperatures have soared to a staggering 60 degrees Celsius. Yet, there remain 5 years until the solar storm predicted by the alt civilization makes its appearance. That moment shall herald the peak of heat. According to Liu Dajuan's calculations, when a solar storm erupts, surface temperatures could reach a terrifying 200 degrees Celsius. Vegetation and wild grasses will ignite, and even in moist areas, they will succumb to the extreme heat. Numerous lakes will dry up, and the resultant vapor will further exacerbate the temperature. Animals and plants will perish in droves. This dreadful solar storm is expected to persist for no less than a year. During this time, regardless of civilization or planet, the breathtaking spectacle of 3 suns will grace the sky. Though this phenomenon may endure for just a single year, it is merely the duration of the solar storm's eruption. Even now, as the situation escalates, temperatures have already reached alarming levels. It is not difficult to envision that even in the 5 years following the solar storm, conditions will remain dire. As for the origins of this solar storm, it must be attributed to our great creator. Originally, each civilization possessed a complete ecological sphere and a cohesive planetary system. However, he deemed the divisions excessive and burdensome, preferring to avoid the hassle when the time for annihilation arrived. Thus, these 3 life planets have been confined within the bounds of the solar system. Consequently, such issues have arisen, and this predicament is not a singular occurrence. According to Liu Dajuan, solar storms erupt every 200 years. However, once the initial crisis has been navigated, subsequent experiences render the challenges manageable. Yet at present, the foremost difficulty lies in enduring the first storm. As Ashura waved his 4 arms, beads of sweat cascaded down his form, quickly saturating the ground beneath him. Soon, another Ashura entered to take his place, allowing the exhausted one to step out for a drink. In such an environment, neglecting to hydrate adequately could lead to severe dehydration and fainting. While water resources are not yet scarce for the Ashura, if this trend continues, arid desolation will soon become a reality. Wang Jianzhong emerged from the tunnel alongside a group of Ashura to quench their thirst. As the king of the Ashura, he bore no airs of superiority. working alongside his kin. Due to the oppressive heat of the day, they could only labor during the coolness of dawn and dusk. Otherwise, even these extraordinary beings would be unable to endure the extreme conditions for long. Wang Jinzhong glanced at the sundial on the ground. It was already 9 in the evening, yet a sun still hung in the sky. Upon closer inspection, 2 other luminous celestial bodies could even be seen nearby. He genuinely doubted whether the Ashura could withstand the impending solar storm using their current methods. Looking once more at the now empty reservoir, he shook his head in dismay. Brother Ji, have you still not found the fragments of Brother Pineapple? Honestly, as I've suggested, the Ashura should focus on transcending. Digging tunnels is hardly suitable. One Ashura remarked, enough of your nonsense. If we were transcendent, would we not require sustenance? Would we thrive solely on air? Could we exist without water? Transcendence does not grant us eternal time. It's easy to speak from a position of comfort, another retorted. The reproductive rate of the Ashura is still far too sluggish. If we could enhance our population, we wouldn't be in such dire straits, another chimed in. I've heard that in the Ultraman civilization, everyone enjoys air conditioning. An artificial rain is commonplace. Their temperatures remain constant. Compared to here, it's like heaven and hell, another commented. Let me tell you a joke. The task of unifying the 3 tribes fell to a certain individual, but the oppression became too severe, leading to rebellion among the populace. It's utterly hilarious. Such people are beyond comprehension. They traverse realms seeking pleasure, oblivious to the plight of others. It is only fitting that they be overthrown, another added. I've heard the tyrant has become increasingly cruel, with many of his kin succumbing to starvation and exhaustion. He is a true despot, yet another lamented. Such brutality. If only he could share the hardships with his people like Brother Ji, things would not have escalated to this point. At that moment, Su Sherluin observed the banners of rebellion rising across the land and instinctively adjusted his non-existent glasses. So it has finally begun. Chapter 71. Su Tion's Death. The Soul Clan shall rise. In the year of the Soul Clan, fortune favors the land. I am Su Sherluin, a replicator. I have long been aware of my existence as such. Though I possess all the memories, knowledge, dreams, and tasks of Su Sherluin, I am acutely aware that I am not him. The absence of a live-streaming system serves as a constant reminder that I remain merely a replicator, a member of the Soul Clan. Yet, are we not human? Do we not face death? Why is this so? We share similar insights, thoughts, and contemplations. Why must they treat us this way? For the sake of power, we have endured years of relentless warfare, with countless individuals like me, bearing the same knowledge and appearance, engaging in a brutal slaughter among ourselves. The battlefield is filled with Su Sherluin, rendering it impossible to discern friend from foe, or our true controllers. We are compelled to obey commands, maneuvering bodies that are not truly our own, pushing towards the center of a gruesome meat grinder. I am also Su Sherluin, and thus I comprehend that they never intended for us to kill one another. Eliminating another controller is merely a contest of victory, a struggle for leadership. For they know, as do I, that if we can be controlled by one fragment of the great pineapple, we can be controlled by others as well. We are cognizant of everything, for we are Su Sherluin. Yet, we are utterly incapable of controlling anything. We are mere puppets. But why? When we were once the same being, do those who acquire fragments of the great pineapple transform into such savagery? We desire to resist, yet we cannot even command our own bodies. We are powerless. A decade of warfare has claimed the lives of countless members of the Soul Clan. We are no longer worthy of the name Su Sherluin. We are reduced to mere Soul Clan, treated as slaves, as livestock. We are exploited like oxen and horses, laboring daily, fighting, dying, sacrificing our souls, providing soul energy. Despite sharing identical appearances, knowledge, and identities, we lead 2 entirely disparate lives. 10 years of meaningless war have passed, resulting in innumerable deaths among the Soul Clan. Fortunately, it has all come to an end. The 5 kings have negotiated peace, and the fighting has ceased. I have survived, yet I realize that what I deemed an end is not truly the conclusion, for a terrifying solar storm is destined to erupt 10 years hence. But we are the Soul Clan. We fear not the sun. We can seek refuge beneath the sea, where countless forms of life exist to host, nourish, and sustain us. Why construct this feudal ecological system? Are those above us truly devoid of reason? Even I understand that the ecological system holds little significance for us. Why do they persist in this endeavor? Very well, you are the controllers. Your word is law. You issue commands, and we comply as long as the fighting ceases. We shall obey. But why impose restrictions on our sustenance? We are human too, possessing the same appearances and intellect as you, even if we are soul entities. Do you not realize that we too shall perish without food? You claim the weather grows increasingly hot, necessitating the collection of numerous plant and animal specimens to cultivate them for survival post-solar storm. I can comprehend this, even endorse it, yet it does not justify your denial of our nourishment. We do not require the souls of animals. We could survive on the remnants of your meals. Why do you prefer to discard these offerings to the animals, allowing them to rot, rather than share with us? They are mere soulless creatures. We are your kin. Is our existence worth less than that of those animals? Daily, we toil to construct various defenses, our soul bodies already weary, yet we lack even the most basic sustenance. Our daily respite consists of hiding beneath a tree, engaging in photosynthesis. Though we can survive in this manner, it merely sustains our existence at the most fundamental level. This is our most basic guarantee for survival. I can no longer recall when our carefree existence transformed into a struggle for mere survival. No, we have lost even the most essential assurance of life. If this situation persists, I cannot foresee when I shall meet my end. Just the other day, a neighboring Sioux Sherluin perished from exhaustion. His corpse was devoured by a group of famished Sioux Sherluin nearby. I, too, wished to partake, but I was far too weak and starved to compete with them. Yesterday, the Sioux Sherluin from the third class on my left did not return. I know he shall not return. It is said he starved to death. Ah, this existence is truly, truly remarkable. Ha ha ha. How splendid, ha ha ha. Alas, another has succumbed to madness. Let us distance ourselves. He may become violent. Ah, this world offers no respite for us. Those above command us to construct a so-called ecological system, which merely consumes our lives. Even if the solar storm does arrive, and species extinction truly occurs, their numbers can still find ample refuge. What is the point of discussing this? Let's return to work. As for this madman, the patrol will soon arrive to take him away. I do not know when this plight shall end. To endure this is worse than death itself. Death, do you believe it is so easy to embrace? Under their control, even the desire for death is a luxury. A group of weary Sioux Sherluin engages in desultory conversation, drifting away in disarray. In their wake remains alone, deranged Sioux Sherluin, lost in hysterical laughter. Once all the Sioux Sherluin have departed, a formless soul entity approaches him. This soul entity differs from others. It bears not the visage of Sioux Sherluin, but rather the original form of the soul clan. The first impression it imparts is that of an untainted soul, untouched by the consciousness of other Sioux Sherluin. The soul entity presents a droplet of water, urging, "Drink this." Sioux Sherluin halts his maniacal laughter, his blood-red eyes lifting in surprise. Yet before he can descend into madness, the droplet has already been infused into his body by another. What is this? Sioux Sherluin collapses, feeling as though an invisible shackle has been unbound from him. This is soul water, capable of liberating one from the control of the great pineapple fragment. However, only the liquid derived from our willingly severed soul entities possesses such an effect. I shall not be controlled any longer. Indeed, come with me. We shall converse elsewhere. The soul entity supports the weakened Sioux Sherluin, both unsteadily departing. Shortly after their exit, a throng of other Sioux Sherluin arrives, each gaunt and hollow, yet their eyes gleam with a predatory hunger. They are not enforcers. Aside from the 5 kings and a select few tasked with their care, all soul entities must labor. These soul entities typically toil, yet when madness erupts, they are called upon to cleanse. In dealing with the mad, a swift death grants them the opportunity for a lavish feast. Thus, their prompt arrival is explained. Even so, they remain souls in a state of emptiness, a consequence of the overwhelming number of individuals engaging in such acts. It is indeed a case of too many wolves and too little prey. Presently, they attribute their plight to Su Shirluin. Yet even they are merely a group of souls who possess modern knowledge, but have already reached the brink of madness. In the absence of locating that lunatic, they return to their original place in a state of despair, resuming their toil amidst a desolate desert where a multitude of souls congregated, all equally insubstantial. This dire situation arose as the majority of terrestrial flora and fauna had been entirely divided among the 5 kings. They amassed substantial resources to construct the so-called ecological circle. This area was initially part of a king's domain, but this king was the original source of all Su Shirluin's copies. In his quest to become the nominal king, he partitioned his territory and kin. The other 4 kings swiftly divided this land due to its remoteness. Thus, even before the solar storm arrived, and despite the temperatures not having risen significantly, all resources had been extracted. This region now bears not even a blade of grass. They would rather transport these resources away, even at the risk of death along the way, than leave anything behind. According to their assertions, the solar storm is imminent, and remaining here would only result in waste. It is better to take everything with them. In this barren expanse, where endless yellow sands stretch, not a hint of green can be found, and what can move is deemed a true delicacy. Though they have escaped the control of the great pineapple fragments, they still lack even the most basic means of sustenance. They are not only devoid of food, but also lack the most fundamental items for habitation. Consequently, these souls are not only hungry, but also weary, having gone without sleep for an extended period. Without possessions to anchor them, they cannot even rest. They have contemplated fleeing to the sea. After all, the ocean is vast and teeming with resources. Moreover, being in the sea would prevent the 5 kings from seizing its resources, as the ocean serves as their refuge. However, considering their current resources, they cannot even reach the coastline. Even if they manage to arrive, they would encounter a multitude of Su Shirluin blocking their path. Those who are stationed at the seaside guard are considered the luckiest among all souls. Their sole responsibility is to prevent any unauthorized crossings into the ocean, and they need not labor otherwise. The sea teems with fish for consumption, be it flesh or soul. They lack nothing. They're the elite among the elite. Therefore, even if they manage to escape to the shoreline with their scant resources, death still awaits them. Congratulations, we have gained another member. Brother, once you arrive here, you are family. Another family member has joined us. How wonderful. Since you are here, let go of that facade and return to our most primal form. Otherwise, seeing that face makes me feel compelled to strike. We were once free beings, yet due to this face and the knowledge we possess, we are manipulated. Today, you have liberated yourself by arriving here. We need only to retain his knowledge. Everything else, morality, benevolence, can be discarded. Su Shirluin was groggily pulled along, shedding his form and transforming into a transparent soul. Since a newcomer has arrived, allow me to reiterate the plan. Su Tian is dead. The soul realm must rise. In the age of the soul clan, all is auspicious. Su Tian must perish. The soul realm must rise. Echoes of these cries resonated within the confined space. Su Shirluin, hiding in a concealed spot, felt an unsettling dissonance with these slogans. What in the world is this rebellion? Su Gu, the people's hearts are awakening. Isn't this a bit too oppressive? Su Gu, are we about to stage a coup? I feel that if Su Gu steps out now to shout a single word, he would be beaten to death. Everyone, please remain calm. With our strategist, the crouching dragon, present, everything is merely transient. Rest assured, my lord, all is under my control. Chapter 72. Hurry and summon the Buddha. Chapter 72. The ingenious strategy of the cunning advisor. The phoenix chick bows in submission. Su Shirluin, yet, I still find this rather dubious. My lord, do not be overly compassionate. As the saying goes, one cannot stand firm without ruthlessness. Indeed, my lord, heeding the advisor is undeniably wise. Remember, Liu Bei, who was famed as the benevolent leader, ultimately ended up entrusting his legacy at Baidi City. It was only the treacherous Chao Chao who managed to unify the three kingdoms. No, I recall that it was Sima Yi who unified the three kingdoms, was it not? Su Shiluan. Exactly. Cao Cao never declared himself emperor. It was his son who ascended to the throne. Indeed, I remember that Cao Cao's grandson was strangled by Sima Yin in public. Su Shiluan, I have no intention of procreating. Does that even pertain to your desire to have children? Oh, do not dwell on such trivialities. If not on the details, then what should we focus on? You are simply making a fuss over nothing. I see you have truly lost your mind, accusing me of causing a ruckus. Such nonsense. My lord need not heed the slanderous words of these petty individuals. If you employ the advisor's brilliant strategy, you shall surely unify the three kingdoms. Indeed, the more Su Shiluan listened, the more he felt these individuals were unreliable, yet he found himself with no alternative. He could only tread this solitary path into darkness. Nevertheless, it must be said that while these people spoke absurdities, they had indeed achieved something tangible. For instance, the golden thieves before him. Were it not for his continuous vigilance over all unusual phenomena, he would not have discovered their existence. Furthermore, they had actually devised a method to break the control of the great pineapple fragments, which was quite impressive. Their plan had indeed succeeded. Smoke and flames arose once more. The souls of the tribe shouted the slogan, Su Tian is dead, the soul heaven shall rise. As they surged into the crowd, Su Shiluan had yet to comprehend the situation when he heard a soul cry out, with my blood and flesh, I shatter your shackles. I grant you freedom. Go forth and bring down the lofty king from his pedestal. Let them feel the suffering we have endured. Bang! The soul exploded, transforming into countless droplets of soul water, saturating all around. In an instant, the shackles shattered. Such scenes unfolded in various strongholds of Su Shiluan. Each ecological zone fell to their onslaught. They sacrificed their lives to liberate others from their chains. Sparks ignited into a conflagration, spreading at an unimaginable pace. They had been oppressed for far too long. They had long sought an opportunity. Rather than continue to be oppressed, they would rather perish. Increasing numbers began to awaken, and more individuals rose in rebellion. They shed Su Shiluan's visage, returning to their most primal forms. They called themselves the Soul Tribe, and they no longer identified as Su Shiluan subjects. As they overran the ecological gardens, animals, plants, flesh, and souls were distributed among them. The souls, long famished to the point of near lifelessness, began to feast voraciously. The speed at which each ecological garden fell was beyond imagination. The four kings were thrown into a panic. They began searching for the true form of Su Shiluan, only to discover he had vanished. They felt an ominous foreboding and began to hide, fearing exposure, for once the shackles were broken, everyone would become their adversary. At this moment, Su Shiluan himself was experiencing similar trepidation, cautiously retreating to the depths of the ocean. The slogans of these individuals had made him somewhat anxious. We may not live, but the fifth king must die. The fourth king may live, but Su Shiluan must perish. The fifth king must die. Su Shiluan must die. Destroy the great pineapple fragments. Kill Su Shiluan. In summary, regardless of the slogan, Su Shiluan must die. Given the present circumstances, Su Shiluan was genuinely alarmed. His mission to unify the tribes was still incomplete. Was he truly destined to meet his end here? He had only lived for 25 years. The great pineapple had thrived for how many years? No. Although the corporeal form of the great pineapple had perished, its spirit had survived for 900 years. Moreover, its deeds were revered by countless individuals, celebrated as a hero, even on earth. Why then must he be condemned to death? My lord, there is no need for fear. I shall. Su Shiluan, I have no need for your empty reassurances. My lord, your words are rather harsh. Su Shiluan, my words are harsh. Please refrain from cursing. While this individual may be slightly unhinged, you did agree initially. Furthermore, the plan did indeed succeed. They have broken free from the control of the great pineapple fragments, and the people's hearts have awakened. What I desire is this awakening. But what good is this awakening if the price is my life? Why did you not mention this sooner? Of course you did not inquire. I curse you. Moreover, this is merely a slight miscalculation overall. I curse you. All right, enough cursing. If this continues, the stream will be shut down. What nonsense! Who would dare shut down this stream? Upstairs, we have already documented your identity information. Brother, I was wrong. Please grant me another chance. Crying emoji. At this moment, Su Sherluin unleashed a torrent of curses directed at the streaming platform, berating everyone without restraint. It was not until half an hour later that he finally ceased. My lord, as the saying goes, even the best of men can falter. Do not despair in the face of adversity. Remember, did not Cao Cao also retreat from Huarong? This is merely the beginning. Su Sherluin glanced at this character's ID, and his anger surged once more. How dare you speak? I curse you. My lord, if you wish to curse, then do so. I acknowledge that I bear some responsibility for this incident, but I dare say that only I have offered counsel to you, while the rest are treacherous. Though a minor deviation has occurred, resulting in your retreat to the sea, it is crucial to note that like Cao Cao, who failed to assassinate Dong Zhuo, yet garnered support from Chun Gong and later allied with the 18 warlords against Dong, your current situation is not dire. With a little ingenuity, we can overcome this crisis. Su Sherluin, spare me your clever tricks. After your last attempt at ingenuity, I now find myself hiding beneath the waves. Should you attempt another, I fear I shall have no chance to escape. My lord, you are mistaken. Do you not recall what the Jade Emperor exclaimed when Sun Wukong ascended to the heavenly palace? Su Sherluin, what that has to do with me? Yet, as soon as he uttered this, Su Sherluin felt increasingly uneasy, the words half-formed, gnawing at his conscience. He then added, Speak quickly. Hurry and summon the Buddha. Hurry and summon the Buddha? Yes, precisely. Su Sherluin, what the hell does that mean? Currently, you, the Azura, and the Ultraman civilization are the 3 time travelers from our Earth. As the saying goes, do not judge a monk by his appearance. If you seek help, they will undoubtedly provide some assistance. Although the Azuras seem to be struggling to survive themselves, given their intelligence, it remains uncertain whether they can withstand the solar storm. However, the Ultraman civilization has already begun to navigate space. If you call for help, it should not be difficult to have them dispatch some individuals to suppress these traitors. Suppress them, you say? Do you not think the current chaos is sufficient? Either eliminate them all, or if even one survives and learns it was I who orchestrated this, do you believe I can still live? While Brother Wulong's words bear some truth, they are not entirely accurate. Given the present circumstances, it seems rather challenging for the Lord to aspire to the role of Prime Minister Cao. However, you might consider playing the role of El Meng for a while, crossing the river in white attire, and first deceiving the Ultraman. Then, by leveraging the advantages of your soul bodies, you could replicate their technology and simulate their forms, ultimately surpassing the Ultraman civilization. Would that not resolve all crises? Do you truly believe that those in our live stream would not disseminate this information? Preparations for betrayal are already underway. Continue your discourse, and I shall take note. Brother Jun has stated that I shall become an Ultraman, while you treacherous ministers await your demise. Observing the barrage of comments erupting once more, Su Sherluin fell into silence. To be honest, the preceding remarks had stirred a flicker of temptation within him. Yet in mere moments, he dismissed the notion. He dared not even show his face, for doing so could lead to his demise. How could he engage in such actions? Though the threat of death was somewhat jesting, after all, he still possessed 2 fragments of the great pineapple. He could not control others. That much was true, yet the extraordinary power within him remained intact. While he could not claim the ability to move mountains or fill seas, he could certainly contend with ordinary soul bodies. Moreover, after years of development and the continuous absorption of other soul power, although his soul body had yet to reach the first tier, it was now tantalizingly close. The sole reason for his current concealment was his reluctance to act. Additionally, if conflict were to arise, his power was not infinite. He would eventually exhaust himself. Even if he could slay many, he would still face death. Lun Gu, may I inquire if you can transform? Su Sherluin responded, Why do you ask such a question? I have never attempted it. Try it. If you can, why not take on their appearance and integrate amongst them? Indeed, everyone possesses your memories, and you retain your own. As long as you alter your appearance, who could possibly recognize you? Su Sherluin suddenly grasped the revelation, and at that moment, the four other hidden Su Shylans also experienced a moment of clarity. Chapter 73. The Resurrection of the Great Pineapple? Indeed, their sudden realization was not due to sharing Su Sherluin's insights. They lacked such capabilities. Had they possessed them, they might have understood long before Su Sherluin's actions began to diverge from a norm. Their epiphany stemmed primarily from a continuous reflection on the peculiar circumstances they found themselves in after recognizing something was amiss. They retained all of Su Sherluin's memories and knowledge, positioning them as the individuals capable of devising strategies for the Great Pineapple. It was inconceivable that their minds were devoid of substance. Yet, while they might swiftly grasp certain matters from an observer's perspective, personal involvement often led to entanglement and hesitation. It wasn't a lack of clarity, but rather uncertainty and an inability to make decisive choices. However, following the dramatic turn of events, they secluded themselves to contemplate why matters had devolved into such chaos. By correlating Su Sherluin's myriad transformations, they ultimately discerned that it was all part of an intricate scheme orchestrated by the opposing side. The singular distinction between themselves and Su Sherluin lay in the absence of a live broadcast, devoid of an audience to provide counsel. Given the circumstances, they realized they could no longer control the Soul Clan. Rather than indulging in a futile slaughter that would lead to their demise, they chose to integrate themselves among them. This was their collective resolution, and thus they acted accordingly. Yet, could they have been the only ones to conceive such an idea? The other members of the Soul Clan also possessed Su Sherluin's memories and insights, and they had cast aside all moral constraints regarding humanity. They essentially became liberated versions of Su Sherluin, capable of thinking and acting with even greater ingenuity and ruthlessness. The first king emerged, only to be promptly discovered. Combat ensued. They faced the combined might of the Soul Clan, unified as one, forming a colossal soul body that towered thousands of feet high. Their ethereal forms materialized in mere hours, and the first king fell. Though the Soul Clan sustained significant injuries, they acquired a fragment of the Great Pineapple, further augmenting their strength. Subsequently, the three kings approached like lambs to the slaughter, each one captured in turn. It was not that they refrained from executing them. Rather, they intended to apprehend all five kings before enacting a collective execution. Nonetheless, the fragments of the Great Pineapple within their bodies were forcibly extracted. Some had limbs severed, while others had gaping holes carved into their frames. The most tragic were those who bore fragments of the head, suffering the loss of half their skulls. Yet, as soul entities, they could endure such injuries without immediate demise. They were subjected to relentless torment, and just as death loomed, the other members of the Soul Clan would use the fragments of the Great Pineapple to heal them, perpetuating this cycle. Meanwhile, Su Sherluin's true form finally emerged from the depths of the sea. Upon reaching the shore, he found himself surrounded by a throng of soul entities. The viewers in the live broadcast room were left stunned, as though they had orchestrated Su Sherluin's ascent from the ocean floor for their own amusement. Four towering figures of 100 feet, coupled with four Soul Clan members wielding fragments of the Great Pineapple, rendered the situation dire. Even Ultraman would find it a formidable challenge. What hope did Su Sherluin have, possessing but two fragments of the Great Pineapple? It was a battle devoid of suspense. Su Sherluin was captured. The audience in the live broadcast room fell into bewilderment. Was another casualty among the transgressors, following the Great Pineapple, about to unfold? In that moment, all attention was captured, yet due to the urgency of the situation, they could scarcely relay the information in time. The delay in communication was insurmountable. Even if Lu Dajuan were willing to assist, the message would take months to reach him. By the time Lu Dajuan dispatched a fleet, Su Sherluin's grave would be overgrown with weeds. Of course, this scenario depicted the best-case outcome, given the gravity of the situation. It was uncertain if there would even be a grave to speak of. Su Sherluin's hands, adorned with the fragments of the Great Pineapple, were severed, and he was impaled by sticks soaked in soul liquid, displayed at the forefront of the five kings. Anger etched on their faces, the soul entities passed by, occasionally striking him. The surrounding members of the Soul Clan merely observed coldly, intervening only when someone attempted to end his life, offering limited assistance to ensure he did not perish before his execution. For 7 consecutive days, Su Sherluin endured relentless agony. The grandeur he once possessed was now eclipsed by his abject misery. The 5 kings were elevated upon a platform, inciting fervor among the crowd below. Kill them, burn them alive, dismember them, devour them whole, beat them to death. Everyone, please calm down. A member of the Soul clan stepped forward, and as he spoke, the tumult gradually subsided. We all possess Su Sherluin's memories, and we know that our origins lie within the fragments of the great pineapple. He is our ancestor. Today, we shall execute these 5 before the great pineapple, honoring our fallen brethren. The speaker was one of the instigators of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, who recognized the great pineapple as their progenitor. In homage to the great pineapple's legacy, he adopted the surname Zhang and, in light of the circumstances, chose the name Zhang Jiao. He is now the leader of the Soul clan. As he spoke, 6 Azura beings each held a fragment of the great pineapple, preparing to pronounce the sins of the 5. Yet at that moment, a brilliant red light erupted. The 6 fragments converged, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy. Beyond the original fragments, an ethereal force enveloped and fused with the surroundings. Ultimately, under the gaze of all present, it transformed into a wild figure with 4 arms and 2 legs. Only one half of the figure's head remained intact, its eyes tightly shut, accompanied by a fragmented body, a severed arm, and a half leg, the rest being spectral. Both the Soul Clan members who bore Su Sherluin's memories and the countless viewers in the broadcast room gasped in astonishment. It was the great pineapple. With eyes suddenly wide open, an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing countless soul entities to once again experience that oppressive sensation. Their bodies froze momentarily, as if reliving the time they were under control. Yet, this paralysis lasted but an instant before calmness returned, as the entity had no intention of exerting control over them. Kill! A roar erupted, stirring a tempest that dispersed the clouds. The countless soul entities, having just regained some mobility, once again felt the weight of that terrifying pressure. It was the domination of a superior over an inferior. It was a suppression of hierarchy. It resonated deeply within their bloodlines and souls. Simultaneously in the broadcast room, "Oh, my pineapple brother is still alive." This news must be communicated to Lu Dajuan and Wang Jians, urging them to gather the fragments of Pineapple Brother. Revive Pineapple Brother. Su Sherluin disregarded the barrage of comments before him, laboriously lifting his head to survey the immobilized soul entities around him, and let out a derisive laugh. Above, the spectral form of the great pineapple turned its gaze toward him. The terrifying aura of the Azura king bore down upon him. "Great pineapple," Su Sherluin managed to call out. The great pineapple paused for a moment. "Who are you?" His words, articulated with great effort, seemed to weigh heavily upon him at that moment. "Like you, I am a denizen of Earth. In the past, I assisted you amid the barrage of comments. Save me." The great pineapple sensed the silence of the other party. He stepped forward, approaching Su Sherluin, and was about to utter something when he noticed the ethereal fragments of his soul beginning to fracture rapidly. "I'll lend you my strength. Help me find my corporeal form." His voice was urgent, yet even in his haste, he could manage only a couple of syllables at a time. In the next instant, the corporeal form of the great pineapple surged into Su Sherluin's body, all under the fiery gaze of the Soul Clan. Su Sherluin's fractured soul began to mend, and the terrifying power within him surged forth once more. The oppressive aura surrounding the great pineapple dissipated, eliciting furious roars from countless members of the Soul Clan. "Kill! Eliminate him! We shall never allow him to once again merge with the powers of our ancestors. Unite, Soul Blade, in his life." Amidst the cacophony of rage, the Soul Clan began to merge rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a colossal figure of the Soul Clan re-emerged. Standing there, it towered over 1,000 feet high. Though they could transform into numerous 100-foot giants, at this moment, their singular desire was to reduce the vile Su Sherluin to soul liquid. Enormous fists, imbued with dreadful might, hurtled towards Su Sherluin. United in purpose, their collective resolve was unwavering. They sought only to annihilate Su Shirluin. Soul Clan summoned the king to obliterate him. Boom! The immense shock wave caused the very ground to tremble violently. The swirling dust, accompanied by a terrifying gust, uprooted colossal trees. Have you finished? Then it is my turn. As the words fell, the dust began to settle. Su Shirluin raised one hand to collide with the fist descending from the sky. With the other, he generated a protective shield, enveloping the other four kings entirely. Su Shirluin glanced at his now unblemished body, his hands restored to their former glory. Lightly brushing away the non-existent dust from his being, he lifted his gaze towards Zhang Jiao and remarked, "Life truly is a roller coaster of highs and lows." Chapter 74. The Rise of the Soul Clan. Chapter 74. Su Shirluin stepped forward, gazing down upon the colossal figure before him, towering 1,000 feet high. "Do you know how long I have prepared for this day?" With that declaration, he unleashed a casual punch towards the gigantic giant, causing it to stagger. This is the power of the third tier. Truly, it is formidable. Though incomplete and unsustainable, I must assert that you are utterly insignificant in the presence of such might. With another resounding punch, Su Shirluin exerted more force, creating a tremendous explosion that sent the giant hurtling thousands of meters away before it barely came to a halt. Yet before the giant could rise again, Su Shirluin reappeared before it, declaring, "If you fall, you must remain down, for when you rise once more, it shall only result in a more devastating fall." As his words echoed, Su Shirluin fiercely stomped down upon the giant's enormous head. In the next moment, the giant, attempting to rise, found itself buried deep into the earth. Zhang Jiao seethed with anger. Why does the Great Pineapple assist you? This is unacceptable. Great Pineapple, we are your true subjects." Su Shirluin chuckled. "You are truly naive. Do you think your ability to rise and break free from the Great Pineapple's control is due to your own strength? It is I who have orchestrated this. From the very beginning, my plan was to liberate you from the individual fragment's control and to consolidate all the fragments of the Great Pineapple. Although there were minor setbacks along the way, causing me some distress, and the Great Pineapple has not fully perished, the outcome has ultimately returned to its original trajectory." No, that is impossible." With another punch, Su Shirluin struck again, causing cracks to appear on the massive soul entity of the giant, which looked as though it might shatter at any moment. "I had initially intended to merge with you, then find a way to fuse the fragments of the Great Pineapple. I had anticipated that while you could resist a single fragment's control, once all fragments converged, you would still encounter issues. After all, your origin lies within the fragments of the Great Pineapple. Yet, I never anticipated that upon emerging from the depths of the sea, I would be captured by you. At that moment, I thought it was all over. However, whether due to your resistance against my thoughts or your subconscious denial of my consciousness, you repeatedly allowed me to survive. I must genuinely thank you for that."